The battlefield finally goes quiet. The Majin ruler is not dead, but its massive severed hand lies burning in the rift, and the exhausted party realizes they have forced it to withdraw. Warrior Golan admits they only dealt a severe wound, while hero Eric confirms the enemy will not move again for a while. Luck stares at the Majin ruler's hand and immediately wonders if he can turn it into magic dust. Eric calls his name, but Luck snaps out of his thoughts like he has been caught doing something suspicious. Golan teases him without mercy, saying his obsession with the Majin ruler's hand is exactly why he cannot get a girlfriend. Eric laughs along. Luck feels unfairly attacked, and the mood finally loosens as they prepare to leave the interdimensional rift behind. Before they go, Golan reminds Luck that having family waiting back home is a blessing. Luck quietly answers that Eric and Golan are family to him too, but just as their victory turns sentimental, the red rift opens ahead of them, and Luck's face hardens. The nightmare is not over. A swarm of Majin comes charging after them, and Golan realizes the great Majin army has followed them all the way here. Injured and furious, Eric draws his glowing sword while Golan grips his weapon. Knowing there are still far too many enemies left, Luck makes the decision none of them want to hear. With magic circles blazing behind him, he orders Eric and Golan to leave this to him and head back first. He knows they are already badly wounded, and if the hero dies now, the world loses its strongest hope against the Majin ruler. Eric and Golan refuse to abandon him, but Luck cuts through their protests by reminding them that their families and children are waiting. Then, with a desperate smile, he promises he will catch up soon, and physically sends them through the rift. The portal closes around Eric and Golan as they cry out for him. Luck apologizes, watching them vanish into safety while their last screams beg him not to die. Alone now, Luck turns toward the oncoming horde. A small smile rises through the exhaustion as he challenges the Majin head-on, declaring that they will not pass easily. He unleashes a storm of magic. Pillars of light crash down across the battlefield, blasting through the monsters as Luck swears to protect those two no matter what. The kill count climbs fast, 20, 30, 50. Luck cuts, blasts, and crushes Majin one after another, carving through the army with magic circles flaring at his back. Soon, even counting becomes pointless. Majin corpses dissolve into magic dust like thick fog, and Luck realizes the enemy forces are not thinning at all. Time slips away, and with it comes the first sign that his limits are closing in. Then the battle changes. An ultimate class Majin appears, a Majin commander, and it grabs Luck with a terrifying spell that seizes his body instead of simply striking him down. Luck realizes the spell is draining his life force. The Majin commander uses life transfer, draining touch, stripping away both his remaining mana and almost all of his vitality. It has changed tactics because brute force alone could not finish him. But that attack becomes its mistake. Luck's strange talent activates, and the moment the spell hits him, learning is complete. With blood still on his face, he smiles and turns the enemy's own life transfer, draining touch back against it. Luck confirms the stolen technique lets him restore both mana and health at once. He also takes the Majin commander's sword, pleased by how easily mana flows through it, and then turns back toward the endless army waiting in front of him. Now armed with recovery magic and a new blade, Luck becomes terrifyingly confident. He steps into the ruined city and calls the Majin forward, certain he can keep fighting for years if he has to. The next flashback is almost absurdly domestic. A child named Celerice worries monsters might appear, but her mother assures her the country is protected by the great sage. Outside, a bird-like creature named Gerberga reacts, and the child's attention shifts to whatever is happening beyond the lights. Back in the darkness of battle, Luck admits time has become meaningless. Hours, months, maybe longer, he can no longer tell. His sense of time has been worn away by endless fighting. When sleep threatens to take him, Luck uses a black art called Marionette on himself. Originally meant to control enemies, he turns it inward, forcing his own body to keep moving even while asleep. In doing so, he realizes he has almost lost every human emotion. Ironically, the one who brings those emotions back is the very monster behind it all, the Majin ruler. Luck stands before the towering demon at last, battered but unbroken. While memories of meteors, battlefields, and endless war surround him, the Majin ruler descends like a living catastrophe, roaring with a body wrapped in darkness, horns, and a monstrous skeletal face. Its presence alone feels heavier than the entire army Luck has already endured. The ruler attacks with overwhelming force. Light detonates across the battlefield, skull-like horrors scream through the smoke, and Luck braces behind magic as the final enemy closes in. Luck is shocked to see the Majin ruler has already recovered. But he has learned how to survive high-class Majin in the rift, drag them into close combat, bind them, blast them with fire magic, and then strike when the opening appears. Luck drives in and lands life transfer. draining touch directly at close range. For a second, it looks like the same trick that saved him before might end the Majin ruler too, but a magical barrier blocks him. Luck is thrown back, realizing the ruler is guarded by a defense strong enough to stop even his life-draining touch. The counterattack lands hard. Luck is struck through the body and smashed into the ground while the Majin ruler's overwhelming power towers over him. Even pouring mana into the Majin commander's sword is not enough. The Majin ruler's cursed blade breaks through, leaving Luck bloodied and staggering, but his expression shifts from pain to a dangerous grin. Luck refuses to play like a swordsman. He traps the ruler inside Flame Prison, declaring that he is a sorcerer first, and now the real attack begins. With the flames raging, Luck unleashes life transfer, draining touch again. The ruler roars, and Luck strains through the backlash, forcing his spell against the barrier with everything he has. Luck keeps casting draining touch over and over while burning inside his own flame prison. His plan is brutal. Make the Majin ruler spend all its barrier energy defending against the flames, then let draining touch break through and drain it dry. Luck offers the ruler a cruel choice: burn to ashes in flame prison, or have its life force sucked away. When the battle ends, only the cursed sword remains planted among the corpses. A hand bursts up from the wasteland. Luck crawls out, naked, filthy, and stunned that he is still alive. He looks across the dead Majin and asks the only question left: did he win? The answer hits him all at once. He protected the heroes in the world. He finally succeeded. Then reality follows right behind victory. He has lost his clothes, his money, and everything else. So maybe he can sell the cursed sword. Luck leaves the rift at last, wondering how long he actually fought there. Maybe months, maybe a year or more. Barefoot and half-dressed, he finds himself in a quiet wilderness and follows signs toward what he hopes is the main road. From a hilltop, Luck sees a sprawling capital and a great castle in the distance. With the cursed sword slung over his shoulder and barely any clothing left, he finally has a destination. At the capital gate, Luck realizes the city feels different from what he remembers and wonders when they improved it. The guards stare at his almost naked appearance in shock, and when he walks past, they shout for him to stop. Luck asks what the problem is, and the guards explode, because from their perspective, a nearly naked boy with a giant sword just tried to enter the royal capital. Luck explains he fought a violent battle in the interdimensional rift and lost his bag and adventurer card, but the guard misunderstands and assumes he was robbed by highwaymen. Luck tries to correct them, but the guards keep treating him like a reckless young boy who got in over his head. They encourage him, sympathize with him, and ask for identification papers he no longer has. Eventually, Luck gives up trying to explain the impossible truth. The guards decide to issue temporary papers and ask for his name. Luck answers proudly, and the name hits them strangely: Luck. They exchange a knowing look before cheerfully declaring it a nice name, while the capital rises behind them like the world has already moved on without him. Luck finally reaches Golan's enormous mansion, only to get stopped at the door like any other suspicious visitor. The servant refuses entry without an appointment, and when Luck asks him to simply tell Golan that Luck is here, the man shuts him down immediately. Because to everyone else, Luck is supposed to be impossible. The servant flatly says Luck cannot be there, and then slams the rejection home. Please do not come again. Luck storms off, swearing he will return before they know it. But once he is alone on the bridge, even he admits a half-naked kid with a giant sword probably would not be welcomed inside. While searching for a way to get his adventurer card reissued, Luck stumbles upon a towering statue in the city square. It shows a handsome sorcerer-like figure, and Luck, completely clueless, wonders when such a statue was built and who it is supposed to represent. Luck asks a passing man about the statue, and the reaction is instant shock. The man cannot believe this ragged countryside-looking boy does not know, then dramatically reveals that the statue is of the hero Luck-sama. The explanation gets worse for Luck by the second. The man declares that Luck-sama was a great hero who sacrificed himself 10 years ago in the interdimensional rift to hold back the great Majin army. Luck freezes, between himself and the polished statue, slowly realizing the dead legend everyone worships is supposed to be him. Luck tries to deny it, pointing out the statue is far too handsome and does not look like him at all. But the man treats that as blasphemy, warning that the whole world exists because of Luck-sama, and that if Luck keeps acting so oblivious, Luck-sama's fans might actually kill him. Luck walks away rattled. If people built a statue and marked him as a sacrifice from 10 years ago, then they clearly think he died. He suspects Eric and Golan must have been behind it, but the face on the statue is so idealized that he can only call it a misunderstanding. At the Adventurer Guild headquarters, the truth becomes impossible to ignore. A ceremony is being held for Great Sage Luck-sama's 10th death anniversary, and Luck nearly collapses from the shock of seeing the number confirmed. 10 years really have passed. Inside the guild, Luck is immediately treated like a child. A rowdy adventurer calls out to him, but Luck tries to ignore the chaos and simply asks to get his card reissued. When the man snaps that he is talking to him, Luck fires back, demanding to know what part of him looks like a kid. The adventurer answers without hesitation, every part. Luck reels, then notices his reflection and realizes the nightmare is even stranger than he thought. Not only did 10 years pass while he was gone, somehow he came back looking younger. Luck panics, wondering if overusing Draining Touch caused this. The guild staff tries to calm the situation, but the rowdy adventurer keeps scolding him for being a kid in the guild, until someone nearby calls out to the guildmaster. The moment the word guildmaster lands, the tough adventurer breaks down in terror. Before he can keep bullying Luck, he is suddenly flung across the room and slammed hard enough to crack the floor. Luck turns and recognizes the massive man who just appeared. The guild staff stares in disbelief, realizing their guildmaster was crying. And he is not just any guildmaster. It is Golan, now older, broader, and openly sobbing as he grabs Luck and shouts that he survived and came back to them. Luck tries to stop the waterworks, but Golan insists he is not crying while tears stream down his face. Luck deadpans that he absolutely is, and the reunion turns into a loud, ridiculous argument over whether the grown man sobbing his heart out is actually sobbing. The emotional reunion somehow ends with sweets. Luck devours them like a starving beast, delighted by the taste, while Golan watches in stunned silence and finally asks the obvious question, is he hungry? Luck explains he has not eaten in 10 years. Draining Touch kept his body supplied with energy, but his stomach is still a dark void. When Golan sees him inhaling solid food after a decade-long fast, he panics and snatches the plate away before Luck can hurt himself. Golan yells that no sane person should suddenly swallow solid food after fasting for 10 years. Terrified Luck might survive the Majin army only to die from snacks. Luck pouts that he is fine, but Golan shouts for rice water. And at that exact moment, a cloaked figure arrives with it. The newcomer lowers the tension with one calm line. Luck seems energetic. Luck instantly recognizes him as Eric. The former hero has aged into a composed, noble-looking man, and when he says Luck's name, the relief in his face is impossible to miss. Eric embraces Luck and tells him he did well coming back to them. Luck laughs in relief, noticing even the legendary lady killer has aged, but Eric's composure breaks as he repeats that Luck truly made it home. Then Eric cries too. Luck, now trapped between two older friends overcome with emotion, admits he is more worried about them crying for him than about anything else. Still, he smiles and tells them simply, he is home. After the reunion, Luck thanks them for the meal and admits even rice water tasted delicious. Eric and Golan explain that if he was starving for the sake of the world for 10 years, of course his tear glands would be weak. But then they confront the bigger mystery. Luck has not aged at all. If anything, he looks younger. Luck thinks through the cause and lands on one possibility. When he defeated the Majin ruler with Draining Touch, he absorbed a huge amount of the ruler's life force. Eric and Golan go pale, because that casual explanation means something far beyond what they expected. They ask if Luck truly defeated the Majin ruler, and Luck awkwardly confirms it recovered and attacked him, so he had no choice. Golan grasps the scale immediately. Luck did not just stop the great Majin army. He single-handedly defeated a monster equal to the power of an entire country's army. Luck tries to brush it off as exaggeration, but Eric shuts that down. His country had only been preparing for the Majin ruler's coming invasion, expanding its armaments just to survive. Luck did what nations were bracing themselves to attempt. Eric makes it plain. Luck finished off the Majin ruler for them. Golan cheerfully says they will need to think of a substantial reward, then casually calls Eric king, making Luck short-circuit all over again. Luck finally realizes Eric became the king of the country, while Golan reveals he became the Grand Master of the Adventurers Guild. Luck looks at both of them and, still processing the absurdity, concludes that his friends have seriously succeeded in life. That is when the titles come crashing down on him. Golan proudly lists Luck's own current status. Savior, Great Sage, Great Supreme Sorcerer, Archduke Luck Franzen. Luck explodes, insisting he is not a noble, not an archduke, and definitely confused about the name Franzen. Eric calmly explains that he only wanted to reward Luck for stopping the Majin army, and the title came right after the statue. Luck remembers the statue and realizes this disaster has layers. Eric admits the nobles supported giving Luck a peerage like Archduke because he had no family, no lover, and was presumed dead. Luck immediately sees the danger. If people learn he is alive, he will be dragged into noble power struggles, assassins, and politics he absolutely wants no part of. Luck asks Golan for help, but Eric reveals the compromise was already made. If Luck was found alive, he would at least be made an earl. Luck is horrified. Then he proposes the opposite path, erase his old S-rank history, reapply as a brand new adventurer, and start from the bottom. Golan thinks starting over would bore someone as strong as Luck, but Luck gently disagrees. Strong enemies are the last thing he wants now. After 10 years of endless battle, he has already had more than enough of them. Eric understands the point and asks Golan to handle the adventurer card. Since Golan is the guildmaster, he can reissue it directly. Golan agrees with total confidence and presents Luck with a new card. Luck checks the card and blinks. His name has become Locke. Golan explains that Luck's real full name is Luck Franzen, so he made only the middle name show while hiding the embarrassing famous parts with concealment magic. The card lists his visible job as warrior rank F, while his true S-rank sorcerer status is hidden. Golan explains the concealment further. Normally, only Luck's secondary warrior job will show, and his hidden first job can only be revealed with a special magical device at headquarters. It is not a perfect fake identity, but it is close enough that nobody can forge or question it. For now, Eric and Golan tell him to rest in one of Eric's many empty rooms. Luck leaves the guild in fresh clothes with the new name Locke, watching Eric and Golan walk ahead as the reality settles in. He once imagined returning to his old world and adventuring with them like before, but 10 years have passed, and all of their statuses have changed. With one step forward, Luck accepts the new beginning. From here on, his life as the new adventurer Locke begins. Not as the dead legend everyone worships, but as a rookie carrying a sword far too big for any ordinary beginner. 3 days later, Eric's servant reports that their guest still has not awakened. Golan calmly says to leave him be until he wakes up. After 10 years of battle, the man has finally earned real sleep. But the sleep does not stay peaceful forever. A servant pounds on the door, calling for Locke, and Luck finally stirs awake with only one exhausted thought. He is hungry. The servant keeps calling him Locke-san, and Luck takes a moment to remember that Locke is now supposed to be him. When he answers the door, the servant is relieved to find him alive, explaining that Luck has not left his room for a full week. Luck is horrified to learn he slept for a week and wonders if his body atrophied, but the servant says Golan ordered no one to wake him. Luck heads to the dining hall, where Golan is waiting with breakfast. The second he sees the food, all panic disappears, because after another week without eating, even breakfast looks like treasure. After breakfast, Locke heads out and runs into the mansion servant from before. The man apologizes with full sincerity for his rude treatment, explaining that Locke's old torn clothes made him suspicious. Locke accepts it politely, waves goodbye, and moves on, while a sharp-eyed blonde swordswoman watches him from behind a tree. The blonde swordswoman appears with an almost blinding presence. But Locke is not used to being stared at like that. He escapes the attention in a panic, only for a nearby child to trip near the statue of Luck. As adults scold the boy by invoking Luck-sama's greatness, Locke cringes at how his own legend is being used to discipline children. Locke finally reaches the Adventurer Guild headquarters and checks the request board. To his relief, there are no dragon or Majin subjugation requests waiting for beginners. Instead, he searches for something complicated, low-paying, and quiet. Something he can hand over to younger adventurers with better rewards. At the counter, the receptionist asks if he can take the chosen request solo. Locke instantly says yes, but she warns him that even goblin subjugation is dangerous for a newbie. Locke nearly blurts out that he is actually S-rank, but his hidden identity forces him to swallow the truth. The receptionist leans in like a strict older sister and insists she is telling him this for his own good. Locke realizes she is genuinely worried, even if she is treating him like a reckless child. So instead of arguing, he decides she is kind. Then she suggests he travel with 2 other adventurers. The pair introduces themselves as fellow F-rank adventurers. The cheerful young man stands forward with a staff and pack, while the short-haired young woman carries a bow and quiver. Suddenly, Locke's supposedly simple solo quest turns into a beginner party. The receptionist explains their roles. The young man is a sorcerer, the girl is a scout archer, and they are missing a frontliner. Locke fits that role perfectly on paper. Before he can properly refuse, the receptionist stamps the request approval, deciding goblin subjugation is safer as a trio. Locke can only hope they will get along. The boy introduces himself as Ario and says he can cast fireball, while the girl introduces herself as Genie and offers her bow skills. What began as a quiet errand has turned into Locke's first rookie party. On the road out of the capital, Locke learns that Ario is 18 and Genie is 17, both young adventurers specializing in goblin extermination in the countryside. To them, Locke does not look very different in age, but inside he is painfully aware that he is really a 40-year-old veteran trapped in a much younger body. The trio reaches a forested ravine and prepares to camp near a stone arch and waterfall. Night falls over the trees and the quiet wilderness pulls Locke into old memories of traveling with Eric and Golan before everything changed. Beside the campfire, Locke admits it has been a long time since he camped out. Back then, it was with Eric and Golan. Now he sits under the same kind of night sky with two young adventurers who know nothing about the legend sitting beside them. Jeannie asks why Locke chose such a low-reward, complicated goblin request. Instead of answering directly, Locke asks why they took it. The siblings reveal their village was often attacked by goblins, but it was too poor to hire help, so they took responsibility for exterminating goblins themselves. Ario guesses Locke accepted the request because he was worried about a farming village too, and Locke plays along. The siblings explain that since other villages suffer from goblin attacks as well, they became adventurers to strike back and rescue those places. Locke watches them with a gentle smile, deciding these two youngsters are good kids. The next day, the trio surveys the farmland from a hill and begins gathering information carefully. Jeannie questions locals and checks reports, learning that the goblins destroyed 2 months' worth of stored crops, 2 oxen and 3 sheep. The western fence keeps getting broken, pointing to the direction the goblins keep using. From the terrain and the goblins' operating range, the group narrows the den down to a nearby mountain. Jeannie estimates a little over 14 goblins. Ario agrees, and the plan is set. With the trail in front of them, Locke tells Jeannie to lead the search. Jeannie tracks confidently through the rocky forest, following signs without hesitation. Locke watches her work and realizes she is quick-witted and skilled, far better than a typical F-rank scout. But then his expression tightens because she has missed something important. Locke notices camouflaged footprints among the ordinary tracks. Jeannie has miscalculated the number of goblins, and worse, goblins should not be smart enough to hide their own trails. That means another monster is leading them, and the real danger is already beyond a simple F-rank quest. Jeannie asks what is wrong, but Locke almost keeps the warning to himself. If he is supposed to raise young adventurers, he thinks he cannot solve every problem ahead of them. Still, silence has a limit. He decides he can let them learn from failure, but he absolutely cannot let them die. The trio finds the goblin base, and it is no simple nest. Old tunnels stretch deep into the mountain like a maze, with 2 guards posted near the entrance. Locke immediately realizes the messy passages could let enemies flank them from every direction. Locke warns that even 14 goblins will be troublesome in this terrain. Ario asks what they should do, while Locke considers simply blasting everything apart with one large spell. But if Ario and Jeannie are going to gain experience, he chooses a safer teaching approach instead. Locke takes the front and gives clear instructions. He will push forward, Jeannie will support him with arrows, and Ario will save his magic. The two accept the plan, and Locke reminds them that underestimating goblins is dangerous even if he is secretly more than capable of ending this alone. Locke charges first, cutting down goblins one at a time with controlled swings. He could kill multiple enemies at once, but deliberately leaves openings so Jeannie can finish stragglers and gain experience. Even in a goblin den, he is fighting like a teacher. Jeannie follows through beautifully, shooting the remaining goblins with calm precision. She praises Locke's speed, while Locke praises her arm and asks her to watch his back. Then he tells Ario to follow him deeper into the tunnels. The battle rhythm builds fast. Jeannie looses arrows, Ario fires magic, and Locke moves through the cave with almost casual confidence, greeting goblins as he cuts them down. To him, the danger is manageable, but the number of enemies is clearly not what they expected. After pushing deep inside, Ario and Jeannie are exhausted. They have already defeated 30 goblins, far more than the predicted 14, and both of them struggle to understand what is happening. Locke calmly explains the ugly truth. There is a strong possibility someone stronger than the goblins is leading the horde. Ario asks if they should retreat, worried about his remaining mana and Jeannie's arrows. Locke admits Ario's judgment is good. Leading a horde like this could mean a hobgoblin or a goblin magician. But before they can move, a heavy crash shakes the tunnel. The cave trembles under a massive impact, and panic spreads through the rookie party. They realize something is coming straight for them, something far beyond the goblins they have been fighting. The ground breaks, and the true threat appears. A hulking monster crawls up from below, covered in muscle, spikes, and a bone-like mask. Ario and Jeannie freeze in terror while Locke quickly identifies it as a goblin lord, an enemy F-rank adventurers should never face. Locke studies the goblin lord and realizes the situation is even stranger. This monster is unexpected, but it still does not seem smart enough to command goblins with hidden tracks. Locke could defeat it easily, yet the real problem remains. An even bigger mastermind may be behind everything. Before Locke can act, Jeannie charges in with a furious cry and slashes the goblin lord herself. Her blade bites into it again and again, proving her courage is real, even if her opponent is far beyond her rank. The fight erupts into chaos. Genie keeps attacking, but the Goblin Lord swats her away, and Locke calls for Aereo and Genie to run. Aereo tries to pull her back, but Genie refuses to abandon the fight. Instead of fleeing, Genie lunges again, declaring that the Goblin Lord will not get away. Her fierce eyes lock onto the monster, and she throws herself back into danger before Locke can stop her. Locke casually offers to help, but Genie snaps that he has not run away yet either. When he says he does not need to, she tells him to stay out of her way and attacks again. Locke watches in silence as her stubborn pride crashes headfirst into reality. Genie misunderstands his warning as an insult, furious that he thinks she is weaker than this small fry monster. Locke tries to clarify, but she grips her short sword and insists she can handle it. While he points out the weapon itself is not strong enough, Genie strikes anyway, but the Goblin Lord's power overwhelms her. She barely lands a hit and is forced back, still refusing help. Locke asks once more if she needs assistance, but she yells that she is fine and orders him to flee too. The Goblin Lord punishes that stubbornness. It slams her upward and smashes her down, leaving her struggling against the ground. Genie grits her teeth and tries to rise, but the monster looms over her again. For a heartbeat, the Goblin Lord turns away from Genie, and a hooded figure stands nearby. Genie stares in shock as the unseen presence steps closer, and the air changes with quiet menace. Locke has stopped asking for permission. The hooded figure declares he is not asking anymore. He is simply going to act. Genie can only stare as the aura around him swells, and the man she thought was just another F-rank adventurer becomes something entirely different. Locke takes up his massive sword with a sharp grin. Behind him, Genie is left stunned on her knees as he finally drops the act, and steps forward with the confidence of someone who has fought monsters for 10 straight years. With the Goblin Lord in front of him, Locke launches into battle. The rookie disguise is still there, but the pressure around him is unmistakable now. The enemy that terrified Aereo and Genie is about to learn what kind of beginner it picked a fight with. Locke finally moves. The Goblin Lord lunges in with murder in its eyes, but Locke's expression barely changes. He steps into the attack, reads the monster's line and meets brute force with calm precision. The monster crashes forward, and Shia watches in alarm as Locke closes the distance instead of retreating. Then his counter lands with a violent impact, driving the Goblin Lord down so hard the cave floor cracks beneath it. Locke complains that the Goblin Lord is too loud, and with one clean slash, the hulking monster is reduced to a black spray behind him. The enemy that terrified the others disappears almost instantly. Shia stares, stunned speechless, while Locke turns back and casually asks if she is hurt. Behind him, the remains of the Goblin Lord scatter across the cave, like it was never a real threat at all. Shia finally blurts out the only question that makes sense. Who in the world is he? Locke smiles like nothing strange happened, then gives the least believable answers possible. He is just an F-rank adventurer passing by. Shia calls him a liar on the spot. Locke proudly shows his adventurer card to prove he really is F-rank, but that only confuses her more. Why is this person proud of being an F-rank after crushing a Goblin Lord like trash? Realizing they never properly introduced themselves, Shia suddenly straightens up and apologizes. The fierce fighter who charged a monster alone now lowers herself humbly before Locke, preparing to reveal who she really is. She introduces herself as Shia, daughter of Danton, chief of the Eastern Furry tribe and a B-rank adventurer. Kneeling politely, she thanks Locke for saving her from danger and even apologizes for treating him rudely earlier. Shia's pride turns into embarrassment as she admits she told someone this skilled to run. Locke brushes it off, explaining that trying to let a supposed newbie escape was the right call for an adventurer. Locke offers his name with a smile. Locke, a veteran F-rank adventurer. Shia starts to relax, until his next words hit like a trap. He asks who is inside the dungeon because he is sure an enemy far stronger than the Goblin Lord is waiting deeper in. At the edge of a massive underground shaft, Locke and Shia stare into the darkness. Shia's eyes sharpen, and from somewhere far below a pale shape hangs in the air. The real enemy is not hiding anymore. A long-haired figure touches the cursed medallion embedded in his chest and speaks with chilling amusement. If humans have come personally to sacrifice themselves, then they will become fresh nourishment for that cursed medallion. Shia does not understand at first, but Locke connects the dots. Earlier, she yelled at the Goblin Lord like it was small fry in her way. If that was not just anger, then it means there is an even more powerful enemy here. And Locke heads deeper without waiting for her answer. Locke explains his reason as he descends. His request may have been goblin slaying, but if a greater threat exists near the villages, he cannot ignore it. Shia falls silent, realizing his so-called F-rank confidence is not recklessness. Shia warns that determination alone cannot defeat this enemy. The opponent is not something one can overpower with sheer willpower, and her serious expression makes the danger feel heavier than before. The truth is finally named. The enemy inside is the Vampire Lord, a nightmare with long hair, fangs, and a face twisted by arrogance and hunger. Shia explains that her tribe has hunted vampires for generations. A few days ago, her father, the chief, fought this vampire and gravely injured him, but even that was not enough to kill him. After months of searching, they finally traced the Vampire Lord here. Locke tries to point out the obvious problem. If the Vampire Lord was too much trouble for someone who already struggled with the Goblin Lord, maybe charging in alone is not wise. Shia barely listens, insisting she must clear her tribe's dishonor with her own hands. Locke asks whether that dishonor forbids teamwork. Shia hesitates, then accepts the logic. Even with help, she can still restore her honor. Locke immediately decides to lend her his sword, since she cannot fight properly without one. Shia receives Locke's primary weapon with trembling gratitude, but her thoughts run wild. To her, him handing over his sword means he is entrusting the Vampire Lord's defeat to her alone, and somehow, that is exactly what she wanted. Locke charges into the remaining monsters barehanded, smashing goblins aside with terrifying ease. Shia can only stare blankly as the man who just gave away his sword starts crushing enemies with kicks and fists. Locke tears through the swarm without slowing down. Goblin bodies burst against the walls, and when the dust settles, Shia's face goes completely empty from shock. Barehanded or not, he is still absurdly powerful. Locke cheerfully points out his strength, but the Vampire Lord notices from afar. One eye opens in the dark and the mood shifts. The real enemy has finally fixed his gaze on them. Shia declares she has found him and will defeat him with her own hands. Across a chamber piled with skulls, the Vampire Lord mocks her mercilessly, asking whether someone powerless, even after her father's entire party failed, truly believes she can win. The Vampire Lord rises from his resting place, furious that dirty feet have entered his domain. He calls Shia a little girl and bares his fangs, threatening extreme remorse for daring to challenge the ruler of all knights. Then his attention lands on Locke. The Vampire Lord changes tone, praising Shia for bringing a human, because humans can be turned into slaves with vampire charm. Shia realizes the mistake too late and screams for Locke to run. The charm activates. A magic circle blooms in the Vampire Lord's eye, and the spell locks onto Locke before Shia can stop it. The Vampire Lord declares it is too late. For a heartbeat, everything goes still. Shia calls out to Locke, but he stands facing the Vampire Lord as the spell takes hold. The vampire beckons with a wicked smile, certain the human is already his. Locke takes a step forward. Shia drops to her knees, horrified, convinced she has messed up by letting him face the Vampire Lord's charm. The vampire gives Locke a cruel order. Choose whether he will die to Shia or die to him. But before the Vampire Lord can savor his victory, Locke's fist smashes into his face. The blow lands so suddenly that even Locke looks almost casual, while the arrogant ruler of the night is sent reeling in blood. The Vampire Lord crashes backward, unable to process what just happened. His charm should have worked on any human, but Locke simply shakes his hand and explains the answer like it is nothing. His mental resistance is high. Locke twists the insult deeper, suggesting the enemy might just be a lesser vampire pretending to be a lord. The Vampire Lord trembles with rage, then unleashes a torrent of black power across the skull-strewn floor. A dark wave surges toward Locke, but he kicks off and avoids it with ease. The Vampire Lord snarls that Locke will repent for mocking him, yet Locke keeps moving as if the attack is just another obstacle. The Vampire Lord's power erupts into towering black spikes, forcing Locke high into the air. A glowing magic circle forms under Locke's hand, and Shia recognizes it in shock as high-tier magic. Locke casts aerial superspeed, using the magic circle to launch himself through the air at impossible velocity. He darts between the spikes and rockets straight toward the Vampire Lord. With a confident grin, Locke offers to show the vampire real sorcery, something far beyond a pathetic charm. The Vampire Lord's face twists in terror as he finally recognizes the spell forming in Locke's hand. Locke drives Draining Touch into the Vampire Lord. The impact spirals with raw force as the spell tears into the vampire's body, turning his own specialty, life force drain, against him. The Vampire Lord shrieks as energy is ripped out of him. Shia watches from behind with Locke's sword in hand, stunned by the sight of a Vampire Lord being drained like prey. Locke pulls back, almost apologizing for overdoing it, then taunts the enemy as a lesser vampire. He says that while the vampire is good at sucking away life force, he is apparently terrible at having it sucked out of him. The Vampire Lord demands to know who Locke really is, but Locke answers with the same impossible lie. Just a friendly neighborhood F-rank adventurer. The vampire rejects it in fury, then gathers power again, vowing that Locke will never have a peaceful night after provoking his rage. The Vampire Lord reels in disbelief as his regeneration fails. His body is crumbling, the bats around him are turning to ash, and Locke can only nod like this is exactly what he expected from the Majin ruler's sword. Shia stands over the fallen vampire as the last bats dissolve into dust. Even the vampire lord understands it now. The curses stored in the cursed medallion are already being destroyed, and so is he. With the enemy gone, Shia turns to Locke with bright gratitude, and asks if this clears her tribe's dishonor. Locke says it looked like it helped, and Shia thanks him for the sword too, praising how incredibly sharp it was. Then Shia notices something strange. When she cut the vampire lord, the sword felt like it absorbed power. Locke panics and insists that was just her imagination, then quickly changes the subject before she can connect to his earlier draining touch. Locke asks whether Shia plans to bring the vampire's head back to her hometown, but Shia says that is unnecessary. Instead, she digs through the remains, searching for something that should be nearby. Shia pulls out a sinister medallion from the ground. Locke immediately notes that it looks ominous, and Shia explains it is a cursed medallion that special vampire lords bury inside their bodies. As they suck blood and steal lives, curses are stockpiled inside it. Locke examines the cursed object with a bored face, realizing things like this did not even exist 10 years ago. To him it feels like some strange new vampire trend, but the dying vampire lord laughs from the floor, dragging their attention back. The words interdimensional rift make Locke's eyes sharpen, and the vampire reveals the real threat. As long as the door opens, countless Majin will overrun the world again. The warning expands into a nightmare vision. Beyond the door wait the gods of the dark beings, monstrous presences from the opposite dimension, towering over an army of Majin like living apocalypse. Shia trembles at the scale of it, but the vampire lord keeps laughing. He says tons of vampire lords will be drawn to that medallion sooner or later, attacking her village until her entire clan becomes prey. Shia's shock turns sharp, then a clean slice cuts the medallion in half. Locke moves without hesitations, slicing through the cursed object before the vampire lord can use it as leverage. The split medallion shines, and Locke casually praises the sword for being convenient as it sucks up all the curses. The vampire lord stares in horror, realizing the weapon did not just cut the medallion, it devoured the curse inside it. The vampire demands to know what that sword is, but Locke answers with calm certainty. Even if the interdimensional door opens, no Majin will come. Why? Because he has already defeated them all. That casual confession freezes the vampire lord. His eyes widen as he finally recognizes the weapon in Locke's hand. The Majin ruler's sword. And if Locke carries it, then the impossible truth standing before him can only be one person. The vampire lord screams the title out loud. Great sorcerer Luck. Shia turns pale, slowly repeating Luck's name, while Locke stands there with the legendary sword in hand, and no way to hide what just slipped into the open. Shia asks directly if he is the great sorcerer Luck. Locke pauses, then gives the most useless answer possible. That's a secret. Shia's stunned face says she understands exactly what that means. Later outside the cave, Shia cheerfully says Locke really does not look like the statue of hero Luck. Locke instantly protests, but Shia and the others insist he does, leaving him weirdly caught between denial and flattery. Back at Adventurer Guild headquarters, the goblin extermination is officially complete. Locke dumps out a mountain of goblin magic stones for appraisal, and the receptionist nearly panics, begging her senior to save her from the absurd workload. The lie is simple. The goblins were underlings gathered by the vampire lord. The party was deceived, and Shia was chasing that vampire lord to clear her tribe's dishonor. Most importantly, Locke and Shia hide his real identity while explaining the incident to Ario and Genie. Shia finishes her report and rejoins the group at a lively tavern. Ario and Genie celebrate saving the village, while Locke sits quietly, sensing Shia has something serious to say. Shia reveals she gave half of the cursed medallion to the guild. Locke questions whether that was wise, but she explains that keeping half proves she cleared her tribe's dishonor, and the guild may need the other half when it becomes time to explain things. Locke agrees to hold on to his half. The others call Shia over to drink, and she joins the celebration, leaving the cursed medallion matter hanging quietly in the background. Outside the guild under the night sky, the party finally splits up. Ario and Genie thank Locke and Shia, promising to see them again at the Adventurer Guild, while Shia waves goodbye and calls them her friends. Locke watches the two young adventurers leave and smiles. Even though they are modest and fearful, they know how lucky they were, and he believes that awareness will make them great adventurers. Shia admits she is in the same boat. Without Luck-sama, she would also be dead by now, and Locke tells her he learned about vampire patterns thanks to her. In the end, both of them survived because the other was there. Shia smiles and tells him not to be like her at all. Locke switches to the practical issue. Since the Beastfolk tribe are vampire hunters, He asks whether Shia can share their detailed intelligence on vampires with him. Locke makes the stakes clear. If the vampire's goal is to force open the interdimensional door and summon those so-called dark gods, then this is no longer just a beastfolk problem. It is a threat to the peace they protected for 10 years. His voice turns fierce as he refuses to let that peace be destroyed before their eyes. But Shia only stares at him with wide, intense eyes, and Locke suddenly falters, wondering what she is looking at. Then Shia blurts out her realization. Locke truly looks like the Luck statue. Locke panics and insists he does not, but Shia is quietly moved, glad that Luxama is on this world's side. Shia sprints off to her village to gather information, and promises to bring it back to Golan's estate. Locke watches her vanish across the city, clutching the medallion half, and decides he should pass the Vampire Lord news directly to Golan before the guild bureaucracy slows everything down. Locke understands the danger is not the appearance of Vampire Lords but their plans. If the response is delayed, it could be fatal. He returns home expecting to report calmly, only to find Golan waiting like a furious parent. Golan explodes the moment Locke arrives, asking who disappears for 3 days after saying they were only heading out for a little while. Locke apologizes, but Golan shouts that he was worried sick, while Locke wonders if this man thinks he is his mother. Locke places the medallion half on the table and admits the news is not good. Golan's face tightens as he realizes the incident may be far more serious than a simple adventurer mishap. Golan reels at the plan, horrified by the idea that the Majin ruler they fought may have only been the vanguard of these dark gods. Locke immediately jokes that he is kidding, because even he does not want that nightmare to be true. Locke asks to have the medallion examined with a special machine, and says he plans to stay in contact with Shia, the one who owns the other half. Golan agrees to inform the gatekeeper, but just as Locke turns to leave, he calls him back. Golan thanks Locke as guildmaster for protecting the newbie adventurers. Locke brushes it off with an easy smile, but then a small blonde girl appears, radiating anger so intense that Locke and Golan both freeze. The girl, Summaries, arrives just in time for Golan to introduce her, but she storms past with a huff before Locke can speak. Golan explains she is his daughter, turning 15 soon, and that she has been avoiding him. Not Locke, because he opposed her becoming an adventurer. Celis sniffles, but even through the tears she has Golan cornered. Her logic may be wildly off, yet some of the facts line up too neatly, and Locke breaks into a nervous smile as he realizes this misunderstanding could seriously wreck Golan's family. The pressure in the room turns suffocating. Celis glares with hurt eyes. Locke files the butler silently piecing together his real identity, and every stare screams for him to fix this before it explodes. All he can manage is a pathetic, about that. Locke tries the truth in the worst possible way, saying he is actually Golan's adventuring comrade and also 40 years old. Celis instantly rejects it, demanding what part of him looks 40, then twists the explanation into something even stranger. Maybe he is her older brother. Locke shuts that down immediately, only for her to decide he must be her little brother instead. Desperate, Locke slams down his adventurer card and tells her to look for herself. Celis freezes at the name Locke, and Locke points out the one thing that matters. There is no Morton in his name. But to Celis, that only makes the situation darker. She thinks Golan refuses to acknowledge him. Celis apologizes like Locke is the victim of a cruel family secret, crying that he must have suffered because of her father. Then she makes a dramatic declaration. From now on, he should call her big sister. Locke and the butler can only stare in horror. Locke tries to address her properly, but Celis immediately corrects him with a bright smile. If he needs recognition, big sister will talk it over with Mama. If Mama gets angry and ties Papa up, Celis promises to scold them too. Locke realizes they are right back at the danger of Golan's family collapsing. With no clean way out, Locke asks Celis whether she can keep a secret. When she agrees, he places a hand on the card and releases the concealment spell, deciding to reveal his true identity before her imagination causes more damage. The card changes before her eyes. Celis reads the hidden details, Luck S rank, and Locke calmly introduces himself as Sorcerer Luck. He hopes Golan's daughter will finally understand, but instead her eyes widen as she realizes she is standing before the great sage Luck-sama himself. Celis demands to know what this means, and Locke explains exactly what he said before. He returned from the interdimensional rift only 10 days ago, so his claim about being Golan's adventuring comrade was true. Celis backs toward the window, stunned by the impossible truth. Then her mind takes one final wrong turn. She whispers that the great sage Luck was her little brother, and Locke's weary smile collapses. Before he can react, she declares that he must have been Golan's son, because even the statue of Hero Luck resembled her father in a way. Locke's attempts to persuade Celis drag on for an entire hour, and by the end, she is on the floor apologizing with her whole body. Locke finally concludes that Celis's imagination is far too powerful, while she admits people tell her that all the time. Even so, Locke notices something behind that wild imagination. Strong will. Celis may be reckless and dramatic, but she truly wants to move forward. So he tells her he understands why Golan opposed her becoming an adventurer, then offers her a proposal. Sometime later, Locke brings Celis out to a mountain lake beneath a towering peak. The view is breathtaking, and Celis can only let out a small, odd sound as the world opens in front of her. Locke explains the plan. Celis has already registered as an adventurer, just as Golan feared, and her card lists her as Celis Morton, F-rank fighter. If Locke does not guide her, she would simply take a solo quest and run into danger on her own. At the water's edge, Celis waves from atop a rock and asks why Locke came along on her adventure, wondering if E-rank quests are too boring for him. Locke stays calm, already treating this as training rather than sightseeing. Celis asks if he is only helping because she is the daughter of his old comrade. Locke admits that is part of it, but there is another reason too. Raising juniors is a veteran's duty. Then he asks why she wanted to become an adventurer in the first place. Celis answers with a smile. Instead of lullabies, Golan raised her on adventure stories. Dragons like mountains, strange birds inside volcanoes, flying whales. To her, those tales were more fascinating than any picture book. Locke realizes she wants to become a fighter like Golan. Celis admits she has no talent for magic, and with her slender arms, the path sounds rough, but she proudly insists she is strong. Beneath the cheerful answer is something more serious. She wants to protect people the way her father does. Locke tells her catching up to Golan will be brutal because Golan is abnormally powerful. Celis already knows, and that is exactly why she believes she has to work harder than anyone else. The word effort makes Locke pause. He warns Celis that she does not know how many times Golan nearly died. Any normal adventurer trying to follow Golan's path would likely lose their life before reaching his level. Locke remembers the old party standing before monsters that should have killed them. For Golan, Eric, and Locke himself, survival was never simple talent alone. Their extraordinary ability, devotion, and absurdly godlike fortune all kept them alive. His memories flash to a desperate battle against a massive flying beast. By all probability, they should have died countless times, but somehow they kept rolling the perfect number, and surviving situations no one had any right to survive. Celis absorbs the warning in silence. Locke tells her there are no shortcuts. The fastest way forward is to pick quests that suit her current ability and improve gradually. If she truly wants to become like Golan, that is the best path. Celis agrees softly, and Locke prepares to move on. But even as he tells her they should leave, his own words feel false. Suitable quests can still become death traps when information is wrong. Just like the goblin subjugation that nearly killed Ario and Genie. That is why Locke's true goal is not just supervision. He wants to give Celis the knowledge and techniques that can keep her alive when the guild miscalculates. When villagers report rabid beasts nearby, the list sounds ridiculous. Cerberi, Hydrae, Chimeras, Cyclopes, and somehow there are no human casualties. Celis lights up at the idea that dragons might actually be involved, but Locke immediately points out that such a quest is not suitable for E-ranks. Magical beasts this close to the royal capital should be impossible, meaning the guild likely assumed the monsters were fake. Locke tells Celis to set aside assumptions and open her mind. Celis thinks it through and reaches the same suspicion. A group of beasts that were seen but do not hurt people. Monsters that supposedly do not exist. This could be illusion magic. Locke smiles and agrees, telling her they should hurry to the reported sighting location. The moment they arrive, a dragon erupts before them, breathing fire with terrifying realism. Wind and heat slam into them, and Locke notices it with surprise while Celis freezes, suddenly unsure whether this is illusion or disaster. Celis panics, asking if this is really an illusion because it feels hot, while Locke calmly confirms it is highly detailed illusion magic. He cannot feel any true weight or killing pressure from the dragon, so he urges Celis not to be overwhelmed and to attack. Celis answers with courage. She launches herself straight at the dragon, sword drawn, and throws her whole body into the charge, while Locke watches from behind. Her blade carves through scales and claws, and she moves across the illusion's massive body with fierce determination. Even if the dragon is not real in the ordinary sense, her attacks are making contact, and she refuses to flinch. The dragon twists through the air, roaring, while Celis rises above it and dives again. Her breath grows heavy, but her eyes stay locked on the target as she keeps pressing the assault. Celis slashes deeper, cutting into the illusion's claws and head with a fighter's rhythm. Locke watches thoughtfully, impressed despite himself. Locke evaluates her without bias. Even ignoring that she is Golan's daughter, Celis has physical ability around B rank, much like Shia. But what interests him more is the illusion itself. The dragon is too realistic. So realistic that even Locke admits he could not create one quite like it. Low-level illusionists usually produce phantoms, but this thing is a dense mass of magical power reacting to Chelis's sword. The more Celis attacks, the more the illusion behaves as if it has a mind of its own. It breathes, roars, and retaliates, and that reaction tells Locke the spell is far beyond a simple fake image. Celis keeps rolling through the illusion's fire, shouting as she attacks, while Locke decides this is the perfect moment. He activates floating beneath his feet, then accelerates into the air toward the dragon. Locke lands directly on the dragon's head and touches it with a grin. His learning begins instantly, and the strange illusion magic becomes something he can analyze, absorb, and enjoy. Learning completes. Locke casts Dispel, and a wave of magic tears through the dragon's body, unraveling the illusion from the inside while Celis tumbles nearby in confusion. The illusion collapses, leaving Celis dizzy but unharmed. Locke explains that fighting illusion magic head-on is a losing battle. If she cannot identify the sorcerer's location, she should run. Then he raises his voice into the forest, calling out to the hidden illusion sorcerer and demanding they come out and talk, because he knows they have not harmed any villagers and must have a reason for keeping people away. Locke hears the hidden sorcerer hesitate and immediately changes tactics. If there is something here they must protect, he asks whether it can be moved somewhere safer. But when the answer comes back that moving it would be difficult, Locke calmly admits he does not mind failing the quest if that is what it takes. Celis nearly explodes. Failing her debut battle is unthinkable to her, but Locke just laughs it off, reminding her that an F rank cannot be demoted lower anyway. While Celis panics over what she will tell her father, Locke shifts the discussion to the real problem behind the illusion. Locke explains why failure is not the issue. If they report the quest failed, another adventurer will simply be sent here, and that next person might forcefully expose the secret the illusionist is protecting, or even subjugate them too. The hidden figure finally understands. Locke is trying to prevent a worse disaster, not chase reward money. A magic circle swirls through the trees, and the hidden sorcerer steps out at last. A small hooded child appears in the forest, calm but wary, carrying the presence of someone who has been hiding for a long time. Celis mistakes the newcomer for a boy, then freezes when she notices the horns and pointed ears. She blurts out that the child is a demon, while Locke simply smiles, already deciding not to treat the kid like an enemy. Locke praises the illusion magic, even noting how perfectly the child erased their presence. Then he introduces himself with the same impossible cover story. Locke, just an F-rank adventurer passing by. The child bows politely and gives her name, Lucilla, a demon, while Celis panics over whether demons are supposed to be wicked beings. Locke corrects that rumor at once. Demons may have high magic and combat power, but that does not mean they are all violent. Because their race is rare, stories about them spread wildly. Lucilla listens quietly, and Locke asks the question that matters. What is she trying to protect? Lucilla says she will show them and even allows them to keep their swords. When Locke asks why she trusts him now, she admits his illusion magic resistance proved he is far stronger than she is. Yet he did not try to expose her secret by force, so she decides to take the risk. Lucilla leads them through a rocky canyon to ancient ruins hidden between the cliffs. She explains that she chose to trust him because he did not attack, and then points ahead. The secret she has been guarding waits inside an old temple. Inside, Locke studies the ruins and notes that the wall reliefs look like oriental runes. Lucilla kneels and announces that she has returned home, calling out to someone named Gerberga-sama. Locke and Celis turn in confusion, completely unprepared for what answers. On the altar sits a plump bird in a nest. Lucilla faces it with reverence, but the creature stares back with the unimpressed dignity of a chicken that has heard enough nonsense for one lifetime. The bird spreads its wings and fluffs its crest like a sacred creature descending from heaven. Locke and Celis stare in silence, then Celis blurts out the obvious, "That is a chicken." Lucilla snaps instantly, insisting this is the heavenly divine cock Gerberga-hama. Lucilla is furious that anyone would call Gerberga-sama a chicken, but Celis keeps pointing out that it looks like a chicken from every angle. Locke silently agrees with her, even as the bird pecks around like the most normal chicken imaginable. Locke tries to ask who Gerberga-sama is, and Lucilla proudly delivers the answer, a divine cock, a chicken with the power of a god. Celis seizes on the wording immediately and confirms that, yes, it is still a chicken after all. Lucilla bristles again, but Locke asks what the so-called power of a god actually means. Lucilla explains that divine Cock-sama is the god her tribe worships, and that Gerberga-sama's ancestor once awakened the world with its crowing. Lucilla's expression darkens as she begins her story. Her tribe lived far away in the northern mountains until one day a vampire party suddenly attacked the village. When the slaughter ended, Lucilla was the only survivor. The tribe chief entrusted Gerberga-sama to Lucilla, the youngest in the tribe, and ordered her to run. She used illusion magic and sorcery to escape to these ruins, but the vampire pursuit never stopped. Locke immediately understands how dangerous the vampire family truly is. Locke pieces it together. Lucilla used illusion magic to keep villagers away because charmed humans could be sent after her too. But when he asks why she is in these ruins, she explains there is supposed to be a barrier here that repels the vampire family. Lucilla says the temple's location was recorded on an ancient map passed down in her tribe, but Locke cannot sense any barrier at all. Then she adds that vampire pursuers attacked at first, but lately they have stopped. Locke thinks it over, and the answer hits him. Locke realizes the attacks did not stop because of a barrier. A recent battle between a vampire hunter tribe and the vampires likely drained their forces, meaning they simply could not spare anyone to come here. Lucilla goes pale as her safest hiding place suddenly feels much less safe. Lucilla panics, wondering where she can hide now, but Locke points out that the vampires and their boss, the Vampire Lord, have already been annihilated. Still, Lucilla worries that other vampires will keep coming for Gerberga-sama, and Locke asks the real question, why is this chicken being targeted so much? Lucilla explains Gerberga-sama's divine power more clearly. Its voice can draw boundaries in the world, separating day from night when it awakened the world. That same power can discern world boundaries and even intercept travel between dimensions. Locke's eyes sharpen. If Gerberga-sama can interfere with dimensional boundaries, then it may be able to close the entrance to the interdimensional rift. Lucilla confirms it, and the whole vampire conspiracy snaps into focus. Locke realizes the vampires are getting desperate. Their plan is to use cursed medallions to force open the interdimensional rift and summon gods from another dimension. But one crow from Gerberga-sama could ruin everything before it even begins. Locke immediately tells Lucilla to come with him to the royal capital, bringing Gerberga-sama too. When she hesitates, he draws the Majin ruler's sword and plants it into the ground, preparing to give her proof that his promise is not empty. Locke reveals the sword's identity, the Majin ruler's sword. There is only one reason he possesses it, because he defeated the Majin ruler himself. Lucilla is shaken, realizing this F-rank adventurer is not just strong, he is the impossible hero who came back alive. Lucilla asks if he is the great sage Lux-sama, and Locke admits it, though he grimaces at the nickname. Then he steps forward and tells her why he revealed the truth. He wants her to trust him. With one hand to his chest, Locke swears by his own name that he will protect divine Cock Gerberga-sama with his life. This is no joke anymore. The fate of the world may literally depend on one sacred chicken. Locke tells Lucilla she has done well protecting Gerberga-sama until now, and thanks her on behalf of everyone living in this world. The praise finally breaks her composure, and Lucilla collapses into tears. Lucilla thinks of her lost tribe, the chief who trusted her, and everyone who died so Gerberga-sama could survive. Hearing the great sage himself thank her makes all that grief turn into pride for the first time. Celis wipes away her own tears, but then a practical problem hits her. Locke is currently a freeloader at her house, so can he really bring home someone raising a chicken? Lucilla instantly snaps that Gerberga-sama is not a pet, even if Gerberga-sama absolutely looks like a chicken from the outside. Before they can even leave the ruins, danger cuts in. A vampire strikes from the shadows, and Locke reacts instantly, shoving Lucilla out of the way, while the enemy's claws tear through the space she was standing in. The attack comes close enough to touch Lucilla's hair, but Locke is already moving, eyes sharp and body low. Celis draws her sword, Lucilla clutches Gerberga-sama, and the calm discussion becomes a battlefield in a heartbeat. Locke drives a counterblow into the vampire with brutal speed, smashing through its body, and sending black blood bursting across the ruins. The ambusher screams, but Locke has no intention of letting it recover. A black shadow splits across the ground and more vampires rise from it. 3 of them appear at once, cloaked and twisted, surrounding the group with predatory smiles. Locke counts them with surprise. 3 vampires. One demands to know who he is, but Locke coldly refuses to give a name to a lesser vampire. The insult cuts deep and the monsters snarl in rage, insisting they are not lesser at all. Celis blurts out that these things do not look lesser, and Locke casually admits he said it on purpose. But the vampires begin to strengthen themselves, and Lucilla realizes their real target must be divine Cock-sama after all. Locke decides none of them can escape. He launches magical arrows to pierce the vampires and bind their movements, then prepares a follow-up to trap them all at once. Flames erupt around the ruins as Locke casts Flame Prison. Fire rises like a wall, sealing the battlefield while he stands between the vampires and Gerberga-sama. One vampire tries to slip away through shadow, but Locke catches the movement immediately. Gerberga-sama unleashes a thunderous crow, and the vampires recoil as the sacred voice starts tearing apart their escape route. Gerberga's crow does more than stop the vampires from escaping. The moment that sacred cry rings out, the transforming vampires crumble into ash, leaving Locke stunned while Celis and Lucilla scream in disbelief. Lucilla explains the terrifyingly simple reason. Gerberga-sama drew a boundary the instant they transformed, and in the eyes of the divine cock's power, metamorphosis itself was not permitted to exist. Lucilla breaks it down further. Vampires can scatter into bats, but Gerberga-sama's power rejects that change, so the vampires turn to ash instead. The catch is brutal, though. It only works during transformation. Celis wonders if Lucilla even needed to keep running with a power like that, but Lucilla admits it is more like the ultimate nuisance than an unbeatable weapon. Locke, however, smiles and gives Gerberga the respect it deserves. With the ambush over, Locke decides it is time to return to the royal capital. As the group moves under the evening sky, Lucilla falls silent, holding Gerberga close. By night they reach the capital streets and pass into the city, but Lucilla keeps her hood low, hiding her face as if every step into civilization weighs on her. Locke notices Lucilla's fear and gently pats her head, telling her it is okay. But the quiet reunion does not last. On the street, Shia suddenly appears, and the look in Locke's eyes sharpens the moment he recognizes her. Shia rushes up, saying she has been waiting for Locke, and that she already returned from her village. While Celis eyes the newcomer with suspicion, Shia adds that everything has been settled, but there is something she must report immediately. Locke's expression turns serious at once, and he tells her he will hear her out inside. Locke introduces Shia properly as a B-rank vampire hunter who helped subjugate a vampire lord before. Lucilla instantly bows with respect while Celis recoils in shock. Then Celis proudly declares herself Locke's apprentice, and Locke rejects it so fast even Shia is left blinking. For a moment, Shia and Celis simply stare each other down with polite smiles and strangely heavy pressure. Locke feels the air turn bizarre and decides not to let that energy develop any further. He cuts in and directs everyone to his room before the atmosphere gets worse. Outside the estate, Locke remarks that Shia returns surprisingly fast and asks if her village is close to the capital. Shia explains it is only 3 hours away on foot, then apologizes for the sudden urgency. Before she can even finish asking for help, Locke brightly agrees, leaving Shia momentarily speechless at how quickly he accepts. Shia realizes Locke is almost absurdly kind, because he agrees before she even explains the request. Once they settle inside, she finally gives the real reason. The vampires are planning something massive, and the one spearheading it is a vampire high lord. Locke's face hardens the instant he hears the title. A vampire high lord is no ordinary monster. It is a ruler among rulers, a being that governs vampire lords themselves, and possesses power said to rival even the Majin. Locke calls it troubling, and the weight of the threat drops over the room. Shia explains that her Lycan tribe is gathering every possible force to uncover and disrupt the vampire's scheme, but attacking the High Lord directly would be extremely difficult. Her father still has not fully recovered. The tribal chiefs are leaning toward brute force anyway, and at this rate, she fears the tribe could be wiped out. Locke assumes that is why she needs his help, but Shia says there is something they must find before facing the High Lord. The vampires are frantically searching for one specific chicken. Shia says they need to secure that chicken before dealing with the vampires, and Locke immediately freezes. Shia catches his reaction and guesses exactly what he is thinking, that this sounds ridiculous, but she insists she knows how it sounds. Locke silently realizes Shia is talking about Gerberga-sama, the sacred chicken currently sitting right there. Shia has heard the legends. This chicken can close interdimensional doors and prevent vampires from transforming. Even she admits it sounds unbelievable, while Locke awkwardly tries to reassure her and fails to hide the truth. Shia keeps pressing the point, saying that no matter how anyone spins it, it is still a chicken. Then Locke calmly drops the bomb. He has already encountered it. Shia freezes. Locke quietly moves toward the door, and her eyes widen the moment his hand reaches for the handle. The door swings open, and Celis comes tumbling out after blatantly eavesdropping. She hits the floor with a crash and an embarrassed scream, while Locke stands over her, exhausted. Lucilla peeks in with Gerberga in her arms, and dryly points out that Celis was told not to eavesdrop. Celis tries to deny everything, but she cannot come up with even a half-decent excuse. She folds into a full apology on the floor. Locke lets it go as long as she keeps the information secret, then tells her to apologize to Shia too, while Shia cheerfully accepts as if nothing happened. Locke calls Lucilla into the room and introduces her to Shia as the demon Lucilla. Then Lucilla steps forward with Gerberga held proudly in her arms, revealing that this is the divine cock Shia, and her tribe have been searching for Gerberga-sama. Shia stares, completely unable to process the sacred chicken in front of her. A heavy silence falls over the estate. Shia can barely react before shock takes over. Locke already found the target. Locke tries to downplay it, saying it was more of a coincidence after joining Celis on a quest, but everyone knows this is a ridiculous stroke of luck even by his standards. Locke explains that he saw Gerberga's power with his own eyes. Vampires turned instantly into ash. That confirmation makes Shia realize the legends were true, and she drops to her knees in reverence before Gerberga-sama, honored to meet the divine chicken at last. Gerberga answers with a simple cluck, and the meeting moves straight back to strategy. Locke says that now that they have secured Divine Cock-sama, the next goal should be subjugating the High Lord. Shia confirms, but admits they only know the High Lord's approximate location. Just then, the door opens. Golan has returned. Locke calls the timing perfect and decides to report everything to Golan as well. Shia stiffens at the idea of speaking to the guildmaster, while Golan enters with his usual overwhelming energy, thrilled that Locke came home safely, and grateful that he helped Celis with her quest. Locke modestly says they only completed a quest together, but Golan beams anyway, insisting compared to Locke's strength, guidance is basically like raising a child. Locke responds that Celis is actually a remarkable fighter for her age. Then Celis steps in, calls Golan Papa, and finally apologizes. Golan freezes in shock, and Celis starts crying, overwhelmed by guilt over how coldly she treated him. Seeing the mighty warrior soften in front of his daughter, Locke realizes the courageous Golan he knew has a surprisingly fragile side when it comes to family. Golan timidly asks if Celis was angry because he opposed her becoming an adventurer. Celis says no, then admits the real reason. She misunderstood and thought he had an illegitimate child. Golan nearly drops the tray in disbelief, insisting there is no way he could have one, while Celis sheepishly admits she knows she jumped to conclusions. Then Celis adds the detail that nearly destroys him. She thought Luck was her little brother. Golan coughs in pure shock. After a beat, he starts piecing together what must have happened and asks if she caused trouble for Luck. Celis's cheerful little "I knew it" face tells him everything, and he absolutely knows she did. Celis escapes before the interrogation can continue, announcing she will call everyone over. Left behind, Golan apologizes to Locke, admitting his daughter often says the wrong thing. Then the giant warrior drops into a full bow, pleading for forgiveness because he never expected his daughter to be that disappointing. Locke is suddenly hit with memories of their younger days, when Golan's judgment was not exactly reliable. He once found a nice inn that looked suspiciously like the red light district, mistook nobles, burglars, monsters, and even livestock for the wrong things, and somehow radiated fatherly confidence the entire time. Locke can only think that yes, Golan definitely felt like a father figure. Golan spirals, worrying Celis might be tricked by some evil man and thinking he should stop her from becoming an adventurer after all. Locke quickly acquiesces in promising he is watching over her and will stop her if she gets reckless. Golan sobs with relief, clinging to Locke so hard that Locke can barely breathe, until Celis calls from the doorway that she brought everyone over. Celis walks in and instantly misreads the scene. Golan has his hands on Locke, petals practically blooming around the awkward pose, and Locke's expression says everything. When Golan blurts a confused "wah," Locke snaps back that "wah" does not even begin to cover it. Celis retreats with a teasing promise not to tell anyone, while Locke chases after her trying to explain it is not what it looks like. 1 hour later, after a long and exhausting clarification, Shia and Lucilla sit in silence, shaken by the chaos they have witnessed. At last, the misunderstanding is cleared. Locke and Golan look like their souls have left their bodies, while Celis remains folded in apology. With that nightmare behind them, they return to the real crisis. According to Shia, a vampire high lord is secretly controlling the vampire plot. Golan immediately understands this is no mere nuisance. Locke lays out the strategy. They must keep protecting Gerberga-sama as their trump card while also striking the vampire's headquarters and the High's Lord. But Golan asks the obvious problem. If Gerberga's power is so strong, can they use it in battle? Shia reveals a catastrophic detail she forgot to mention. If a High Lord drinks Divine Cock-sama's blood, a massive curse will build instantly and an interdimensional door will open. Eric's gratitude runs deeper than ceremony. He remembers the hero Luck who single-handedly held back the Majanarva F10 true years ago and says Luck gave him 2 treasures, Charlotte and Marie. To Eric, his current happiness exists because Luck survived that impossible sacrifice. 3 undead figures materialize in priestly robes, skulls grinning beneath their mitres. Their mere presence chills the room. The intruders are not vampires in the usual sense, but something older, rotted, and steeped in magic. The Lich Kings answer with magic, hurling spiraling force toward her. Celis remembers Locke's lesson. If magical power can be transferred through a weapon, it can also be fired back. She channels the enemy spell through the improvised candelabra and smashes the attack right back at them. The reflected magic tears through the room in violent arcs, and Celis proves she is no helpless noble daughter. Even against 3 Lich Kings, she swears she will completely fend off these nuisances. Spell after spell slams around her, forcing her to dodge through bursts of magical fire. She keeps moving, but the pressure is overwhelming, and one blast tears across the palace wall outside, alerting the guards to the battle inside. Before the arrows can reach the girls, Luck appears behind Celis and throws up a massive magical barrier. The barrage crashes against the shield and shatters harmlessly, while Celis looks up in shock, as Luck praises her for doing well. Luck identifies the real problem behind vampires: charm and subordination. Both turn former comrades into attackers, making ordinary soldiers and adventurers dangerous reinforcements. Eric and Luck have high resistance to mental abnormalities, but that does not mean they can simply recruit anyone. And Shia quickly insists that beastfolk should be allowed to fight, since those effects do not work on them. The planning is cut short when Luck senses danger. He springs to his feet, shouting that there is an intruder, then tells Eric he is taking a shortcut. Without waiting, he launches himself through the palace window toward the source of the attack. Luck crashes through the air on magic circles, bursting through shattered glass with deadly speed. He lands in the girl's room just as the magic arrows rain down, placing himself between Celis and certain death. As Luck holds the barrier, he pinpoints the enemy's position. The Lich Kings recoil behind their barrage, but their spell gives him the thread he needs to trace them through the chaos. The magical barrier flares brighter, absorbing the storm of arrows. Luck keeps one arm around Celis to shield her, his other hand pressed against the spell, calm enough to analyze everything even as the room shakes. He tells Celis she did well again, then ends the liches before they can recover. The magic compresses into a glowing sphere, and with a cold command, Luck turns the inside into a high-pressure, high-temperature, high-density hell. Implosion detonates, and the 3 Lich Kings vanish into dust in a blink. Celis can only whisper in awe. 3 Lich Kings, monsters that should terrify veteran adventurers, are erased instantly by the legendary Great Sage Luck Franzen. The gap between her and her so-called master becomes painfully, dazzlingly clear. But outside the room, the enemy's real commanders are just as confused. Hooded vampires demand to know what happened to the liches they sent in ahead of time. Luck realizes these must be the ringleaders, though they seem to be lesser vampires, and he coldly notes this is what happens when they rely on rotten brains. Then illusion magic peels away. The figure they thought was Luck shifts to a long-haired vampire with markings on his face, and the lesser vampires freeze as recognition hits. This is the 8th. Whatever hierarchy the vampires follow, someone far more important has stepped into the palace. The lesser vampires stammer that they came under the 6th's orders, but the 8th demands why the 6th's subordinates are here, and whether they intend to get in his way. Luck, hidden under Lucilla's illusion, pieces it together. Only lesser vampires can pass the castle's barrier, and this disguise successfully baited them into revealing there is someone above the 6th involved. The 8th presses them about their mission. They claim they are here to capture a chicken god, and he says he has not heard of it. One subordinate insists the High Lord himself assigned the mission, exposing another layer of the chain of command. The 8th keeps prying. The 6th apparently has many human subordinates, even within the royal palace, and some have already infiltrated the castle. When he mentions that the 6th was directly ordered by the High Lord too, Celis suddenly realizes the horrifying possibility. Roanna may be involved. The aftermath reveals the trick. A teleportation magic circle glows on the silver tray among scattered sweets. The liches were not summoned by drawing magic inside the palace, but brought in from outside on a prepared magical item. The disguised 8th confirms the circle can reach the 6th. Golan bursts toward the danger, while the lesser vampires finally realize something is wrong. Before they can react, the 8th draws a sword with icy calm and declares this is the end for them. Steel flashes. One lesser vampire is cut down before understanding what happened, and the others stare in horror as the 8th stands over them with cold, absolute authority. The illusion dissolves, revealing Luck in the 8th's place. Eric reunites with his daughters, holding Charlotte and Marie close, while Celis gives a relieved smile. But Luck's expression stays sharp, because the real mystery is not over. How did these enemies get into the magically defended royal palace? The answer begins with the tray. Golan and the guards gather around as Luck explains that drawing a teleportation circle inside the palace should be impossible, but bringing in a finished one is possible. When he asks Celis whether the silver tray had always been there, she remembers that Roanna brought it in with the sweets. Luck identifies the tray as a magical item that enables teleportation magic. That means Rowana must be seized immediately. Celis runs because she is the only one present who knows Rowana's face, and Luck sends Shia with her, warning that Rowana may be using subordination or charm. Then he turns to Golan and asks him to guard Gerberga Sama, because more enemy underlings may still be inside the palace. With Gerberga in Golan's protection, Luck prepares to move again. The palace has already been infiltrated, the maid Rowana is now the key suspect, and somewhere beyond that teleportation circle waits the sixth, another piece of the vampire conspiracy hiding right under the king's roof. Luck does not wait for permission. Gripping the strange sword, he declares he is going to kill the so-called sixth, the boss behind the palace infiltration, and Golan barely gets out a shocked protest before Luck steps straight into the teleportation circle. The magic activates beneath him, pulling him away in a flash. Luck lands in a different place entirely, crouched inside a smoky stone chamber, and the first thing he notices is the air itself. This place is not the palace anymore. A shadowy figure asks who he is, but before Luck can answer, a long-haired vampire in noble dress seizes the frightened subordinate by the face and snarls at him to back off. The subordinate instantly recognizes the newcomer as the eighth and panics. The long-haired vampire, still the disguise Luck is using, coldly mocks the lesser vampire for surviving the beastfolk attack and asks if he has a death wish. The terrified underling apologizes over and over, then reveals the sixth is indeed inside. The subordinate offers to guide the eighth, and the disguised Luck plays along. The moment the vampire turns his back, Luck's eyes narrow. He has a guide now, and that means he can walk straight into the enemy's base without wasting time. They move through a dark corridor lit by braziers, and Luck asks whether the place is new. The guide explains it is a fortress the sixth ordered villagers to build. Then the truth gets worse. The sixth attacked a nearby village, subordinated the survivors, and turned the controlled humans into labor. The guide talks about the villagers like tools, even laughing that the children who could not work became food. Luck's face goes still. That one sentence kills any remaining patience he had. Luck stops him right there. With a quiet, deadly smile, he says there is no need to guide him anymore. The vampire barely has time to wonder what that means before Luck takes position behind him on the stairs. The disguise drops with the first strike. Luck drives the vampire down with brutal force, his expression cold and controlled as black ash and blood-like darkness scatter through the corridor. He bursts into the central hall, landing before a throne where the real enemy waits. The sixth sits surrounded by vampire underlings, and when he adjusts his glasses, he realizes this intruder is no ally at all. Luck attacks without hesitation, cutting through the first wave before they can even identify him. Vampires snarl, asking who he is, but he has already moved past introductions and straight into execution. The sixth tries to stop him with overwhelming magic, filling the air with countless white spheres that detonate across the hall. Subordinates are caught in the blasts along with Luck, proving exactly what kind of ruler this monster is. Vampire bodies crumble in the explosion's wake, and Luck emerges through the storm with his sword raised. He condemns the sixth for engulfing his own allies with that shot, saying he expected no less from a fiendish boss. The sixth calls him a damned monster, but Luck snaps back for him to speak for himself. In the next instant, Luck closes the distance and slams his sword into the vampire's guard, forcing the sixth backward under raw pressure. Steel screams against steel. The sixth tries to match him with technique and speed, but Luck keeps driving in, carving through the exchange until the vampire's composed mask finally cracks. Luck grins inches from his enemy's face, complimenting the sword and demanding he hand it over. The sixth instantly changes tactics, forming a glowing magic sphere in his palm, but Luck is already too close. Before the sixth can fire, Luck kicks him square in the face. The impact crushes his glasses and sends blood spraying, leaving the vampire staggering and furious, unable to understand why this human keeps overwhelming him. The sixth rises again, wounded but still dangerous, and asks who Luck really is. Luck stands before him in silence, sword ready, his answer carried more by pressure than words. Luck finally gives only the identity he chose for this new life. Locke, F-rank adventurer. The sixth wheezes that the ambush has clearly failed if Locke could counterattack this quickly, and Locke points his blade down at him, demanding to know how the underlings were sent into the royal palace. The sixth laughs through the blood, mocking him for expecting a straight answer. Luck pauses, realizes the vampire has a point, then calmly rests his blade against the sixth's head with a smile that makes the threat perfectly clear. With the sword pressed to him, the sixth speaks like a curse. He tells the human to live peacefully until the day their lord kills him. Then his body begins dissolving into ash, slipping away from Luck's blade before the interrogation can truly begin. Luck reacts instantly, stabbing the sword down and unleashing magic around it, trying to catch what remains. But instead of answers, he hears voices, faint, desperate, and everywhere at once. In the darkness around the sword, the cries of the dead rise up. Help me. It hurts. I don't want to die. Save me. Mom. Luck stands still as the suffering of the subordinated villagers pours into him like a wound. He drags the trapped voices toward release, black energy swirling around the blade as he searches the fortress. The cries lead him to a barred room, where the truth waits behind the door. Inside are only bones, chained remains, scattered skulls, proof of people devoured and discarded. Luck kneels beside them and rests a hand on a skull, apologizing because he could not save them all. The weight of it hits him harder than battle. These people must have been terrified. It must have been painful. And with his head bowed in grief, Luck promises the dead that he will get revenge for every one of them. The fortress finally reacts. Bats gather in the night sky, alarm bells ring, and voices shout that an intruder has breached the stronghold. A swarm of vampires and bat-like creatures descends at once. Luck cuts through them like a storm. Bodies split, blood sprays, and the horde that rushed him becomes a carpet of corpses before they can even slow his advance. The remaining vampires try to flee, but the moment their governing lord is gone, the subordinated victims simply turn to ash. Luck stands amid a silent village, realizing there is no longer any living soul here to save. Only the wind answers him. Leaves drift beneath the moon, bats disappear into the dark, and a brazier burns outside the empty fortress while the battlefield falls unnervingly quiet. Luck stands alone with the sword planted in the ground, the ash settling around him. Whatever presence had been hiding inside the weapon, or the remnants tied to the sixth, hangs in the darkness for one final breath. The fortress courtyard lies empty now, scarred by battle and dusted with ash. Luck moves through the aftermath, passing the silent walls where the cries of the dead have finally faded. From the ramparts, he looks out toward the village below. Broken clothing and ash mark where people once stood, and Luck's face hardens as the full cost of arriving too late settles in. He stares at the abandoned settlement with haunted eyes. There is no way to save people who have already been subordinated by having their blood sucked. Once their lord is gone, they crumble into ash. The village is empty now. No life remains. The night moves on without mercy. A bat crosses the moon, leaves scatter in the wind, and the fortress fire crackles as if nothing happened at all. Back at the castle, Golan stands ready with guards behind him, while Eric waits at his side. They know the crisis is not over until Luck returns, and the tension at the gate is almost physical. When Luck finally comes back, Eric says it plainly. So he is back. Luck reports that he dealt with every last sickening vampire at the site. But his face twists with regret as he admits the nearby villages had already been annihilated. If only he had noticed their plans earlier. Golan refuses to let Luck shoulder that guilt alone. Luck had only returned to this world 10 days ago. If anyone must take a responsibility, Golan says it should be him, the guildmaster. He promises to send guild members to the destroyed villages so the victims can at least receive proper funerals. Then attention shifts to the captured maid, Roanna. She sits bound but alive, and when Luck asks who she is, Celis explains she was charmed after all. Shia adds that being charmed means treatment may still be possible, and Celis exhales in relief. The report worsens again. 5 people in the castle turn to ash, and 30 more lost consciousness, all because Luck defeated the lord controlling them from afar. If even the castle still held charmed or subordinated victims, Luck decides the palace is not safe for Gerberga-sama anymore. So he makes his choice. He will take Gerberga with him and kill the High Lord personally, protecting the divine bird with his life. At the Holy Magic Order, the mountain range is laid out before the queen and her priests like a battlefield map. The royal capital's barrier is still intact, but that is not the real emergency anymore. Tremors have been detected in the mountains, and the queen understands at once that something far worse is moving there. The queen sweeps her hand over the map, scattering magical light like dust across the landscape. Her gaze narrows on one point, and the priests react in alarm as the tremors form a clear pattern. The queen confirms the location without hesitations. Here, her people answer immediately, impressed that she found it so quickly. A fast horse sent by the king has already arrived with urgent news. They are going to strike the High Lord. The queen connects the message to the tremors at once. The High Lord is hiding somewhere in these mountains, and the order is given. Contact the beastfolk there, and have them forward the message from this point on. The queen turns to the archpriest with a new command. Gather as many A-class priests as possible to support them. This is no longer only Eric's battlefield. The queen herself intends to head there personally, strengthening the barrier around the mountain belt and restricting the High Lord's movements. The archpriest should be terrified, but instead he practically glows with excitement. To him, This crisis is sacred history in motion. The Queen's holy magic is said to be the strongest in the entire holy magic order, and the chance to chant beside her is the highest honor imaginable. The priests remember the legend with almost religious awe. Levi, the queen, was not part of the party that defeated the Majin ruler because she was pregnant, but some believe that if she had gone with them, even great sage Luck might have returned sooner. Far away, Luck suddenly sneezes, as if the praise reached him across the night. Golan asks if Luck caught a cold from sleeping with his belly exposed and even promises to warm him better next time, which makes Luck immediately question whether this man is secretly his mother. Luck insists he is fine, then realizes he has not seen Levi yet. Eric answers that Levi is at the cathedral, commanding the country's holy magic order. Luck finally understands why Levi was not in the castle during the attack. She was originally the healer of their old party, and if she had been present, the lesser vampires might never have breached the palace. Eric admits the enemy took good advantage of her absence, but for now, they can only leave the castle to Celis and the others while focusing on the High Lord. Back at the castle, the night air grows tense. Celis stands guard with one of Golan's long swords, while Lucilla stays close behind with Gerberga. When Celis asks to join the extermination, Golan refuses immediately. Celis protests that she has enough combat training and can handle lesser vampires, but Golan shuts her down with painful honesty. Bluntly put, she would be a burden. Celis clenches her fists and accepts it through frustration, until Luck steps in with a different idea. Why not give her one of Golan's 2 swords? Golan does not understand at first, so Luck explains. Celis fights just like her father and has the strength to match. A long sword with reach should suit her far better than a normal blade. Golan hesitates, but even he has to admit Luck may be right. Luck lays out the real reason. Other underlings may still be hiding inside the castle, and he wants Celis to protect the princesses and the others. Then he smiles and asks if his apprentice can handle that. Celis lights up instantly. Celis accepts with overflowing joy, proudly taking on the duty while Lucilla claps for her. For a moment, it feels like a heroic assignment, until Celis admits to herself that she might have been sweet-talked by Luck again, and then reality answers that thought in the worst possible way. A swarm of winged enemies descends on the castle roof. Celis stands alone before them, long sword planted in her hands, and the scale of the attack finally hits her. This does not look like a simple guard duty at all. The vampires sneer at the sight of a young girl standing in their way. They call her a stupid boy and demand she hand over the bird, but Celis tightens her grip on the sword and steps into her stance. She raises the long sword over her head, calm and focused while the lead vampire bares its teeth. The enemy thinks she is prey. Celis is about to prove otherwise. Celis launches forward and announces herself with full force. Loxama's greatest apprentice, F-rank warrior Celis Morton, at your service. Her blade stretches across the space between them, and the vampires realize too late that her reach is absurd. The lead vampire laughs at the idea of an F-rank, but the joke dies in its throat. Celis closes the distance with the long sword already extended, forcing the vampire to retreat from a weapon it underestimated. The vampires rage and begin gathering magic, preparing to blast her apart. But Luck's lesson echoes in Celis's mind. There is only one way for a warrior to beat a sorcerer. Make the end of your sword reach the enemy first. Just the tip is enough. Celis obeys that lesson perfectly. She thrusts before the spell can fire, cutting off the vampire's timing and forcing them onto the defensive with every step. One vampire gives up on fighting Celis and orders the others to grab the divine cock instead. A vampire dives toward Lucilla, but Lucilla reacts instantly, trapping the attacker beneath a cage before it can reach Gerberga. The vampire freezes, horrified by the sudden counter. The trap erupts with blinding light, and a phoenix-shaped illusion roars out in flames. The vampires scream as the burning phantom engulfs them, and even Celis is stunned by how real the heat feels. Lucilla's illusion magic overwhelms the fleeing enemies. A massive phoenix of light and flame fills the castle grounds, and Celis decides that anyone trying to escape can be left to Lucilla. Lucilla answers with fierce confidence, "Luxon Papa, leave this castle to me." Meanwhile, Luck and the others ride beneath the stars toward the mountain range. Gerberga is tucked safely close to Luck's cloak, and Luck apologizes for the cramped space while promising to protect the divine bird. Eric studies the mountains grimly. The High Lord's hideout, being only a day's journey from the royal capital, is an insult and a threat. Golan warns that finding the exact spot in this entire mountain belt will be brutal. But before they can move further, Luck senses something. A beastfolk scout drops from above and kneels before Eric. By decree of the Queen, he has uncovered the High Lord's hideout. Eric praises him, but the scout warns that the vampire numbers are overwhelming, and their current forces are nowhere near enough to attack directly. Eric asks if the beast folk can lure the other vampires away. The scout immediately accepts, saying they will put their tribe's pride on the line for the chance to show the king their valor. Eric entrusts the task to them, ordering them to act without dishonoring the beast folk. Shia receives the order with wide-eyed resolve. Luck calls to her, then hands over the sword he took from the Sixth Lord. Shia tests the blade and realizes it is incredibly light, far better than an ordinary weapon. Luck tells her she can have it. The blade survived clashing against the Magian ruler's sword, so it must be exceptional. Eric has a holy sword, Golan has a magical fire sword, and Luck has the Magian ruler's cursed blade. For this fight, Shia's current sword would be too unreliable. Golan worries about giving her a lord's sword and asks if it is cursed, but Luck has already checked it with appraisal magic. Shia realizes he saw right through her excitement, then accepts the weapon with gratitude, promising to watch Luck's back. Luck smiles and tells her he will be depending on her. Under the crescent moon, the beast folk put the plan into motion. Bat-like vampires flood the night sky, drawn away from the hideout exactly as intended. Eric watches the movement carefully, but something still feels off. They reach the supposed location, only to find bare rock and silence. Eric says the beast folk appear to have lured the enemies away, but the hideout should be around here. Instead, there is nothing. Shia spots the answer. Concealment magic has been cast. Luck agrees, and with a precise gesture he releases the spell, causing a hidden seal to flare into view. The disguise peels away, and a massive entrance appears in the rock face. A circular magic ripple expands around the doorway as the hidden stronghold reveals itself at last. Luck casts Sleep Cloud, sending a thick coil of magic mist streaming into the entrance. The cloud winds through the corridor, pushing ahead like a silent, invisible weapon beneath the moonlit sky. Golan charges in after the cloud, explaining the plan's effect. Vampires may have high mental resistance, but lesser vampires and subordinated humans can be rendered powerless by Sleep Cloud. That means only the arch-level enemies and lords should remain standing. Golan grins, then he will not hold back. Inside the corridor, Golan storms through. Subordinated humans slump unconscious instead of dying, while lesser vampires collapse into ash or fall helplessly, leaving the path open for the real fight ahead. Then Golan launches himself like a living siege weapon, blasting straight through stone and enemy lines. Vampires are scattered, walls crumble, and the legendary warrior advances with terrifying momentum. Golan lands amid ruined stone, hefting his massive sword across his shoulder. His eyes sharpen, and the silence around him becomes heavier than any roar. The enemy ahead is waiting. A tall female vampire appears before them with a chilling smile. She says she has found His Majesty the King, and because her lord lies beyond this point, she graciously asks them to take their leave, by leaving their lives behind. The female vampire's confidence only grows. She toys with a split medallion in her fingers, and Eric recognizes it instantly, a cursed medallion. She admits she received special permission from her lord to use it, but then Luck notices the impossible detail first. The medallion is already split. The ground shakes violently as the true nest reveals itself behind her. A monstrous fortress-like shape looms in the darkness, and Golan's instincts scream danger. He mutters that he has a very bad feeling about this. Just before the earth erupts, a colossal undead dragon tears free from the ground, bones and rotting flesh bursting through stone. The ancient dragon zombie rises over them like a mountain of death, and even legends have to brace themselves against the shockwave. Golan shouts the name in disbelief. A dragon zombie. The vampire corrects him with a smile, an ancient dragon zombie, and asks if they truly thought they could defeat something like that. The dragon unleashes a corrosive poison breath, but Eric instantly raises a glowing magic barrier. The poisonous blast crashes against the shield instead of eating through them, while the ground around them hisses and dissolves under the fumes. Shia warns Luck that this one is going to be a doozy, and Golan urges him to run ahead if they can buy time. As the poison roars around them, the old words return, about the path to the interdimensional rift being a one-way road, and the debt they could never repay. Eric and Golan face Luck with the same resolve they carried 10 years ago. This time, they tell him to leave the monster to them and head on first. Their smiles are fierce, but the meaning is heavy. They are ready to hold the line for him. Luck says nothing at first, then accepts it. He leaves the fight to them and rushes forward with Gerberga and Lucilla, while the female vampire snarls that they will not get away. Golan snaps back at her, amazed she has time to look away during a fight. He closes his in, but the vampire barely smiles, then reveals she was not relying only on the dragon zombie. She used the cursed medallion's power on herself too. Magic circles blaze around the vampire's body as she transforms, declaring she is no ordinary lord anymore. Strengthened by the cursed power, she becomes a far more dangerous obstacle for Eric and Golan. Meanwhile, at the cathedral, Queen Levi stands at the head of the Holy Magic Order. Priests gather beneath the massive cross, ready to pour their faith and magic into the barrier operation. Levi gives the command. Starting now, they will strengthen the entire barrier around the High Lord's location and obstruct the enemy's movements. The priests kneel and pray for divine protection as the operation begins. Near the High Lord's forest hideout, the beastfolk are already fighting for their lives. Bats swarm overhead, explosions tear through the trees, and Shia cuts through enemies while her tribe struggles to keep the vampire forces occupied. A beastfolk warrior is struck down, blood spraying as a Lord-class vampire steps in. The enemy mocks them, warning that he will annihilate the lot of them if they get carried away. The beastfolk realize the danger immediately. If a Lord is here, they need at least 3 people to attack at once. Shia moves with the sword Luck gave her, while her comrades rush in to surround the enemy. But there are too many lords. Shia decides they cannot win by brute force, so she orders a gradual retreat, planning to drag the enemies into a war of attrition and sound the gong to signal withdrawal. The vampire lord sees through the retreat at once. He laughs, claiming they are trying to lure them away so a detached force can assault the High Lord's real location. In the trees, the beastfolk grit their teeth as their plan is exposed. Far deeper inside the enemy territory, the true High Lord sits on a throne surrounded by bones and shadow. A monstrous aura coils behind him, and he sneers that immense power resides in that man after all. Luck breaks through the defenses in a flash, blasting open the path before the throne. He lands inside the chamber and locks eyes with the source of that overwhelming malevolence. The High Lord greets them with a smile, calling them rude and promising to educate them. Lucilla freezes at the pressure, realizing this is not like the ordinary lords at all. The malice pouring from him is on another level. Luck immediately warns Shia to be careful, because the High Lord has an offensive barrier. Lucilla, still clinging close, murmurs that Luck is the same as always. But then something behind the High Lord catches their attention. A barred structure sits behind the enemy, and the others wonder what it could be. Before they can focus on it, the High Lord lunges in with terrifying speed, and Lucilla barely has time to say it might be something important. Shia blocks at the last instant, her new blade clashing against the High Lord's magic-laced hand. He grins at her reaction time, impressed a human could respond so quickly, while Lucilla realizes her eyes could not follow him at all. Luck, unfazed, mutters that charm does not work on him, turning the enemy's trick into a mere heads-up. The High Lord asks for his name with delighted curiosity, but Luck flatly refuses to give him one. The High Lord accepts that answer with cruel amusement. Shia quickly assesses the fight and realizes the enemy is already aware of her presence. If she is going to create a chance for Luck, she may only get one shot. She charges in, blade flashing. The High Lord moves to counter, but Shia's attack forces him to respond, and Luck watches the timing with razor-sharp focus. The High Lord raises his barrier, confident it will stop them, only for Luck's sword to rip through it. The vampire recoils, stunned that his defense was broken. Shia follows up immediately, slashing in from the side. The High Lord evades the fatal line, but he cannot avoid everything, and the exchange finally proves he can be reached. Luck calmly announces that he has taken the High Lord's left arm. Shia's hope surges. If her slashes are combined with Luck's attacks, they can win. But the High Lord only laughs and asks what Luck means by that. The answer comes in a sickening twist. The arm is not gone. Black mist swirls around the severed limb, and the High Lord reveals that even Luck's terrifying blade will not work on him so easily. Lucilla panics, realizing Luck's blade does not work the way it should. The High Lord explains why. He has unfathomably more mana than a lord, far too much to absorb in a single hit. Still, Luck understands the key point. It is not useless, just not enough all at once. Luck squares up again as floating magic seals gather around the High Lord. He worries about Eric and Golan, but this enemy is already proving to be a nightmare in front of him. Back outside, Golan braces against an endless barrage from the strengthened vampire lord. Magic blasts rain down again and again, and he clicks his tongue, realizing the attacks just keep coming. Eric suddenly moves past him, telling Golan this is a baton pass and ordering him to take care of the dragon zombie. Golan barely has time to process the switch before Eric launches himself toward the female vampire. The ancient dragon zombie looms over the battlefield while Eric charges in. The female vampire laughs at him for ditching his comrade, but Eric only asks what she is talking about, unfazed by the insult. Golan plants himself before the dragon zombie and raises his massive weapon. He admits it is surprising that the undead beast can still radiate such terror, then decides the next step is simple. Make it feel the fear of death. Eric smiles because the setup was never reckless. He simply put the right person in the right place. With a spell of levitation, he closes the distance to the female vampire. while she realizes he is coming straight for her. The vampire tries to retreat, but Eric is already there. His calm voice cuts colder than his blade. She is not getting away. And when she asks who is really escaping, his presence is suddenly right behind her. The truth hits her too late: cloning. The vampire cheerfully declares she will make Eric part of her family, leaning in to turn the king into her servant. She reaches for King Eric's face, ready to claim him. But his eyes sharpened. In the next instant, blood erupts from her face as Eric's counter lands cleanly, proving the former hero is not someone a vampire can casually dominate. The female lord lunges for Eric with charm in her eyes, only for her confidence to shatter. Her power refuses to take hold, and Eric calmly brushes himself off, declaring the reason with merciless composure. Sadly for her, he is already married. Eric turns the rejection into a lecture. Hero blood grants high poison and mental resistance, making him a terrible target for charm. Then, with a smile sharp enough to cut, he adds that the same blood is perfect for eradicating witches, and the female vampire explodes in fury. Before she can recover, a sacred force crashes down. The vampire staggers as her power begins to fade, and she realizes a holy barrier has been raised over the mountains. Eric only smiles, because the battlefield itself is now turning against her. At the Grand Cathedral, Queen Levi stands at the center of the ritual, staff raised high. Around her, priests chant in unison, layering holy magic into luminous rings that spread across the sky like a divine net. The effect reaches the beastfolk front at once. Shia notices the Lord's movement slowing, and the tribe chief instantly seizes the opening. The gong is sounded, the order is given, and the beastfolk charge together. They strike as one, rushing through the forest while the barrier weighs the vampires down. The enemy tries to resist, but the coordinated assault finally breaks through. The vampire lord is cut down in a spray of ash and blood. As his body collapses, he snarls that they will never win against that man, against their high lord, before vanishing into dust. Back on the dragon battlefield, Golan squares up against the ancient dragon zombie. With a grin, he decides it is time to clean this thing up too, then charges straight into the monster's roaring maw. Golan slams his sword into the ground and unleashes a brutal surge of power, driving forward through the dragon's attack as the undead beast towers over him. But the strain hits him in the worst possible place. A sharp crack of pain shoots through his lower back and Golan freezes, sweating in horror. His poor hips. The ancient dragon zombie capitalizes instantly, blasting a beam of death straight at him. Golan is knocked away, only for a shadow to stab into his back. Someone catches him before the attack can finish him. Golan realizes Eric's support has healed him just in time. With a grateful shout, he steadies himself, while the dragon readies another blast across the battlefield. Recharged, Golan swings with everything he has. His massive sword carves through the air, carrying enough force to tear into the undead dragon's body. The blow lands with catastrophic force. Bone, rotten flesh, and dark energy split apart as the ancient dragon zombie is cleaved open. Luck forms a glowing sigil in his hand and unleashes life transfer. Draining touch, the spell strikes the High Lord directly, ripping vitality from him as he howls. The High Lord reels, and Luck drives in again with his sword. The enemy stumbles backward under the combined assault, but then tries to retreat, and Luck clicks his tongue in frustration. The High Lord flees toward Gerberga, but the divine bird suddenly lets out a ridiculous powerful crow. The sound crashes through the chamber like a holy alarm, making everyone freeze in shock. The High Lord's face twists in fury. He reveals the reason he brought Gerberga here himself. The divine bird is meant to be a sacrifice for the dark gods. Luck immediately gets a bad feeling, but the High Lord only laughs that their defeat is already written in stone. Then Luck spots the object hidden in the enemy's mouth, a cursed medallion. He realizes the High Lord has prepared an even uglier trump card, and the vampire's body begins to change again under the curse. The pressure erupts outward. Lucilla is forced low. Shia braces herself with her sword, and Luck holds his ground as the High Lord's cursed power floods the chamber. At the Grand Cathedral, the same shock hits Levi and her priests. Blood sprays from the chanting clergy, bodies collapse, and Levi grips her head as she wonders what this massive pressure is. Levi recognizes the catastrophe immediately. A powerful anti-barrier has been erected around the mountains, and the force is strong enough to threaten even the holy magic supporting Luck's side. In the chamber, the High Lord rises wreathed in black power, laughing that this is the divine protection of the gods of the dark. Luck drops to one knee beneath the crushing force. The High Lord reaches toward Gerberga and asks if he should feast on the divine cock's blood. Luck glares through the pressure, while Gerberga trembles inside his cloak. The shock spreads back through the battlefield, breaking the holy barrier. Eric and Golan feel the strange pressure vanish and immediately realize something is wrong with Luck and the others, so they rush toward the inner chamber. Inside, the High Lord floats above them with the Dark God's protection blazing around him. Luck and Shia recognize the horrifying truth. His power has become something far beyond a normal vampire's. The High Lord explains the cruelty of his blessing. The dark divine protection restrains him too, but because his God loves him so greatly, the restraint-crushing Luck is even worse. The effect reaches the cathedral again. Levi staggers, priests collapse around her, and one warns that continuing the ritual could damage the royal capital's barrier itself. Levi's head pounds, but the fight is not over. Levi demands her backup staff and refuses to give up. Eric and his comrades are fighting to protect the country, so she declares that the church must deliver God's divine protection, even if she is the only one left standing. Her priests rise with her. Bloodied and shaken, they vow to reconstruct the barrier, and Levi smiles with fierce confidence. She promises to take care of their lives, and the Holy Magic Order answers with a roar. The priests rally behind their queen, chanting that they will win with God's divine protection. The archpriest watches in awe, remembering Levi's true form, not merely a docile queen, but the ultimate saint known as the Dragon Fist Maiden. Back in the chamber, Luck's body is nearly frozen under the pressure. The High Lord watches him closely, and Luck's hand trembles as he fights to force his fingers around his weapon. The High Lord is amused that Luck can still move at all. Luck answers by casting Dual Barrier, forcing himself forward through the oppressive divine restraint. But even that is not enough. Luck resorts to a desperate old technique, marionette, using magic like puppet strings on his own body. Every muscle screams as though being torn apart, but it is the only way to move his paralyzed body again. Luck locks onto his target, the crystal core fueling the anti-barrier. The High Lord realizes what he is aiming for and snarls that he will never let Luck reach it, while Lucilla prepares to create an opening. Lucilla charges in with her dagger, slashing at the High Lord and forcing him to react. He spits that she is no better than a dog, but her attack buys the single heartbeat Luck needed. Luck refuses to waste Shia and Lucilla's opening. Dragging his own body forward by magic alone, he closes the last step toward the crystal core and reaches it. But the High Lord smiles. Luck's hand is almost there, yet the vampire calmly tells him, "Too bad. The barrier's source is within reach, but the enemy's final counter is already moving." The High Lord grins through the darkness and declares that Luck cannot move. His blackened hand shoots out, trying to crush Luck before he can reach the core. But Luck forces his trembling arm forward anyway, refusing to stop even while his own body is being held down. Shia throws herself into the fight at the exact moment the High Lord moves. She slashes into the dark restraint and shouts that she will cover Luck's back, making Luck call her name in alarm as she risks everything to buy him another second. Luck accepts her resolve instantly. Shia answers with a bright, fearless yes, and while the High Lord clicks his tongue, Luck roars that he will force his way in like this. The blade in his hand pushes forward against the impossible pressure. Luck drives the sword into the barrier's core, but the High Lord laughs that it is futile. Inside this barrier, he says magic cannot be used freely, while dark beings have their power amplified. But Luck cuts through the speech, telling him to look carefully. The High Lord finally notices it, right at Luck's hand. The barrier's power is weakening. The dark bindings around the core are being eaten away, and the vampire realizes with disbelief that what is forming here is not his anti-barrier anymore. A holy barrier blooms in the very heart of the enemy's sanctuary. The High Lord stares in horror, unable to understand who could form a barrier in this place of all places. Luck steps in close, coldly says they have talked enough, and tells him to just die already. Luck's strike lands. The High Lord's body bursts apart from the impact, black blood and ash scattering as the holy light tears through the dark protection he trusted so completely. For one stunned instant, the High Lord can only stare. Shia realizes the truth first. Someone interfered at the decisive moment. Luck looks back, and Lucilla sees the image of a woman in vestments appear in radiant light behind them. That woman stands like a saint carved out of dawn, long hair flowing, hands extended, holy magic blazing around her. The barrier that saved them was not a coincidence. It was Levi. The High Lord's body dissolves into bats and ash as he curses that he will remember this. Luck, suddenly back to his deadpan self, pulls Gerberga Sama from his cloak and announces that it is the divine bird's turn. Gerberga answers with a simple cluck, and the High Lord finally understands true fear. Outside, the entire mountain shakes with Gerberga's crowing. Beastfolk warriors, priests, and surviving allies all look toward the ruined peak as the sound echoes across the battlefield. Even as the High Lord crumbles, he can only gasp that he is being defeated in a place like this. When the ash settles, Luck stands with Gerberga in his arms while Shia stares at the empty space where the woman had been. Shia says she could have sworn a woman in vestments was behind them, and Luck quietly answers that he knows. At the cathedral, Levi turns away from the ritual, staff in hand, her expression softening. Luck's answer follows in memory. That was Levi, and as the exhausted priests watch her, she announces with a gentle smile that the night is over. The High Lord has been defeated. The Holy Magic Order erupts into relief and celebration. Levi returns her staff and looks toward the cross, silently hoping she has repaid Luck even a little for everything he once gave them. Back in the High Lord's ruined chamber, Eric and Golan finally catch up and call out Luck's real name in panic. Luck answers that he is okay somehow, even while holding Gerberga, and Golan immediately freaks out over the ash on the floor, realizing the High Lord has already been reduced to dust. Luck shows them the dark fragment he pulled from the core. He explains that it was the divine protection of the gods of the dark, and that the ominous magic they felt came from here. The pressure had completely paralyzed him, and even Eric is shaken by the sheer power left in that remnant. Luck asks why Eric and Golan were not affected. Golan says he felt a strange burden but could still move, so Luck reasons the effect must have had a short range. Then he notices Shia's wounds and panics, but she insists she is fine. Luck had protected her vital areas with magic, leaving only scratches. She apologizes instead, saying Luck was the one who had to protect her. Luck, exhausted, admits he could not make a barrier strong enough to cover her entire body inside that field. Still, Shia points out the obvious. Even under that impossible barrier, Luck defeated the High Lord. Luck shrugs it off by saying he had a goddess's divine protection, while privately thinking Levi looked more like a goddess of war than anything. Then the memory of her smile lingers, and Eric accepts the message with quiet warmth when Luck asks him to thank Levi and tell her she was a lifesaver. Luck reflects on the 10 years he spent fighting alone in the interdimensional rift, so used to solo combat that it became second nature. But now, with allies shielding his back, striking beside him, and reaching him across distance, he realizes how different this battle felt. Levi's presence, Shia's blade, Lucilla's courage, Eric and Golan's trust. Luck thinks that having comrades watching your back is actually pretty nice. Shia tilts her head at his quiet smile, not quite understanding what changed inside him. The mood breaks when Luck finally remembers the cage. Everyone turns, and inside lies a huge wolf, still sleeping with its mouth open. Luck concludes it is a wolf. Golan adds that it is huge, and since it refuses to wake, Luck dryly wonders if his sleep cloud is still doing its job. Golan asks Shia if she was about to explain it earlier, and she admits she knew. According to her, this is not just a wolf cub. It is a sacred beast. Sacred wolves have existed since mythical times, sharing a common ancestor with the Lycan tribe. And Shia says the two lineages respect one another. Luck asks if the wolf has divine power like Gerberga-sama, but Shia immediately denies it. Still, she insists the wolf is incredibly smart, understands human language, and does not attack people. Since it looks so pitiful in the cage, Golan suggests they simply let it go. Luck opens the cage and calls the wolf out. For one heavy second, only glowing eyes stare back from the darkness. Then the giant wolf lunges straight at Luck with its jaws wide open. Luck yells that Shia said it would not attack, while the wolf chomps onto him in a panic. Shia desperately tries to calm it down, reminding it that the vampires are already gone and that Luck saved it. The wolf finally stops, then drops into a full prostrate apology so dramatic that Luck can only stare. Shia later explains that the sacred wolf was likely captured by the vampires to research the Lycan tribe, because it shares their ancestor and appears immune to charm and subordination. Once released, Luck tells it to run free and not attack people anymore, and the wolf answers with a solemn howl before bounding down the corridor. The wolf's departure turns into another surprise. The rescued beastfolk and allies cheer outside the hideout, while Eric smiles and says the achievement was Luck's from the start. The crowd roars, celebrating the end of the High Lord's reign. Eric raises his weapon before everyone and declares it clearly. The ringleader of the dark beings nesting in this land, the High Lord, has been defeated. This victory belongs to all of them, and he orders everyone to proudly raise their cries of triumph. The battlefield explodes in howls. Beastfolk, Wolf, and Comrades all cry out together, while Eric lifts his blade high. Golan grabs Luck in a crushing hug. Luck nearly suffocates, and the night finally feels like a victory instead of a nightmare. And just like that, the group begins the return to the royal capital. Horses carry them down from the mountains, but behind the trees, the sacred wolf quietly follows at a distance. Golan notices first and asks if the wolf is following them. Shia guesses it feels indebted to Luck for saving it, but Luck tells the wolf it is free now and can do whatever it wants. The wolf only looks up at him with sparkling eyes. Shia smiles and says that because the wolf is free to do as it wishes, it has chosen to follow Luck. Eric points out that the wolf is alone now too. Luck studies the eager animal, and something in that simple truth reaches him. Luck asks if the wolf really wants to come with him. The wolf answers with an enthusiastic howl and happily accepts his hand. Luck leans in, rests his forehead against the wolf's, and decides that starting today, it is part of his family. The decision changes the whole journey home. The wolf trots along proudly, Shia beams at how wonderful it is, and even Golan watches with a softened expression as Luck rides with his new companion padding beside him. At last, the royal capital comes into view, its bridges, towers, and palace shining in the distance. The long night of vampires is over, and the survivors return home with a divine bird, a sacred wolf, and proof that the threat can be beaten. Back at the palace, Eric's daughters rush forward in relief, calling for their father. One princess throws herself into his arms, while the other says they are most glad for his safe return. Eric answers that he is glad they are fine too, and they proudly explain that big sister Chelis and Lucilla-sama protected them. The proof is scattered across the floor, piles of magic stones left from defeated vampires. Luck notes that they all came from the attackers, and Lucilla reports around 20 attacked while they defeated 15. Celis tries to downplay it by saying they were only lesser vampires, but Luck picks up one stone and points out an arch-vampire's stone mixed in. Everyone reacts in shock, but Celis only remembers that there was one somewhat strong enemy among them. She says she defeated it before it could use strengthen, so she could not tell. Luck grins, thinking that calling an arch-vampire somewhat strong is exactly what he would expect from Golan's daughter, while Golan himself nearly malfunctions with pride and disbelief. Golan finally gathers himself and tells Celis she did well. He admits he is proud to be her father, and Celis, overwhelmed and blushing, thanks him through tears. Luck watches with a soft smile, but the peace does not erase the larger danger. Arch-vampires broke through the royal capital's barrier, and that means the castle's security has to be re-examined immediately. With the vampire crisis finally behind him, Luck looks out over a quiet estate near the royal palace, and reaches a surprisingly simple conclusion. After 10 years of endless battle and a life of pretending to be a rookie, what he wants now is not glory. He wants a home. The capital has returned to ordinary life. Smoke rises from street food, merchants laugh over skewers, and the castle watches from the hill above. But in a narrow alley below, a ragged hooded girl slips through the crowd, unnoticed by everyone. The girl hides under a fruiting tree and gnaws on stolen-looking pears with desperate hunger. She eats fast, stuffs more into her clothes, then keeps moving, until she stops before an old wall and a hanging pipe, as if she knows exactly where to go. Down the alley, two rough-looking men appear. The girl jolts and runs before they can reach her, while the men continue past the worn buildings, searching the area with sharp, suspicious eyes. The girl slips into a broken opening near the ground. Dragging herself through the darkness like this is a familiar escape route. A rat scurries ahead of her, and the tunnel swallows her whole. By the time the men realize something is off, only the empty passage remains. One of them stares after her, and lets out a startled, drawn-out realization. Later, Luck and the others stand before the estate Eric prepared for him. Golan calls it stylish and notes that Luck is basically an archduke now, but Luck is already thinking like a practical homeowner. This place looks like a nightmare to clean. The princesses explain that nobles usually raise apprentices, children with no claim to inheritance who help with household work. One asks what an apprentice is, while another says the royal family has 3 of their own away on business with their mother. Golan adds that the paperwork is easier than adoption, and proposes that Lucilla become Luck's apprentice. Lucilla blushes hard, clutching Gerberga-sama as she says that being part of a family with Luck would be an honor. Golan then casually points out they will still need helpers and cooks, and Shia immediately volunteers for cleaning, only for Luck to remind her that she is supposed to be his pupil, not his servant. Inside the estate, everyone starts picking rooms. Lucilla happily chooses one with Gerberga in her arms. The princesses get excited about the bedrooms, and Luck tries to shoo royalty back to their own home while he and the sacred wolf explore the upper walkway. Luck steps into the tower, finding a Katzerchler room lined with shelves beneath a chandelier. The place is impressive and strangely quiet, the kind of room that feels like it was built for watching, reading, and keeping secrets. As they check the furnished rooms, Golan asks how Luck likes the house. Luck admits Eric prepared everything necessary for living, and then adds something else. The garden is huge, pleasant, and even the sacred wolf, now called Garb, seems thrilled. Golan reacts to the name Garb while the wolf barks happily beside Luck. Still, the estate raises questions. There are a surprising number of vacant houses near the royal palace, once owned by heirless barons, and Luck wonders why they ended up under royal control. Luck eyes the scout tower next, deciding it must have been built by someone who loved towers and that he will make it his room. Golan, however, quietly notes that the tower feels exaggerated for a baron's estate and promises to look into it at the guild. Night settles over the estate. The tower stands against the clouds, the halls go silent, and in one bedroom the princesses sleep peacefully while a beastfolk girl curls up at their side. But Luck is pulled from sleep by Lucilla's urgent voice. He wakes with Gerberga already flapping in confusion, and Lucilla explains that when she got up to use the washroom, she heard suspicious sounds, maybe even a person's voice. Lucilla trembles as she describes it more clearly, a hateful girl's voice coming from the cellar, crying things like "it hurts and help me." Luck's sleepy brain catches up fast. He realizes Eric may have handed him a stigmatized property, then immediately bolts toward the cellar. Luck opens the cellar door with Lucilla close behind. The air below is heavy and dark, and as they descend, both of them hear the faint, pained voices echoing from somewhere beneath the house. The deeper they go, the clearer the sounds become. Luck raises a hand, listening carefully, while Lucilla steals herself beside him. At the bottom waits a narrow stairway leading into deeper shadow. In the cellar corridor, the cries grow sharper. "It hurts. Oh, and help me." Luck opens a door and asks Lucilla for light, and she nervously conjures a glowing orb to pierce the darkness. The light reveals the source in the most alarming way possible. A girl hanging upside down from the ceiling, looking every bit like a ghost. Lucilla and Gerberga freeze in horror as the limp figure sways in the dark. Upstairs, the commotion wakes the others. The beastfolk girl tumbles out of bed. The princess sits up, half asleep, and when they reach the cellar, Lucilla clings to Luck, crying that it is a ghost while Luck stares at the dangling stranger in disbelief. Luck quickly realizes this is not a ghost at all. He cuts the girl down and catches her as she yells to be let down because it hurts. Lucilla, still furious and frightened, insists this is a burglar and wants to hand her straight to the authorities. The ragged girl thanks Luck with a bright smile and introduces herself as Milka. When Luck asks what she was doing there, she apologizes and explains that she thought the place was vacant, so she stayed in it. Her parents died long ago, her grandfather raised her, and after he died too, their home was seized because of hidden debts. Milka explains she had been evicted and forced to live in the sewers, until a wall collapsed by chance and revealed a passage connected to this house. Luck nearly chokes at the revelation. His new estate is connected to the sewers. Worse, Milka says she never expected a trap to be set there. She leads them to the hidden opening under the floor. Luck peers down and immediately starts thinking. A mere baron's estate with a hidden passage is strange enough, but a passage to the sewers under a house near the palace is something far more suspicious. Luck decides they need to head down and inspect it before sealing the sewer entrance. Milka comes too, and the group walks through the underground passage with magic lights floating around them, trying to understand what this tunnel was really built for. The collapsed section appears to be simple decay from neglect, so Luck temporarily patches the hole. But the underground passage continues far beyond that point, and the sound of wind proves it goes much farther than anyone expected. Before moving on, Luck uses magic, hardening and permanence, to reinforce the broken area, planning to buy proper stones tomorrow for a better repair. Then Milka timidly asks if she can stay down here, saying the passage is unused and safer than the streets. Luck refuses to let her run ahead into an unknown passage and warns her about traps. Milka, eager to prove useful, offers to go first as if that is what rich people would normally order a poor child to do. Luck's face tightens, realizing exactly how little she has been protected. He places a hand gently on Milka's head and tells her she does not have to put herself at risk. A veteran adventurer like him would never fall for a trap, he says with total confidence, then proudly clarifies that he is a veteran F-rank adventurer. Milka, misunderstanding completely, decides F-rank must be amazing. Lucilla tries to explain that Milka does not understand his literal joke, and Luck immediately realizes his attempt at humor failed. As they prepare to proceed, Milka addresses him with solemn respect as F-rank Loxon, leaving Luck silently begging her to forget that part. They climb and climb through the passage, and Luck starts to piece together their destination. The tunnel keeps rising, which means it may not be leading toward the sewers at all anymore. At the top, they reach what looks like a dead end. But Luck can sense the truth at once. It is blocked by a powerful spell, the kind of security one might use for the royal palace treasury. For a hidden passage under a former baron's estate, that level of protection is absurd. Luck decides to test it himself. With Analyze, Trace, and Dispel, he clears a 6-layer magical lock instantly, making Lucilla stare in awe as the wall cracks open under the force of his magic. The blocked wall collapses, but behind it is another wall. Luck taps it and casually says this one is ordinary. Then, without hesitation, he punches straight through it. The fist bursts into the room beyond, terrifying everyone on the other side. Luck awkwardly pokes his head in and starts to say he thought he heard something, only to realize the person facing him is Levi herself. The hidden passage leads directly into the royal palace. Luck steps into a refined room through the smashed wall, and Levi asks what he is doing there. Luck sweats, explaining he will tell her everything if she lets him come inside first, while admitting the house Eric gave him is connected underground to the palace. Luck thanks Levi for saving them during the High Lord battle, but the awkwardness only grows. He insists he was not loitering near her room, and Levi calmly points out that her bedroom is next door. Then she adds that he is lucky she is wearing clothes tonight, because she is usually naked, nearly making Luck implode. After scolding Luck's lack of elegance and noticing how young he looks, Levi turns to the children with him. Luck introduces Lucilla and Milka, and Lucilla Levi as the queen who helped protect the palace with Chalice. Levi takes Lucilla's hands, thanks her for defending everyone, offers royal support for restoring her village, and after Luck seals the dangerous passage, she finally says the words he had been waiting to hear. Welcome home. Luck smiles softly. Yeah, he is home now. After sealing the hidden passage, Luck prepares to return from the palace side with Lucilla. But before they leave, Lucilla points to Milka's frost pears and quietly asks Luck to take the child under his wing. Those pears are still unripe, bitter, and inedible, proof that Milka has been surviving on whatever she could find. Luck agrees to speak with Milka again tomorrow, and Levi thanks him warmly. Morning comes, sunlight hits the estate windows, and Milka wakes in a real bed, confused and startled, asking the one question a child like her should never have to ask. Where am I? Milka steps out into the mansion and is overwhelmed by the size of the place. Her stomach growls, but before she can even process the luxurious halls, a massive wolf face suddenly fills her vision. Garb appears in front of her like a monster from a nightmare, and Milka freezes. Milka screams that she is not tasty and begs not to be eaten, while Garb pins her down like an overzealous guard dog. Luck rushes in and orders Garb to stop, and the sacred wolf immediately obeys, proving he was only trying to protect the house. Garb sits proudly, practically begging for praise, while Milka sobs that she thought she was going to die. Luck pats Garb and apologizes to Milka, explaining that it was late last night and he forgot to introduce them. Then the others arrive, and Luck uses the timing to announce that Milka will be staying with them from today on. Milka nervously introduces herself, still ragged and unsure if she is even allowed to be here. Luck gently says she can stay as long as she is fine with it, and he offers room and board in exchange for helping with cleaning and housework around the estate. Milka can hardly believe it. She promises to work hard, while Lucilla teases that Luck has already found himself another apprentice. Luck denies it with a tired smile, saying Milka just tumbled in on her own. For now, they decide to start with breakfast, and in a house full of hungry children, that becomes the real emergency. Breakfast is served in glorious piles: soup, sausages, bread, and enough food to make Milka's entire world stop. For someone who had been surviving on bitter frost pears, this table might as well be a royal banquet. Milka devours everything with tears in her eyes, calling it delicious again and again. She empties plates with desperate joy, while Luck and Lucilla stare in stunned silence, realizing just how hungry this child has been. Celis offers Milka even more food with a bright smile, and Milka calls her big sister Celis before happily accepting. Celis nearly melts on the spot from being called big sister, while Luck reminds Milka to eat vegetables too. Garb lounges nearby with Gerberga-sama perched on him, both already acting like part of the household. After breakfast, Celis runs off to visit the guild, while Luck wonders what happened to Golan. Celis explains that her father left early to investigate something. Luck decides to go shopping for cleaning tools and stones, and when Celis questions the stones, he says he will explain on the way. In the lower streets, Milka guides Luck through the alleys, pointing out the stonemason in one direction, and the hardware store at the far end. The moment Luck says to leave the cleaning tools to him and tries to hand her money, Milka dashes off with pure enthusiasm. At the hardware store, Milka cheerfully orders brushes, mops, ashes, and polishing sand like she finally has a mission worth doing. But the shop's rough-looking workers recognize her instantly. One grabs her wrist, and terror floods her face. Milka is thrown out of the shop as the men declare they finally found her. She yells that she already paid the money back, but they accuse her of running away, stealing her grandfather's home from under her, and still owing more. Then one of them grabs her arm and says she will pay the rest with her body. The thug snarls that even a brat like Milka can be sold off as a slave. But before he can drag her away, something slams into his face with brutal precision. Luck and Celis stand at the alley's edge, and Luck calmly reminds them that under King Eric's decree, slave trafficking is strictly forbidden. Ario and Genie step in as passing adventurers, refusing to ignore a crime. Ario warns that if the thugs resist, he will blast them all with fireballs. The men panic, but a smoother, better-dressed man emerges from behind them, claiming this is all a misunderstanding and that Milka owes their boss a debt. The man tries to sound reasonable, saying a child could never repay the debt and that they were considering letting her go. Then he claims Milka must have been hiding money, accusing her of stealing it, after she tries to insist the money was not hers. His polite mask only makes the trap uglier. Milka breaks down, clutching the coin pouch and sobbing that the money belongs to her master, Locke. The instant the name leaves her mouth, the negotiator's face changes. He starts backing away, pretending he is no longer interested in a trivial dispute, but Ario blocks him with a sharp truth. Now that they have heard Locke's name, they cannot let them go. Ario's anger ignites. Calling the men scoundrels, he gathers magic in his hand and launches a glowing spell straight at them. The alley erupts with pressure as he shouts for them to eat it. The thugs panic and shove Milka forward as a shield, yelling that they do not care what happens to the kid. Coins scatter, Milka screams, and Ario urgently calls to Jeannie. Jeannie answers instantly, shooting her blade and staff forward to intercept the attack and protect Milka. Ario redirects into a fireball. The thugs flinch, and in the chaos, Luck suddenly senses the spell from across town. At the stonemasons, Luck snaps to attention. The moment he realizes someone is using magic in town, he bolts out with Garb, shouting that it is bad. The peaceful errand has turned into an emergency. Luck and Garb race through the alley and arrive just as Ario calls out to him. Smoke rises from the spell's path, the thugs are scattered, and Ario says the timing is perfect. Ario explains that these men were trying to kidnap Luck's friend. Luck rushes to Milka, asking if she is okay, while the captured thugs sit bound and fuming. Milka, trembling and tear-soaked, can only whisper Locke's name. Milka apologizes over and over, placing the spilled coins on the ground and saying she never meant to trouble him. Ario explains the situation plainly. The boss of these men is likely planning to sell Milka to settle her so-called debt, and none of it looks honest or decent. Luck kneels before Milka and silently picks up the coins. His expression hardens, but his voice stays gentle as he asks whether her home was taken from her. If so, she does not need to suffer anymore. He tells her to leave the rest to him, and Milka breaks into sobs of relief. Celis is furious that Milka was forced through such a terrifying experience and wants to hand the thugs straight to the officers. Conveniently, officers arrive at the scene, but when Celis steps forward to explain, the situation takes an unexpected turn. The officers recognize Celis immediately. They identify her as the daughter of Guildmaster Lord Golan Morton and the famous F-rank adventurer who defeated an arch-vampire right after her debut. Even Ario and Jeannie are stunned by the ridiculous fame surrounding Locke's circle. Jeannie adds that Shia has also been granted peerage for her merits in the battle against the High Lord, making Luck's companions sound more legendary by the second. But Celis's confidence collapses when the officers say they are not going to arrest the thugs. Her outrage explodes. An officer apologizes and explains that the testimony is not enough. The thugs may be common ruffians, but their boss is a far bigger problem. Even if arrested, they would likely be released soon after. The officer names the man behind them, Cabino Donovan, an influential power in the lower districts. He controls the outer wall district so completely that even the officers cannot easily touch him, and his influence reaches far beyond street criminals. Cabino is suspected of human trafficking, illegal evictions, and noble connections, but the officers say an arrest warrant would be difficult without firm evidence. Worse, they admit they had evidence before, only to be held back by the top brass. Celis realizes the corruption may reach senior officers too. The officer confirms they cannot openly act, and Cabino has also built a private army of former adventurers around him. Luck, however, barely reacts. 30 people? If it is just that much, he says, it is not a big deal. A view of the district opens beneath the city gate, and then the group notices Luck has vanished. Celis says he mentioned looking into something and told her to head to the guild first. Luck, meanwhile, has already slipped away with Garb. The outer wall district spreads out in rough wooden houses, dirt roads, and poverty beyond the castle's stone-built heart. This is the royal capital's lower area, where stone disappears, unpaved ground stretches far, and people live under the shadow of men like Cabino. Cabino's crimes become clear in the worst possible way. Behind locked doors, men gamble and laugh, while elsewhere chained children sit packed together in misery. This is no ordinary debt dispute. It is a trafficking operation. At Cabino's estate, word arrives that his men argued with an F-rank adventurer. Cabino erupts, furious even with an important deal waiting. His subordinates report that the head count is ready and the ham is prepared, and Cabino decides to ship the children out for now. Cabino worries that the Adventurers Guild could become a problem because Lord Morton leads it. So he orders the product shipped tonight and tells his people that if adventurers interfere, it will be their chance to shine. Former adventurers, now acting as his private soldiers, prepare to settle their grudge against the guild. At the Adventurers Guild, Chalice is already burning with motivation, asking when Luck will act. She wants to punish the people who hurt Milka, while Milka worries that her new big sister will be in danger. Ario and Jeannie volunteer too, saying they owe Luck a debt and are now on this ship with him. Then Aroni, the guild receptionist, draws with confirmation. Cabino has been illegally forcing evictions in the area, and the documents are forged. Legally, Milka no longer owes any debt. The news should be a relief. But with Cabino moving his victims tonight, this fight is only beginning. At the guild, Aron makes the situation painfully clear. Cabino has been using former adventurers to expand his private army, and the guild has considered him a problem for a long time. In other words, if Locke and his group move first, the guild will support them with everything it can. Before the plan can settle, another group steps forward, asking to assist as well. The newcomers are town officers, led by the same sheriff involved earlier. Aroni warns him that helping with this case may push his promotion even farther away, but the sheriff laughs it off. If it means Cabino finally gets arrested, he says, that is a cheap price to pay. An E-rank adventurer also puffs up and volunteers, eager to help with a job like this. Then timing gets even better. She arrives, and Locke immediately asks her to help. She agrees without hesitation, while the E-rank adventurer suddenly shrinks in the presence of someone whose exploits he has clearly heard about. With the team assembled, Locke says they should hurry and explains the strategy on the way. Night falls over Cabino's estate, and the trafficking operation begins moving. Thugs shout to hurry, forcing bound children toward a wagon like cargo. One girl seizes a desperate opening and bolts from the line, triggering panic across the courtyard. The fleeing girl races down the grounds, but a huge thug charges after her, grabs her by the hair and threatens to kill her for trying to escape. He yanks her back viciously, but before his rage can turn fatal, a blur crashes into the scene. Locke bursts in and smashes the thug away, catching the terrified child in his arms. She sobs that they are going to be sacrificed, and Locke calmly tells her not to worry anymore. The other criminals stare in disbelief as one of their own lies crushed into the ground. Locke stands before Cabino's gathered men with the rescued girl behind him. He says he came to negotiate Milka's matter, but now they have been caught red-handed, so throwing them all in jail seems more appropriate. Cabino explodes, demanding to know who he is. Locke answers with ridiculous pride. He is a veteran F-rank adventurer. The criminals freeze for a beat, then take it as mockery. Insulted, they roar for an attack, and the entire private army charges straight at him. Locke lets them come. The mob floods forward with weapons raised, exactly as he expected, and then he launches himself into the front line. His first punch detonates into a thug's face, and then the courtyard becomes chaos. Locke slips through blades, kicks men aside, and sends armed fighters flying in every direction while Celis watches the so-called F-rank turn the charge into a one-man storm. The thugs finally realize this opponent is not normal. One panics over how strong he is, another tries to run, but Locke catches him by the hair with a calm warning not to flee. Just as he moves to continue, two stronger-looking fighters step in and tell the rest to stand aside. The new opponents reveal themselves as B-ranks, and Celis and Shia step forward at once. Celis declares there is no need for Locke to fight personally. His disciples will handle this. Celis smiles and tells Locke to leave it to his disciples. The B-ranks laugh at the idea of F-rank disciples, dismissing the girls as a joke, then rush forward with their weapons drawn, eager to have some fun. Locke simply waves from behind them with Milka at his side, casually saying he will see them later. In front of him, Celis and Shia lower their stances, turning the battlefield over to the next generation of monsters. One B-rank sneers that no F-rankers could beat them. He reads Celis's first strike as a feint and prepares to counter, but the instant their blades meet, his confidence cracks. Celis stops his attack head-on. The man is stunned. Every blow Celis throws is heavy, far heavier than her rank should allow. He staggers under her pressure and demands to know if she is really an F-rank. Celis answers with a cutting smile. Rather than asking if she is really an F-rank, she says he should ask whether he is really a B-rank. To her, he is even weaker than a lesser vampire. Elsewhere in the mansion, Garb pads through the hallway, sniffing out something suspicious. Garb follows the scent into a room, discovers a locked chest, and immediately investigates it with his paws and teeth. When the container does not cooperate, the sacred wolf gets annoyed and swats it open. Back outside, Shia and another B-rank clash in a blur of steel. She twists away from his strike and counters low, while Celis drives her own opponent back with clean, brutal footwork. The two girls press harder. Shia darts around her foe with beast folk speed, and Celis meets raw strength with even greater force. The B ranks who mocked them a moment ago are now being overwhelmed from every side. Celis slams her opponent into the ground. The beaten man can only ask who she is, and Shia answers proudly from her own fight. She is Shia Walcott, a vampire hunter warrior. Shia adds the final twist. Celis truly is an F rank. When her opponent protests that Shia herself must not be F rank, Shia calmly says she never claimed to be. The deception worked perfectly, and Celis finishes her exchange with another sweeping strike. Celis's blow sends the B rank crashing so hard the ground cracks beneath him. The remaining men curse their useless comrades, but Locke steps face to face with Cabino, his expression no longer playful. Locke drives a punch into Cabino's gut, calling it payback for deceiving Milka. Cabino collapses to his knees, shaking with humiliation and fear, while his subordinates cry out his name. Cabino tries to threaten Locke with his noble patrons, insisting he will erase them all once the time comes. Locke barely listens. Garb trots over with something clenched in his mouth, and Locke scolds him for stealing from someone else's home, even if it is Cabino's. Then he notices the bundle Garb found and frowns. The meat feels cursed. Cabino goes pale. Locke calmly says everything is going according to plan just as officers rush into the estate, demanding to know what the ruckus is. Cabino lunges for the strange bundle, but Locke holds it out of reach with a smile. Cabino grabs Locke's leg in desperation, begging for the bundle back. An officer recognizes it at once. Prohibited ham. Locke is confused by the idea of illegal ham, and the officer explains that it is not ordinary food at all, only shaped like ham. Shia identifies the bundle with alarm. It is sacred beast meat, the flesh of creatures like Garb, unicorns, or Pegasi. Worse, it is created through sacrilegious slaughter and used to build curses for large-scale rituals. Locke immediately understands. Something this rare could not be handled by ordinary criminals. If Cabino had sacred beast meat, then someone powerful is secretly pulling the strings. The officer sees Cabino ready to interrogate him, while the courtyard settles around the arrested traffickers. But above them, a bat hangs silently in the shadows, watching everything. The sheriff praises the discovery as superb evidence, saying Cabino will likely spend the rest of his life in a cell and may be forced to expose his hidden connections. Locke pets Garb and jokes that it was the wolf's superb feat, while wondering if Garb only brought the cursed meat because he wanted to eat it. Then Ario and Jeannie return with the rescued children, and the little girl thanks Locke through tears. When the child asks for his name, Locke returns to his chosen mask with a bright smile. He calls himself Locke, a wandering F-rank warrior, as a bat hangs nearby in the night, listening. The bat flies away under the crescent moon, slipping into another estate. A pale hand destroys it the moment it arrives, turning the familiar into ash, and a cloaked figure walks down a dark corridor with a displeased huff. Inside, maids bow before a sinister noble called Rode. When he hears the name Locke, his face curls into interest. The supposed F-rank adventurer has just drawn the attention of someone far more dangerous than Cabino. Elsewhere, a terrified blonde woman is presented like a meal. Rode grips her face while attendants hold her still, and despite her pleas for him to stop, he sinks into the horror without hesitation. A ruined window opens to the moonlit night, and the woman's apology spills into the silence. Once again, she is made into a sacrifice. Her long hair falls around her as she whispers that she is sorry, over and over. The woman sits alone in a radiant, solemn space, tears in her eyes behind her glasses. Her hands fold in prayer as glittering light gathers around her, and the weight of guilt hangs over her like a sentence. She prays for forgiveness before a monstrous dark godlike figure, begging for mercy for her sinful acts. Whatever she has been forced into, her soul is breaking under it. Later, Eric bows his head before Luck and apologizes directly, using his real name. Luck, drinking calmly, asks why this is so sudden. Eric explains that he is talking about the secret passage, stunned that he never knew the estate was connected to the royal castle. Golan explains that the guild investigated too, but nothing made sense, so Eric asked around. The truth is embarrassing. The estate was built by Eric's grandfather, the former king, around his mistress, a baroness. The old king secretly connected the castle's passages to the estate for clandestine meetings. Luck asks what happened to the baroness, and Eric says she apparently died there without heirs, so the estate returned to royal custody. That also explains the watchtower and why the records were so hard to trace. Golan admits no wonder he found nothing, but Luck is simply relieved the house was not haunted after all. Then adds that at least Milka's issue is settled, and Cabino's gang is gone. Eric confirms Cabino was the boss of the lower town's crooked operations, and then his expression darkens over one detail. Cabino even had forbidden ham. Eric's expression hardens as the report grows darker. Cabino was not only using abducted children as sacrifices, He's tied to a cursed tool capable of nullifying the holy barrier, the same kind of threat that allowed an arch-vampire to invade the royal palace. The royal court sorcerers and alchemists connect the cursed tool to the dark divine protection, Luck faced against the High Lord. Eric is shocked that such a thing even exists, while Luck immediately sees the worst implication. If the tool can cancel the barrier, even Lord-class vampires may already be moving inside the capital. Eric wants to entrust the investigation to Luck, but even he hesitates. Luck asks where they should start, and Eric answers with the most likely culprit, nobles. Something this extraordinary inside the royal capital would require powerful support. Golan points out that Luck is technically an archduke now, so acting against nobles should be acceptable. But Luck wants to avoid revealing his true identity if possible. Eric warns that force against nobles is dangerous, then gives him permission to use royal authority if the situation truly demands it. Just then, a knock interrupts them, and Celis appears, asking if Luck is free. Celis proudly presents a transformed Milka with a cheerful Tata. Milka has been dressed up so beautifully that Luck does not recognize her for a second. When he casually asks who she is, the truth hits him all at once. Milka? Milka panics, apologizing and insisting that such an adorable frilly dress does not suit her. She tries to run off and change, but Luck stops her with a simple, firm call of her name. Then after staring for a beat, he gives her the most honest reaction possible. She is totally adorable. Milka turns bright red from the compliment. Golan arrives, surprised to see the girl Luck mentioned, and praises her as a splendid young lady. Milka can barely handle it, but she thinks Celis's dress made her look this pretty, and Luck knows better. Milka herself has always had a lovely natural charm. Luck introduces Golan as Celis's father, and Golan awkwardly greets Milka. Then Luck points to Eric, explaining that he is the one who provided the estate. Milka immediately realizes Eric is the reason she was able to meet Luck at all, and with the brightest smile, she thanks Old Man Eric. The words strike Eric like an arrow. He staggers under the title Old Man, while Golan laughs and declares that, in Milka's eyes, they are already magnificent old men. But when Golan tries calling her Milka-kun, Luck suddenly snaps to attention. Luck fires back that Eric is just as old as they are, turning the whole thing into a ridiculous old man rivalry. Their shouting carries outside the tower, echoing into the night like the crisis meeting has completely derailed. After the chaos, the investigation is formally placed in Luck's hands. Around the dining table, Garb and Gerberga eat beside everyone, while Shia volunteers to help, saying her nose will be useful if vampires are involved. Celis also tries to volunteer, but Luck reacts very differently and tells her she does not have to. Celis puffs herself up and insists they should leave it to her. Shia, meanwhile, says she will go to the guild to gather intel, and would appreciate Celis's assistance. Milka asks what Luck plans to do, and Luck answers that he and Lucilla will restore the secret passage connected to the royal palace cellar, just as Eric requested. The group returns to the hidden passage, and Eric lays out the request plainly. He wants Luck to keep it usable. It is a hole in the castle's defenses, but if maintained properly, it could also let Eric's family evacuate to Luck's estate in the worst-case scenario. Luck points out that the palace is not perfectly safe right now, and since the passage connects near Levi's bedroom, he thinks they should hear her opinion too. Eric reveals that Levi was the one who proposed this idea in the first place, having thought of it after Luck visited her room the night before. Then Eric suddenly calls to Luck with a dangerous smile. Eric leans in with a chilling grin and asks, "Did you see?" Luck instantly freezes, realizing exactly what he means. Eric explains that he always warns people about Levi's wild personality, but he will not blame Luck if the situation was unavoidable. Luck panics so hard he can barely speak, asking if that even counts as seeing. Lucilla tries to comment, Gerberga shouts his own divine protest, and Luck frantically swears to the gods that he is not lying. The queen was properly wearing clothes. Eric relaxes at once, smiling that he is glad. Gerberga's word settles the matter for him, and he apologizes for suspecting Luck. But Golan watches with a sweat-soaked face, disturbed by how merciless Eric becomes whenever Levi is involved, while Eric cheerfully suggests Luck should find himself a fine woman too. Luck seals the royal palace entrance with concealment magic, making it invisible to ordinary people. To stop sorcerers from detecting it, he adds a magical lock that verifies whether the person is one of the approved owners. He has everyone place their hands on the lock one by one. The princesses and Levi are amazed, calling Luck a prodigy as if he is performing a parlor trick, while Luck dryly confirms that yes, this is magic. Luck does not stop there. He adds another double-layered lock that hides the entrance even from sorcerers, bringing the total to 10 layers. Lucilla is stunned, realizing it would be nearly impossible to unlock. Luck says even a sorcerer of his level would need half a day to break it. then plans to connect the estate-side exit and reinforce the passage itself. Eric calls the work perfect, amused that his grandfather's old affair has somehow become useful to them. Levi smiles that now Luck can come to the royal palace whenever he likes, leaving Luck and Lucilla visibly unsure how to respond. Gerberga simply gives a flat cluck. The focus shifts to the Adventurers Guild, where Shia and Celis continue their investigation. They find no clear missing person requests, though Celis suspects they may still be on the right track, if someone other than Cabino was pulling the strings. Then familiar adventurers call out to them. Ario and Jeannie greet Shia and Celis, thanking them for their help yesterday. When asked if they are going on a quest, Ario explains they are heading into the sewers to eliminate demonic rats. It is boring work, he says, but necessary for the town's sanitation, and they ask that their regards be passed on to Locke. After Ario and Jeannie leave, Shia confirms they do not know Locke's true identity. Celis imagines that if they saw Locke's estate, they might collapse from the revelation. Even so, the mystery stays with them. Just who is Locke-san, really? Ario and Jeannie walk through town, trying to reason it out. Locke is supposedly an F-rank warrior, yet his perception, intellect, and strength are incredible. Maybe he was once a high-level hunter or scout. Maybe he is hiding from someone's dangerous. But before their theories can go any further, they arrive at the sewer entrance. Inside the sewers, the job turns ugly immediately. Giant demonic rats swarm from the tunnels, and Ario calls out as he throws up magic barriers, blasting one rat apart while Jeannie supports him with her bow. The rats keep coming from every direction. Jeannie warns Ario that more are behind them, and the two realize the narrow tunnel is turning into a trap. Ario shields Jeannie with layer after layer of magic, but there are too many. The rats show no fear of humans at all, rushing them head-on like a coordinated wave. Ario curses, unable to understand what is happening. Standing back to back, Ario and Jeannie grasp the horrifying truth. These rats are not normal. They are surrounded, outnumbered, and trapped underground by creatures far more aggressive than any ordinary sewer infestation. Meanwhile, Celis and Shia continue asking around the lower district. They get vague answers about runaways, disappearances, and complicated personal circumstances, but nothing concrete. With no clear lead, Shia suggests stopping by the guild again. Back at the guild, the tension snaps. Someone reports that Ario and Jeannie still have not returned. Shia reveals she expected the demonic rat job to take 4 hours at most, but it has already been at least 8. Celis immediately decides to call Locke, while Shia heads for the sewers herself. Their alarm draws Golan and the guild staff out into the hallway. Golan asks what the ruckus is, recognizing Celis's voice, while the receptionist explains that something has happened. The Quiet Guild suddenly shifts into emergency mode. Celis reaches the sewer entrance with Luck close behind. Luck calls out to Shia, and she, already crouched at the tunnel mouth, turns with sharp focus. She notes how quickly Locke arrived, but there is no time for surprise. The entrance shows Ario and Jeannie went in and did not come back. Shia admits there may be other exits, but at the very least they entered here and failed to return. Luck asks for the situation, and the empty sewer tunnel ahead answers with silence, darkness, and danger. Luck decides to advance while using magic search. Since Ario is a sorcerer, there is a chance his magic will leave a trace, and that faint reaction may be the only thing guiding them through the sewers. They move past dead rats and dark water as Luck activates magic search. At a split in the tunnel, Celis hesitates over which path to take, but Luck catches a faint reaction from the right. He cannot confirm it is Ario, but it is enough. Luck gives the order, go. The group heads into the right-hand passage, stepping deeper into the tunnels while Celis watches the murky water below, already sensing movement beneath the surface. Celis notices the disturbance a moment too late. Shia shouts for her to watch behind her as 2 massive rats explode upward from the sewage. Celis reacts on instinct. Her blade flashes, cutting down both rats before they can reach her. But even she is startled by their size and filth. Shia notes that they have grown far larger than typical demonic rats, and something else is wrong too. A flood of giant rats pours into the tunnel. Luck cuts through them, but more keep appearing, far too many for a simple extermination quest. The truth becomes impossible to ignore. Something is clearly wrong in the sewers. The giant rats keep pouring in, and Celis cuts them down with sharp, disciplined strikes. Shia slices through another wave beside her, but the swarm refuses to thin out. Then Locke prepares a spell, declaring that if the rats are going to be this annoying, he will wipe them out all at once. Locke unleashes a barrage of magic, blasting through the horde with explosive force. Rats are swallowed by impact after impact, their bodies torn apart in the sewer tunnel as the spell crashes forward like a storm. Even after that display, the group remains cautious. Celis points out that with this many demonic rats, Ario must have struggled if he could only rely on Fireball. Someone wonders if Fireball would not burn them all away at once, but Locke explains the real danger. In an airtight sewer filled with gas and thin oxygen, using fire magic could make everyone suffocate. Shia remembers that Ario had considered that problem too, and was about to study Magic Arrow to expand his options. Locke accepts the explanation, then senses another reaction farther ahead. He tells everyone to move, but Celis suddenly hesitates, calling his name. The reaction is not Ario. Ahead, a monstrous rat of absurd size blocks the passage like a living wall, its massive tail hanging down into the water. Locke and Celis stare up at it, and even Celis can only whisper that it is huge. The giant rat is doing something even worse than blocking the way. It is eating its own kind. Locke immediately says they cannot just leave it there, but before the group can decide how to handle it, Shia's ears twitch. She hears Jeannie's voice. Locke reacts instantly and rushes past the giant rat before Celis can finish warning him. Then a faint voice groans from beyond the tunnel, confirming someone is still alive. The team breaks into a larger chamber and finds Ario and Jeannie safe, if badly shaken. Shia calls out their names and Ario apologizes for worrying them. Jeannie quickly assures everyone that they are fine. Their clothes were just chewed up a little. Ario explains what happened. The demonic rat hunt began normally, but the numbers were abnormal, and then that insanely huge one appeared and blocked the exit. They had no choice but to retreat into a narrow side path and let the swarm pass by. Then, right on cue, Celis's terrified scream echoes through the chamber. That huge rat is back. Locke looks up and immediately gives the boldest order possible. He tells Ario to fire his strongest fireball. Ario panics, reminding him they could suffocate, but Locke says he will direct the flames upward. Then he adds an even stranger command, Celis, show everyone that belly. Celis is horrified. Locke's instruction sends her flying straight over the giant rat in a humiliating pose, and she screams that a young lady should never be made to do something so obscene. Still, the rat's attention snaps upward exactly as Locke intended. The opening appears. Locke shouts for Ario to hit it with everything he has, and Ario launches a massive fireball straight into the monster's exposed mouth. The spell detonates inside the giant rat with terrifying precision. Ario pushes the fireball harder, sweat running down his face as he pours all his power into the spell. The monster roars, flames bursting around it while the fire gathers into one concentrated blast. The rat convulses, and Celis coughs helplessly from where she was thrown. The magic tears through the chamber, and Locke keeps the blast angled away, controlling the inferno before it can consume everyone. Locke raises Great Wall at the perfect moment. A massive barrier forms between the group and the explosion, taking the force head-on as the sewer shakes from the blast. The giant rat is swallowed by fire and impact. Ario and Jeannie watch in shock as the monster collapses behind the barrier, while Locke holds the defense steady through the blast. Above ground, a carriage rolls peacefully past a noble estate, until the sewer explosion erupts beneath it. The horses rear in terror, the coachman fights for control, and part of the nearby building is blasted apart by the shock. Smoke rises from the damaged estate, and the coachman realizes the location with horror. That is Marquis Mastifin's estate. Back underground, Locke looks almost comically innocent as he notes that the explosion was much bigger than expected, guessing that inflammable gas had built up there. Ario, terrified that his fireball caused the damage, asks what they should do. Locke steps forward and says he was the one who gave the order, so he will take responsibility. But Celis, utterly furious and still humiliated, snaps that he had better take responsibility, and reminds everyone that Locke is the one who said so. Celis's anger erupts. She yells that Locke forgot about her, that he never warned her the explosion would be that big, and that the heat and suffocation were horrible. Locke apologizes sincerely, but then admits the command came from old party habits. He gave her the kind of order he once would have given Golan. Celis lights up instantly. To her, that means Locke is relying on her like he once relied on her father, like his right hand. Locke tries to deny it, then gives up as she happily declares that if that is the case, she will gladly be counted on from now on. With the fight over, the group examines the giant rat's charred remains. Celis complains about the horrible smell, while Locke notices a strange black fragment and says it feels like the remains of magic. Shia asks to inspect it, suspecting it may be some kind of magical tool. The moment Shia sees it, she knows. The fragment is from a statue of an evil god. The discovery shifts the entire sewer incident from a monster outbreak to something far more deliberate. Then at night, Locke goes straight to the gates of the damaged estate, apologizing for bothering them. Locke stands outside the iron gate, awkwardly aware of the broken section of roof nearby. A composed maid approaches from inside and asks if he has business there. Locke explains that there was recently a large explosion in the sewers, and that he thinks the estate was damaged. The maid calmly replies that the house has not been damaged and asks him to leave. When Locke points at the clearly ruined area, she smiles and repeats the dismissal with unsettling firmness. As Locke turns away, the truth behind that eerie refusal appears. Inside the estate, the sinister Noble Road smirks, noting that Locke has already sniffed his way there. He orders a maid to find out who Locke really is, and says it would be even better if he has family. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Ario and Jeannie reunite with the others, thanking Locke, Shia, and Celis for saving them. Locke brings everyone home afterward, calling out to Milka and Lucilla as they return to the estate. Dinner is ready, but Celis is filthy, exhausted, and desperate for a bath. From the shadows outside the gate, a maid watches the warm household welcome. Inside, Luck pets Garb and invites Shia in too while the others gather around him casually. But the observer's smile sharpens. She has already found the family road wanted. Later, in the bath, the girls discuss the day's discoveries. Jeannie notes that Locke seems to suspect Marquis Mastafon, but if the Marquis withdrew the quest, maybe that means he already found whoever he was looking for. Shia corrects the assumption. It was only the quest giver who withdrew the request. The missing workers still have not been found. That means the guild allowed the quest to vanish, even though the disappearance was unresolved, and Celis immediately calls that negligence. Shia explains the limitation. If the quest giver retracts the request, the guild cannot interfere further. However, that fact itself is suspicious. The enemy knew about the search quest and manipulated the quest giver into withdrawing it, which points directly toward the enemy's true nature. Only vampires could do something like that. Humans under charm cannot recognize the ones controlling them, just like Rowana during the palace incident. Shia's conclusion is chilling. If the Mastafon estate is involved, there is a strong chance it has already fallen into vampire hands. The next discussion moves to a serious meeting room, where Locke tells the assembled allies the same grim conclusion. There is a strong chance the Mastafon estate has fallen to vampires, and the room goes silent as everyone absorbs what that would mean. Eric asks if Locke is sure. Marquis Mastafon is no minor noble. He has served in important government posts even as Minister of Finance, but Eric admits the man has avoided his official duties for about a month, claiming poor health. Locke then reveals the physical evidence, the strange object that made the sewer rat grow gigantic. She identifies the object clearly. Its eerie shape is no coincidence. It is a Gods of the Dark statue. Eric and Golan react sharply, realizing this connects back to the same dark divine protection Locke struggled against during the High Lord battle. The fragment sits before them like a cursed relic, and the implication is undeniable. The same dark power that fueled the High Lord may now be hiding inside the capital, tied to a noble estate, missing workers, and a vampire-controlled household. The room remains tense as Locke stands at the center of the gathered allies, the cursed evidence laid out before him. Everyone understands the stakes now. If the statue has reached vampires inside the city, this is no isolated incident. It could become another disaster on the scale of the High Lord. Eric studies Locke closely, asking again whether he is certain. The noble in question is powerful, politically important, and publicly absent for suspicious reasons. Locke's answer rests not on rumor but on evidence, the cursed statue fragment, and the demonic rat it transformed. The evidence is grimly practical. The dark statue fragment is placed in a box, and she explains that this is what caused an ordinary sewer rat to become gigantic. It is not just a relic. It is a weapon, a tool of corruption, and proof that someone has been experimenting beneath the capital. When Golan asks what Gods of the Dark truly means, Eric immediately connects it to the divine protection, Locke faced with the High Lord. The realization hits the room like a warning bell. The enemy may be using the same forbidden power again, this time from within the royal capital itself. Under the crescent moon, the truth becomes impossible to ignore. The cursed statue fragment was found directly beneath Marquis Mastafon's estate, and the conclusion is grim. The bloody vampires are almost certainly plotting something inside that house. Somewhere nearby, a desperate hand entrusts a letter to a dog named Tama, praying it reaches the king. The only hope left to rescue Lady Philly. Tama takes the letter in his mouth and runs from the ruined grounds, slipping into the forest with a silent plea behind him. Meanwhile, inside the estate, rows of maids bow in eerie unison, as if the entire household has become something far colder than human. Rode stands before the lined-up maids like a commander before hunting dogs. He tells them they are all his subordinates, but some are special, servants blessed by the Gods of the Dark. Then his face twists into a predator's grin as he orders them to hunt their prey. Back at the meeting, Eric proposes a careful approach. Since the enemy is likely the Marquise's family, they cannot simply storm the estate without cause, so he decides to send a royal summons first. No Marquise would dare ignore a letter from the king. The plan is set for the next morning, but Golan immediately tries to turn the crisis into a sleepover at Locke's estate. Locke calls him out for clearly trying to stay over, while Celis happily declares herself Locke's right hand. Much to her father's wounded pride, Milka arrives carrying supper, and the tense strategy meeting softens for just a moment. Golan is touched by her thoughtfulness. Eric accepts the food with a smile, and Locke starts to relax, until something suddenly calls his name. Without warning, the windows explode inward. Maids burst through the glass from every side, blades and bodies flying into the room in a violent ambush aimed straight at Locke's household. One of the maids lunges for Milka with a monstrous grin, and Celis screams her name. Milka freezes with the tray still in her hands as shattered glass rains around her. Then a blast tears through the attacker before she can reach the girl. More maids rush in screaming for swords, and Locke moves instantly. With no time to draw a weapon, he cuts one down with magic-like precision, but the sudden assault spreads through the room faster than anyone can breathe. Golan smashes into the fight barehanded, sending one maid crashing away while Celis shouts for him. He barks a lesson in true warrior fashion. Do not rely on something you do not have. When hunting prey, this body is all you need. A maid rises from the smoke, but her face is no longer human. Her eyes glow, her mouth splits into fangs, and the dark aura around her reveals the horror of the ambush. Golan realizes this is not ordinary subordination at all. Locke grits his teeth, furious that the enemy broke through the barrier around his house so easily. That means they likely possess the same cursed tool his side had recovered before. Another attacker crashes down, and the defenders tighten around Milka, Lucilla, Garb, and the others. A central maid steps forward with an army of twisted servants behind her, demanding to see Locke's master. Locke answers with dry irritation. Their visiting manners are terrible. Eric notices a bat watching from the window and quietly warns Luck not to use magic. The enemy is observing them, and if Luck reveals his true strength here, his hidden identity as Locke could be exposed before they are ready. Golan rolls his shoulders and tells Locke to just spectate out of curiosity, while Eric draws his blade. Celis orders Lucilla to take care of Milka, and Lucilla immediately answers, pulling the frightened girl away as the dark maids surge forward. Eric steps into the battle with a pained expression. These are the Marquise's people, but they are already attacking like monsters. Before he can finish hesitating, Celis charges in from the side and cuts down one of the transformed maids without mercy. Celis shouts that people who have been subordinated can no longer return to being human, so Eric does not need to hold back. Eric adjusts his expression, letting go of his senseless pacifism, and faces the charging maids with a colder resolve. Eric unsheathes his holy sword and moves through the attackers in a single flowing slash. His eyes sharpen behind the mask-like markings as he declares that, at the very least, he will send them to their graves in one strike. Golan takes a brutal blow head-on, grimacing as the transformed maid's attack crashes into him. But instead of falling, he braces his body and prepares to answer with raw strength. Milka, unable to understand the horror around her, has her eyes covered while she panics. Lucilla says Milka should not watch and moves to evacuate her to the cellar. While outside the window, the fight rages loud enough to shake the estate. A blazing monstrous illusion erupts to distract the enemy, and the maids recoil in shock. Lucilla knows it is only an illusion, but with Milka in her arms, she swears that this illusion is all she has, and even so it must hold. Lucilla stands firm, shielding Milka as the illusory monster roars without faltering. The enemy slams into the deception, while Lucilla uses every bit of focus to keep the terrified girl safe. Shia throws herself into the fight, cutting through maids at close range while the bat observer hangs outside the window. Garb lunges from Muffalo and sinks his fangs into an attacker, proving the household's defenders are far from helpless. Golan crushes another attacker with a heavy punch, and Eric slices through the chaos with controlled precision. The enemy's ambush begins to collapse under the combined force of old heroes, rising adventurers, and one very angry wolf. From somewhere unseen, the sinister observer clicks his tongue. The attackers were supposed to overwhelm mere humans, yet Eric and Golan stand back-to-back amid the wreckage, leaving the enemy wondering what kind of people they have run into. The enemy searches for Locke, baffled that he has disappeared from the battlefield, but Locke has already climbed to the window, coming face to face with the bat familiar watching from outside. He calls it a peeping Tom, and the creature realizes too late that it has been spotted. Locke's anger turns icy. The bat had dared touch his family, and that crossed the line. He crushes it in his hand, warning the unseen master to prepare himself as the familiar's remains crumble away. After the ambush, Locke returns to the others and finds Garb reacting to something at the gate. A dog stands outside with something in its mouth, while the damaged estate lies covered in ash and debris behind them. Locke confirms the bat observer was destroyed, then turns to the strange dog trying to get past the gate. Eric recognizes it at once. The dog is not a stray. It is Tama, Marquis Mastiffen's own pet dog. Tama holds out the rolled letter, and the moment Eric reads it, his face hardens. They had been waiting for proof, and now it has arrived. The situation is far worse than they imagined. The letter reveals the true scale of the threat. Their enemy is a new High Lord, and the target is the Marquis family's youngest daughter, Lady Philly. In the vision of that danger, a pale woman stands before a monstrous dark god presence while a sinister figure watches from behind. The warning becomes even more terrifying. Lady Philly's life is in danger. Before her looms a colossal nightmare of teeth, eyes, and twisting darkness, making it clear that this is not just a vampire plot. It is a ritual-level catastrophe. There is no time left for procedure. Locke and Eric sprint after Tama through the night, chasing the one lead that may bring them to the Marquis family before the new High Lord completes whatever it has begun. Tama runs ahead, light on his paws, while Locke and Eric race behind him along the estate walls. Even as they move, Locke worries whether the others back home are all right, but he cannot turn back now. Back at Locke's estate, Golan notices Milka's anxiety. She admits she is worried, wondering if Locke and the others will be all right after facing enemies like the ones from earlier. Chellis and Lucilla immediately focus on the practical danger. If only 2 people went after a High Lord-level threat, that is terrifying. Chellis tries to reassure Milka, proudly explaining that Locke has already saved the country countless times. Milka is shocked to learn he is that incredible, while the others smile at how completely Locke's casual F-rank act fooled her. Golan backs Celis up with a calm smile, saying everyone here was saved by Locke too. Because of that, he is sure Locke will rescue the Mastiffin family as well. Around Milka, the household stands together, Garb, Gerberga, Lucilla, Chellis, and the others all believing in him. And that is Locke. Standing before Marcus Mastiffon's estate, sword at his side and wind whipping around him, he faces the looming darkness not as a legend seeking glory, but as the man who shows up when people need saving. Locke asks who remains in the Mastiffin family, and Eric answers, only the Marquis, his wife, and their youngest daughter. With no time to waste and their arrival likely already known, they decide to go straight in. Locke prepares a spell and says they can compensate the Marquis afterward. The front gate erupts under Locke's attack, blasting metal and stone apart. Inside, the corrupted maids flinch as debris rains down, and through the smoke, Locke's white arc of force cuts the way open toward the heart of the enemy's estate. Eric tears through the corrupted maids with the speed of the former hero, his cloak whipping behind him as bodies are cut down in a blur. Locke watches from the side, surprised despite himself. Eric may be king now, but his sword arm has not dulled at all. Locke decides to join the cleanup without exposing too much. With a grin, he casts magical endowment, enchant, and pours power into his oversized blade. One swing sends a violent wave of force crashing across the hall, blowing the approaching vampires away like dust. Deeper inside the estate, Marquis Mastiffin and his wife hear the chaos from their hidden room. The Marquis mutters that rescue has come far faster than expected, while the woman beside him clings to hope. Outside, Eric's charge cuts through the enemy ranks and opens a path forward. Tama knows exactly where to go. Eric orders the dog to lead the way, and Tama bolts down the corridor with Eric close behind. Locke glances back for a moment, then follows, because the real hostage may still be somewhere ahead. Locke suddenly senses something strange and slows. The corridor is empty, yet something has shifted. While Eric continues after Tama, Locke turns off toward another passage, trusting the faint unease tugging at him. Eric and Tama reach a stone stairway and pause at a wall. Tama sniffs the air and points the way, while Eric narrows his eyes, realizing the room they seek may be hidden behind magic. Eric moves first. He crashes through the wall with his holy sword, smashing stone and wards apart, then drops into the hidden space beyond with perfect control. The wall bursts open around him, and Eric lands in a crouch among the rubble. But something waits there. Something dark, dripping, and alive enough to make even a hero take the threat seriously. A grotesque vampire figure steps out of the darkness, carrying a skull-topped staff and wrapped in a cloak of black power. He praises Eric for ignoring the subordinated servants, but Eric only stares back coldly and demands to know who he is. The vampire gets no answer worth fearing, and smiles anyway. In the blink of an eye, the vampire appears behind Eric. His grin stretches wide as he dismisses the question, and Eric's eye sharpens just in time to catch the ambush coming. Eric moves before the strike can land. The vampire's attack carves into empty space, and the hero slips away, forcing his enemy to reveal the trick. A clone. Eric recognizes the technique, and somewhere nearby, a horned demon girl watches in stunned recognition. The vampire realizes who he is facing and spits out Eric's name. Then his madness spikes. He invokes the command of the gods of the dark and unleashes their divine protection, turning the room into a nest of black hostility. His hatred suddenly becomes personal. Calling Eric his little sister's enemy, the vampire vows revenge and launches a simultaneous attack, black tendrils stabbing from every direction at once. The tendrils slam down like spears, drilling into the floor and walls as Eric darts through the gaps. The vampire smiles, convinced he has cornered the king, but Eric is already past him, blade drawn and eyes focused. Eric's speed shocks even the enemy. The vampire admits it is admirable, but Eric cuts through his arrogance with a cold smile, calling him a dead man before the monster can finish boasting. The vampire roars and lashes out again, but Eric has already changed position. The enemy cannot even track him anymore. As the monster reels in disbelief, Eric calmly explains the fatal flaw. The moment he got behind him, the vampire lost sight of him, and that meant he never saw the next attack coming. Elsewhere, Tama stops at another sealed door and barks. Locke examines the magic circle woven into the entrance and immediately identifies the problem. A magical lock. But his attention drifts back to the sword in his hand, wondering where that guy disappeared to. In the passageway, Locke looks over the remains of the vampires guarding the door. There were an insane number of them here, and they were clearly protecting this room. Another magical lock blocks the way, but for Locke, this kind of lock is almost insultingly simple. Locke opens it without strain and steps inside. The room beyond is unnervingly quiet, dominated by an ornate mirror standing under a dark ceiling, like it has been waiting for him. At the same time, Eric smashes through his own lock and reaches the hidden chamber. Inside, Marquis Mastafin and his wife flinch in terror. Eric confirms they are safe and calls out to the Marquise. While the shocked couple can barely believe the king himself has come, Eric explains that he received the Marquis's letter and tells them that if they want to thank anyone, they should thank Tama. The couple break down with relief, embracing the loyal dog who stayed in an enemy-occupied estate all for the sake of Lady Philly. Eric praises Tama's devotion, but immediately returns to the real question. What happened in this estate, and what happened to Lady Philly? The Marquis begins from the beginning. 1 year ago, they hired a butler on someone's recommendation, and the man proved so capable that within half a year, he managed the entire household by himself. But a month ago, that perfect butler changed. He summoned vampires, seized control of the servants, imprisoned the Marquis family, and revealed himself as a vampire lord. The Marquis still struggles to believe such a creature could act inside the royal capital's barrier, but Eric quietly says he does believe it, because he just killed one nearby. The Marquise is stunned into silence, then bursts into awe at Eric's heroism. But Eric waves it off and pushes to the matter that counts: Lady Philly. The Marquise explains that a vampire high lord appeared afterward and took Philly away. Locke studies the mirror, touching its surface as his reflection stares back. He notes that the other side of the mirror must be important, then pauses. Vampires are supposed to hate mirrors, aren't they? Thinking it through, he recognizes the device for what it really is: a magical teleportation circle. The revelation hits Eric's side at the same time. If the other side of that mirror leads to the enemy's headquarters, then the place Locke sniffed out is likely exactly where Philly was taken. The Marquis begs Eric to rescue his daughter, and Eric answers with total confidence, "Don't worry, because the strongest sorcerer in the country is already heading toward their salvation." Locke places his hand against the glowing magic circle and asks, almost casually, if they shall go. Then the mirror flares with light. The teleportation activates in a blinding burst. Locke is yanked through with a startled cry, his hand still on the sword as light swallows him whole. On the other side, Locke drops straight into enemy territory and instantly collides with a horned demon girl. Before he can even finish reacting, he twists his body, bringing his enchanted sword up to guard. The landing turns into a melee. 2 vampires rush him with blades, but Locke parries and counters at once, sliding between them and cutting one down with a sharp burst of black blood. The teleportation room is already littered with fallen vampires. More rise from the shadows, their eyes glowing with the same eerie blessing. Locke recognizes the pattern immediately. This is the divine protection of the gods of the dark too. With a grim smile, he declares that if they do not truly die, he will simply send them all back to ashes. Black tendrils stab toward the Marquis family through the portal, and Eric reacts faster than thought. He sweeps in front of them, shielding the terrified couple while the attack pounds the chamber around them. The vampire High Lord reveals his confidence, claiming Eric's luck has run out for underestimating him as a typical lord. The Marquis panics, realizing Eric is covering them instead of fighting freely, but Eric smiles and tells him not to fear. The tendrils slam into glowing protective magic instead of Eric's body. The vampire High Lord flinches, confused, as Eric stands in front of the hostages and blocks every strike without moving from their side. Eric's eyes sharpen. The High Lord lunges in, only to find Eric's holy sword already at his throat. The monster freezes, unable to understand how Eric crossed the gap so easily. Eric answers the unspoken question with a calm smile. He is enchanted with the divine protection of a goddess. Then his blade flashes through the High Lord, cutting through the dark protection and splitting the enemy apart. The High Lord erupts into dust and fragments, and Eric turns back as if confirming a simple result. They were not immortal after all. The Marquise is still shaking, but Eric casually explains that his Clary's a charm cast by his wife, which helped protect him. Far away at Locke's estate, Levi sits in bed with a book and immediately senses the implication. If Eric is protected by a goddess's blessing, then that must be her divine protection. Meanwhile, Gerberga reacts so violently that Golan and the others rush in, asking what is wrong. Back in the enemy's lair, the vampires continue to surge toward Locke. The air fills with stabbing tendrils and murderous pressure, while the rescued Marquise family remains behind Eric's protection on the other side. The vampire High Lord, now face to face with Eric's blade, can only stare in disbelief. Eric smiles and states the simple truth: his power is backed by the divine protection of a goddess. And with that, the supposedly immortal enemy is carved apart. While Eric questions Marquis Mastafon, the situation takes an awkward turn elsewhere. Levi, having rushed over in a nightdress, asks where Eric is, only to learn he is not with them. Someone mutters they are glad he is, and the reason is obvious: Eric would not survive seeing this. Back in the ruined corridor, Eric presses the Marquis for the truth. Why are the vampires targeting Lady Philly? Marcus Mastafon begins with shame. His daughter devoted herself to magic research, especially alchemy, and developed her own theories. But she never intended to create the thing she ultimately made. Eric narrows his eyes as the answer lands like a curse. A Fool's Stone. The Fool's Stone is revealed as the dark counterpart to the legendary Sage's Stone, the dream of every alchemist. But unlike its holy opposite, it accumulates and amplifies curses. Eric immediately connects it to the Vampire Lord's cursed medallions, reportedly made from Fool's Stones, then questions the contradiction. If Philly is that important, why would the vampires try to kill her? Eric pieces together the enemy's sudden recklessness. Over the last few days, their methods have grown more impatient, more destructive. The altered plan needed a spiritual medium to open a channel to another world, and that means the spark used to refine the Fool's Stone must have required a connection beyond this dimension. The Marquis and his wife pale as Eric reaches the dreadful conclusion. It cannot be. The answer is worse than a vampire scheme. In the other space, Lady Philly hangs bound in monstrous tendrils before a colossal, skull-faced darkness, while the High Lord stands nearby. Eric's realization becomes clear. This is the summoning of the gods of the dark. If that summoning is allowed to continue, the world itself will welcome its own demise. Philly is suspended before the crawling face of an evil god, wrapped in writhing tendrils, until Locke crashes into the space with enough force to shatter the ritual's calm. The High Lord smiles, but his eyes sharpen. Locke lands amid the debris, sword in hand and expression deadly calm. Around him, fragments drift through the air, but he stands firm before the nightmare, already measuring the enemy and the captive girl. Philly's eyes flutter in shock, and the High Lord leans in with a cold, amused stare. The two forces lock onto each other, one desperate hostage, one monster certain of victory, and Locke between them. Locke declares he is taking the girl back now. The High Lord answers with a sly challenge, inviting him to try his best. That is all the permission Locke needs. Locke steps forward into the writhing field of tendrils and the looming god face, answering with a grin. If the enemy does not mind, then neither does he. Philly strains against the bindings while the High Lord watches with a satisfied smile. Locke's expression darkens. This is no longer just rescue. It is a fight against a ritual meant to crack open the world. Locke charges across the warped terrain as the evil god's face dominates the space behind Philly. The High Lord waits near the ritual circle, confident the gap between them is protected by more than distance. Locke swings, only for the sword's tip to vanish into a strange distortion. The High Lord laughs and explains the trap. The blade now exists in a different dimension. In other words, Locke is connected to the underworld, and he cannot cut anything in this space. For a beat, Locke simply stares at the useless sword, then lets it drop with an unimpressed "uh-huh." The High Lord freezes, stunned by the casual response. Locke clasps his hands together instead and gives the obvious answer. If the sword will not work, he just will not use one. Locke's fist slams forward with raw, magic-backed force. He shouts that he is still powerful even without a sword, smashing into the High Lord's barrier with enough impact to make the monster react. The barrier shudders as Locke drives his punch straight through the defense. The High Lord's face twists in disbelief when the fist connects hard enough to distort his cheek. Locke follows with another brutal hit, declaring the enemy too slow. The High Lord is blown across the space, and even Locke looks briefly surprised by just how cleanly the strike lands. The High Lord crashes away, then steadies himself while warning Locke not to get ahead of himself. His body is already recovering, flesh and bone knitting back together, as he proves why High Lords are so difficult to kill. Locke clicks his tongue, realizing the enemy regenerates quickly after all. Then the space around him twists with dark vortexes, and he calmly studies the new threat as the High Lord snarls at him as human. The High Lord tears open black portals, and summons grotesque warriors from the underworld. With a vicious grin, he asks whether Locke's attacks will work on these things, calling them forward to rip the human apart. The summoned monsters crawl into the space, towering and malformed. While Philly watches in horror, the realization hits her at once. If the High Lord can summon Majin, then he is using dark magic connected to ancient magic itself. The High Lord laughs and orders his fellow Majin to tear the conceited human to pieces. But Locke's reaction is not fear. He smiles, because the enemy just gave away something far more valuable. There are still survivors. The summoned warriors hesitate, sweating as they look at Locke. Their panic says everything. Locke stands among them like a nightmare from their side of reality, and the High Lord notices the impossible reaction too late. The portals snap shut, and the warriors vanish back where they came from. Locke stretches as if disappointed, saying that is too bad. Went back. The High Lord can only stammer, asking what he did, while Locke plays innocent. Locke finally explains with a dangerous little smile. In the other dimension, he is apparently something of a celebrity. The High Lord rejects the idea as nonsense and launches another attack, insisting whatever deception Locke used will not work on him. Locke answers by bringing magic to point-blank range. The blast erupts directly into the High Lord's face, and Locke coldly repeats the lesson. He told him already, he is too slow. The attack detonates in a brutal burst of magic buckshot, shredding the High Lord at close range. The enemy's head and body are torn apart under the impact, proving that even without a sword, Locke's firepower is terrifying. A dark vortex swells nearby and stone fragments scatter. Locke looks up with a tense crap as the massive god face begins to move, its jaws gaping wide enough to swallow the space itself. The evil god begins manifesting. Philly remains suspended in front of the looming skull-like face, and Locke plants himself between her and the growing darkness, fists clenched against something far beyond an ordinary vampire. The mirror portal on Eric's side trembles with ominous resonance. Eric realizes the place on the other side is connected through the teleportation mirror, but without a sorcerer, they cannot initiate it again. For now, they can only rely on the one person trapped beyond it. The Marca asks what kind of person he is, wondering if such a famed sorcerer is one of the royal sorcerers. Eric answers no, then remembers a younger Luck fighting shoulder to shoulder with him and Golan. His answer is simple. He is Eric's close buddy from 20 years ago. The Marquise is stunned, trying to connect that description to the young-looking man on the other side. But when asked directly, Luck refuses to reveal the legend. With a bright grin, he introduces himself as Locke, an F-rank adventurer. When the Marquise calls on him for help, Locke quietly notes another failure to keep a low profile. Philly, still bound by tendrils, begs Locke to kill her while there is still time. She admits that she accidentally created a fool's stone, and even though it was unintended, she ended up helping the dark beings. Philly does not believe death will truly atone for her sins, but she refuses to let the evil god manifest through her. She explains the core of the ritual. The god is using her as a vessel, opening a path here by using her existence to attract the gods of the dark. Locke listens, then asks only one thing. Locke's question is sharp and practical. Why did she craft a fool's stone? That is not something Sharby makes for fun. Philly lowers her head and reveals the truth. She was not actually doing alchemical research at all. Her specialty was ancient languages, specifically analyzing texts from ancient magical kingdoms. Philly explains that some of the texts she managed to decipher happened to be about alchemy. Wanting to verify their legitimacy, she became absorbed in ancient alchemy and realized something astonishing. Ancient magical techniques do not simply follow this world's logic. They exploit divine powers by forming channels with another dimension. Locke's eyes narrow at the implication. Locke recalls his own ancient magic research and admits privately that he once believed no one could surpass him in that field. Yet Philly reached the same conclusions at her age. To him, that is not merely impressive, it is fascinating. With the explanation given, Locke turns back toward the threat. The broken space roars around him, and he grips his strange blade again as dark flames lick across its edge. The blade burns with an ominous darkness as Locke draws it fully into position. He realizes that once the conjurer died, the connection must have been severed, allowing his weapon to return from the other dimension. The sword now rests back in his hand, and the High Lord's remains crumble into ash nearby. Locke confirms the logic calmly. The connection was cut after the conjurer died. Now the blade can bite again, and the real battle against the infesting darkness can begin. Locke looks up at Philly, still bound before the grotesque god, and gives her a promise instead of despair. He tells her to wait, she will see her parents soon. Philly's eyes widen, stunned that he is still talking like rescue is possible in a place like this. The evil god stirs. Its skull-like face looms beside Philly, tentacles writhing all around her as the pressure of the otherworldly space thickens. Philly can only stare, trapped between terror and the impossible hope Locke just offered. Then the god fires. A massive beam erupts from its mouth, but Locke throws up a quadruple barrier in an instant. The blast slams into the layered defense, and even Locke grits his teeth as he realizes how absurdly powerful that attack is. The beam tears across the distant night sky like a falling star, exploding far beyond the battlefield. Somewhere in the mountains, a beast-folk child points up in wonder, but her father reads the light differently. To him, that glow is not beautiful, it is ominous. The beast-folk leader acts immediately. Hoping it is only a false alarm, he orders Nia to return home and sends a messenger to the royal capital at once. Back in the otherworldly space, Philly remains bound in the storm, her face shadowed with grim understanding. The blast has carved a huge ravine through the terrain. Stone and dust swirl in the aftermath, while Philly hangs helplessly above the chaos. The scale of the god's power now terrifyingly clear. The evil god's eye narrows. Philly trembles as Locke plants himself in front of her, standing between the bound girl and the towering nightmare like a single fragile line against annihilation. Locke grips the Majin ruler's sword and swings, unleashing a bright arc that cuts through the incoming tentacles. Philly gasps as the god reacts, not merely to the attack, but to the weapon itself. Locke explains the mismatch with a grin. The god's attack does not follow this world's logic, so ordinary barriers fail. But the Majin ruler's sword was forged under the logic of the enemy's side. That means it cannot be invalidated so easily. The god gathers power again, light swelling in its mouth while severed tentacles writhe across the ground. Locke watches closely, calm but alert, as new pillars of flesh begin rising from the corrupted floor. Those pillars unfold into monstrous offspring of the evil god, tall, armored, eye-covered creatures born from the same darkness. Locke's eyes light up with dangerous curiosity. Offspring of an evil god? Fascinating. Instead of shrinking back, Locke launches himself upward, actually enjoying the challenge. Philly stares in disbelief as he charges straight at a divine monster, like it is another rare specimen to test. The spawned creatures close in, but Locke meets them with sword and speed, cutting through tentacles and limbs as if studying every movement. Even the evil god seems to pause, watching this human fight its children with almost cheerful intensity. Locke presses closer to one towering offspring, testing the limits of the sword and his own reactions. The creature's eye locks onto him, and the space goes still for one dangerous heartbeat. A dark ray punches straight through Locke's chest. His eyes widen as the beam drills clean through him, while Philly can only make a broken sound of shock from behind the god's bindings. The impact flings Locke backward and slams him into the ground. Philly screams in horror, but Locke's expression hardens even as blood spreads beneath him. He is hurt, badly but not finished. The evil god roars over him, tentacles thrashing as Philly hangs beside its face. Locke lies on his back beneath the monster's shadow, the battlefield suddenly looking hopelessly one-sided. The scene snaps back to Locke's old comrades. Levi asks if Golan remembers, and the memories come flooding in. Locke was obsessed with ancient magic research, always diving into ruins whenever old texts might be hidden there. Golan grumbles that the damned Locke would risk his life for books instead of gold. The women nearby listen as Golan admits he may have been the biggest victim of Locke's obsession. He says Locke would even face off against dragons for cryptic ancient language books, and someone wonders if he ever managed to decipher them. Golan admits he did, but also notes the strange part. Locke never actually used ancient magic. The answer lies in one technique: learning. It is a spell built in 4 stages: learning, analysis, conversion, and reconstruction. Fundamentally, it lets the caster understand and learn an opponent's magic, and Locke discovered it by accident during ancient magic research. Locke had once learned the Majin commander's draining touch, because that very learning ability was itself an ancient spell rooted in the Majin's dark magic. A hand reaches toward black blood, and the forbidden technique reveals its name: life transfer, draining touch. Back in the god's domain, Philly believes the fight is futile. This is not an enemy a human can match. She decides she must stop the manifestation even if it means killing herself, until Locke's voice cuts through her panic, telling her to slow down. Philly sees the terrible wound in Locke's chest and cries out, but Locke smiles through the blood. He reminds her that he promised she would see her parents again. Then he reveals the real reason he let the attack hit. The spell was complicated, but he has learned it. Locke raises his hand, and the god's own power answers him. A dark ray erupts from his magic circle and blasts back into the evil god's face, proving he has reconstructed the enemy's attack and turned it against its master. The attack strikes cleanly. The god's skull face jerks from the impact, shocked by the impossible counter, while Philly is yanked free from the immediate danger as Locke moves. Locke pulls Philly into his arms with a grin, asking how that felt. The god's own medicine has hit it right in the face, and for the first time, the monster looks less like an unstoppable deity and more like prey that can be hurt. Locke tells Philly to hide somewhere safe. The god probably will not target her now, but he refuses to gamble with her life. Philly thanks him, overwhelmed, only for Locke to shoot back that she can thank him after they escape. With Philly out of the way, Locke faces the enormous god head-on. It roars, tendrils flaring, and Locke charges toward it with the Majin ruler's sword ready, cutting through the chaos to force the fight back on his terms. The god lashes out with sweeping tentacles, but Locke darts through the storm and fires Dark Ray again. The beam tears into the monster's face while his sword carves through its tendrils in passing. The wound closes almost immediately. Locke clicks his tongue, realizing the regeneration is frighteningly fast. Then the space around him fills with ominous eye-shaped magic patterns, warning him that the god is shifting tactics. Philly flinches as the attack's resume. Locke is hammered through the battlefield, blasted and driven back by repeated dark rays. But even while taking damage, he keeps analyzing the pattern. Locke grips his burned shoulder and assesses the situation with brutal clarity. His right shoulder was burned to ash, the god regenerates too quickly, and trading dark rays will not win. He considers the Majin ruler's sword as a catalyst for his maximum power, even knowing the spell he has in mind is unstable and consumes a ridiculous amount of mana. Power gathers around Locke, and Philly recognizes the spell in shock. If this fails, Locke knows it is over for him no matter what, but he still prepares to cast it. Locke launches back into the air, pulling the god's attention with him as the enormous body thrashes below. The battlefield distorts under the pressure of the spell he is preparing. The evil god is forced into the center of a massive triangular formation. Ancient magic circles rise around it as Locke begins isolating the entire space, trapping the god inside a collapsing boundary. The spatial prison tightens around the god. The triangular barrier forms over its head and body, sealing the monstrous mass into a confined zone, while Locke stands at the center of the spell's control. The isolated space shakes violently. Magic patterns, beams, and rupturing lines tear across the god's body as the spell begins crushing the sealed area from every direction. Locke pants, drenched in sweat, and declares it futile for the enemy to resist. He has isolated the entire space. Philly watches in disbelief, realizing he cut off a massive region with overwhelming magical power. And Locke is not done. Now come the finishing touches. Locke clenches the spell shut. The isolated dimension compresses violently around the trapped god as the technique reveals its name, Realm Implosion, Space. The sealed space collapses inward. The god is caught inside the crushing boundary as the implosion detonates through its massive body, turning the battlefield into a storm of warped space, debris, and overwhelming magical force. The space implosion tightens into something beyond a simple barrier. Philly stares in awe as the surrounding space warps under its own gravity, realizing Locke has created an ultra-dense spatial cage, practically a neutron star. Locke raises his battered hand, a sinister eye-shaped magic circle blooming in his palm. Then he gives the final command, release. From the collapsing cage, a black triangular force erupts straight through the evil god's skull-like face. The trapped god is dragged apart by the impossible pressure. Chunks of flesh, bone, and stone rip upward, while Locke stands at the edge of the devastation, forcing the spatial prison to finish its work. Locke follows with Dark Ray, coldly declaring the god will not regenerate. Eye-marked magic circles rain down like execution seals, blasting the remains again and again before the monster can rebuild itself. When the explosions fade, Locke is left standing alone before a massive black wound in reality. His body is torn, his clothes are burned through, and his face is grim, but the evil god's head is gone. The battlefield opens into a hollowed-out crater beneath the night sky. Philly approaches him carefully and whispers his name. Locke turns with a tired smile, barely able to say hers back. Then his strength finally gives out. Philly lunges forward and catches him as he collapses, panicking when he admits with a weak laugh that he used up all of his mana. The god's remains dissolve into drifting ash across the crater. Locke tells Philly not to worry, the evil god has disappeared. He sounds relieved, but his exhausted face makes it clear the victory nearly cost him everything. Philly holds him close in silence. Locke tries to stay awake, but his eyes fade. She smiles gently through her tears, telling him to rest well. With Locke asleep in her lap, Philly lowers her gaze and gives him a soft farewell for the moment. Sweet dreams. Above them, the stars returned to a sky that was nearly torn open. Back at Marquis Mastifon's estate, the teleportation magic finally activates. Eric watches sharply as the portal opens, Tama barking in recognition the instant Locke and Philly return. Philly steps out supporting Locke, and everyone erupts at once. Tama leaps toward her, the Marquis and his wife cry out for their daughter, and Locke, still bloodied and half depleted, manages a strained smile. Relief spills through the room. Philly assures her mother she is unharmed and explains that Locke protected her, while someone bluntly asks why Locke looks so pale when his style already stands out enough. When asked what happened to the evil god, Locke gives the most casual answer imaginable. He defeated it. Somehow, the Marquis can only stare, while Eric calmly says Locke never ceases to amaze him. The Marquis finally understands. Eric had said this man was his close friend from 20 years ago, and now the truth clicks into place. The young F-rank adventurer before him is the legendary Great Sage. Far away at the destroyed battlefield, a long-haired, pointed-eared woman surveys the empty crater with quiet interest. The world was saved by that man once again, and she calls it a surprise that a human could defeat an evil god even if it was only the head. The woman pauses, wondering if it could really be true. Nearby, a hooded subordinate trembles while she casually flicks something away, noting there is nothing left and wondering what sort of magic obliterated the place. A separate investigation team arrives at the ruined hideout under a personal request from the guildmaster. Their task is to gather whatever intel remains, but with the site wiped clean, they are forced to use magical exploration, laboro. The search turns chilling immediately. One investigator's eyes widen in sweat as the presence before him smiles with vampire fangs. Just meeting her gaze nearly bewitched an A-rank adventurer. The enormous phantom-like woman looms over the mountains, and the investigator freezes as she leans close. Her lips hover near him with a predator's patience, and the danger becomes terrifyingly intimate. Before the spell can swallow him completely, his ally grabs his shoulder and shouts him awake. He snaps back to reality in shock, only to realize the woman is gone. The realization hits hard. That child was not the real threat after all. Someone far more dangerous than a High Lord had been there, and now she has slipped away without leaving a trace. Time passes, and Luck stands on a balcony with his hair still altered from the battle. Eric approaches and asks about his shoulder, calling him by his true name. Luck admits Levi's healing magic helped a lot, though he is unsure whether his hair color will return to normal. Eric, still weighed down by guilt, regrets sending Luck to handle the incident alone, but Luck cuts him off and says he chose to rush in on his own. Eric refuses to let it slide. The thought of losing his close friend once was enough for a lifetime. Luck quietly apologizes, only for Golan to storm in and agree. Luck always runs solo too much. Golan lays down the rule. Consult them first from now on. Luck gives a tired apology, then asks about the evil god's hideout investigation and the Mastifon family. Golan says capable A-rankers were sent, but they have made no meaningful progress yet. The trail of the butler impersonating vampire also runs cold. The person who referred him to the Mastifon estate had already been murdered, and Cabino's case appears to have been manipulated by the vampire lord, using the Mastifon name. Luck shifts to the statue fragment found in the sewers, and asks why an evil god idol ended up there at all. The answer points back to Philly. When ordered to create a fool's stone, she intentionally made a faulty product and flushed it into the sewers, hoping someone would find it. Luck notes she probably did not expect a demonic rat to grow gigantic from it, but it still led to the truth being exposed. And Ario and Jeannie's role earns them credit back at the guild. Still, Eric's regret deepens. Vampires ran rampant in the royal capital far too easily. Luck asks the question now haunting them all. Have the vampires always acted this systematically? Eric admits the same thought crossed his mind. Their actions felt coordinated, as if someone above the High Lords was giving orders. Golan follows the logic to its darkest conclusion. Someone even greater than a High Lord is behind this. Eric agrees that this enemy is different from the Majin they faced 10 years ago. This time, it is a war between humans and vampires. A woman in mourning black scatters petals from a tower while the wind carries them across the sky. She asks what is happening, and below, the cemetery of Marquis Mastifon stretches out, where the servants who died in the incident have been laid to rest at Lady Philly's request. Philly's tribute is revealed. The petals come from flowers the estate maids carefully cultivated in the courtyard, and as she covers her face, the weight of every lost servant finally breaks through. The petals drift over the vast graves, turning the cemeteries into a quiet sea of farewell. Eric, Luck, and Golan stand together in solemn silence, watching the final wish of the rescued girl become a prayer for the dead. Afterward, the Mastifon estate grows still. Petals sweep past the gates, through the empty halls, and across the glass roof, leaving only the soft sound of wind where the vampire nightmare once unfolded. The season moves on. Luck spends quiet time in the library, and his hair color begins changing too, a visible reminder that even victory over an evil god leaves marks behind. Back at his estate, Luck walks through the massive halls alone and feels the size of the place more than ever. With everyone out, the home he wanted suddenly feels almost too large. He thinks through where everyone is gone. Shellis has been taking more quests with Ario and Jeannie. Shia has returned to her Lycan tribe for the first time in a while, bringing Garb along because her people in the sacred beast are like family. Lucilla and Gerberga Sama are playing with the princess, while Milka is asking a chef at Golan's estate to teach her cooking. Luck tries to pass the time cleaning leaves and testing tiny fireballs, then remembers Eric's casual promise to send him a new assistant. He mutters that he does not especially need help, right as someone arrives behind him. Philly appears at the estate with a suitcase, apologizing for the long gap since they last met. Tama happily reunites with Luck, who worries the dog may have gained weight, but Philly suddenly bows deeply and addresses him as Luck-sama, offering a sincere apology. Philly bows so deeply her forehead nearly reaches the ground, apologizing for not realizing the F-rank adventurer who rescued her was actually the great sage, Luck. But Luck gently stops her at once. To her, he says the one who saved her was not the legend Luck. It was just Locke. Philly starts to answer with Luck-sama, but Locke cuts in harder this time. It is Locke. He reminds her there is no need for a marquis's daughter to bow to a newbie F-rank adventurer. Then his eyes drop to the suitcase beside her, and the real surprise arrives. Eric's new assistant is Philly herself. Philly smiles and explains that, as punishment for the incident, King Eric ordered her to stay at Locke's estate as his assistant starting today. Locke immediately recognizes Eric's meddling, but the logic is annoyingly sound. Ignoring Philly's talent would be wasteful. The vampires may attack again, and the safest place for her is right beside him. Even Tama is welcomed into the household. Locke gives in with a wry smile and tells Philly he hopes they get along. She answers brightly, calling him Locke-san, while Tama barks in agreement. As everyone gathers around the estate again, Locke can only think one thing: his family has grown bigger once more. Then the story turns back 20 years. Near the border of Ringine, at the western edge of the kingdom of Garzand and north of Mendilibar, an ancient ruin was discovered. Someone once trespassed inside and shattered the powerful seal hidden deep within. The result would later be known as the Crimson Week of Black Dragons. Dust bursts under hurried boots as an adventuring party moves through a ruined settlement. Armed figs push forward through smoke and rubble, the silence broken only by the weight of destruction around them. The group finds a village decimated. Charred bodies lie among broken homes, and one scout warns that there is a weir of black dragons, and they are headed toward the royal capital. Golan, still young but already battle-hardened, realizes the disaster has taken a turn for the worse. 1 week earlier, young Luck sits buried in a mountain of books, reading ancient documents with obsessive focus. The quiet research room looks less like a study and more like a battlefield of paper. Golan bursts into the room calling for Luck, knocking books everywhere. Luck, 19 years old and already a B-rank sorcerer who left the Magic Academy at 16 to research on his own, barely looks up before scolding Golan to stop making a mess and put everything back. Golan complains that the pile was already a random disaster, but Luck insists it is sorted his own way. Then Luck reveals the real prize he dumped his recent adventuring earnings into, a magical item he has been searching for forever. With a flourish, he unveils Artemis's arrow. Golan asks the price, and Luck proudly says 20 million repi. Luck explains that Artemis's arrow is a legendary magical weapon mentioned only in stories from ancient magical kingdoms, a divine relic said to have slain 1 million demons in one shot. Golan stares at the tiny arrow-like object and asks the obvious question: if it is an arrow, where is the bow? For a long second, Luck freezes. Then horror dawns on his face. He completely forgot about the bow. Golan's response is merciless. Is he a magical idiot? Outside, Golan asks what Luck even came for, since he has been hunting for a quest to investigate unexplored ruins. Luck explains that ruins of an ancient magical kingdom were discovered near a town called Kataya in Gerzand, and because the guild has no limit on participants, it is first come, first served. Then he snaps, why is Golan loitering instead of preparing a fast horse? Golan protests the cost of a fast horse to Kataya, but Luck refuses to waste even a second. He drags the warrior into Mososhin, insisting they go immediately, even if they need a loan, because they have to arrive faster than anyone else. 2 days later, near Kataya in the kingdom of Garzand, the pair arrives to a shocking sight. A massive line of refugees pouring away from the town. Luck demands to know what happened, and the answer is grim. These people are refugees from Kataya. The truth is written in smoke and shadow, Dragons circle above a devastated town, the land below swallowed by fire and ruin. Kitaya was destroyed by a wave of dragons, and Luck's expression hardens as the scale of the catastrophe sinks in. With the ruins now irrelevant, Luck admits this is not the time for excavation. Golan does not want to fight dragons, especially flying ones, since warriors would be nearly helpless against them. Around them, refugees crowd the road, proving there are lives still depending on someone to act. Luck asks what Golan plans to do. Golan answers that he will go to Kitaya because the guild will want to know the situation there. Luck warns him he will die if he tries to become a dragon slayer, but Golan laughs it off. He has been on death's doorstep countless times already, and somehow he always figures something out. Golan tells Luck there is no need to force himself to be a hero. He is Luck, after all. But Luck watches injured children among the refugees, hears their crying, and clicks his tongue as the choice becomes impossible to ignore. Night falls over the royal capital of Golmud in Garzand, where the Adventurer Guild's branch head, Karambit, receives the horrifying report. Kitaya has been devastated only a day after the dragon's revival was reported. He curses the timing, knowing the crisis has already outrun their preparations. Karambit orders a current condition report immediately. The chivalric order is mobilizing, but he still needs scouts, and fast. Then the door opens, and Golan enters with Luck panting behind him, declaring they came from Kitaya themselves. Karambit and the staff freeze at Golan's arrival. Someone realizes the exhaustion makes sense, only if they used flying magic from Kitaya. Golan sits down and gives the report plainly. The town's condition is exactly as described, and the fire is still spreading, though it should be extinguished by tomorrow. The numbers are brutal. Around 70% of the people escaped, about 100,000, but the remaining 30% did not simply burn. Golan says they were devoured by the dragons. Karambit clasps his hands and asks how many dragons there were. Golan confirms 4 dragons, but based on the destruction there are likely more. One den lies west of town near a recently discovered ruin. Luck cuts in with a colder estimate. There should be at least 10 black dragons. Karambit realizes negotiation is no longer even a question. The report explains why that word matters. Among the 5 confirmed dragon species, red, white, blue, green, and black dragons are considered the most dangerous. They enjoy both destruction and devouring humans, making them creatures mankind should never allow to exist. Karambit shares the information with the chivalric order and asks Golan and Luck to assist if possible. Luck does not ask for money. He asks for priority access to excavate the Kitaya ruins. Karambit calls it a big demand, but says he will consider it depending on their performance. 2 days later, a makeshift army sets out to subjugate the Black Dragons. C-rank and higher adventurers march alongside the Garzan chivalric order, 60 C ranks, 19 B ranks, 7 A ranks, and 1,200 knights and servants. For an improvised force, it is impressive. But the departure turns strange when crowds of women cheer for a graceful long-haired man in a fur-trimmed cloak. Golan explains that this is the hero, a royal from somewhere, and apparently the only person invited to the farewell party at the royal palace the night before. Luck reacts sharply. The hero. Luck studies the smiling hero as he passes through the cheering crowd. For an instant, a black mist seems to curl from the man, but when Luck looks again, it is gone. He wonders if he imagined it. The hero accepts the crowd's praise with polished elegance. Golan says if the man can help in battle, he is thankful regardless. Luck answers quietly, but his unease lingers beneath that simple agreement. The formation reaches the field, and confidence ripples through the knights. One noble commander claims that with a force this strong, they can handle even black dragons. Then he shocks everyone by ordering the adventurers to go to the dragon's den, while the chivalric order stays behind to protect the royal capital. Karambit erupts, demanding to know if the man is serious. The commander calmly confirms it. When Karambit asks whether this was King Zaius' order, the commander refuses to answer and tells him he is in no position to know. The knights march off, leaving the adventurers behind. The Holy Magic Order also starts to withdraw, claiming this is as far as they will go. Their young representative, Arden, says she will participate in the Black Dragon subjugation, but the archpriest snaps back asking if she intends to disobey the will of God. Arden sighs and cuts through his sanctimony. She tells the archpriest that fleeing out of cowardice is not the will of God. Rather, losing his nerve proves he has been forsaken by God. The archpriest sputters in outrage, completely humiliated. The archpriest retreats in fury, warning Arden she will regret this. With the others stunned into silence, the young saintly woman bows and introduces herself properly. Levi Leonard Arden. She asks simply to be called Levi. Karambit worries she may be excommunicated by the Holy Magic Order, but Levi smiles with unwavering faith. Even if she is exiled, she says, the heart that believes in God shall never waver. The hero is delighted by her courage and immediately asks Levi to let him be her personal bodyguard. Levi, not recognizing him, asks who he is. He introduces himself with a smooth smile as the hero Eric Mendilabar, apologizing that his reputation has not preceded him. The introductions barely help the mood. Someone points out they do not even have 90 men, and asks if they are expected to fend off 10 black dragons with so few. Luck listens while the veteran adventurers weigh the odds, and one of them admits it is not impossible. The older A-rank sorcerer explains the key. Everything depends on whether they can stop the dragons in their tracks. A grounded dragon can be turned into mincemeat. The party has serious fighters, Old Man Raglan, the maniac warrior Tobru, an A-rank scout, and other top-class adventurers. His magic web could catch 4 dragons at most, so if they use decoys to split the dragons into groups, they may have a chance. Before the plan can settle, the hero casually starts taking over. He says there is no better strategy with their current numbers, then acts as if his personal summons from King Zaius makes him the natural leader. Karambit snaps, since when was he in charge? And the so-called hero's smug confidence sends a dark chill through the room. The so-called hero's attempt to seize command gets shut down immediately. Golan grabs him like a misbehaving child, coughing through the absurdity while telling him the hero can look after everyone from the rear with dignity. Eric sputters, Levi watches in blank surprise, and the masked swordsman turns away with a quiet click of annoyance. The masked swordsman and Levi stare after the scolded hero as he is dragged aside. Levi seems to think it over, finger to her lips, while the masked man quietly keeps his distance. Meanwhile, a furious complaint hangs over the mountains. Those fools do not understand a thing. Everyone knows the hero should stand above any A-ranker. Eric's wounded pride swells into something dangerous. His followers insist King Zaius personally gave him special items, and Eric clenches one at his belt, deciding he must prove who is truly fit to lead. By tonight, he vows, he will teach those bastards a lesson. Before the battle begins, Golan asks Luck what he thinks of the current strategy. Luck answers honestly, he cannot predict the losses, and if it were up to him, he would choose another plan. He would leave the frontline fighting to the A-rankers and focus on backup. Sadly, the clean plan he wants is already being cut apart by the Black Dragon's movements. The raid turns into chaos. Black dragons descend like living disasters, one adventurer hanging limp and bloodied in their jaws. The title becomes reality, Black Dragon Raid. Below, the adventurers scatter in panic as the creatures tear through their formation. A dragon breathes destruction across the battlefield, forcing fighters to sprint for their lives. One warrior braces himself against the blast's pressure, while Old Man Raglan steps forward and shouts for everyone to leave it to him. Raglan throws up powerful magic, catching the attack long enough to save the others. Golan grabs him and shouts that they need to retreat and rebuild the formation, while the dragon continues blasting from above. But the dragons do not give them time. Another blast slams into Raglan's defense, and someone screams for the old man. Golan, furious and desperate, raises his blade and charges toward the dragon, yelling, "Why you?" Golan drives himself straight into the dragon's face, glaring up at the monster with murder in his eyes. The dragon reels, and Golan's attack tears its head down hard, proving that even without wings he can still reach a flying nightmare if it gets careless. The battlefield goes silent for half a heartbeat. Tobru's name is shouted in horror, and Luck immediately realizes the situation is bad. The dragons are coordinated, using the confusion to pick off the A-rankers first. Luck calls to Golan, knowing they will be annihilated if the dragons keep controlling the pace. They need to break the dragon's rhythm. Golan grins and charges, telling Luck to leave it to him. A masked swordsman rushes in beside Golan and promises wind protection, telling him not to worry about the dragon's breath. Golan recognizes the value instantly, calling him a lifesaver as they advance through whipping gusts and incoming fire. Luck begins casting from behind, using magic lance to strike at the dragon's head. But the target is too high, and his spell cannot cleanly finish it. He understands the problem at once. The dragon's head is out of reach. Golan launches upward with a roar, swinging his huge blade as the dragon bears down. His strike crashes into the creature's body, but the monster's scales refuse to yield completely. Luck sees Golan struggling and prepares support. His blade is not getting through, so Luck casts Weapon Enchant from range, pouring magic into Golan's weapon and telling himself he can do it. With the enchantment active, Golan's attack bites deep. He drives forward into the dragon's head, blood spraying as the once impenetrable scales finally split. The dragon's head is carved apart under Golan's enchanted blade. The massive creature crashes downward in pieces, proving Luck's support was the missing key. A second dragon falls in the same sweeping attack, and the battlefield erupts in disbelief. 2 down in 1 slash. The warriors wonder if Golan's weapon has become a magical sword, while the masked swordsman quietly studies the man responsible. Levi raises her staff and calls everyone to her side. As another dragon attacks, she invokes God's protection, gathering the survivors beneath holy light while the beast dives overhead. Levi's spell blooms into a radiant dome, heavenly protection. The dragon's breath crashes against it, burning across the barrier while the fighters inside are spared from instant death. The protection holds, but barely. Levi admits she has reached maximum capacity, leaving those outside to handle themselves. When Golan asks if she will let them in, the masked swordsman warns that the dragons are coming again. The masked swordsman steps forward alone. 2 dragons wheel toward them, and Luck watches as the swordsman calmly calls him Sorcerer Kun, and asks one simple thing: can he ground them? Luck confirms the request, warning that he will not be responsible for what happens afterward. The masked swordsman accepts without hesitation, drawing his blade and preparing to finish whatever Luck drops from the sky. Luck unleashes Wind Cutter, slashing through the air and dragging the dragon down. The creature dives toward him, wings tearing at the sky, while the masked swordsman waits below with perfect focus. The swordsman moves like a flash of light. His blade cuts through the falling dragons in a blur, each strike clean enough to make the battlefield seem to split around him. 2 more dragons collapse, sliced apart in a single exchange. Golan stares in shock, wondering who that man is, while Luck stands nearby with the uneasy feeling that this swordsman is dangerous. After the fighting, the survivors count their losses. 5 A rankers, 2 B rankers, and 2 C rankers are injured. The group is overwhelmed, and some suggest they have no choice but to ask the chivalric order for help again. But whether the knights will act is uncertain. Then someone discovers a strange object, a dragon flute, a magical tool used to summon dragons. The shaken fake hero admits he used it. The others demand answers, and he insists a woman gave it to him after saying it could bend any dragon to his will. The memory reveals the trap. A female elf invited to the royal palace as a guest of honor approached Eric under the night sky, offering him power. With the flute in hand, she promised that the black dragons would obey him, and that he could become a true hero. Back in the present, the real picture becomes clearer. Eric admits he knew from the beginning that the woman was an imposter, yet even so, he fell under the influence. Luck says the man had traces of magical power around him, something like charm. Even Raglan did not notice, and the others begin to realize Luck is no ordinary B-rank sorcerer. The masked swordsman presses the next mystery. He is more curious about Golan's true identity, and about the sword that could cut dragons apart like that. Levi answers with innocent certainty. It was a holy sword. That answer sends shock through the group. The owner of that holy sword can only be one person. The masked swordsman touches his mask and finally reveals the truth. Levi recognized him after all. The mask drops, and the so-called mysterious swordsman identifies himself. He is Eric Imgard Mendilabar, the real prince from Mendilabar, who came in search of the imposter wearing his name. Luck and Golan are left stunned by the revelation. The real Eric asks Luck what he thinks the enemy's objective is. Luck shrugs at first, saying a conspiracy involving another country's capital is not really his concern. But Eric smiles, because Luck is already involved, and he clearly has no intention of backing off. Far away at the royal castle of Garzand, the enemy reacts to the outcome. The seductive elf-like woman watches through the dragon's sight, and admits she miscalculated, losing 3 dragons. Still, the plan itself has not changed. Inside the castle, the horror deepens. King Zaius is already dead, his severed head hanging as the woman casually remarks that it is unfortunate he will not live to see his country's end. But she is not worried. All of the people will follow their king regardless. The party reaches a ravaged cliffside, and Eric asks Luck if this is the place. Luck confirms it with a grim look. Ahead lies the Black Dragon Den. The den yawns before them like a carved-out abyss, ringed by ancient structures and steep stairways. The group stands at the edge, staring down into the lair that birthed the disaster. 10 hours earlier, Luck had been shoved into strategy duty against his will. Eric argues that Luck, as a sorcerer, has the most accurate knowledge of black dragons, and Levi agrees after seeing how calmly he identified the dragon's target during the earlier attack. Even when Luck protests that higher-ranked adventurers are present, everyone sides with Eric. Golan points out that warriors are not exactly suited to strategy, and Eric declares it settled. Luck can only grit his teeth, hating responsibility and reliance, while the burden lands squarely on him. Inside the shattered ruins, Luck, Eric, and Levi hide beneath the broken stonework, while the black dragons circle above. Luck exhales in relief. His mind obstruction magic worked, but the relief is thin. The dragons are still moving faster than expected. There are far too many of them, and their sharp intelligence makes the fact that they are not relying on smell the only lucky break. The dragons wheel through the sky in a massive flock, and one worried voice hopes there will be no accidents. But below, the adventurers realize the truth immediately. This is bad. The black dragons are not waiting for the dragon flute at all. They are already heading straight for the royal capital. Eric acts first. He mounts his horse and orders the others on, declaring he will take them to the sorcerer. The plan has to change now, and the dragon flute must be delivered immediately. As the guildmaster's group prepares to ride for the capital, Luck is warned not to push himself too hard. Then Eric does something completely unexpected. He starts unfastening parts of his own gear. Luck freezes, blushing and panicking as Eric strips down with zero hesitation. Eric explains the practical reason. If he does not lighten himself, the horse will not be able to carry them both. A young blonde swordswoman steps forward, introduces herself as Marguerite Morton, and tells Luck to strip too. Luck can only stare, stunned by her beauty and her directness, while she calmly waits for him to respond. Luck stammers an apology, admitting he was so dazzled by her appearance that he froze. Marguerite turns flustered at the compliment, while Luck immediately panics harder and tries to explain that he only meant she was too pretty. There is no time for awkwardness, though. The order comes sharp and urgent: hurry up and get on. The horse launches forward with explosive speed, carrying Luck and Marguerite through the forest. Luck clings on as they race, still trying to understand why the black dragons would ignore easier towns and aim directly for the royal capital. Marguerite does not know either, but she admits the same thing he feels. This is giving her a terrible feeling. At the ruins, Luck, Eric, and Levi reach an enormous chamber filled with carved pillars and a ceiling covered in eye-like patterns. Luck's eye reflects the strange inscriptions, and panic cuts through him. This is not what he expected at all. Eric realizes it too. These ruins were not built to imprison the black dragons. Luck defies the purpose. They were made to seal something even more dangerous, a remnant from the mythical age, a calamity god that has destroyed civilizations many times over. That sealed horror has a name: the evil dragon. A colossal dragon-like monster fills the legend, its body twisted into something far more ancient and dreadful than an ordinary black dragon. Levi connects the revelation to scripture. Evil dragons are described as apostles of a demon that rebelled against the gods, and legend says that only 10 of them once kept the earth burning for a century. Standing before the ruins, the group realizes the seals may still hold, but only barely. The royal capital appears in the distance, unaware of the nightmare unfolding around it. Luck concludes that even if only one evil dragon has been freed, someone has already managed to break part of the seal. On a high balcony, the elf-like woman smiles beneath falling petals, revealing her true fangs. Her satisfaction is quiet and terrifying, because the capital is already part of her plan. She draws an ornate dagger and slashes it through the air. Black streaks rip outward like summoned blades, her body moving with the confidence of someone who has already set the disaster in motion. The evil dragon rises through the city. Its grotesque head and many eyes tower near the walls, while crystals and debris explode around it as the seal fractures further. Panic erupts in the royal capital. Citizens scream as a dragon appears above the streets, wondering why such a monster is inside the capital at all. Then the shadow spreads over the city gate, and the crowd breaks into a stampede. From above, the fanged woman gives the command with delight. She orders the evil dragon to go forth, harvest fear and despair from the sacrifices below, and feed the fool's stone. At the military camp, the knights receive the impossible report. The royal capital is engulfed by a curse. The protective dome hangs dark over the distant city, and every person inside is in danger. A watchman spots the next wave, an entire wave of black dragons heading their way. As the dragons descend, one unleashes a blast, and a young soldier can only look up in terror and pray. The dragon's attack detonates near the camp, sending soldiers flying. The sky fills with black wings, and the battlefield is thrown into chaos as the dragons close in on the cursed capital. Back in the sealed chamber, Luck understands there is no time left. Eric warns that an explosion could damage the seal itself, but Luck makes his choice. If the next step is a sorcerer's job, then he is diving in. Eric calls after him, asking whether he must always go alone. Luck answers without hesitation. What comes next is a job for a sorcerer. He has to somehow seal the evil dragons and black dragons again. Luck plunges into the sealed space and reaches the massive forms of the evil dragons. Dozens of monstrous bodies lie bound beneath layered magic, their scale alone enough to make the seal feel like a miracle. Luck confirms the truth at close range. These are evil dragons, and the seal is still holding strong. There is one vacant spot, meaning the enemy only managed to release one of them after all. Luck reveals the one thing he hid from Eric, the existence of the Forbidden Tome. It is not necessarily a book, but a powerful magical catalyst, and now Luck stands before it, ready to use it against the seal itself. Luck touches the forbidden tome and begins absorbing the information stored within. The ancient technique activates, learning. Pages upon pages of magical data flood into him as he analyzes the barrier's structure. Learning is a high-class magic that can analyze any magic the caster touches, even ancient magic or darkness magic. Luck knows his chance of victory rests entirely on this technique, and his eyes ignite with the spell's patterns as he forces himself to understand everything. The seal is not just strong, it is dozens, maybe hundreds, of layers deep. Luck decides to absorb all of it, taking the entire labyrinth of sealing magic into himself piece by piece. Outside the seal, Eric sits with Levi in the flooded chamber, trying to believe the outcome will be fine. Levi asks if he is worried, and Eric admits he is, but not about whether Luck can handle the magic. Something else is bothering him. That worry is answered immediately. The black dragons return to the ruins. Marguerite and Golan react at once, and Golan urges her to hurry as the sky darkens with wings. A black dragon dives and unleashes its breath, but Marguerite charges straight into the blast with a shining magic circle before her. She meets the dragon head-on, forcing the attack back with fearless precision. Marguerite cuts into the dragon, her blade carving through scale and flesh. Eric realizes the problem at once. There are too many of them, and even a warrior this skilled cannot hold off an entire swarm alone. One dragon slips behind Eric, and a shout warns him just in time. The beast lunges with its jaws wide, only for Golan to crash in from above like a falling boulder. Golan slams into the dragon with overwhelming force, carving through the beast and landing beside Eric. Blood splashes across his armor as he calls out with a grin, apologizing for being late. With the immediate danger pushed back, Golan complains to Marguerite about her sudden flying magic. Luck is blamed, then Marguerite clarifies that it was her doing, while Golan yells that jumping off without warning nearly killed him. The tension breaks into chaos for one absurd second. Eric teasingly says the two of them have gotten pretty intimate, and both Golan and Marguerite snap back in embarrassment. But then the question that matters cuts through everything. Is Luck inside? Golan confirms it. Luck is trying to seal the dragons again, and everyone understands their role instantly. They form up outside the ruins, ready to protect the seal while Luck fights the magical battle within. Golan faces the incoming dragons and declares he is counting on Luck. He knows Luck is the most powerful sorcerer he has ever met, and if anyone can seal these monsters away, it is him. Inside the seal, Luck continues absorbing the ancient layered magic through the forbidden tome. The spellwork burns around him, but he presses on, carrying the entire burden alone, because one mistake could release horrors the world cannot survive. Outside, the others hold the line against the black dragons, trusting Luck to complete the impossible seal from within. The battle has split into two fronts now. Blades and holy magic outside, ancient sorcery inside, and if either side fails, the evil dragons will return. Above the capital, the fanged elf-like woman holds up a dark crystal and lets the curse surge through it. A vast magical formation spreads across the sky, cracking the air and swallowing the city beneath a pulsing dome of doom. The truth behind the catastrophe becomes clear. If the door to the interdimensional rift stays open, Majin from another world will keep pouring in, dragons, monsters, armies of chaos, dragging the age back into disaster. But then the crystal reacts. The woman jolts in disbelief as the dark gem cracks, and the words hanging over the moment say everything. The demise of the world of the living has just been interrupted. A violent spiral erupts from the ruins. Eric, Levi, Golan, and the others brace against the blast as the seal restores itself, cutting off the flow of the curse. The fanged woman, watching from afar, cannot accept it. The curse was severed, the seal was restored. It should not be possible. The restored barrier twists upward like a towering storm, swallowing the dragon silhouettes inside its layers. Eric and Levi stare in shock while Golan can only gape at the sheer force of Luck's magic. Then Luck senses it. His face hardens as he warns, "It's coming." The others turn toward the sky in confusion. What is coming? And then someone shouts Luck's name, demanding to know whether he caused this. The answer appears overhead. The last boss, an evil dragon. It floats within the raging magical storm, a colossal many-eyed monster from the mythical age, finally freed from the seal. Luck forces a smile and realizes the monster can even teleport. Below, the ancient barrier keeps spinning, but the evil dragon has already shifted position, hovering outside its prison like it owns the sky. The evil dragon attacks, detonating a massive blast across the landscape. The explosion blooms into a blinding wall of destruction, swallowing everything beneath it in white light. The fanged woman watches the devastation with wide eyes, and the dragon rises above the smoke. Its wings blot out the sky as burning ruins and shockwaves spread below. Luck and the others survive behind the restored barrier, but even Golan is shaken. The blast annihilated the black dragons too, proving this is no ordinary monster from old stories. Luck confirms they are safe for now, because the seal is restored. But that protection has limits. Even with the seal repaired, the freed evil dragon remains outside. Luck guesses it must have a direct contract with a sorcerer, and that contract is the only thing still binding it. Then the dragon spots them, and the barrier begins to fail under external pressure. The evil dragon dives. Golan panics, Eric goes tense, and Luck accepts there is no choice. He did not want to reveal this power here, but with the monster about to attack, he draws the ancient artifact he once wasted 20 million rupai on. Luck unleashes the weapon at last. The spell transforms into 1,000,000 arrows like a shroud of clouds and fog, gathering in endless ranks as he commands them to burn his enemies to ash. An enormous ancient magic circle opens across the sky. Eric recognizes the impossible scale immediately. This is magic even the top royal sorcerers have never used. Could it be ancient, lost magic? Luck grins fiercely and sends the arrows forward. Eat this, he roars, invoking Pierce, and the countless projectiles lock onto the evil dragon's body. The dragon hangs in the sky, suddenly small beneath the overwhelming rain of light. Its eyes narrow as the barrage closes in from every direction. The attack lands. Artemis's arrows tear into the evil dragon in a storm of piercing impacts, blasting through its massive body with the full force of Luck's 20 million rupiah gamble. When the light fades, Luck stands beneath the restored barrier, arms still raised to wrist. Smoke and ash drift where the monster had been, and the sky finally begins to clear. Levi watches in stunned silence. Golan can only marvel that Luck did not even need a bow, while Luck awkwardly brushes it off like the absurd miracle was nothing. But Eric is not laughing. He calls Luck by name, and the atmosphere changes at once. His face says he understands exactly how dangerous that hidden power really is. Eric asks the question Luck has been avoiding. What was he saving that power for? Luck insists the artifact is gone now anyway, and since he saved their lives, maybe Eric could at least cover half the cost. Even under interrogation, he cannot resist mentioning the 20 million rupai. The others stand beneath the scarred sky, trying to process the impossible. Then, far away, the fanged woman flicks away the crumbling remains of her broken crystal, furious enough to lose her composure. Back at the palace, cursed people and undead collapse in the corridors as the woman walks away. Her fangs show as she admits she has lost too much blood this time. Decide to stop here. The capital survives. Soldiers kneel exhausted, the battlefield lies wrecked, and Golan looks back at the aftermath with a grim expression. Victory has come, but no one can call it clean. Later, the group gathers together, with Levi smiling brightly at the front, while Luck, Golan, Eric, and the others follow. The report explains the strange truth. Garzan lost its king and much of the chivalric order, yet almost no civilians in the royal capital were harmed. Still, almost no one witnessed what appeared in the sky, so the enemy's true goal remains hidden in darkness. 1 month later, the road has moved west. Luck's party tracks a group of thieves through the woods, and Golan reports that the targets seem to have fled in that direction. Luck puffs his cheeks and sulks like a child, while Golan asks if he is still acting gloomy. Luck mutters about being deceived and then snaps at Eric. Why is the hero traveling with them? Eric simply laughs and claims it is a coincidence, fooling no one. Luck protests that they are only here to deal with thieves. Golan points out that Marguerite asked Eric to deal with undead appearing on the highway while they were at it, and Luck immediately accuses him of trying to look good in front of her. Eric insists this is for Luck's sake too, while Golan shouts that Luck has it all wrong. Eric grows serious and tells Luck to remember something. Great power attracts those with great influence, and those people will always try to exploit it. Luck tries to deny that he has any such power, but Eric reminds him that he defeated an evil dragon. Luck counters that if he supposedly has great power, how can he know Eric is not just another influential person trying to use him? Eric answers without hesitation. His power exists only to serve the powerless, and he understands that is the true essence of a hero's strength. Eric smiles and adds that he could stand beside Luck as an equal. Golan backs him up with a confident grin, asking if that is enough of a guarantee. Luck falls silent, caught between suspicion and the uncomfortable feeling that they may be right. Luck's answer is blunt. He has no intention of becoming a hero. Before that argument can go anywhere, the memory cuts forward, 10 years later, to a barrier under unbearable pressure, with voices screaming that the front is coming and begging Luck to break it open. Luck appears in the present battlefield, older in burden if not in face, driving his glowing sword into the barrier. As everyone cries his name, he shouts the words that define him. Leave it to me. The barrier opens, and the nightmare on the other side surges forward. Majin, beasts, and monstrous enemies crashing against the light. Luck charges straight into the impossible front, taking the burden alone so the others can live. It becomes a ridiculous story, but a true one. Years later, as birds circle the sky, the tale says Luck would eventually become a hero who saves the world, though that is another story waiting to be told. Leaves rustle in the forest, and the calm after the legend is almost eerie. Above the treetops, a huge spiral of wind twists in the sky, signaling that peace is never as quiet as it looks. Far across the land, animals look up at the strange vortex. Squirrels clutching nuts and deer in the woods all turn toward the sky, sensing something massive moving beyond them. A white dragon cuts through the air, wings spread wide over the mountains as the swirling current wraps around it. The creature flies with purpose, riding the disturbance like a path. From a distant city, a young blonde woman watches the sky from behind a window. Beyond the rooftops and forest, the ominous rumble continues, quiet at first, but unmistakably drawing closer. Back at Luck's estate, peace returns in the strangest way possible. Milka cheerfully announces that Celis's lunch is ready, while Celis stares out the window and comments that the sun seems to be having a bad day. She decides to wait until Shia returns before eating, because Philly also said she would eat after finishing her research. But when Celis asks where her father and the others are, Milka reveals they are holding a meeting in Luck's room. Celis immediately senses something else. Milka blinks, confused, and then the proof appears outside the window. A beastfolk man and a small hooded figure are already at the estate. Celis calmly says they have a guest, leaving Milka stunned that she noticed before anyone knocked. Inside Luck's study, the mood is much heavier. Eric turns to Golan and asks whether they have uncovered anything about the evil god or the vampire's movements after the incident. Golan reports that he mobilized 3 A-rank parties from the Adventurer Guild, but even with that much manpower, they still found no meaningful results. Outside, Luck strolls with Garb, Gerberga, and the others, noting that hiring 3 A-rank parties must have cost an enormous reward. Proof of just how dangerous the matter is. Eric admits the Privy Council is also struggling to understand the vampire's plan. It looks like the enemy has been preparing for years, yet their recent actions feel strangely premature. Golan and Eric suspect Luck's return alive may have pushed them into impatience, but Luck himself isn't convinced. To him, their movements accelerated almost exactly when he came back, too fast for his survival alone to explain. Luck asks the question at the center of everything. Why did the Majin ruler try to come to this world? Eric and Golan freeze. If the vampires were already moving before Luck's return, then the old war against the Majin and the current vampire crisis may not be separate after all. Golan's first answer is simple. The Majin ruler would appear to invade with his army. But Luck challenges that. Was there really a need for the ruler himself to be at the front? They fought the Majin ruler fairly early at the interdimensional rift, and because of that, they misjudged how many forces could remain after him. The realization hits hard. Eric mutters that it cannot be, but Luck pushes the logic further. If they consider the possibility that the vampires were the ones who summoned the Majin ruler, then every strange piece begins to fit. Eric and Golan recoil at the idea. Vampires have only been trying to summon evil gods, so summoning the Majin ruler should be beyond them. Or so it seemed. Luck admits the theory would explain the enemy's systematic movements, but Eric cuts in with a sharper warning. They are forgetting one major contributing factor. Golan's expression hardens as the hidden possibility takes shape. Eric says it was mentioned before. There may be a being who commands the vampires. Luck wonders aloud whether there is an unknown vampire boss above even the High Lords, and Golan's silence tells him this is no idle speculation. Golan finally shares intel he had not yet brought up. An A-rank sorcerer investigating the hideout where the evil god's head was summoned sensed a presence from afar, and even without direct contact, a powerful charm nearly overcame him. This was not some weak investigator either. It was an A-rank sorcerer with strong magical resistance. Luck and Eric react in shock, and Levi bursts into the meeting from nearby, furious that Golan kept such an important detail quiet. Golan quickly raises both hands, and insists the sorcerer was only charmed at a distance, without meeting the enemy directly. That answer only makes the threat feel worse. Golan admits the information was too uncertain to present confidently. The sorcerer only felt the enemy's presence from far away and never saw them in person. Luck questions whether they can trust such vague intel, but Golan explains that the sorcerer once fought a vampire High Lord long ago. If even he was shaken, they can at least be certain of one thing. Someone greater than a High Lord exists. Before the dread can settle, a knock interrupts the meeting. Milka opens the door announcing as a guest for Locke. The visitor steps in with beast ears, a fur mantle, and a broad grin. Danton Walcott, chief of the Eastern Beastfolk tribe and Shia's father. He greets Locke warmly, saying they have not met since the ceremony honoring the defeat of the High Lord. Danton thanks Locke for taking care of his daughter Shia, but Luck quickly insists Shia helps him too. Danton beams at that, declaring that if his daughter is useful, that is all that matters. Then he notices Golan is also present and calls him Lord Morton, clearly recognizing the room is packed with influential people. Then Danton's composure breaks completely. Eric smiles from the center of the room, and Danton realizes he is standing before King Eric himself. He drops to one knee in panic, begging pardon, but Eric casually waves it off and says he is simply here as friend Eric. Danton has heard they were acquainted, but this level of casual friendship is clearly beyond what he expected. Danton recovers by praising Locke all the more. He says Locke must often be entrusted with important missions, and he even heard Locke defeated the second Vampire High Lord alone. Locke tries to downplay it, saying the real target was someone else, but Danton shifts straight to business and calls in Nia. A small beastfolk girl steps forward with bright confidence. She introduces herself as Nia and says it is an honor to meet Locke. Locke greets her kindly, wondering if she is Shia's little sister, and Danton confirms it. His plan is simple: have Nia begin hunter training under Shia's guidance from now on. Outside the entrance, Shia returns and immediately hears the words hunter training. Danton explains that beastfolk consider it normal. Shia also began training at 8, just like Nia. The moment Shia spots her little sister, she cries out, and Nia happily calls back to her. Nia leaps straight into Shia's arms, overjoyed. Danton cheerfully explains that he wants Shia to try training Nia, but Shia is caught completely off guard. She admits she is still studying herself, so finding time to supervise Nia's lessons is not exactly easy. Nia deflates and Shia turns away, unsure what to do. Locke gently cuts through the worry. Teaching others can become training too, he explains, and based on how Shia has been teaching Celis, he thinks she is suited to be a teacher. Shia blushes hard, overwhelmed by the praise, but she cannot deny the point. Danton asks whether this will be a burden, but Celis immediately offers to help too. Eric and Golan approve, noting that gaining more beastfolk warriors, the natural enemies of vampires, would reassure everyone. Danton accepts with gratitude, asking them to make the best use of his daughters. Danton and his attendants depart, while Locke's household waves them off. Locke, Celis, Nia, Shia, and Garb now standing together like a family that has grown yet again. Philly smiles knowingly as she folds laundry beside Milka, remarking that Locke's family has gotten even bigger. Milka agrees without hesitation. Soon after, the new group sets out on an adventure. Philly asks where Locke and the others are now, and the answer comes over a sweeping mountain view. Locke has taken Nia along on a short trip, while Lucilla and Gerberga stay behind to watch the house. If Gerberga is guarding the estate, then Milka and Philly decide the best response is obvious: bake his favorite cookie treats. The quest itself is simple on paper. Request No. E-1021, the extermination of goblin hordes sighted in the mountains 50 kilometers west of the royal capital. Quest level: Locke, Shia, Nia, Celis, and Garb stand before the mountains, ready for what should be a low-rank job. The road begins gently. Locke speaks with a cart driver, Shia points out the way, and the girls ride in a hay cart together. Later, Locke and Garb nap comfortably on the hay as the wagon carries them through the mountains, turning the mission into something almost peaceful. By evening, the group reaches a quiet village and rests in a barn. Nia, worn out from unfamiliar travel, sleeps while Shia admits it must have tired her out. Locke says being able to sleep anywhere is an essential adventurer skill, and since they leave early tomorrow, everyone should get some rest. The next day, Shia uses the trip as training. She drills Nia in reading maps and tracking targets, even stopping for signs in the grass. Despite a few detours, they keep pushing toward the goblin den. Nia apologizes sincerely for taking everyone's time. Locke reassures her immediately. Tracking is a necessary skill for adventurers and the request is not urgent anyway. Celis, watching seriously, wonders if she should try learning it too. Locke explains that party members can leave tracking to specialists, but solo work demands more versatility. That is enough for Celis. She asks Shia to teach her too, and she accepts. Training shifts into full focus. Nia points out the trail. Shia checks her judgment, and the others observe from the trees. The group moves carefully through the forest until the path opens towards something far stranger than a mere goblin nest. They find the den, but it is not just a den. A massive ancient structure rises from the forest, its huge ribbed arches covered in strange writing and carved patterns. Nia and Celis stare in awe, while Locke and Shia immediately understand that this place is far more suspicious than the quest description suggested. Nia proudly announces that they found the den, and Shia praises her excellent work. But Locke's eyes stay on the ruins. Were ancient ruins always this close to the royal capital? Shia says these are probably ruins even the guild does not know about yet, while Locke wonders what kind of place they have just discovered. The entrance has somehow remained hidden until now. Locke leads the group forward, telling Nia and Celis not to panic. First, they will carefully observe how the goblins fight. Behind the beauty of the ancient ruin, danger is already moving in the dark. The goblins appear, and Shia moves first. Her blade flashes through the nearest enemies, cutting through their formation before they can react. Shia's strike is brutally clean. Goblin heads fly, bodies split, and the monsters barely have time to understand that death has arrived. She clears the first wave with practiced hunter precision. Celis joins the assault with her heavy sword, smashing through another goblin while Shia keeps cutting in the background. Nia watches the fight and calls out the route, shouting that the left path is clear. Locke and Garb follow, letting the trainees learn in real time. Nia rushes ahead with Garb after confirming her call, while Shia shouts for her to take the left. Deeper inside, stronger goblins begin to emerge, and Nia reports that they are charging the hobgoblin in front. Shia and Celis launch together, blades raised, their timing sharp enough to turn the cramped ruin corridor into a killing lane. Celis charges with fierce confidence, while Shia matches her stride like a teacher leading by example. The counterattack comes fast. Goblins swing crude weapons from both sides, but Shia slips under the attack and cuts through one enemy's armor, while Celis drives her sword into another with raw force. Nia keeps supporting from behind, confirming that the left path is clear, while Shia and Celis tear through the remaining goblins. A hobgoblin charges straight down the passage, but the team is already coordinating, voices, blades, and movement all falling into place. The battle's first count comes in at around 15 goblins. Shia praises the girls' work, while Locke turns to Garb and asks if any enemies remain. Garb barks back, and Locke understands the answer immediately. The den is not finished yet. With the goblins down, Shia orders the trainees to extract the magic stones without delay. While Nia answers with eager discipline, Locke studies the towering ribbed interior of the ruin and admits the goblins were probably only using it as a den, but the structure itself is another mystery entirely, far too massive for normal humans to use. That uneasy theory is cut short by a sudden attack. A huge wave of magical fire erupts through the ruin, and Locke instantly throws himself in front of the others, raising a barrier as the flame floods the corridor. The blast keeps coming. The girls cry out as they realize these are magical flames, and Locke admits he blocked it by a hair's breadth. But the attack is long, too long. If this continues, they could run out of oxygen before the fire stops. Locke had hoped to counterattack the moment the enemy lowered its guard, but with the others behind him, he changes plans. A magic circle spins around his hand as he invokes Magic Gale, deciding to shove the entire flame storm back in one shot. Locke plants himself against the blast, cloak snapping in the gale. Then he forces the torrent away from the group, compressing the roaring fire into a massive countercurrent of wind. The gale rips down the corridor and clears the flames from the ruins. The moment a path opens, Locke shouts for everyone to get out, and the whole party bolts for the exit before the ancient structure becomes a furnace. They sprint through the corridor, but Celis suddenly senses something and whips around. A glint flashes in the dark above, and she shouts a warning before throwing herself into motion. A dragon descends with a roar. Celis freezes with a forced smile, trembling as old terror from Lucilla's illusionary dragon comes crashing back into her mind. The caption makes the pain clear. That trauma was burned into her. Back at the estate, Philly recalls hearing that Lucilla once produced a dragon through illusion magic. Lucilla explains that illusions are easiest when they reproduce something she has personally seen, but if the target monster is unfamiliar to most people, imagination can fill the gaps. Lucilla adds that the elder dragon she showed Celis before was partly from imagination too. Even so, Locke saw through it immediately, leading Philly to realize something important. Locke must know what a real dragon looks like, and now, facing the creature in the ruins, that assumption becomes terrifyingly relevant. The dragon looms before Locke, and Philly's reasoning echoes over it. Locke has probably fought a real dragon before. Instead of fear, Locke lights up. He recognizes it as a great ancient dragon and grins, like he has discovered a rare treasure. Shia panics at his excitement while the girls recoil from the dragon's open jaws. Then the mood changes. Shia realizes this is not illusion magic at all. Locke agrees at once this is serious. A real dragon only a day's travel from the royal capital is no joke, and for now, he decides to make it submit. Locke strengthens his body with magic, then steps forward and casually invites the dragon to come. As the beast towers over him, he declares he will make it bow, while Nia can only stare in disbelief at the absurd confidence. The dragon lunges, but Locke meets it head-on. His magically reinforced strike slams into the monster with explosive force, stopping its charge and rattling even the giant creature. Locke keeps moving, dodging through the dragon's movements with a fierce grin. He watches its eye, reads its next attack, and turns the battle into a high-speed duel between a boy-sized adventurer and a legendary beast. The dragon snaps upward, but Locke springs away and resets his stance. The monster's body carves through the ground beneath him, proving that one mistake would crush a normal adventurer instantly. Locke launches himself into the air, escaping the strike by a narrow margin. The dragon's neck whips below him, and he rides the opening with impossible control. The dragon slams a claw into the ground, then gathers fire in its mouth. Shia cries out as a magical flame breath forms, the same kind of attack that nearly trapped them inside the ruins. Locke counters with solid ice. A glowing magic circle forms, and a wall of magical ice seals the dragon's breath in place. He points out the obvious with calm confidence. Ordinary fire cannot melt it easily, and raw strength cannot break it apart. The great ancient dragon stiffens as ice locks its body. Shia and the girls stare in awe while Locke advances, adding another layer of magic and warning it that it is not getting away. The dragon crashes down in defeat, trapped and exhausted. Locke stands over it and offers mercy if it surrenders. And to everyone's shock, the dragon answers in human language. It gives in. Celis blurts out the only thought anyone can process. It talked. Locke treats that as perfectly reasonable. A splendid great ancient dragon should be able to speak human, he says. The dragon, still frozen and shivering, politely asks to be freed first, and Locke sheepishly apologizes before dispelling the ice. Once released, the dragon explains the truth. These ruins are not a goblin den at all. They are a dragon sanctuary. Its concealment magic had been broken by someone, allowing goblins to occupy the place, so the dragon came to recover it. Locke realizes the sudden flame breath was meant to purge every goblin inside, but the dragon admits one embarrassing mistake. It thought Locke's group were powerful goblins. Locke immediately loses his composure, shouting that they do not look like goblins at all. The dragon apologizes, saying human species are difficult to distinguish since they walk on two legs and have noses in the middle of their faces, which only makes Shia and the girls more stunned. The misunderstanding turns into a ridiculous cultural argument. Shia insists goblins are nothing like humans, comparing it to saying dragons are just giant lizards. The great ancient dragon erupts at the word lizards. But after Locke points out that humans feel the same about goblins, the dragon falls silent and admits he may have a point. The dragon apologizes sincerely, while the others recover from the danger. Shia admits that if Locke had not been with them, they would have been wiped out, and Locke tries to comfort a trembling Naya by saying dragons are rare on adventurer jobs. Falling rocks and drowning are more common worries. The dragon is shaken for a different reason. It says Locke is special among humans, because the thought that humans could be this powerful is almost unbelievable. Then Locke turns the conversation back to the sanctuary and asks if there is anything important inside. The dragon says no treasure is hidden there. The structure itself has historical and cultural value. Locke understands immediately. Humans also preserve ancient things for their value, and it seems dragons do the same. The dragon admits some dragons care less than others, but personally it wants the ruins protected. Locke smiles and casts concealment, hiding the entrance so goblins will never find it again. The result is so effective even Shia cannot find the entrance anymore. The dragon is left speechless, then admits Locke's magic far surpasses dragon concealment magic, though it is a little disgraceful to have their own spell overwritten so easily. Locke asks if there are any other dragon ruins near human settlements, and the dragon confirms there are. The dragon grows indignant, saying ruin desecration has been increasing lately and it will begin patrolling from now on. Locke asks for one favor. If goblins appear near the royal capital again, tell him first. A dragon rampaging nearby would bring the army, and that worries Locke more than the goblins themselves. The dragon agrees to rely on him. When Locke asks how they should contact each other, the dragon says any smoke signal or attention grasp sign will do. Then it gives its name. Kethan says it was fortunate that Locke's group were the first humans it met. The introductions follow. Locke, Shia, Chelis, Nia, and even Garb each give their names. Kathy spreads her wings and lifts into the sky, promising to meet again. Locke watches with a calm smile as the great ancient dragon disappears over the mountains, leaving petals and dust swirling in its wake. With the dragon gone, Locke suggests they head back. Nia suddenly pumps her fists and lets out a fierce little victory cry, declaring triumph for the goblin extermination. The others stare, briefly unsure how to respond. Nia explains that in her tribe, it is customary to make a cry of triumph after a great victory. Shia hesitates, knowing the timing is awkward, because Locke handled the dragon himself. But Locke innocently recalls that everyone did the same after defeating a High Lord in the past. Shia tries to protest, but Locke insists the goblin extermination was everyone's victory and that Nia clearly wants to try it. His harmless smile gives Shia no escape. With Nia sparkling beside her, Shia finally sighs and agrees. Then the mountain erupts with howls. Shia, Nia, Garb, and the others cry out together in celebration. while Locke stands nearby looking faintly startled by the sheer volume of their victory ritual. Their triumphant howls echo across the mountains long after the battle is done, carrying over the quiet valleys like a declaration that the low-rank goblin quest somehow became a dragon encounter. And everyone survived. Back at the estate, the party returns home to a warm welcome. Milka greets them at the gate, and Locke answers with a smile. They are home. Locke checks whether anything happened while they were gone, and Milka assures him Golan checked in several times. Golan is even there now, claiming he is only passing by. Inside, the household immediately moves toward bath and rest, while the question everyone wants answered finally drops. How did the goblin extermination go? Locke can only begin with the truth. And Golan nearly chokes when he hears the words, a great ancient dragon. Kathy insists she is not some mindless threat. At her core, she is a good-natured dragon, and if Locke says this other dragon should be trusted, then she is willing to believe him. Locke accepts that reasoning, but makes one thing clear. Next time, she has to tell the dragon to stay far away from the royal capital. Back at the estate, Tama barks at the knock from below, and Philly turns with a bright smile as Locke enters. She calls him Locke-san, carrying a tower of books and papers so high it looks like her research might collapse before she does. Locke apologizes for not noticing her sooner, but Philly brushes it off and proudly shows off the basement lab. The place is improvised, full of pipes, bottles, and stacked materials, yet she says it is incredibly easy to use. Locke asks about the facility first, and Philly admits she gets so absorbed in work that even Milka would scold her for losing track of time. Locke gently points out that staying shut in the basement all day is not good for her body. Since he already told the others he would go buy groceries for dinner later, he invites Philly on a walk through town. At first she freezes, blushing and spiraling at the invitation, while Locke casually asks Tama if he wants to come too. When Locke notices her panic, Philly snaps out of it and agrees a little too loudly. Before they leave, Philly suddenly reveals what she has been making. Locke stares at the strange device on the desk and asks what it is. And Philly answers like it is the most normal thing in the world, a talisman. More specifically, she is trying to make something that might resist a High Lord's charm, and she used alchemy with a sage's stone to do it. That casually dropped detail nearly breaks Locke's brain. He asks if sage's stones can really be crafted in a small setup like this, since even royal palace alchemists can supposedly only make one a year. Philly answers with a smile. As long as she has the materials, she can even mass-produce them. Locke realizes it at once. He has scored a prodigy, maybe even a national treasure. Philly hurries off to change into outdoor clothes, while Locke stiffens with determination. If someone that valuable is walking around town, then he will be a reliable bodyguard. No hesitation, no relaxing. The town trip begins peacefully enough. Nia points excitedly through the market streets, and the whole odd little group, Locke, Philly, Lucilla, Gerberga, Tama, Garb, and Nia, moves from stall to stall, buying food and drawing far less attention than their lineup deserves. Philly watches the market with wide-eyed interest while Locke and the others handle the shopping. But Locke is not truly at ease. Even in the middle of an ordinary errand, his attention stays sharp, scanning people, alleys, and movement around them. Philly notices it immediately. Locke is constantly on guard. When Nia reminds him they still have not paid, Locke scratches his head and asks the price. The merchant says 500 luck, and the tiny coin value catches him off guard all over again. Locke admits he is still not used to this denomination of currency. Philly explains that it was introduced in honor of Luck-sama's accomplishments, alongside the hero Luck statue built under King Eric 10 years ago. The statue towers over the city, and Locke can only mutter that Eric did something completely unnecessary. Then the light-hearted complaint dies. A shout cuts through the street and Locke turns sharply. The focus snaps away from the market and toward the cathedral of the royal palace. Inside the cathedral, a bowl of crystal fragments trembles. Queen Levi stands nearby with her attendants, and someone calls her name in alarm, asking what that sound was. Levi understands the meaning instantly. The barrier around the royal capital has been broken. Her face tightens, and she orders contact with King Eric and the chivalric order at once. Elsewhere, Golan sees the disturbance through a window and immediately commands an emergency assembly of every A-ranker in the capital. The reason crashes into view. Katha herself has entered the city sky. Locke shouts her name in disbelief, calling her an idiot, while the title hanging over the disaster says it all. Ancient Dragon Hunt. The streets explode into panic. Citizens scream, point, and shove past each other, terrified by the dragon overhead. Locke moves through the chaos with Philly close beside him, already realizing this is exactly the kind of commotion he warned Katha not to cause. Katha lands in the distance, and the crowd panics harder. People cry out, wondering why a dragon is inside town, while Locke and Philly stare up in disbelief. Philly asks if that is what she thinks it is. and Locke can only mutter that he has a very bad feeling about this. Kathy lowers her head and roars straight into the city, calling for Locke at the top of her lungs. Philly flinches, Locke's expression hardens, and the sheer volume makes every rooftop and alley vibrate with her voice. The roar reaches the estate. Lucilla, Milka, and Shia react in shock, while Levi watches from above the city and realizes the dragon is calling for someone she knows. With Kathy shouting Locke's name over the capital, the secret of one quiet F-rank adventurer is suddenly in danger of becoming very loud. Locke snaps. In front of everyone, he yells that the idiot should stop screaming someone's name. Then he spots Ario and Jeannie at the perfect time and immediately asks them to escort Philly and the others back to his estate. Gerberga flutters in alarm, but Ario agrees without hesitation. Nia recognizes Kathy and confirms the dragon's identity, while Gerberga hops onto Locke's shoulder as if volunteering. Locke asks if Gerberga wants to come, then turns to Nia for an update. Shia and the others have gone to the guild to explain the situation. That is enough for Locke. He orders Nia to ride Garb and catch up while he rushes ahead to drag Kathy out of town. Locke launches down the street at incredible speed, leaving Nia staring after him with a stunned A. The next instant, he reaches Kathy, who cheerfully announces that she found him and had been looking for him all along. Kathy keeps calling, but Locke is already running past her. She freezes, confused, as he heads straight for the royal palace instead. He shouts that he is over here, but his priority is clear. King Eric has to hear the terrible news before the entire capital mobilizes against a friendly dragon. Inside the palace, the emergency report hits hard. A dragon has broken through the barrier and appeared inside town. Nobles and officers bark orders for the chivalric order, military engineers, ballistae, evacuation, and every defense available. Eric, however, remains composed and orders his holy sword brought, promising to act personally if needed. Then the follow-up report arrives. The dragon has departed, apparently chasing someone, and the watchtower confirms it called that person by the name Locke. Eric's smile tightens into pure exasperation. He orders the incident ended here, then tells everyone to identify the man called Locke, while silently wondering what on earth Locke is doing this time. Nia and Garb tear through the forest, racing after the disaster. Nia grits her teeth against the speed, while Garb barrels forward with the urgency of someone who understands that, if they do not catch up quickly, the dragon problem will only get worse. At last, Kathy finds Locke beyond the city. She calls to him from the edge of the forest, and Locke answers calmly, raising a hand and saying he was just getting briefed on the situation. Nia explains the problem. Katha found another set of ruins occupied by goblins. Katha proudly says she remembered her promise and came to summon Locke, instead of burning them herself. Locke's patience snaps anyway. He reminds her that the whole point was not to cause a commotion in the royal capital. Kathy protests that she had no other way to contact him, claiming he would never notice a smoke signal. Locke, exhausted by the logic, tells her he will think of another solution so she does not do this again. When he asks how close the ruins are, Kathy cheerfully offers the fastest answer, just ride on her back. Locke gives Nia and Garb the choice to stay behind, but both are visibly terrified by the idea of a dragon ride. Nia trembles, then refuses to be left out, begging to come along. Garb, with a solemn raised paw, also volunteers, or at least refuses to abandon them. So the ridiculous plan begins. Locke helps Nia onto Cathay's back, settles Garb in place, and tells Cathay they are ready. The ancient dragon spreads her wings and lifts off, turning their investigation into an airborne sprint. Kathy accelerates until the world becomes a blur. She warns them to hold tight because it is time to get serious. And Locke barely has time to react before the dragon turns into a streak across the sky. The ride becomes absolute chaos. Locke and Nia scream as they are flung against Kathy's back, and Locke desperately casts magical barrier to keep everyone from being peeled off by the wind. When he checks on Nia, she manages a weak yes, puffing out a tiny breath of relief. Kathy grumbles that Locke should not forget he is making her carry feeble humans. But the complaint rings hollow coming from a dragon who admits Locke is stronger than her. Before Locke can argue the insult, Kathy announces they have already arrived and begins descending. The landing brings them before another hidden ruin deep in the forest. Katha points it out, and this time she insists she will not repeat her earlier mistake. Locke, battered but steady, tells her okay, he heard her. Locke asks Nia to judge how many goblins are in the ruins. She studies the entrance and answers carefully. If 3 are on lookout, then there should be at least 20 to 30 inside, likely led by a hobgoblin, or perhaps even a goblin magician. Locke praises her with a smile, saying he would expect nothing less from Shia's little sister. Nia blushes at the compliment, but Kethy immediately tries to solve the problem the dragon way. Now that they know where the goblins are, she will simply fry them all to a crisp. Locke stops her before she can make another disaster. Locke explains the reason. There could be people inside, not allies of the goblins but captives taken by them. If Kathy incinerates the ruins, any prisoners die too. So instead of brute force, they will crush the goblins steadily. The operation begins. Goblins are cut down before they can even scream, and the team advances into the ruins. Nia darts through the fight with her blade, Garb tears through enemies at ground level, and Locke holds the center with calm control. After the first wave falls, Locke checks Nia's tracking. She confirms around 20 individuals from the entrance footprints. Then Locke points her attention to something else inside the ribbed ruin, and asks what it looks like. Because the real problem may not be the goblins at all. Nia studies the massive footprints in the dust and reaches a chilling conclusion. This size belonged just to a goblin lord. Locke confirms it, then points out the real problem. Those same footprints were not at the entrance. The ruins' ribbed halls suddenly feel even more oppressive. Nia doesn't understand what that means. Locke spells it out carefully. Goblin lords cannot fly. So if the tracks are inside but not outside, they need to proceed while expecting the worst. He recalls a magical item once used at Philly's estate. A full-length mirror turned into a two-way door with magic. The possibility snaps into focus. The enemy may have used teleportation magic here. Locke immediately orders Garb to slowly return to the entrance and regroup with Keith, while he and Nia stay alert inside the ruin. The warning comes too late. A long-haired vampire bursts from the dark and strikes, but Locke reacts instantly, catching the surprise attack on his blade with a violent clash of steel. Nia and Garb freeze in shock as Locke identifies the attacker, a vampire. The enemy is stunned that a human could block his strike, but Locke only smirks, almost disappointed. If this vampire is shocked by something this basic, then he is nowhere near a vampire lord. The vampire lunges in fury, but Locke has already read him. With a dry insult about how predictable they all are, he turns the attack aside and prepares to counter. Locke's blade flashes. The vampire's confidence collapses into panic as Locke cuts him down and sends him crashing to the floor, while the wounded enemy screams for someone else to hurry up and come out. That call is answered by raw power. A massive goblin lord smashes through the ruin wall, snorting steam beneath its crude helmet, while Locke stands waiting amid the falling debris. Nia's fears are confirmed. A goblin lord. The vampire begs the monster to kill Locke, but Locke almost laughs at the pairing. A vampire and a goblin lord attacking Shia's little sister. Somehow, it feels nostalgic to him. The goblin lord charges, but Locke treats the threat like an inconvenience. He drops it cleanly, then mutters that in the end it is all the same. The vampire tries to rally, but the mood shifts again as dark bats begin gathering around him. The vampire attempts one last trick, dissolving into a swarm of bats. Locke realizes the danger too late, but Gerberga steps forward, and the divine cock's cry tears through the swarm like holy thunder. The bats disintegrate. Locke, with Gerberga perched against him, thanks the sacred bird, and admits he had completely forgotten Gerberga was there. Nia stares in awe, realizing the legendary divine cock is far more powerful than the stories made it sound. Outside, Keitha lies bored beside the ruins, having been told to wait because her huge body would only get in the way. Keitha's boredom becomes its own crisis. While goblins panic deeper in the ruins, the dragon grumbles outside, wondering if dawn has come and gone while she waits. Then she calls out to Locke, loudly complaining that she is bored. Inside, Locke hears Keitha, but runs the opposite way. Nia points out that they are not heading toward the entrance, but Locke explains the real danger. The enemy's teleportation equipment might still be inside, and Gerberga's cry may have alerted them. Locke carves through goblins without slowing down, declaring that everyone inside is getting exterminated. Ahead, two vampire figures notice the chaos as shards and debris explode through the corridor. One vampire shouts for the others to stop him. Locke immediately understands the enemy is trying to teleport away. He refuses to let that happen and launches forward with his sword drawn. Locke accelerates into the attack, slicing through a vampire's guard and smashing straight into the escape attempt before the enemy can retreat through the mirror. The vampire tries to answer with brute force, but Locke catches the weapon with a fierce grin. When the enemy curses him as a monster, Locke throws the insult right back. Because from Locke's perspective, that line belongs to him. Locke activates Draining Touch. The vampire's body withers as power is ripped away, while another enemy staggers nearby, impaled and helpless under the pressure of Locke's relentless advance. One vampire tries to stab Locke from behind, but Locke's presence erupts with frightening intensity. Without even fully turning, he exposes the ambush and forces the attacker to hesitate. The wounded vampire loses patience and lashes out, but Locke cuts him down with chilling calm. The enemy's body collapses, and Locke's expression barely changes. A final vampire lunges with a warped blade, but Locke parries and instantly reads the true target. The attacker is not aiming for Locke anymore. He is trying to destroy the mirror. The weapon closes in on the mirror, and the vampire's eyes widen in desperation. But before the blade can land, a hooded childlike figure steps out and intercepts it with unnatural composure. The vampire reels, demanding to know why this figure is here. Locke realizes the stakes at once. This is someone tied to the queen, and if anything were to happen to her, the consequences would be severe. At the same time, Nia catches a familiar scent and wonders if this person could be who she thinks. The hooded figure turns toward Locke and calls him sorcerer, while Locke braces himself and accepts the challenge. The figure's aura is strange, calm, and dangerous, nothing like an ordinary vampire. Locke tries to introduce himself as an F-rank fighter, keeping up the act even here. The hooded figure refuses the game and strikes, forcing Locke to block as the battle begins in earnest. The hooded enemy speaks in strange words: liar, sorcerer, drain, lying. Locke realizes the language sounds like ancient magical speech and questions who taught them, but the figure dismisses that as irrelevant. The hooded figure moves with terrifying speed, spinning around Locke's guard and pressuring him from multiple angles. Nia can only gasp at how fast the enemy is. Locke narrows his eyes and keeps up, matching the hooded attacker blow for blow. The figure's cloak whips like shadow as their blades scrape through the air, each exchange too quick for a trainee to follow. The duel sharpens. The hooded figure slips close with another hidden strike, forcing Locke to guard and pivot. Even after everything he has faced, this opponent is fast enough to make him take the fight seriously. Locke raises a magical barrier just in time. A thin attack collides against the glowing circle, and he notices the trick immediately, a strike reinforced with microscopic ancient penetration magic at the very tip. That kind of technique would leave an ordinary sorcerer helpless. Locke avoids the lethal point by a razor's breadth, but the realization deepens the mystery. Someone capable of ancient magic is behind this enemy. The hooded figure becomes even more suspicious in Locke's mind. If this childlike fighter can use ancient techniques, then there may be another sorcerer pulling the strings from the shadows. Nia, watching from behind the pillar, seems to recognize something about the child, and quietly wonders why. The hooded figure attacks again, and Locke meets the charge head-on. Steel flashes between them, the ancient ruins shaking around their speed, while Locke studies every movement for a weakness. Their blades clash in a storm of fragments and sparks. Locke stays composed, turning each slash aside, but the hooded enemy refuses to yield, eyes fixed on him with frightening focus. Locke reaches upward as Gerberga hovers above, the sacred bird ready to support him. A web-like magic pattern spreads beneath Locke's feet, and he prepares to accelerate beyond the enemy's rhythm. Acceleration activates. Locke becomes a blur, his body streaking forward faster than before, sword drawn back for a decisive counterattack. The sudden burst catches a vampire by surprise as Locke rockets through the corridor. The enemy barely has time to react before Locke closes the distance, turning the battlefield into a straight line of speed and steel. Locke's momentum carries him past the danger, but Nia shouts from behind, there is another threat up front. The warning slices through the chaos just as a new attack cuts across his path. Locke and the hooded figure collide at close range, bodies nearly crashing together in the rush. Behind them, Nia and Garb sprint after him in panic, calling his name as the fight surges deeper into the ruins. Locke finally stops playing along. With glowing magic lines already pinning the hooded fighter in place, he points out that the enemy knew he was a sorcerer from the start, so picking a quarrel with him was a fatal mistake. Then he triggers Bind, tightening the spell around the attacker in an instant. But the hooded childlike fighter reacts with a shockingly human hesitation. A single word slips out, you, and Locke's eyes sharpen. Then, from the next room, the vampire presence vanishes. Locke realizes the truth too late. This fighter was never the main attack, they were buying time. The hooded fighter is launched backward toward the far doorway, escaping Locke's bind just enough to retreat, with a parting call of until next time. Sorcerer! The enemy slips away and Locke grits his teeth. Only now does he realize this opponent can actually talk. Locke rushes to the next room, but the escape route has already been ruined from the other side. The mirror-like magical doorway cracks apart before him, its last light fading. He admits he completely fell for their trick, then calls Gerberga out from hiding, relieved the divine cock stayed safe. With the immediate threat gone, Locke suggests checking the next room despite being late. Nia answers, but her focus is elsewhere. She quietly tells Locke that the child they fought was definitely a beast fighter, and Locke admits he probably noticed it too. They enter the next chamber and find exactly what the vampires tried to erase. A destroyed magical device. Locke sees another exit hidden beyond the curtains, while the shattered equipment gives off traces of ancient magical and alchemical techniques. Whatever this was, the enemy wanted the evidence gone. Locke decides Keitha may know something about the remains, so he asks Garb to help carry the broken parts. Outside the ruin, the dragon has been waiting, and her greeting is anything but gentle. The moment Locke returns with relic pieces, Kathy erupts, accusing him of casually stealing precious cultural heritage. Locke panics and apologizes at once, asking what kind of device it was. Kathy's answer is brutal. She has no idea. Even Nia, Garb, and Gerberga are left staring as the dragon scolds him anyway, insisting ruins must be preserved and maintained even when their purpose is unknown. Locke admits the principle makes sense, but the device is almost certainly the key to why vampires occupied these ruins. Kathy reluctantly agrees there is no choice, but warns him he must return it afterward. When Locke asks if anyone can analyze it, Kathy says she may know someone. Elsewhere, a lone figure walks through a vast ancient structure, split by a dark crack in the floor. The architecture towers overhead like the remains of something far older than the present age, and every step echoes through the empty ruin. The hooded beastfolk fighter returns to a monstrous chamber and declares, "I am back." Before them rises a grotesque, shrine-like presence of fangs, eyes, and skeletal ornaments, suggesting this retreat leads straight to something far more sinister than a simple vampire hideout. A voice from the monstrous darkness asks how it went, demanding to know if the fighter took him on directly. The hooded fighter stays shaken, then answers with certainty. The sword Locke wielded was surely the Majin ruler's sword. A long-haired woman beside a white unicorn-like creature accepts that answer. Blood drips from the creature's mouth as the woman admits the failed mission will delay their project, especially now that they have lost the production device. The Dark Master shifts the objective. If the device is gone, then they need that girl's powers after all. Surrounded by ominous magic and the looming face of a terrible being, the woman reaches upward like she is receiving a command from something monstrous. The Master gives permission to use another magical device, noting that the royal capital's barrier remains strong. If worst comes to worst, the order is chilling. Bring back that girl's head. The woman accepts calmly, while somewhere beyond, the capital still stands unaware. Back at Locke's estate, Kathy's recommended expert is revealed, Philly. She turns in surprise as Locke presents the ruined device and asks her to analyze it, while Milka cheerfully welcomes everyone home. Locke explains that he wants to know what the vampires were doing with the device, and asks Philly to find clues. Philly accepts, though she says it may take time. Locke cheerfully tells her not to worry, since he also needs to deal with the angry dragon and the others. Then Golan, Eric, and Levi arrive, demanding a full explanation for the day's turmoil. Golan immediately drags Locke away for questioning. Nia watches anxiously, but Shia greets her little sister with a smile and asks whether fighting vampires beside Locke was a good learning experience. Nia hesitates, then says there is something she needs to report to her big sister. Elsewhere in the estate, Milka wonders where Shia has gone, and a young girl says Shia is in the bath alone because she needed time to think. That small detail weighs on the room, and Shia's quiet distress begins to surface. In the bath, Shia sits alone in the water, troubled and deep in thought. When the report reaches her that the beastfolk fighters helped the enemy vampire escape, her eyes widen. The accusation is too serious to ignore. Shia understands the implication immediately. If the fighters were from the Lycan tribe, then there may be a traitor among beastfolk. The possibility hits her so hard she nearly loses composure, while Nia looks up at her with worry. Shia forces herself to calm down for Nia's sake. She knows showing anxiety in front of her little sister would make her unfit as a mentor. So she smiles and tells herself there must be a reason. But the logic refuses to settle. Lycans have stood as the light against vampires since ancient times, a destiny rooted in myths where they fought as disciples of the gods. For a Lycan to aid a vampire should be instinctively impossible, yet the evidence says it happened. Shia reaches a decision. She may not understand the situation, but this is not something she can hide in her heart. She has to report it to King Eric. In the palace library, Eric hears the report in silence as Locke and Golan stand by. The conclusion is grim. This is yet another vampire incident. When Golan asks how many ancient dragon ruins exist, Locke relays Katha's answer, around 100, though she has already checked most and found them vacant. Eric asks the question any king must ask, can they truly trust Katha? Locke admits Eric will have to meet her personally to be sure, but he can say one thing with confidence, she is a true Blue Ruins fanatic. The phrase lands so awkwardly that everyone pauses. Locke explains that even though Keithy is a dragon, she is a great ancient dragon with far more knowledge than humans. Eric processes that, and Golan slowly accepts the idea that a dragon could be a harmless ruins fanatic with no ambition. Locke, labeled in spirit as a magic fanatic himself, gets compared without realizing why. Locke then asks Eric for a magical tool to contact Katha, hoping to avoid another public dragon disaster. Eric admits their magical tools are old and unlikely to have spares, but promises to figure something out. Then the conversation returns to the real danger, the vampire's schemes, the queen mentioned by the vampire, and the powerful underling sent through the mirror. The word queen shifts the room's mood. A vision of the long-haired woman appears like a shadow over their thoughts. Golan and Eric tense, while Levi wonders aloud if it could be her. Silence hits like a blow. Eric, Golan, and Locke all freeze. Then Golan rejects it outright. Because that girl was not a vampire after all. His mind returns to a rain-soaked past. He remembers a body on the ground and insists that the girl was definitely eradicated back then. The memory is grim, brutal, and certain, yet the present keeps pushing back against that certainty. No one has an easy answer. Eric stares hard, Golan sweats, and Locke stands in the center of the tension, realizing this vampire investigation may be tied to something his old comrades thought was finished long ago. Outside, the estate remains lively. Milka rushes across the grounds with animals and Gerberga in tow, while the pets tug and play as if none of the kingdom's darkest secrets are being discussed inside. Back in the library, Locke decides there is no point speculating further and suggests ending the discussion for now. Eric and Golan agree, but before the topic can close, a knock interrupts them. Because Locke has one more case he is curious about, Shia arrives, formally apologizing for interrupting the meeting and asking King Eric for a moment. Eric says it is fine and tells everyone to hear her out first. Even though Locke had been about to bring up another issue, Shia stands before Eric with full seriousness. After listening, he says he understands and will discuss the matter with Danton. The report is now no longer just a family concern. It has reached the king. Eric praises Shia for reporting it instead of hiding a matter that could disgrace her race. He promises to remember her loyalty well, and Shia bows deeply, grateful to hear those words. Soon after, Celis comes to fetch Locke. Philly has finished analyzing the device from the ruins already. Locke is stunned by the speed, but the group immediately heads down toward the laboratory. In the lab, the broken relic parts are arranged around the intact core. Philly explains that most of the device was destroyed, but the key component survived. She intends to imitate the techniques handled by the missing parts and excite the core using the inverse of the original technique. Then Philly reveals the true scale of her genius. The strange words are ancient magical language converted into modern language, and as she speaks the activation terms, glowing symbols bloom around her. The relic responds, light surges across the room, and the ruined device begins to awaken. The broken relic answers Philly's activation. A crystal rises into the air, wrapped in rings of light, and Locke's eye widens as even Golan reaches toward it in disbelief. Whatever the vampires tried to destroy, Philly has just forced its heart back to life. The reveal hits the room all at once. Philly calmly identifies the crystal as a sage's stone, and Golan nearly jumps out of his skin. Eric follows the logic immediately. If this is what it looks like, then the destroyed relic was a sage's stone production device. But Philly corrects him, she inverted its use just now. Originally, this device made fool stones using sacrifices. The mood turns poisonous. Philly explains why the vampires were desperate to erase the evidence. They were planning to mass-produce cursed medallions with this device, a brutally efficient way to gather cursed energy. Golan understands the disaster at once. If other ruins hide the same mechanism, the problem could spread far beyond this single hideout. Locke admits contacting Kayth is still difficult, especially after warning the dragons to stay away from the royal capital. Golan reasons that if things are really that bad, the dragons may return on their own before long. Then Eric turns to Philly with open admiration. In such a short time, she refined a sage's stone and analyzed the relic to this extent. She never ceases to amaze him. Philly smiles, explaining that dragon techniques are also connected to ancient magic, making the case unexpectedly suited to her. Locke notices her conclusion and turns to Eric, but before he can say more, Philly approaches Levi with a small request. Eric makes that request official. If Sage's stones can truly be mass-produced, it could become a turning point in the war against vampires. He asks Philly whether she can reconstruct the magical device, and Philly, eyes bright with purpose, says she would be honored to help. Locke blurts out in confusion, while Golan quietly grins. Even Levi seems delighted. Locke worries that letting a prodigy sorcerer handle something this dangerous is complicated, but Philly answers the question before anyone else can. Among all alchemists in the country, maybe even the world, she is no doubt the strongest one. Locke can only stare, muttering that even Levi is getting swept up in the excitement. Then time skips ahead. 2 days later, a lone horned young woman walks through the greenery outside the royal capital, moving with cheerful confidence toward the city. The horned woman hums to herself, until one tiny misstep becomes a crater. She lands with a thunderous crash, rubble bouncing around her feet, then sheepishly admits controlling her weight in this form is a pain because her feet are so small. Her disguise is revealed in full. A small humanoid form with horns, fangs, ornate clothing, and a long dragon tail. She declares that if she looks like this, even Locke should have no reason to complain. The horned woman laughs to herself, already imagining Locke's surprise. Then she looks out over the royal capital from a hilltop and calls for him, cheerfully shouting for Locke to wait for her. Chapter 25 begins. Royal Capital Attack. Back with Locke, Philly says she wants to visit Mastophan's estate, where ancient literature useful for restoring the device may still be in her room. Shia, Nia, and Celis volunteer to tag along since they have never been there before. Locke decides he should go too. The estate should be vacant, but guild guards ought to be stationed there. Since the mirror used to investigate the evil godhead's hideout was left behind, this trip may connect directly to the enemy's teleportation routes. At the guild, Golan learns the investigation party he dispatched to that evil god hideout still has not reported back. A clock confirms they are late, too late for comfort. He decides to head for the royal castle and stop by Mastophan's estate on the way. Meanwhile, the disguised dragon arrives in the city and immediately gets distracted by the statue of the great sage. She admires its grandeur, wondering who it represents until a fellow traveler informs her with reverent pride. This is Luxama, the great sage, savior, and supreme sorcerer. The horned traveler brightens instantly, declaring the statue incredibly cool. The man agrees, until he remembers a previous traveler who dared say the great sage could not possibly be that cool. The horned woman is horrified by such disrespect, while somewhere else Locke sneezes, as if cursed by the conversation. Locke apologizes for dragging Philly along, but she says it is no trouble. She already had business at the royal palace. Celis realizes he means the communication magical tool Eric prepared so Locke can keep in touch with Cathay. And Locke admits the only remaining problem is getting it to the dragon. As they approach Mastophan's estate, Locke wonders where the guild guards are. At the same time, the disguised dragon wanders the city, enjoying human kindness and street food, marveling that humans may be very different from goblins after all. Still, one thought keeps tugging at her. Where is Locke? The smell of sizzling meat stops her completely. She peers over a stall with drool practically falling from her mouth, and the vendor nervously asks if she is hungry. The horned woman admits the meat looks delectable, and the vendor encourages her to try the best they have. Her eyes sparkle as she asks if he is sure. While she happily orders one with sauce, Locke's group arrives at Mastophan's estate and notices something wrong. None of the guild members are there. Locke's expression hardens. He tells Philly he will cast magic search right away, and a pulse of light leaves him. Then the estate doors open. From inside, a hooded childlike figure steps out, the same dangerous beastfolk fighter from the ruins. The hooded fighter thanks them for saving time searching for the woman. Locke asks if they still have not given up on Philly, but the attacker is blunt. They will take her away even if everyone here has to die. And now the name comes out, Balderdash. Shia explodes forward. She recognizes the betrayal for what it is, and demands to know why this beastfolk is working with those wretched vampires. Balderdash only sneers and tells her not to get in the way, insulting her as the blades start to clash. Their fight tears across the entrance. Celis hears a strange mechanical rumble, while Locke's magic search confirms something has arrived. Then the mansion bursts apart in a storm of debris. A huge mechanical crab-like monster smashes through the estate wall, armed with rotating cannons and armored legs. Locke and the others stare in shock as the thing crawls from the wreckage, and someone blurts the only possible question. What in the world is that? Locke reacts before the attack lands. He throws up a barrier around the group as a violent blast erupts beneath them, lifting everyone into the air while the magic circle shields them from the impact. The assault does not feel like magic. Stone-like pellets slam against the barrier at terrifying speed, and Locke warns everyone not to leave its protection. Celis cries his name as the bombardment hammers the spell from every side. Locke braces against the barrage, shielding the others as the estate grounds explode with dust and fragments. Philly watches the impact and starts to identify it, stunned by the raw force. That is no ordinary magic attack. Philly's answer is worse than expected. The enemy is a magical machine, a mechanical soldier found in the ruins of an ancient magical kingdom, built by those who oppose that kingdom. Its name alone explains the danger, the wizard killer. Balderdash grins as Shia realizes the meaning. This is a battle between the shadowy heritage of an ancient magical kingdom and the great sage himself. Nia's mind races in horror. Do these enemies know Locke's true identity? Shia's anger burns hotter. She tells Balderdash his actions stain the pride of their tribe, but his expression turns hollow and strange, like something behind his eyes is broken. Balderdash suddenly laughs off the idea of pride, then steps away from the duel. When Shia demands to know where he is going, he sees he is changing locations because this place will turn wild soon. Locke calls after Shia as she chases him toward the ruined mansion, and Nia shouts for her big sister. Nia tries to follow, but Locke stops her. He tells Nia to stay back as Shia rushes toward Balderdash and the wizard killer. Philly calls after her too, but Shia's focus has already narrowed to the traitor ahead. Shia tackles Nia out of danger at the last second, the two beastfolk girls tumbling through the chaos. Celis cries out for luck as the enemy's attack cuts through the air. Locke raises his hand, eyes sharp, and gives the order that defined him, "Leave it to me." The wizard killer looms over the battlefield, cannons and scythe-like legs twisting into position as debris spins around it. Locke stands alone in its path, ready to face the machine built to kill sorcerers. The machine's armor shifts and cracks, its core glaring like an eye. Celis and Nia watch in shock, while the armored monster exhales steam and settles heavily into the wreckage behind them. For one brief moment, the battlefield stills. Locke stands at the front, Celis shields the younger girls, and the wizard killer releases a hot burst of steam from its body. The fight has only just begun. Balderdash spreads his cloak like wings and faces Shia again. She grips her sword and spits the word back at him. "Pride," he says. Her fury has become personal now. Balderdash accepts the challenge with a cruel calm. Shia demands he prove himself with strength, but he refuses to keep the fight there. The mansion behind them is already ruined, and he warns that this place is about to become far too chaotic. As Balderdash moves deeper into the estate, Shia charges after him, ignoring Locke's call. Nia cries out for her big sister while Locke turns from the collapsing mansion to the wizard killer in front of him. One battle splits into two, and both sides are about to get dangerous. Locke analyzes the wizard killer under pressure. Its dark ray is powerful enough to impress Philly, but he notes the drawback immediately. It burns through a massive amount of mana. Then the real threat reveals itself. This machine is not alone. More mechanical soldiers crawl over the estate grounds, turning one battle into a full-scale assault. Locke asks Celis to look after Shia, and she answers with total resolve. Then he turns to Philly and apologizes. There is no safe escape route anymore. Philly, however, quietly says she is safest by his side, and Locke accepts the trust by opening a huge magic circle, declaring he has to meet her expectations. A tremendous blast detonates near the estate. Celis sees the explosion from afar, then asks Nia if she knows where Shia is. Nia points the way without hesitation, while Celis steels herself with a painful realization. Staying behind would only make her a burden. If she wants to protect anyone, she has to become stronger. Meanwhile, Kathy is still in town, cheeks stuffed with skewers when she senses a magical explosion. The power carries Locke's scent. Her cheerful snack break ends instantly. Something is wrong, and her instincts scream that she needs to move. Kathy tries to dash away, but the stall owner grabs her cloak and stops her cold. She protests that she has to go, but he calmly tells her she can leave after paying. 100 Kushiaki skewers comes to 30,000 luck. Kathy freezes. Payment, apparently, is a foreign and terrifying concept. Kathy asks if payment is the 30,000 luck he mentioned, and the vendor confirms she has to pay in full. When she asks if he was not treating her, the people nearby reject that idea instantly. Kathy's logic collapses into one desperate rule. She cannot eat anything unless it is free. The vendor stares back, realizing she truly has no money. Back at the battlefield, the wizard killer prepares meteor strike. Magic circles form overhead, and countless projectiles begin falling toward the royal capital's streets. As Kathy admits she has no money elsewhere, destruction rains down toward the estate. The meteors slam into Locke's barrier in a catastrophic barrage. Explosions bloom across the sky and ground, but Locke holds the shield around Philly and himself, standing firm while the world crashes down around them. When the smoke clears, the estate is gone. Locke flatly admits he blew it up, then apologizes to Philly. She stares at the ruin of her family home in shock, but all she can say is that it is fine. The machines are damaged, but not finished. Their lights still flicker through the smoke, and Locke admits they are tougher than he expected. But that was also part of the plan. If he used magic this flashy, it was because he wanted to be found. The answer arrives with a roar of steel. Golan Morton charges in and smashes through a wizard killer with brute force, announcing himself like a battlefield earthquake. Golan hammers the mechanical soldiers with his bare hands and sword, tearing into armor plates that resisted Locke's magic. Every impact cracks metal, dents frames, and drives the machines backward. Then Eric appears too, slicing through the wizard killers with elegant precision while Levi supports nearby. Locke notes that Eric's slashes are excellent as always, and Golan casually compares these machines to evil dragons, saying they are far easier to cut. Locke realizes Eric came as well, but Eric answers that of course he did, this is the royal capital. The legendary hero party stands together amid smoke, ruin, and falling debris. For now, they decide to clean up the remaining scraps. While the legends handle the machines, Celis and Nia rush after Shia. Nia hits the ground hard, but Celis keeps moving, and ahead Shia clashes with Balderdash in a fierce exchange of blades. Balderdash knocks Shia back, sending her sword flying. He mocks her as all bark and no bite, saying even with the pride of her tribe, this is all she can achieve. Shia, battered and sweating, refuses to forgive him for insulting their tribe. Balderdash laughs in her face, calling her and her people inferior wolves. Shia demands to know why he would say such heartbreaking things when he is also a member of the Lycan tribe. His expression twists and he screams at her to never treat him as a wolf again. Balderdash slashes Shia down without mercy. Blood sprays as she collapses, and Nia watches from a distance, horror overtaking her face. Nia screams for her big sister and runs to Shia's side. Celis arrives behind her, face tight with shock, while two dark-robed figures approach from the grass, turning the desperate rescue into something far worse. Vampires step out of the darkness, 10 arch-vampires in all. One scolds Balderdash for starting before their arrival, then orders the others to finish Shia off. Shia, barely conscious, thinks only of one thing: she has to help Nia escape. Celis refuses to wait. She charges first, declaring that whoever acts first wins, and carves an opening through the vampires with a fast, determined strike. Celis calls for Nia to run her way, but the vampires snarl at the damn little girl. One grabs Nia by the head before she can escape, cutting off Celis's cry mid-sentence. The vampire lifts Nia like prey, but a sudden impact interrupts him. Kaith has arrived. In her humanoid dragon form, she blocks the attack and roars that no filthy dark being is allowed to touch her friends. Kaithi unleashes a blast of overwhelming dragon power. The vampires are swallowed by light, their bodies blasted apart in an instant as the shockwave tears through the field. The surviving vampires stare in disbelief at the devastation. Nia recognizes the scent first, then realizes who saved them. Katha stands proudly before her, grinning as she announces that they have finally noticed who she is. Celis can hardly believe it. Katha really did take on a human-like form, complete with a tail. Katha cheerfully calls the meeting destiny and even remembers Celis's name, but then immediately drops to the ground and begs for help. Celis is left speechless as Kaithi stays face down in the grass, pleading dramatically. Above them, the wind churns in a massive ring, and the chapter title falls like a warning. Chapter 26, Winddragon King. Kaithi explains the embarrassing truth. If anyone needs saving, it is her. Behind her, the arch-vampires are already multiplying again. Their bodies sink into black shadows in the grass, reforming as if the earlier destruction meant nothing. The vampires laugh and spread through the field, but Kaithi takes off with Nia in her arms. She slams down with force, trying to carve a path open before the enemies can fully surround them. Kaithi drives her attack into the ground, blasting through blackened patches and watching the enemy's regeneration carefully. The vampire's strange revival makes her eye narrow. This is not normal even for dark beings. A wave of dragon force sweeps across the field, shredding the shadows and tearing the vampires apart again. Kaitha holds her ground as the blast rolls outward, refusing to let them reach Shia or Nia. One vampire panics as his hand crumbles, but Kaithi only smiles. She tells them they disintegrated along with the ground, mocking them as trash comrades while the last fragments scatter. When Nia timidly explains that Shia is hurt and asks Kate to help with these enemies, Kate casually agrees. A vampire protests, but Kaithi's sudden fury wipes away the comedy. She sees Shia's injuries and declares the bastards unforgivable. The vampires try to flee, but Kaitha says she will leave this to them, and then her power surges. Wind gathers around her in a violent spiral, and the enemy's confidence collapses into panic. The vampires realize too late what they are facing. Kaithi's great ancient dragon transformation technique begins to activate, and the air twists around her like a storm. Even she notes that there are too many irregularities here. It would be convenient if the magical machines succeed, but this battlefield no longer follows expectations. Balderdash and Shia stand back-to-back in memory and reality, separated by loyalty and pain. Even after everything, the truth remains clear. He is a member of the Lycan tribe. Balderdash snaps again. He screams for silence and lashes out, cutting Shia down once more as if every word about their shared tribe wounds him deeper than any blade. Shia lies broken in the grass while Balderdash stands over her, snarling that she knows nothing about him. The distance between them is no longer just betrayal. It is something buried, bitter, and personal. The defeated vampires can only tremble at Kaithi's transformation. Realizing they may be finished, Kaithi identifies it as a great ancient dragon's transformation technique. While the storm coils brighter around her, Kaitha's power rises into a full dragon storm, and the vampires are left staring at the end. The battlefield has shifted completely. The The wizard killers drew out the legendary hero party, and now the arch-vampires have awakened the wrath of a great ancient dragon. Balderdash tries to slip away through the chaos, but Kathy is already behind him. She grabs his shoulder and growls the verdict in his ear. He is not getting away. Balderdash tears himself free, shocked by her speed. Ketha points straight at him, accusing him of being the one who hurt Shia, and for that she declares there is absolutely no way she can let him escape. Balderdash curses the arch-vampires for failing to buy him even a little time, and admits he has no choice but to fight, even at a disadvantage. Before their clash can begin, the skewer vendor appears like an executioner of debt. He places a heavy hand on Kathy's shoulder and calmly says the real truth. "Ma'am, she is not getting away." Kathy completely panics. She tries to insist he has made a mistake and claims someone else will cover the cost. But the vendor only tells her to hurry up and bring that rich person over. Kathy stammers, trapped between a deadly enemy and an unpaid food bill. Chalice and Nia arrive just in time to see the absurd standoff. Balderdash, bewildered but opportunistic, realizes he does not understand what is happening, but if Kathy is distracted, then this may be his chance to escape. Meanwhile, Kaith cries for Chalice to help her. Chalice pays the full 30,000 luck on the spot. The vendor thanks her loudly and leaves, while Kaitha stands there with an awkward whistle. Nia stares in concern, and Chalice makes it clear she expects to be repaid later. Then urgency returns. She is still hurt, and Chalice asks where Locke is. The answer is brutal. Locke is still in battle. The estate grounds have been carved into craters, the wizard killers lie scattered and smoking, and Balderdash looks down at the wreckage with horror. Balderdash realizes the mechanical soldiers have been decimated. Worse, the destruction means he cannot use the teleportation mirror anymore. Then a woman in glasses appears through the dust behind him, and Balderdash's expression tightens. Cornered, Balderdash turns vicious. He raises his clawed arm and snarls that he will take the girl's head. But Locke appears beside Philly, one arm lifted calmly, blocking the threat before it can even reach her. Magic lances crash down around the mansion as Locke plants himself between Balderdash and Philly. With a sharp smile, he tells the enemy that if he wants Philly, it will be over Locke's dead body. Balderdash laughs even while evading, admitting Locke is a pretty good sorcerer. Eric joins the pursuit from another angle, blade drawn, telling Balderdash the compliment goes both ways. The enemy's eye snaps wide as he is caught between the great sage and the hero king. Eric's holy sword but Balderdash blocks it with a dark, ornate barrier shaped like an eye. Eric grunts in surprise as the shield holds, and the two crash together in a rapid exchange of blade, claw, and dark magic. Golan, Levi, and Locke watch the impossible defense with alarm. Dark magic that Eric's holy sword cannot break should not be ordinary dark magic at all. Balderdash reveals the reason with a smug counter. He customized it with ancient magic. Golan's face hardens as the implication lands. The so-called queen backing him must be an ancient magic user. That deduction pulls the story toward a shadowed woman standing in ruined grandeur, surrounded by floating crystals and carrying a long staff. The suspicion finally takes shape. It would be that woman. Back on the rooftop, Eric presses Balderdash hard. Their attacks tear through the air, and Balderdash snarls that forcing him to use his trump card is exactly what he would expect from the Hero King. Balderdash activates something in his hand, and a gigantic creature bursts into existence between them, a monstrous armored insect-like parasite, with a cavernous mouth, jagged teeth, and a body covered in hard plates and spikes. The enormous insect drops between the fighters, giving Balderdash room to retreat. Its mouth gapes beside him like a living wall, and he spins away, slipping out of the direct clash. The monster smashes into the mansion itself, shattering stone and timber as its long body erupts through the building. Eric watches from the rooftop as the creature tears through the estate like a siege weapon. Locke, Golan, and Levi identify the threat at once, an evil insect. Locke and Philly are startled by the plain name, but Golan explains it was originally a parasite living inside evil dragons. Once it escapes, it becomes massive, attacks people, and barely responds to magic, making it a serious nuisance. Philly asks if it is alright not to help Eric, but Locke is unfazed. Eric is used to handling this sort of trouble. More importantly, Locke tells Golan to take over guarding Philly, because he is going after Balderdash. Earlier, when Locke threw that magic lance, he attached a magic tracer to it, and the teleportation scroll Balderdash used cannot jump very far. Eric turns the fight back on the evil insect. He unleashes Windblade, slicing into the monster from a distance and driving it away from the mansion roof. The Windblade tears straight into the insect's open mouth, splitting the attack through its body. Eric lands lightly, already preparing for the next strike, while the monster crashes below. The fight ends with practiced efficiency. Golan praises Eric's work, and Eric remarks that it has been a long time since he last faced an evil insect. Smoke rises from the damaged estate, and Golan notes it would be helpful if Locke could identify the enemy castle's core. Then he turns as Celis calls out. Her father asks if she is all right. Celis rushes in with worse news. Forget her. Shia is the one in danger. Elsewhere, Locke pauses on a rooftop, looking down at the severed trace on his hand. Balderdash noticed the tracer and cut it off, but Locke keeps moving anyway. The trail may be broken, but he still has a lead. Locke follows the remaining clues all the way to the royal castle. Standing beneath its towering walls, he realizes the pursuit has led to the most dangerous place possible, the royal castle, of all places. Inside the castle, Balderdash walks through a grand hall of stained glass windows. A stern nobleman waits ahead, and Balderdash announces a change of plans. He intends to use the teleportation mirror here. The nobleman allows it, but coldly notes how disappointing it is that Balderdash caused such a commotion and still failed to abduct even one little girl. Balderdash bristles at the insult. The nobleman presses harder, asking whether serving by the queen's side has made him somewhat lacking in ability. The words hit their mark, and Balderdash's eye narrows. Balderdash snaps back, blaming the nobleman's own failure to stop the girl at the royal palace. He insists it only happened because radicals tried to use her as a sacrifice. The nobleman chooses not to continue the argument and tells him to deliver the ham to the queen, along with his sincerity. The nobleman smiles as Balderdash teleports away, then lets the mask slip. If the plan does not continue, he says with a quiet laugh, he will be the one punished. Whatever game he is playing, he is not merely a messenger. Locke returns quickly, but without Balderdash. He admits he lost track of him along the way. Golan immediately shifts to the more urgent issue and asks why Levi has been called there, while Nia stands nearby, visibly weighed down. The reason becomes clear in the next room. Shia sits curled beside a bed, bandaged and shaken, while Locke asks if she is already well enough to get up. She says Levi used healing magic on her, but Locke warns that healing magic is not a cure-all. The bleeding may have stopped, yet any internal injuries will depend on her own recovery. Shia breaks down. Through tears, she calls herself pathetic for interfering on her own and causing everyone so much trouble. Locke pulls up a chair, sits facing her, and asks her to tell him what happened. Night settles over the estate, and Eric returns after handling the capital's defenses. He apologizes for the late hour, saying he explained the situation and issued orders to the royal capital garrison. Locke tells Eric and Golan the timing is perfect. There is something he wants to tell them about the enemy beastfolk, so Golan suggests they talk in his room. Kathy tries to follow the meeting, but Locke blocks her. When he says she cannot come with them, she asks if he is treating her like a stranger. Locke hesitates, claiming he has no lizardman acquaintances, only for her tale to give away the absurdity immediately. Kathy explodes in outrage. She cannot believe he is treating her like a lizard, especially after once telling her he could not tell the difference between a human and a goblin. Locke finally points and blurts out the truth. Goblin. The realization hits everyone at once. Locke, Golan, and Eric stare at the horned girl in shock as Locke shouts that she is Katha. Katha snaps back that this is exactly what she has been saying, then explains she transformed because Locke told her not to approach the royal capital looking like a dragon. Katha complains that Locke has no idea how much effort it took just to reach him in this form. Eric and Golan whisper in awe that great ancient dragons really can transform into humans, while Locke admits he has heard the legends but has never seen it himself. Still, he adds the painful truth. She turned out incredible, yet somehow still got almost arrested for eating without paying. Locke stares at Katha with dead eyes and asks what the hell she is doing. Katha flails, yelling for him to stop looking at her like that. Celis quickly steps in, explaining that Katha saved them when vampires surrounded them. Nia nods, and Katha proudly declares that helping friends is only natural. Locke softens a little and accepts it. Locke thanks Kathy, and she beams under the praise. Then he formally introduces her to Golan and Eric. Guildmaster Golan and Eric, the king of the country. Kathy immediately understands the comparison and greets Eric as an equal, saying that makes him the same as her. Everyone freezes. Kathy cheerfully reveals the part she never mentioned. She is the Wind Dragon King, Kathy, the Dragon King who rules over the Wind Dragon tribe. Eric stammers that Kathy is a king too, and Kathy answers as if it should have been obvious. Around them, the others can only stare, realizing their troublesome dragon guest is far more important than they thought. Far away, Keithy's own palace is already in enemy hands. A long-haired woman sits on the throne while another figure crawls before her in panic, reporting that the palace has been taken over by dangerous people, an army led by a high lord. Back at Locke's estate, Keithy explains the crisis. Locke asks if the dangerous person means the high lord specifically, but Keithy says she could handle them alone if that were all. The real problem is the swarm of magical machines, most likely no fewer than 100 wizard killers. Everyone freezes at the number. Golan confirms it sounds true, since they already defeated 10 earlier, and Kathy admits the machines are sturdy enough to survive her flaming breath and keep moving. Locke's friends may be powerful, but this enemy force is far beyond ordinary. Then Keith's warning turns darker. The enemy has something even more dangerous than the High Lord and the machines. Its body resembles a dragon's, but it is an evil god's kin born from darkness, and worst of all, it has cursed wings. Golan and Eric tense instantly, as if they already know what that means. The memory takes shape as a massive monster tears through a ruined city. A dragon-like abomination with huge jaws, twisted whiskers, and a body made for destruction. The answer lands like a death sentence. It was an evil dragon. Locke repeats the name, stunned. Chapter 27 begins, Evil. Golan grimly says this is a major problem, and Eric agrees that compared to an evil dragon, even a vampire High Lord is nothing. Nia whispers to Philly, asking what an evil dragon is, and Philly admits she is an amateur when it comes to monsters. Kathy explains instead, evil dragons are said to be born with the blood of an evil god from the underworld, beings of darkness ranked even higher than the Majin. Even 100 ordinary dragons would not scratch a single one. Philly and Nia stare in shock. Meanwhile, Golan and Eric calmly recall that it has been about 15 years since they last fought an evil dragon. Katha nearly short-circuits when she realizes these people have fought such a nightmare before, twice in fact, 15 and 20 years ago. Nia's awe for Golan and his companions deepens, but Locke's inner commentary cuts through the legend. Almost every adventurer who tried to follow Golan's path died. Golan survived by rolling death-defying luck again and again, scraping through situations where one wrong move meant the end. Nia clenches her fist, admitting she still cannot handle something like that. Kathy continues with the one known truth. Only one group has ever managed to best an evil dragon. The hero party of Great Sage Luck, holy swordsman Eric, and gallant warrior Golan. Golan and Eric react awkwardly under Katha's praise, while Locke suddenly realizes the trap in her words. Katha points at them and says the names out loud. Eric, Golan, and then it hits her. These are the same legendary men she has heard about. The door opens at the worst possible time. Someone calls that dinner preparations should begin, just as Katha shouts that she knew those names sounded familiar. The connection crashes into place. Locke's friends are not just strong. They are the heroes from the legends. Kath turns slowly toward Locke, piecing it together. Locke Sama. Locke tries to sneak away with a whistle, but there is no escaping this deduction now. Kathy slams into the floor hard enough to crack it, shouting the question straight at him. Is Locke also the great sage Lux Sama? Locke, cornered by the honorific and the truth, can only answer with a strained sweating, I guess. The entire estate shakes under Katha's scream. Why haven't you told me, she roars, while Locke stands beside the newly made hole, and dryly says she is the cruel one here. Because someone now has to pay for that damage too. But Katha's mood flips in an instant. Sparkles fill her eyes as she stares at the magic sigil on the ceiling, and imagines Locke as a shining legend. In her vision, the great sage appears like a flawless idol, and she gushes that she has finally been granted the chance to see great sage Luck Dono with her own eyes. Locke tries to deflect by praising her instead, calling the Wind Dragon King and Great Ancient Dragon an even rarer sight while he is only an ordinary sorcerer. Katha rejects that immediately. To her, there is only one great sage Luck Dono who saved the world, and his adventures are so famous they were even translated into the dragon dialect. Nia, however, is barely surprised. When Philly asks about Locke's true identity, Nia says she already heard from Shia that he was incredible, and everyone around her kept calling him Luck. Philly can only wonder if Nia might actually be the cleverest among them, though her own thoughts drift back to the absurd memory of Locke using Levi's lap as a pillow. Later, everyone gathers outside beneath the night sky, because Locke refuses to let Katha make any more holes in his estate. Kathy laughs that human houses are simply fragile, but Locke snaps back with one hard rule. She is never setting foot inside again. Eric steers the conversation back to the actual crisis, and asks whether Kathy knows why the vampires occupied her palace. Kathy thinks for a moment, then gives the chilling answer. Chances are, they want to free the evil dragon, or rather, one of the evil dragons sealed elsewhere. The explanation plunges into the ocean depths. Ancient chains stretch down into a roaring abyss, creaking under pressure as something colossal remains bound below. Kathy explains that her palace is a sky palace floating above the sea east of the kingdom. Its duty is to seal away and surveil the evil dragons chained to the bottom of the oceans. The wind howls around the floating palace, and a sinister woman stands in the storm while silhouettes gather below the tower. Above them, the shadow of a winged evil dragon looms like a warning of what could be unleashed. The scale of the threat becomes unbearable. Their body count is around 1,000 evil dragons, all chained beneath the sea. If even a fraction of them were released, the world would face an apocalypse. Golan, Eric, and Locke absorb the number with grim silence. 1,000 evil dragons is not a battle. It is the end of civilization if they fail. The decision is immediate. Eric says they are in a race against time and should handle this incident themselves. Locke agrees, but when he asks Keitha to fly them to her palace, she freezes. That simple solution is apparently impossible. The reason is painfully inconvenient. Keitha cannot return to her dragon form for 3 days after transforming. With no choice, Locke prepares to leave the estate for a while and places a barrier around the house before going. Magic rings spread over the entire estate, locking it behind a protective barrier and an awareness inhibitor. Locke explains that even vampire lords will have trouble detecting the estate from the outside, and warns everyone not to leave until he returns, or they will get lost. Locke also checks on the secret passage from the castle, but says Levi can handle this level of magic without issue. Then his expression softens as he reminds them to look after Shia. Healing magic may close the body, but wounds of the heart cannot be healed so easily. The farewell is interrupted by practical concerns. Gerberga sits proudly against Locke while a wagon arrives as requested. Ni admits she had lost sight of Locke's estate and doubts her scouting ability, but Locke sheepishly admits the barrier is his fault. Under the stars, the wagon rolls east out of the capital. Golan, Eric, and Locke ride with grim focus. The clatter of horses carrying them toward a sky palace and a possible world-ending disaster. To reach Keitha's palace as fast as possible, Locke has Ario and Genie prepare a wagon and heads directly east. The Eastern Highway is the kingdom's main artery, paved in stone, and if they keep changing horses and push non-stop day and night, they should reach the eastern tip in about 3 days. The ride, however, is not comfortable for everyone. Key sits on top of the wagon, tail swaying in the cold air, while the others ask if she would rather ride inside. She admits she dislikes tight spaces and prefers the open sky, leaving Naya and Gerberga to wonder whether she is some kind of lizard woman. The journey pushes on through the countryside. Horses drink and rest at a stop before the next junction town, while Eric thanks the helpers and plans another short break before continuing. During the stop, Eric brings up diplomacy. From his kingdom's point of view, Keitha's palace belongs to another kingdom's territory, and if he personally enters, it could cause diplomatic concerns. He wants to plan in advance, and even considers forging an alliance between their kingdom and the dragons. Keitha admits she cannot decide for the entire dragon race, but she can decide for the Wind Dragon tribe. Eric asks if an informal alliance here is possible, and Keitha agrees. With a handshake, the Wind Dragon tribe and the kingdom of Mandilabar establish an alliance on the spot. Ario and Genie nearly choke when they realize Eric just said king, and that the small horned traveler is the Wind Dragon King too. Locke quietly signals them to keep it down, but the two can only tremble as the truth sinks in. Locke is friends with the king, the Wind Dragon King, and the Guildmaster. As the party continues, Locke asks Eric whether he plans to make the new alliance public. Eric starts to say he will inform the ministers, but Locke cuts in. No, this should stay under wraps for now. Locke explains why. The enemy beastfolk he pursued was lost at the royal castle, which means someone inside the castle is guiding him. Golan and Eric go silent as the implication lands. The enemy may have an insider in the royal court. Meanwhile, inside the royal castle, the ministers are already in chaos. They demand answers from the queen about the mysterious attack, Eric's disappearance, the destroyed Marquis estate, and the lack of reports. Levi can only shrink under the pressure, until her patience cracks, and she quietly considers simply blowing them all away. Inside the royal castle, Levi faces a wall of anxious nobles and officials. Before the pressure can spiral any further, a stern man steps in and tells everyone to calm down. He points out that interrogating Queen Levi will solve nothing, because she was not the one who caused the incident. The ministers hesitate, forced to swallow the truth. Levi looks at the man with open irritation. She cannot even remember who he is, only that something about him feels disgusting. A young girl beside her quietly supplies the answer. He is the ambassador plenipotentiary from the neighboring kingdom of Ringine. Levi's expression says she would rather have forgotten. The ambassador notices her confusion, and Levi panics with a bright, fake laugh. She waves it off, blurting that she totally forgot while the man quietly exhales through his nose. Diplomacy survives, but only barely. Levi takes control again, addressing the room. She acknowledges that everyone is offended by the lack of details, then gently shifts the focus. Has King Eric ever refused to act when the kingdom needed him? If he is absent now, should they not understand it as proof that the emergency has escalated? Then the little princess steps forward with perfect poise. Charlotte declares that everyone in the royal capital is responsible now, and asks them to work together until the king returns. Her innocence lands harder than any command. The nobles crumble instantly. Tears stream down their faces as they praise Princess Charlotte's elegance, admit they have neglected their duties, and pledge to leave the royal capital in her hands. Levi watches with a sharp, satisfied gaze as Charlotte wins the room without raising her voice. The cheers echo through the castle. Princess Charlotte, Banzai. But while the room worships the young princess, the Ringine ambassador watches in silence. His expression hardens. Something about Charlotte has caught his attention. A stern female knight appears nearby as the ambassador turns his thoughts toward Locke's absence. He wonders if it is really safe for Locke and the others to be away from the royal capital in such a dangerous state. Back in the traveling wagon, Locke says he has already driven in a wedge, so even the enemy should not be able to interfere easily. Golan praises him, assuming Locke prepared some prominent talent from the guild. But Locke's answer shocks him. No, that would be zealous. Golan goes stiff, rattled by the idea of leaving something so important to his daughter. Locke calmly tells him to have a little faith in her. But elsewhere, the Ringine ambassador thinks of Marguerite, the daughter of Marquis Schmidt, noting her noble status in both Mendilibar and Ringine, and considers it troublesome if she starts to suspect him. Marguerite watches him leave with a quiet, unreadable stare. Charlotte, meanwhile, tilts her head in total confusion, already forgetting the ambassador again. Outside, the castle tower rises into the sky as if the capital's political storm has been temporarily sealed away. Far from the palace, the journey continues. The party camps by a fire, then rushes along the road in the wagon. After 3 days, they finally reach the eastern edge of the kingdom. At the cliffside, the ocean spreads endlessly before them. The group stands at the edge of the world, staring toward clouds over the sea where Kathy's sky palace should be waiting. Locke asks if the palace is beyond those clouds, and Keitha confirms it. Now that 3 days have passed, he asks if she can return to dragon form. Keitha confidently says he can count on her, then begins undoing her clothes. Locke panics as Keitha starts stripping without hesitation. She explains that if she turns big while dressed, her clothes will tear, and that would be a waste. Locke admits she has a point, but begs her to show even a little embarrassment as she activates revert form. Kathy's body explodes into her true form, a magnificent winged dragon surging into the sky with a roar. And Eric stare in shock, and even Locke is momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer scale and beauty of a great ancient dragon. Eric calls her splendid, and Golan admits it is his first time seeing such a magnificent dragon. Keitha covers her face, actually embarrassed by the praise, while Locke dryly realizes that compliments are what make her shy. Keitha lifts off with the group riding on her back. Eric and Golan brace themselves against the wind, while Locke narrows his eyes and prepares for what comes next. The approach to the Sky Palace begins. Keitha streaks across the sky toward the floating island and towering palace, declaring that it is time to raid. The palace rises ahead like a fortress above the sea, and the rescue operation becomes an assault. Chapter 28 begins. Sky Palace. From Keitha's back, Locke spots magical machines loitering around the entrance, about 30 outside with even more inside. Keitha warns that the metal balls they fire are extremely painful, even if they should not pierce her scales. Locke asks if she actually ran to them, because those machines were difficult enemies for her. Keitha admits her flame breath barely works on them, and they are dangerous for her. Locke thinks through the problem and confirms the key detail. Keitha is a wind dragon. Locke asks the obvious question, why has she not used wind breath? Keitha answers just as plainly, her breath fires gales, and if she uses it, her home will be wrecked. Locke accepts that it really is that bad, then proposes a reckless plan. He will lure the machines out, and she will hit them with gale breath at maximum power. Keitha panics, insisting that if she does that, Locke will not escape unharmed. Locke drops from her back anyway, telling her not to worry and not to hold back. He crashes through a palace window, landing alone inside enemy territory. Locke rises in the grand hall to find himself surrounded by wizard killers. Rows of mechanical soldiers crowd the stairs and floor, their cannon-like bodies aimed at him. He lifts his hand and fires off magic bullet. The spell slams into a machine, but it barely works. Keitha cries out that Locke's magic is not working, while Eric and Golan immediately understand. Locke is not trying to destroy them. He is baiting them, planning to lure the machines away. Locke sprints through the palace as metal rounds rip past him, tearing walls, columns, and floors apart. He dodges through the barrage with focused eyes, dragging the machine's attention exactly where he wants it. He leaps onto one machine, using its body as footing, then launches away as the others fire. The wizard killers track him relentlessly, but every shot only helps him pull the herd farther from the entrance. Locke smiles and casts acceleration. His speed spikes, turning the chase into a blur as he threads between aiming eyes and incoming fire before they can lock onto him. The machines gather tighter, and Locke blasts them back with a wide magical strike. Still, the enemies deeper inside refuse to come out. So he changes tactics. If they will not move, he will keep attacking until he smokes them out. Locke raises his sword and unleashes Searing Blaze Bomb. A storm of fire and force detonates across the palace interior, engulfing the entrance hall in roaring destruction. The blast tears upward through the palace like a pillar of light and flame. Wizard killers are swallowed in the explosion as Locke stands at the base of the inferno, forcing the hidden enemies to react. For one awkward moment, Locke wonders if he overdid it. Outside, Cathay sees her palace burning and loses her mind, screaming that the flames are destroying her home. Locke tries to calm her by pointing out that dragon ruins are highly resistant to fire. Cathay grudgingly understands the structure might survive, but screams that the furniture is a different matter. And Eric quietly wonder if Locke's magic has grown even stronger than before. Still, the plan works. The remaining machines pour out at last. Locke darts away as a mass of wizard killers surges after him. He draws them across the broken palace grounds, then shouts for Cathay to fire at full power. Cathay yells that she no longer cares what happens to him. Cathay opens her jaws and releases her true wind breath. A colossal, tornado-like blast erupts from her mouth, aimed straight at the gathered machines and the path where Locke has led them. The gale crashes into the machines like a living wall, grinding them into the storm. Locke braces behind his magic, holding his great magical wall against pressure strong enough to frighten even him. The wind breath scours the palace grounds clean. Machines are shredded, debris flies, and Locke keeps his barrier raised against the roar, feeling the overwhelming force of a Wind Dragon King's true breath. When the storm passes, Locke admits the truth. Cathay's breath is terrifying. The wind pressure actually exceeded his great magical wall. Around him, part of the floating palace has been carved away, leaving rubble and open air where solid structure once stood. Keith realizes the cost immediately. She screams that she destroyed a portion of her palace, and wails that her father is going to scold her. Eric and Golan can only sweat in silence, while Locke tries to praise the attack for catching the entire herd of magical machines. Locke's excitement only embarrasses Cathay more. She covers her face while he gushes that a Wind Dragon King's breath broadened his horizons. With the machines reduced to ash and cinders, Golan warns that some enemies may still have escaped through the gate, but the entrance to the Sky Palace is finally theirs. Inside the Sky Palace, the group quickly regains their bearings. Golan points out the kitchen and lavatory with unexpected seriousness, while Locke studies the architecture and notes the lack of fire damage. As expected of draconic construction, the palace endured the blaze far better than normal stone. Then the real question comes: where is the facility holding the evil dragon seal? Cathay answers simply, underground. Underground means descending into an enormous vertical shaft inside the palace. Cathay spreads her wings and carries the group down through a vast cylindrical chamber, past layered walkways and ancient walls that stretch deeper than the eye can easily follow. Even Golan is impressed by the scale, admitting this is something one would only experience in a dragon's palace. But that awe lasts only a heartbeat, because something smashes through the wall nearby. A hulking vampire with a skull-like mask and massive muscles bursts into their path. Golan draws his sword with a grin, amused that the vampires apparently have muscular types too. For him, the surprise is not fear. It is entertainment. Eric and Locke react instantly. Eric's eyes sharpen, Locke snaps toward the threat, and the white cloak of the Holy Swordsman whips forward as he launches into action. Eric closes the distance with blinding speed, cutting toward a robed vampire with a bird-like skull mask. The enemy barely registers the attack before Eric is already past him, blade flashing in a clean arc. Eric reads the situation with cold precision. Any lord who survived the earlier blaze is no small fry. The remaining vampires are not ordinary leftovers. They are strong enough to be worth taking seriously. The battle splits immediately. Eric clashes with the skull-masked caster, while Golan rushes the muscular vampire head-on. Behind them, Locke orders Cathay to watch their backs, cutting through her hesitation before she can panic over what to do. Locke calmly judges the matchups. The vampire lord may be talented, but he is no match for Eric and Golan together. Eric's blade pierces forward and the skull-masked vampire is forced onto the defensive. Eric slices in again, carving through the enemy's arm, while Golan trades brutal blows with the muscle-bound vampire. Steel, claws, and raw force crash together in the underground hall. Golan grits his teeth and drives his attack in harder, challenging the vampire's toughness. The muscular lord roars back, refusing to fall even as Golan's assault pounds straight through his guard. The vampire's roar twists into a spell. A woman's voice calls out regeneration, and the wounds begin to close. Flesh knits, lost strength returns, and the enemy's body rebuilds itself before their eyes. Locke, Eric, and Golan all freeze for a fraction of a second. A pale woman steps forward between the two surviving vampires, radiating an eerie light. Her presence instantly changes the weight of the room. Her eyes are calm, almost bored. But Locke's mind races. She lacks the wicked aura of a High Lord. Yet her regeneration spell was beyond anything ordinary. Could she possess power even greater than a High Lord? The possibility clicks into place. Locke asks the question out loud, is she the queen? The woman reacts with a sharp twitch, and the muscle-bound vampire starts trembling like a child who knows someone just stepped on a landmine. The woman smiles at first, but her fury leaks through immediately. Being grouped with a sleazy woman like the so-called queen is, to her, absolutely inexcusable. Locke, Golan, and Eric silently reassess. At the very least, she does not seem to be the queen. Then she gives the order anyway. Kill them. The two vampire lords launch forward once more, and Golan mutters that they are back to square one. The vampires surge with new power. Their bodies blaze with reinforcement magic, high-tension speed and reinforcement, and their movements suddenly sharpen. Locke's eyes widen as the enemies explode forward faster than before. The renewed fight is vicious. Golan blocks the muscle-bound vampire's strike, while Eric exchanges rapid blows with the Skull-Masked Lord, their weapons colliding in a storm of motion. Golan and Eric both realize the same thing at once. The vampire's power and speed have risen. Locke watches the woman at the center of it all, and understands she is not merely healing them. She is reinforcing them like a saintess on a battlefield. Even powered up, the lords cannot overwhelm the legends. Golan hurls one enemy down and declares they are still no match, while Eric continues cutting through the other with controlled, merciless technique. The woman clicks her tongue. If brute force will not work, she changes tactics. A magic circle blooms around her face, then expands outward into a spell wrapped in seductive, dangerous power. Charm. Golan staggers, suddenly dizzy, while Eric starts to say that such a thing would not work on them. But his confidence cracks when Golan wobbles badly enough to slam into him from behind. Golan apologizes, saying he only felt a little dizzy. Locke immediately asks Kathy if she is all right, and the pale woman scowls. Her charm was stronger than a High Lord's, yet the group is still standing. Before anyone can recover, a violent wind begins building nearby. Kathy's power erupts. Locke, Eric, and Golan recognize the danger instantly as the wind explodes through the underground chamber. Golan shouts in alarms, asking if this is gale breath, while Locke realizes the terrifying possibility. Kath may have been charmed. A dragon head smashes through the swirling wind, roaring wildly in front of Locke. But the movement is wrong. The eyes are wrong. Locke stares at the raging form and knows it instantly. This is not Katha. The truth towers over him. A massive, sinister dragon rises from the broken floor, black wings spreading amid the storm. Locke stands alone before it as the enemy's real disaster takes shape. The creature reveals itself in full, an evil dragon. Its body is covered in monstrous scales and grotesque markings. Its wings claw through the air, and the underground chamber trembles beneath its presence. Locke steadies himself inside a protective barrier, facing the dragon's eye directly. At the same time, a pale figure with long hair stirs somewhere else, as if something ancient has finally awakened. In the darkness beyond the battlefield, a woman bows before the awakened pale figure and offers cursed congratulations. She calls him my king, while the newly awakened being stands bare-backed and silent, carrying an aura far older than the vampires around him. Under a vast night sky and a looming planet, that awakened figure is named with terrifying reverence, their true ancestor. The scale of the enemy has just expanded far beyond High Lords, queens, or even ordinary vampires. Chapter 29 begins, The House Sitters. Back at Locke's estate, Nia stands by the window while Garb sleeps on the bed, and a knock comes at the door. A small horned girl enters with fresh bandages and says she will light the fireplace as well. Shia asks whether Locke and the others have gone out. The girl confirms they have gone to reclaim Kathy's palace, while Gerberga sits nearby. She mentions hearing that they need to protect the seal on 1,000 evil dragons. Shia understands the stakes. Locke and the others are fighting to protect the world, while she is left in this pathetic condition. Nia looks troubled as Shia's thoughts sink deeper. She wonders just how powerful that enemy beast folk really was, and whether Shia is upset simply because she lost. When Nia voices the question, Shia answers with unexpected honesty. Is she vexed because she lost? Shia admits the answer is not simple. She is certainly frustrated that she was not strong enough, but even if she had beaten him, what would that have achieved? The true wound lies elsewhere. In his grudge toward the Lycan beastfolk tribe. Nia carefully pieces it together. Shia is sad because she cannot accept that enemy as one of their brethren. Shia falls silent, then admits the deeper pain. Either way, she lacks strength. And worse, she feels she no longer has any family or brethren. The small horned girl steps forward with Gerberga in her arms and refuses to let Shia give up. She says that if even one person were still alive, she would never abandon them, no matter what. Then she tells Shia not to give up either. Shia recognizes her as Lucilla Dono. The words strike hard because Lucilla has endured loss too. Shia lowers her eyes and admits Lucilla is strong. Compared to Lucilla's pain, her own troubles feel trivial. Lucilla quietly encourages Shia, saying she will surely become a wonderful tribe chief. Nia listens from the side with new resolve, while Garb gives a gentle lick of thanks, turning the heavy room just a little warmer. Later, outside the estate, Nia throws herself into work and gathers herbs with Gerberga perched proudly in her arms. But Lucilla quickly realizes the problem. Nia has collected a huge pile of poisonous herbs from the previous landlord's flower bed. Nia already knows and proudly explains that if boiled down with poisonous mushrooms and lizard nail dirt, they can make a deadly poison strong enough to kill a bear. Nia's imagination goes completely off the rails. Grinning over her poisonous herbs, she pictures Shia's hated enemy being taken down without effort. While Philly suddenly realizes the little girl has not misunderstood poison at all. She understands it far too well. Philly immediately switches into responsible adult mode. She warns Nia that poison must never be handled carelessly, because one mistake could endanger herself or the people she cares about. Then, in the very next breath, she offers the proper solution. Study safe handling, refining, and extraction techniques, so they can make even deadlier poisons with higher purity. Nia's eyes sparkle. She asks to become Philly's student, and Philly happily accepts. The two clasp hands like master and disciple, while Garb sits nearby in stunned silence, realizing there is no one left at the estate who can stop this dangerous alliance. The focus shifts back to the royal capital. While Nia and Philly continue their suspiciously energetic garden work near the estate, a stern military man walks through the castle grounds, the tall spires of the capital looming behind him. The man advances with two cloaked subordinates, each wearing an official crest. But they are not alone. From the edges of the castle corridors, hidden watchers quietly track their movement. Celis observes from concealment and immediately recognizes the danger. Locke asked her to guard Queen Levi and the others, but her instincts scream that this man is entangled in the current crisis somehow. Elsewhere, Balderdash is already moving through the castle shadows. He identifies Celis as the guildmaster's daughter and calls her troublesome. Then his solution turns murderous. Maybe he should kill her. Balderdash lunges through the window like a predator. But before he can reach Celis, a calm voice greets her by name. The sudden interruption freezes the assassination attempt in place. Celis turns with a mild, while Balderdash crashes awkwardly nearby. The man who called out to her asks what she is doing in a place like this, and Balderdash scrambles for an excuse, claiming he was just on a little walk. Celis briefly loses track of Balderdash, then refocuses on the newcomer. The man introduces himself as Edward, the commander of the royal capital garrison under King Eric. When Celis asks if he knows who she is, he explains that he is old friends with Guildmaster Golan Morton. Edward adds that because the royal castle is in danger, he is guarding it. Celis accepts the explanation with polite relief, and the two continue through the castle with a strangely peaceful air. Yet Edward's face turns sharp the moment he looks away. Whatever polite mask he wears, his eyes carry calculation, and the capital's quiet tension has not disappeared. Meanwhile, night falls over the royal castle. Inside, Queen Levi collapses onto a sofa, exhausted, and Princess Charlotte rushes over to ask if her mother is all right. Levi can only mutter that she probably is not. Charlotte apologizes for saying meaningless things that only add to Levi's workload. Levi reassures her, but the truth is plain. With Eric gone, she is buried under inspections, orders, and political work that she is not suited for. In sheer desperation, Levi tells Charlotte to hurry up and grow up. Charlotte, trying to lighten the mood, asks her big sister to read her a story. The book she chooses is about the great sage, and she specifically wants the chapter about the battle with the dark Darth dragon. The story begins with a towering black dragon appearing beyond the clouds, so enormous its body was compared to mountains and its wings could cover lakes. Levi and Celis immediately recognize what the children's book is really describing: an evil dragon. Celis explains why the book uses a silly name instead. If the church had accepted that luck defeated a disaster from scripture, the evil dragon, they would have had to recognize him as a saint, and apparently, the Holy Church does not want any more saints. Levi admits that Luck himself would probably hate that title too. But when Charlotte asks if her father and the others will be all right, Levi answers with calm confidence. Luck has only grown stronger. At the very least, he is several times more powerful than the Luck she once knew. That answer shakes the room. Celis wonders if Luck has already reached a level beyond human, while Charlotte points out he did defeat the Majin ruler alone. Levi quietly asks the real question, how strong is Luck trying to become? Somewhere else, a long-haired woman stands at a window, thinking about that very idea. To her, what Luck is striving for may be to raise the most powerful sorcerer in history, and she hopes that Boy will be the one to fulfill it for her. Levi's thoughts darken as she considers the same possibility. In the end, Luck may be becoming exactly what that mysterious woman hoped for. Then the woman herself appears in full, surrounded by ominous power, and the question becomes unavoidable. Could she be connected to everything? The woman receives a report from a subordinate who calls her my queen. The evil dragon has made contact with the intruders, but the situation is unstable. When the queen asks where Dura is, the answer is uncertain, because the evil dragon is not under that woman's control. Back at the Sky Palace, the intruders lie scattered across flooded stone. Dura, soaked and furious, thrashes against hanging chains and screams in humiliation after being thrown into the water. A massive hole tears open beneath the palace, wind and water twisting into a dark vortex. Dura shouts that they had better not forget this disgrace as chains sway downward into the abyss. Then the full horror arrives. The evil dragon towers before Locke, Eric, and Golan, jaws wide and wings stretched across the chamber. The legends raise barriers and weapons, forced to face a disaster born from the ancient seal. Eric warns that it will be disastrous if the evil dragon goes berserk here, and Golan agrees they must settle this fast. The monster fires a devastating blast, but Locke refuses to let it land, casting separate planes to cut the attack away. The dragon's beam crashes into Locke's barrier and splits off, its force ripping through the chamber instead of the party. Eric and Golan brace themselves as Locke holds the impossible defense. The three heroes counterattack at once. Locke maintains magical pressure, Eric moves in with holy power, and Golan drives forward with his blade as the evil dragon roars above them. Golan slams into the dragon with brute force, cutting and smashing through its hide, while Eric streaks across another angle with blade drawn. The monster reels, battered from multiple directions. The evil dragon's many eyes roll wildly as Golan presses the assault. He hacks into its massive head and neck, forcing the creature to falter under the weight of a warrior who has fought beside legends. Locke calls out to Eric, warning him to get ready. Eric rises above the dragon's body and brings his sword down, preparing to unleash power far beyond a normal holy blade. Eric admits the beast is as stubborn as expected and asks Luck and Golan to buy him time. Golan grins and agrees for old time's sake, while Luck sparkles with reckless confidence. Leave it to him. Golan hammers the dragon head-on while Eric begins an invocation. He calls upon the apex spirit governing eternity, and the ruler of spirits who judges the truth behind creation, summoning authority into his sword. Eric declares himself the legitimate successor of the Holy Sword, and calls for its restraints to be released. Light surges from the blade as he manifests it at the third meta-boundary limit, unlocking the first and second layers. The Holy Sword erupts in full radiance, Bramwit, the Holy Sword of the King. Eric stands wrapped in blazing light, every line of his body focused into one killing strike. With Bramwood awakened, Eric cuts through the evil dragon's body in a brilliant arc. The monster's darkness is carved open by holy light, the slash trailing like a wing of pure judgment. The strain nearly breaks Eric. Golan catches him as he collapses, and Eric admits the third meta-boundary limit is excruciating. Nearby, Locke burns the evil insect remains and says, for the moment, they have settled things. But Keitha stares at the blood-smeared ruins of her palace in horror. Katie points out the real disaster. There is now an enormous hole ripped through her palace. Locke wonders if she means the cleanup, but the gaping vortex behind them makes it clear this is far worse than a mess. Kathy answers Locke's question about the seal facility. It was over there. Locke looks toward the swirling void and both of them freeze. The facility is gone. Eric and Golan understand immediately. Chains deep below the sea are already snapping one after another. If this continues, the seal restraining 1,000 evil dragons will break, and the world will face a catastrophe beyond imagination. In the enemy's ruined chamber, the so-called king turns his disappointment on Dura. He asks why Dura lost, and Dura can only kneel and insist that if he had controlled the evil dragon, victory would have been his. But the king cuts through the excuse coldly. Dura misjudged the strength of his enemy, and that failure came before the evil dragon ever mattered. The king's true desire is laid bare, the revival of the Castine family, a condolence to his ancestors. He tells Dura to get stronger, then declares that failure demands punishment. Dura protests desperately, but the punishment comes anyway, reduced to the absurd sound of repeated spanking while the king's fixation on his daughter remains disturbingly intense. Back at the Sky Palace, the atmosphere is somehow shifted from world-ending crisis to tea time. Huge bowls of tea steam on the table, and Locke, Eric, Golan, and Katha drink from vessels so large they look made for dragons. Even Golan pauses at the size, while everyone quietly gulps it down. Kathy's face lights up when Locke and the others praise the tea. Locke says it tastes great, Eric calls the flavor novel but excellent, and Kathy beams because even her father praised her tea. She apologizes that those were the smallest bowls she could find, while Locke politely says they are the ones intruding. The peaceful break ends the moment Eric brings up the disappearing seal. Golan snaps back to the emergency, agreeing they need to handle it quickly. Kathy estimates that the seal on the evil dragons will completely vanish in about 2 days, and Locke, though stunned, notes that for a seal several millennia old, the change is more like a discrepancy than a sudden collapse. Golan turns to Locke and asks if there is any way to deal with it. Locke pauses, then admits the details he is about to share should be top secret to the Wind Dragon tribe. But then he points out the obvious. Isn't the Sky Palace itself a forbidden scripture? Katha freezes, visibly shaken that Locke knows that term. Kathy tries to ask how he knows, but Locke presses forward carefully. Even as king, she cannot simply divulge that information. The table falls into a tense silence as the truth becomes too important to ignore. Then Katha breaks. She gushes that Locke is truly knowledgeable and says she expects no less from the great sage. Locke panics at the title, begging her to wait, while Katha proudly flaps and explains that even she did not know about this until her father, the previous king, told her. Golan, meanwhile, has to ask the most basic question, what even is a forbidden scripture? Locke explains with the weight of a veteran mage. Massive barriers and seals are usually established through magical objects called forbidden scriptures, ancient incantations engraved into a physical medium. Since this palace seals away at least 1,000 evil dragons, he suspected the entire Sky Palace might be one enormous forbidden scripture. Katha returns with a massive book, apologizing for the weight. The instant she drops it onto the floor, the impact thunders through the palace. Locke, Eric, and Golan stare down at the open volume, and only one word fits: huge. Golan asks if this is the forbidden scripture, but Katha corrects him immediately. This is the manual. Locke places a hand over the strange script and studies the pages, while Eric watches him in silence, knowing the answer may decide whether 1,000 evil dragons stay sealed. The enormous book spreads before Locke like a glowing maze of ancient diagrams and dense writing. Kathy admits she has absolutely no idea what it says, and Golan asks whether it is written in an ancient magical language. The joke is gone now. This manual might be the only guide they have left. Kathy confirms the words are in the native dragon language, but even she can only read about half. Locke, sitting among the pages, calmly absorbs the contents anyway. Kathy's conclusion is simple and sincere. Luck truly is amazing. Time passes inside the palace. Katha curls up and yawns, Golan lounges with his arms behind his head, and Eric waits with composed patience. Outside, the floating palace hangs over the sea beneath a darkening sky, while Locke remains alone with the manual. Eric finally asks how it is going. Locke rubs his head, admitting it was easy enough to read using learning, but the conclusion is clear. The palace itself really is a forbidden scripture, in other words, a magic circuit amplifier. To repair the damaged underground portion, he needs to craft a substitute magical object. Eric asks if Locke can craft that object here. Locke explains that despite the ominous name, a forbidden scripture can essentially be a slab engraved with a magic circle. The problem is not impossibility. The thing is huge, and it will take time. When Eric asks how long, Locke raises 2 fingers. 2 days. Eric understands immediately that this is cutting it dangerously close, and Locke makes the harder call. Because the royal capital cannot stay unattended, he wants Eric and Golan to return first. Golan explodes in protest, insisting they should stay with Locke. But Locke stays firm. Their absence from the royal capital is already dangerous, and besides, this is a sorcerer's job. Eric asks if Locke will truly be all right alone, and Locke answers with a confident smile. Locke promises he will prove he can finish in time. Eric finally accepts with a simple please do, though Golan still grumbles that he does not agree. Before they leave, Locke hands them magical communication items, telling them to contact him if anything happens. The items are bracelets that connect to the wearer's counterpart, even allowing conference communication. Katha happily asks if she can have one too, and Locke wonders where she would even wear it. Katha solves that herself, proudly fastening the bracelet around her tail. With Katha's wings, the trip back to the royal capital should only take a few hours. Locke asks her to deliver Eric and Golan, then adds one very Locke-like request. Stop by his house and have Milka make him a bento. Kathy agrees, launches into the sky, and Eric calls back for Locke not to overdo it. Left alone on the battered Sky Palace, Locke watches Katha disappear into the distance. Then he turns toward the damaged structure, sword at his and determinations in his eyes now. The real work begins. From Kathy's back, Eric looks troubled as the Sky Palace recedes behind them. He admits that leaving Luck behind truly worries him, but he also knows they cannot abandon the royal capital for 5 days. Kathy cheerfully promises there is no need to worry. She will soon return to help Luck. That cheerful promise somehow makes Eric and Golan even more uneasy. As Kathy flies through the night, the atmosphere shifts. The sky grows heavy, the clouds churn strangely, and someone mutters that this ominous feeling is unsettling in the opposite way. Back at Locke's estate, the wind begins to howl. Leaves slap against the windows and Nia stands alone in the corridor, sensing the pressure in the air. She murmurs that the wind feels ominous. Inside the estate, Shia takes charge despite her injuries. She asks Lucilla and Milka to check every door one last time, and they answer immediately. The halls are dark and quiet, but everyone understands that Locke's home may be facing another threat. A barrier check shows no irregularities around the royal capital, and one of the attendants exhales in relief. When asked what is wrong, Levi admits she simply felt uneasy for a moment. Since nothing seems out of place, she tells them to head back. Levi's expression remains flat for only a moment, then the shadowed nurse beside her darkens unnaturally, and Levi's eyes narrow. Something is wrong, something she should have noticed sooner. A voice speaks from behind her, confirming the fear. "I knew it, so it was you then." Levi turns toward a long-haired woman in dark clothing and names her Alraun. She is alive. Levi demands to know Alraun's goal, pointing out that she did not come merely to see her. The tension spikes as the two women face each other in the corridor, and Alraun lowers her shadowed gaze without answering. Then Alraun smiles and thanks Levi for the invitation. She says she is grateful, and Levi's eyes widen in horror as the meaning lands. The invitation was not a greeting, it was a method of entry. The attendants call out to Levi in confusion, realizing only now that the figure beside them had been Alraun's shadow. Levi curses herself. Alraun used the weakness of the barrier. For a being of darkness with powers like hers, having her name spoken was enough to bypass it. Outside the estate, Alraun stands calmly in the night wind while the explanation continues. Having your name spoken. Her lips curve into a faint smile, making it clear she has already used the rule to step past defenses meant to keep monsters out. Katha lands outside the royal capital with Eric and Golan on her back. Eric confirms they are outside town and thanks Katha for returning them so quickly. The capital glows in the distance, but the timing could not be worse. Eric suddenly remembers something crucial. He also needs to go to Locke's estate. Katha darts off again while Eric and Golan prepare to move, but the two legends fall into a tense silence under the dark sky. Eric looks up at the ominous weather, and Kathy sniffs the air in her smaller form nearby. Something about the wind carries a smell that makes her bare her teeth. The calm trip back has become a warning. Kate finds holes punched through the ground and walls, then looks toward Locke's estate in alarm. She senses it clearly now. Luck's barrier is vanishing. The storm above the estate swirls like the protection itself is being torn apart. Back at the Sky Palace, Locke suddenly stiffens while reading his notes. His expression hardens as he realizes something impossible has happened. Someone, somewhere, is dismantling his barrier, and he asks himself who in the world could pull that off. Locke sits surrounded by scattered papers, the enormous manual open beside him. He bites down thoughtfully on his pen, working through the possibilities with frightening speed, trying to identify the one enemy skilled enough to touch his magic. Then Philly appears before him, confused and clutching her clothes as if she has just been pulled from somewhere else. Locke blurts her name, stunned, while Philly panics and asks where she is. Behind her, Alraun's dark presence looms, and Locke's eye widens, because the enemy has brought Philly straight into the Sky Palace. Locke's first instinct is pure alarm. He shouts for Philly to get away from the woman behind her, but the dark-haired elf only smiles, acting offended that he would be so unfriendly after their first reunion in so long. Philly freezes between them, completely lost. The woman looks straight at him and speaks his old name. 14 years, she says, and asks, Luck? Locke's face twists with shock and anger as he finally answers with the name he never wanted to hear again, Alraun. Locke moves instantly. His sword flashes up, magic surges around his arm, and he throws himself between Alraun and Philly. But Alraun only watches with a delighted smile, telling him to show her just how powerful he has become. Then she drops the bombshell. She declares that she will confirm his growth with her own eyes, as his master, the one who taught him ancient magic. Philly stares in disbelief. Locke's master? And Locke's glare confirms something worse. This woman is no stranger. Philly's brain briefly short-circuits. She looks at Alraun and, despite the danger, thinks the forbidden thought, what a pretty woman. Then panic crashes in. Did she just get overwhelmed with jealousy? She flails, denies it, and leaves Locke staring at her in total confusion. Her face turns bright red, and Locke immediately worries she has been hit by some kind of spell. Philly drops into a full dogiza, apologizing furiously for her inappropriate thoughts, while Alround simply hums with amused interest. Back at Locke's estate, the situation is grim. Barrier devices lie destroyed, and inside the mansion Kathy and the others find Nia collapsed on the floor, while Shia stands guard with her sword. The estate has already been breached. Kathy rushes in and Shia calls her name, explaining that Nia was already like this when she arrived. Nia is not injured, she is sleeping. But that only makes the discovery colder, because Shia says everyone else in the mansion is the same. Kathy identifies the culprit's method, sleep cloud, and a powerful one. She checks on the sleeping girl while Shia explains that the barrier pillars outside were all destroyed, leaving Luck's barrier completely exposed. Kathy realizes only one person she knows could destroy Luck's barriers. Shia asks if it is someone familiar. Kathy's answer is heavy. The woman was both an enemy and a comrade to them. For Luck, she was something even more complicated, a being who once served as his mother. Alround stands amid swirling black vortices, smiling, as she spreads her arms. She calls Locke her boy and invites him to come at her, as if this deadly reunion is nothing more than a long-awaited lesson. Chapter 31 begins. Witch. The records name her the Black Witch, an elven woman who appears in the continent's secret histories whenever the course of history threatens to diverge. Her oldest recorded appearance was roughly 800 years ago, yet even that is nowhere near enough to guess her true age. Her existence itself is wrapped in mystery. Even, among renowned researchers, some doubted she was real. That is why, 15 years earlier, when she appeared directly before Locke and his comrades, they were left utterly stunned. She appeared without warning and offered assistance. Standing with a staff in hand and crystal-like lights around her, Alround looked less like a myth and more like a solution sent from nowhere. At the time, even difficult missions became effortless with her help. For several years, she fought and traveled beside them as a comrade. And somewhere in those years, Locke remembered something buried even deeper. He remembered that Alround had taught him magic when he was still a very young child, filling the world around him with stars and wonder. To the orphaned boy, she was not merely a teacher. He adored her like a mother because he had no parents. But after 3 years with the party, she vanished as suddenly as she had appeared, only to return once more as an enemy. Locke once shouted after her in the rain, demanding to know why she betrayed them. Alround simply asked why he was asking why, and rose away from him without giving the answer his heart needed. Her answer was merciless. They were never comrades to begin with, that was all. Locke could only call her name as the person he loved like family became a curse he could not forget. Since then, even her name cast a dark shadow over the old hero party. Locke believed he had killed her back then, and yet he was also convinced she was still alive somewhere, which is why he feared even speaking her name. Now in the Sky Palace, Locke faces that fear again. He asks whether she has once more appeared as an enemy. Alround answers yes almost sweetly and says he can think of it that way. Philly watches, caught between terror and confusion. Locke erupts. If Alround is truly his enemy, then he can finally be free of her ghost. He attacks with fury, while Alround calmly teases him, asking if he was really that infatuated with her. Before the clash can reach its peak, a voice bursts in through Locke's communication bracelet. Terrible news. Locke nearly stumbles, Philly startles, and Alround remains annoyingly calm as chaos breaks into chaos. Locke snaps that he is in the middle of something and not to dump problems into someone else's home. On the other end, Cathay shouts back that this is battle and asks if the intruder is Alround. Eric and Golan immediately react, the name hitting them like a blade. Golan demands the truth, and Locke confirms it while continuing to fight. Alround and Locke exchange magic across the ruined hall, their spells crashing while the old comrades realize the nightmare has truly returned. Locke fires Dark Ray, lining up multiple beams of black light. Alround stands surrounded by her dark vortices, smiling as the attack tears toward her. The spell should be lethal, but she does not look worried at all. The dark rays vanish into the black vortices. Locke realizes with a jolt that she absorbed them. The beams erupt elsewhere, detonating into the floor and walls while Alround turns his own power into harmless displacement. Locke closes the distance, trying to strike before she can manipulate the space again. Philly cries out his name, but he drives forward, staff and sword flashing as the impact bursts right in front of Alround. Alround turns her head, and a vortex coils beside her like a living shield. She tells Locke to stop disappointing her. If he is a sorcerer, he should fight like one. Locke studies the black spirals, realizing they absorb and release attacks. He thought she was twisting space to make gates to other spaces, but that does not explain everything. Alround confirms his suspicion. If they were merely gates to alternate spaces, movement would not be possible. She names her original spell, Mirror Realm. Worse, she warns that he will not be able to use learning on it. Locke narrows his eyes and raises his hand. If learning will not work, then he will test her with something else. He releases a devastating secret technique, and Philly recognizes it immediately as one of Luck's ultimate spells. Spatial realm implosion detonates through the hall, crushing space inward around the target point. Locke anchors the spell with brutal precision, trying to collapse the very space Alraun is controlling. But Alraun appears right behind him, calm enough to lecture. That will not work on someone who can teleport, she says. And of course, she had predicted he would try it. The place where she stood is swallowed in explosions, only for Locke to reveal the real trap, a reactive magical trap circle. He prepared it so she should have no opening to flee. Alraun sees through him anyway. She notes that he used his flashiest spell as a decoy and admits it is not a bad move. But she can think of 3 ways to evade it: time manipulation, a reactive barrier, and one more. The third answer is vicious. Alraun appears with Philly in her arms and names its ray separate. Philly goes rigid, eyes blank, while Alraun's smile turns cold enough to make Locke's blood freeze. Locke shouts for Philly not to look into Alraun's eyes, but it is already too late. Alraun holds Philly close and the alchemist goes limp in her arms. Locke's desperate cry echoes through the ruined hall. Silence slams down. Locke grits his teeth. Eric and Golan react through the communication link, and Kaitha's small form looks stricken. Golan begins to ask the dreadful possibility none of them wants to say aloud. Alraun stands behind Philly while Locke faces them from across the misty floor. Locke apologizes, voice heavy with guilt, then says the truth. Philly has been charmed by her. The realization horrifies everyone. If Philly has fallen under Alraun's charm, a woman whose influence surpasses even a High Lord, then Philly may already be in enemy hands while standing right in front of them. Locke understands the horror of charm all too well. A charmed person becomes a marionette absolutely obedient to the caster, and the spell will not disappear until that caster dies. Across the communication link, his friends hear his apology as he admits he has failed to protect someone again. Alraun twists the knife with a smile. She tells Luck he has no choice but to kill her now, unless he would rather kill Philly instead. Philly stands blank-eyed with a sword in hand, and Locke's fury explodes as Alraun dangles his friend's life like bait. Philly moves. Her feet slam forward, sword thrusting straight toward Locke. He shouts her name in panic, then screams for her to stop, but her face remains empty, her body obeying the command without hesitation. Locke catches her at the last second, stopping the blade by taking the full momentum into his own body and arms. Philly collapses against him like a puppet with cut strings, and the voices from the bracelet erupt. Eric and the others must go help Luck immediately. Eric demands that Kaitha take them back to the Sky Palace at once, but the answer hits like a bucket of cold water. Kaitha has transformed into human form, meaning she cannot return to dragon form for 3 days. The little dragon king shrinks in shame, until a new voice cuts in, telling King Eric that he has heard the story. A massive dragon and an armored, winged man arrive at the Sky Palace. The newcomer announces that he has reached the site, while the floating palace churns behind him under violent wind. The arrival is explosive. Debris bursts through the ruined palace as the armored figure steps in with a sword, telling Alraun to prepare herself. Even Alraun's calm expression finally cracks in surprise. His strike crashes down with terrifying force, carving through the hall where Alraun stood. Yet the woman simply appears split away from the attack, unharmed and unnervingly composed. The newcomer immediately reads her trick. This was body separation as well. He calls her impertinent for using a doppelganger to meet old friends again, while his blade hums with wind power. Alraun fires back without flinching. If he is accusing her of impertinence, what does that make him? The one who suddenly tried to cut her down. Then she names him through the darkness. Marguerite, Kaitha's father. The Dragon Elder's anger is absolute. This is the palace of the Wind Dragon King, not a place for dark beings to trespass, and Alraun has even brought a great ancient dragon here. With that judgment delivered, the dragon unleashes a roaring blast and orders her gone. The palace erupts under the blast. Kaitha panics over her home, but her father warns her not to underestimate Alraun. If she were someone he could take lightly, he would not have struck with such force. Alraun smiles within the vortex, calling him a foul beast. Then she turns her attention away. There are too many interlopers now, so she tells Philly they are leaving. But Philly has other plans. While still pressed against Locke, she quietly explains that if she had not acted, she could never have gotten away from that woman. Then she reveals the truth with a sly little smile. She only pretended to be charmed. Alraun is stunned. Philly resisted her charm. Locke looks relieved and baffled at once, while Philly cheerfully reveals the secret. The talisman she had hidden on her chest protected her from the spell. The talisman is no ordinary charm. Philly had once asked Levi for it, and Levi packed it with an outrageously powerful divine protection blessing. Philly proudly warns Alround not to underestimate the goddess's blessing, while Locke and the others can only react with awkward admiration, and Levi, somewhere through the link, hides her face in embarrassment. Alround shrugs it off with a dry whatever, even as Levi fumes over being called a fool. The Black Witch decides the reunion has been successful enough and begins to withdraw into a swirling current, but Marguerite refuses to let her escape. Marguerite lunges after her through the torrent, slicing into the vanishing space. Alround's voice drifts back, until next time, and then she is gone. Locke stands with Philly as the enemy who haunted his past slips away again. Marguerite clicks his tongue, admitting that knowing that abhorrent woman, she will return before they know it. Philly smiles softly at Locke and tells him he is a lifesaver, adding that having wonderful friends truly is a blessing. Philly then teases Locke for becoming rather mature, asking if he got reborn. Before he can fully process that, she reaches out with a warm smile and welcomes him back as Luck. Locke, still overwhelmed, shifts to the practical question. Marguerite was supposed to be in Ringane as an ambassador, so why is she at the Sky Palace? The newcomer throws the question right back. Could Locke explain why he has changed so much instead? The Dragon Elder introduces himself properly. Dorgo, Keitha's father and the previous Wind Dragon King. He admits he could not ignore this situation after hearing his daughter had been well cared for, while Locke stares up at the towering man and Philly quietly processes the revelation. Dorgo praises Locke as expected of the great sages, explaining that the Wind Dragon tribe should have handled this matter themselves. But wind dragons are free-spirited, and gathering them would have taken too long. Fortunately, after consulting his old friend Marguerite, her conversation popped into the communication bracelet, allowing contact with Eric at any time. Dorgo says he heard all about Locke's return and later exploits from Eric, and admits he is relieved Keitha had the eye to befriend the hero Luck. Locke silently hides the one embarrassing detail he refuses to share, that he was once mistaken for a goblin. Then Dorgo notices the damaged seal and asks why Locke is alone in the Sky Palace. The broken chains below the sea make the danger painfully clear. Locke explains that he is crafting a replacement magical object to repair the evil dragon seal, but Dorgo stiffens. That seal took his ancestors several years to complete. Finishing it in 2 days should be impossible unless someone can read the ancient magical language. Philly steps up to the enormous manual and calmly reads the ancient text. She notes that one section uses Matamedidia syntax, and Locke immediately realizes he has found someone incredible. A rooster cries in the distance as night turns toward morning. Then triumph erupts, the replacement magical object is complete. Locke and Philly raise their hands in victory beside a stack of engraved slabs covered in dense magic circles and ancient formulae. Dorgo and Marguerite stare in stunned silence. Something that took his ancestors several years has been built in a single night. Locke casually asks for help moving the slabs, and the group begins arranging the giant magical plates upright around him. Once the panels are in place, Philly continues deciphering the main portions, giving Locke enough time to modify the design. He explains that he layered reinforcement spells into the seal over and over again, then tells everyone to watch as he activates it. Light erupts from the replacement scripture. The tower of the Sky Palace becomes the focus of a colossal spell, lines of power climbing upward as Locke stands at the center, hand raised, while Philly, Marguerite, and Dorgo look on. The magic expands into a breathtaking web over the broken seal. Thousands of radiant chains descend from the sky, surrounding the floating palace and plunging toward the abyss below. Deep beneath, the evil dragons are caught in the torrent. Chains crash down in every direction, crossing and binding the monstrous bodies as the ancient prison is restored with overwhelming force. The replacement scripture burns in Locke's hand as the seal completes. Around the abyss, light, chains, and space itself twist into place, forming a new cage around the 1,000 disasters. Philly explains the unbelievable result. Locke has resealed the 1,000 evil dragons along with the space itself. It is an irreversible progressive barrier, a never-ending seal that will keep absorbing the dragon's own life force to bind them for eternity. Dorgo is shaken to his core. Even Alround will never be able to break this, to repurpose the magical object of his ancestors into a far stronger barrier, using the life force of 1,000 evil dragons. This is the might of the greatest sorcerer in mankind. With the crisis finally contained, Locke smiles and suggests they head home. Philly answers brightly, and the group stands before the restored tower with the nightmare sealed beneath their feet. Dorgo, however, looks almost embarrassed. After witnessing Locke's work, he admits he now feels ashamed to have called himself a Dragon King. Marguerite tells him to settle down. The entire hero party is like that. They return to the royal capital, where Keith spots them from the castle walls and lights up. Her father is back. But Eric has made a bold choice. He plans to officially announce the alliance with the Wind Dragon King, even knowing it will cause an uproar. As the dragon carries Locke and Philly toward the castle, Golan worries that Eric must have suffered under the burden of keeping so many secrets. Eric only smiles and says not at all. This was a political decision. Below, the others wave up at the returning saviors. At the royal castle, the arrival becomes a formal spectacle. Dragons stand before the palace, dignitaries gather, and trumpets blare as the kingdom prepares to welcome the Wind Dragon King and the heroes who saved the world from 1,000 evil dragons. The alliance ceremony begins with impossible dignity. A wind dragon stands before priests, nobles, and royalty as the treaty is prepared, its massive winged body turning the royal hall into a stage for history. Kathy and Eric exchange their vows as rulers. Eric, the Hero King, swears that Mandilibar will commit all its strength to protecting the Wind Dragon tribe and its civilization from foreign enemies. Kathy answers in kind, pledging the wings of her tribe to protect the peace of everyone living in this country. The Wind Dragon spreads its wings wide, and the hall trembles with awe. The ministers and soldiers below can only stare upward, mouths open, as the impossible becomes official before their eyes. Outside the castle, dragons wheel through the sky above the capital, scattering petals and cheers. The people erupt in joy, waving up at the ancient beings now, flying as allies instead of legends from old tales. The proclamation spreads through the kingdom. In the 12th month of that year, Mandilibar and the Wind Dragon tribe, led by its great ancient dragons, announce their alliance. Citizens are enthralled that Eric has achieved the first dragon tribe alliance in Isekai's history, while ministers finally understand why their king had been moving in secret. As dragons glide overhead, one official admits his earlier suspicions about Eric's conduct were only proof of his own ignorance. The retainers kneel and vow their loyalty once more, but Eric does not let them stop at loyalty to him. He tells them to devote themselves to the country, just as he will devote his own body to it. That lesson hits hard. Eric reminds them that the country exists for its subjects, and the people's happiness rests on their shoulders. The officials bow deeply, and his words turn their shame into renewed resolve. From that point on, the king's message becomes a warning to the darkness. The war against the Majin 10 years ago was only the beginning. The battles against the wretched forces of darkness will only grow fiercer. But the kingdom has hope. Somewhere quieter, Locke sleeps at his estate, book in hand, as a grateful voice thinks simply, "Luck, I'm glad you're here for us." Inside the estate, the festival noise drifts through the windows. Milka asks Lucilla if she wants to go look around with Shia and the others. But Lucilla hesitates. Crowds still make her uneasy. Then hunger interrupts everything, and Milka realizes Locke is still asleep at noon. Milka finds Locke sleeping peacefully in his room, a great furry companion curled around him like a living blanket. She approaches quietly, trying not to disturb him. The beast opens its eyes, then relaxes again as Milka leans closer. She watches Locke's sleeping face with a soft, complicated expression. At first, she only intends to wake him. Instead, she leans over him and pauses, the silence stretching as her hand hovers near his hair. Milka's thoughts drift back to the books she loved as a child, The Great Adventures of the Hero Luck. She once read those stories until the pages wore out, then grew up and dismissed them as wild fiction, nothing more than impossible fairy tales. And yet, after seeing the truth with her own eyes, she now knows this man really is a hero of legendary adventures. That truth breaks through her defenses. She tells herself she will seal away her childish longing for him, but her hand still reaches gently toward his hair. Her fingers brush his hair, and emotion floods her face. She thought she had accepted it, but tears spill over anyway, leaving her wondering why her chest hurts so much. Milka bends over him, shaken by feelings she cannot contain. Why does she feel so empty without this man? Locke remains asleep, unaware of the storm happening right beside him. From the doorway, Nia arrives and catches the quiet moment. Downstairs, she immediately reports that Locke said he wanted to rest a little longer, and the others panic over Milka's carefully prepared food going cold. Nia insists Locke is deeply tired, and Milka reluctantly accepts it. But then Shia returns home and the timing is perfect. Milka rushes over, wanting to ask her about Locke. Nia spills the truth in her usual roundabout way, leaving Milka flustered and Shia puzzled. Before the household chaos can grow worse, the scene shifts to Adventurer Guild headquarters, where Aroni brings Golan an urgent shift list. The guild's problem is immediate. Too many parties are already out on expeditions, and those parties include all of the city's A-rankers. Golan realizes the backup force is short on top-tier adventurers and orders every B-rank party to stand by at headquarters. Aroni asks what exactly is going to happen tonight. Golan cracks a small magic flare between his fingers and gives the blunt answer. A fireworks counterattack. Night falls over the royal castle. In a shadowed room, Eric asks Edward whether there are any issues with the security plans for the Saintis festival. Edward answers that the extra personnel assigned for the alliance ceremony can simply be redirected to handle it. Eric accepts that and asks what happened during his absence. The report is worrying. Marquis Godolph, the Ringine plenipotentiary, is suspicious and likely plotting something. Eric expected as much and notes that Marguerite's duties are about to increase. There is more. Marquis Schmidt's daughter may have noticed something too, and the enemy may have sensed it. Edward suggests restricting traffic to the royal castle for now, but Eric rejects the worry with a dangerous smile. Eric raises a finger and declares that the enemy will no longer have their way. Outside, a vast shining barrier blooms over the castle district, and Edward looks up in surprise as the entire area is swallowed in sacred light. Inside the cathedral-like hall, Levi leads the ritual. Priests chant beneath a floating ring of brilliant scripture while Eric and Charlotte watch, and holy power gathers into a purifying barrier around the capital. Eric explains the secret behind it. The Wind Dragon tribe's barrier techniques are far more advanced than their own, and Levi is refining the kingdom's holy barrier into a holy purification barrier. The result is immediate. Creatures of darkness caught in its range begin screaming as their bodies burn away. Across the city, disguised monsters collapse into ash. Golan recognizes the spell for what it is, a new holy barrier. Even in taverns and back rooms, vampires and dark beings are stripped of their forms and disintegrate. Golan laughs with fierce pride, saying this is exactly what he would expect from Levi, the most powerful Saintess. If even the cursed defiler cannot resist it, then the vampire lords and arches in the capital should already be reduced to ashes. The purge rips through the royal capital. Adventurers and citizens find bodies crumbling into ash in the streets and indoors. One enemy agent admits the plan must be revised and says he will report to the queen, while another covets the holy power for himself, vowing to make Levi Leonard's strength his own. Meanwhile, Levi's terrifying ritual pressure suddenly breaks in the most human way possible. She sputters and coughs, then admits she messed up the ritual prayer. The priests panic, but Levi waves it off. She will simply redo it. Far from the castle, the Dark Queen watches the glowing barrier over the capital, and notes that not even the lesser ones could survive it. Surrounded by eerie subordinates, she orders a report on casualties, including their own forces and the Charmed. Back at Locke's estate, Golan has returned and the reports are staggering. The number that turned to ash in town is 156, while at least 300 Charmed victims fainted, more than expected. But the important news is this. All forces of darkness in the capital have now been eradicated, even some among the nobles. Locke realizes Eric no longer intends to keep the vampires secret. This purge is a declaration that they will never be allowed to set foot in the royal capital again. More importantly, Philly devised the incantation, an idea that came to her after touching the forbidden scripture at Catha's palace. Golan calls Philly mankind's treasure and admits he is relieved she was not handed over to that woman. Locke falls silent by the window until Golan presses the question beneath everything. Forget mankind, forget Alraun, what exactly is Philly to him? Locke blurts out confusion, but Golan refuses to let him dodge. After decades together, he knows him too well. Then he points at the heart of the matter. Locke has realized that girl's feelings, hasn't he? Locke tries to shut it down, saying Philly is the daughter of a marquis family. But even as he speaks, he cannot deny the truth. Golan starts to say she clearly seems interested, and Locke cuts in harder. Even if it is true, it is an adult's duty to teach children judgment. Golan falls silent. Locke leaves the room, and in the quiet that follows, Milka's tearful face lingers. His hand still remembers the gentle touch in his hair, and the weight of everyone's feelings presses down on him. Locke thinks he has no right to run a family. But before he can drown in that guilt, Nia bursts in with a bright solution. They should all go to a hot spring. Celis has found a nearby quest. She and the others will handle it, and Locke can finally rest, whether he understands the plan or not. Locke tries to convince himself the others were simply being considerate, but the decision is already made. With the whole group gathered and spirits high, they set off from the capital together. This is officially a hot spring trip. The reward for the journey is immediate. Celis beams at the mountain view from the bath, completely swept up in the scenery, while one of the beast folk girls deadpans that the view is definitely impressive, for more than one reason. The girls sink into the steaming water and let the tension melt away. After everything they have survived, nothing beats relaxing in a hot spring after a job well done. Even here, battle stories follow them. Celis insists the wound on her arm is only a scratch, then the real story comes out. Their simple goblin slaying request somehow turned into a wyvern encounter on an E-rank quest. The others are more shocked by Celis herself. A single wyvern is normally B-rank business, Yet she brought it down in one blow. Celis shrugs it off, saying it felt plain compared to something like Cathay. It did not even breathe fire. That casual answer only makes her achievement sound even more absurd. Shia tells her she is already as strong as any B rank and should apply for promotion, but Celis hesitates, clearly troubled by something deeper than rank. Celis thinks of Locke, the man who stays at F rank while handling threats that could shake an entire country. He can stand before an S-rank disaster and still take on the smallest, dirtiest jobs that everyone else avoids. That is what Locke really is to her. He is not just strong, he is the kind of hero who helps anyone with anything, no matter how small, and Celis wants to follow that path. Celis admits that not everyone in need can afford a high-ranking adventurer. Since she does not have to worry about money, thanks to her parents, she feels lucky, and the others immediately recognize the meaning behind her words. She truly is Locke's first disciple. Shia supports her, but with one condition. Celis must promise not to throw her life away needlessly. Celis answers with bright confidence, saying that as long as Shia supports her, that is all the help she needs. The conversation turns gentle. They dream about working hard enough to give Locke room to relax, though Shia admits it would take an incredible amount of effort to cover for someone like him. Meanwhile, in the men's bath, Locke is finally relaxing with Gerberga and the wolf-like companion in the steaming water. He admits he wants the others to rest too, and thinks it would be nice to bring Milka and Philly along next time. But Locke immediately reconsiders. This wild mountain spring might not be the best place for a marquis's daughter. Then he notices Lucilla has vanished from the bath, and Gerberga clucks as if to say she had something to investigate. In the nearby forest, Lucilla moves alone through the brush, listening and searching. The area should be wyvern territory, but there are no wyverns anywhere. Something, or someone, must have driven them off, and the sudden goblin nest near the village makes the pattern feel painfully familiar to her. That uneasy suspicion leads her to another party of adventurers. They are arguing about their mission, and one of them is furious. Nobody told them they might be dealing with vampire lords, not just an arch-vampire. Lucilla hears the word and freezes. Vampires. The adventurers debate strategy, worried that even their A-ranker may only be able to resist charm depending on how they fight. One adventurer starts to ask about their mage, but before the strategy can continue, Jarek pauses. His senses catch something strange nearby. The tension collapses into comedy for 1 second. Jarek says he thinks he spotted a sheep. The others correct him, arguing whether it was a sheep or a goat, while Lucilla remains hidden and silently realizes something else entirely. Locke could do this. Lucilla listens as the adventurers settle on a plan and prepare to fight. Then the scene cuts to a lonely mountain cabin, where the group has regrouped, and Locke quietly checks Celis's magical aptitude. A soft glow gathers around Locke's hand as he tests Celis. Shia and the others watch in confusion, and when he says Celis can use magic, they explode in disbelief. According to Locke, it is possible. Celis blushes, unsure what to do with that revelation. Locke explains that he is not talking about ordinary magic, and when he asks her to remember the wyvern fight, she admits her body felt strangely lighter, as if she wanted to leap higher, and her body obeyed. Locke identifies it clearly. That wish itself was the magic. The others stare in shock. Shia points out that she did not sense any magic during the battle, but Locke corrects her. Celis used spirit magic. Spirit magic explains why Shia felt nothing. Celis raises her hand, still confused, and asks what that even means, while the others react with total disbelief that she used a power she does not even understand. Locke says it is likely hereditary. Celis's mother, Margaret, was an exceptional swordswoman who could command spirit magic, so Celis may have inherited both her blood and the protection of the spirits. The explanation turns almost mythical. Spirits of nature, flame, water, earth, wind, and more, lend their aid only to those born under their favor. Celis does not need to force it. When she needs help, the spirits answer. Celis immediately wonders why her mother never told her. Locke guesses Margaret probably never wanted her to become an adventurer in the first place, but Shia points out the brighter side. This power may bring Celis closer to her dream. Before the mood can settle, Lucilla and Nia approach with serious faces. Lucilla says there is something she wants to discuss, and the others listen as she lays out what she found. Vampires may be behind the wyvern incident. The pieces click together. Another party is already here on an official guild request, so interfering would normally violate protocol. But if the vampire lords fled toward this region because of the capital's new barrier, the problem is much bigger than one quest. Celis makes the plan simple. If the adventurers need help, they help. If not, they go home. Shia agrees but makes one thing clear. They are not telling Locke. For now, they want him to rest. The girls reach a cavern overlooking the valley and realize the obvious far too late. This is the wyvern's lair. Even worse, the other adventurer party entered 2 hours ago. Nia worries what happens if they cannot actually beat the vampire lords, but Shia reassures her, it will be fine. Then the answer arrives in the worst way possible. The adventurer party comes running out in terror, already under attack. The adventurers try to flee, certain they cannot win and cannot risk being charmed. Their escape is cut short as someone moves faster than they can react, and the fight explodes right at the cave mouth. Blades and magic crash together. The adventurers are thrown off balance by unseen speed and brutal force, while a shining charm-like effect flashes against the attack. The party is overwhelmed in seconds. One fighter is knocked across the ground, another is blasted back, and the man with the headband barely manages to stay conscious as he curses the enemy's strength. Shia and Chalice arrive just in time to see B-rank adventurers taken down far too easily. Shia checks on the fallen man, and Lucilla quietly confirms what she saw. These are the fiends from before. The adventurer panics and tells them to run, insisting there is no hope of beating vampire lords. Lucilla stays calm. If that is all they are, she says, then there is nothing to worry about. The vampires reveal themselves, 3 lords emerging with mocking confidence and bat-like shadows behind them. Shia counts them coldly, 3 lords for now. An arrow flies and strikes one vampire straight in the eye. He laughs it off at first, calling the attack foolish, but then horror spreads across his face. He cannot regenerate. His body begins crumbling away. He screams that he does not want to die, while the remaining vampire lords stare in disbelief. Whatever hit him was not a normal arrow. Nia proudly explains the secret. Philly's poison works fast. It is called Vampire Flea Whip. With 1 lord already collapsing and 2 more left, the girls draw their weapons and charge. This hunt is ending quickly. The vampire lord realizes Nia knows exactly what that poisoned arrow can do. He snarls that if they understand the threat, then they should tremble, but Nia keeps her bow trained on him, unimpressed. When he rants at her to listen, she only clicks her tongue like he is the annoying one. The remaining vampires explode into motion. Shia and Celis rush in with blades drawn, but the 2 vampire lords blur around them with terrifying speed. Of course, this was never going to be that easy. The vampires bare their fangs and release a crushing pulse of power. Their bodies crackle with dark energy as they stand between Shia and Celis, forcing both girls to brace themselves for a fight that just jumped several levels higher. The rescued adventurer panics as he realizes the vampires have gotten even stronger. He shouts not to look into their eyes, but Celis is already caught in the gaze. Spiraling magic floods her vision as a vampire's charm tries to seize her mind. One horned vampire woman sways forward with a smile, calling out to Celis as if the victory is already hers. She begins ordering her new slave to obey, but Celis's sword flashes across her throat before the command can even finish. The vampire staggers back in disbelief, clutching her face as Celis calmly stands her ground. The truth is simple. Philly's anti-charm amulets are protecting them. In a quick flashback, Philly hands 1 charm to Celis, and now that little safeguard turns the vampire's greatest weapon into a bad joke. Celis follows through with a fierce cry, carving into the vampire again as black bats scatter from the impact. But the enemy's warning is brutal. To kill a vampire lord for good, the head must be completely destroyed. Celis swings, but the horned vampire slips away in a storm of bats, laughing that the amulet cannot protect her from everything. Celis grits her teeth, realizing charm immunity does not erase the gap in experience. Lucilla studies the fight with sharp eyes. Celis is not using spirit magic. She is rattled, facing a vampire lord one-on-one for the first time. So Lucilla turns to the adventurer beside her and asks if he can use magic, telling him to support the blonde girl while she helps the beast folk. Shia slashes through the bat swarm, but the pattern is too familiar. Her enemy moves in the same old rhythm, and she can read it now. The vampire lunges, grinning, only for Shia to realize she can follow his pace. There, Shia catches the opening. Her blade clips through the darkness as Lucilla's magic binds the vampire's movement, and the rescued adventurer watches in shock while the battle finally turns. Shia stands wrapped in shimmering support magic, eyes fixed on the trapped vampire lord. His confidence breaks into disbelief as the magic holds him in place. The vampire curses, but Shia does not hesitate. She unleashes a flurry of slashes, cutting through him again and again, until his body starts crumbling under the assault. Celis notices Shia's breakthrough from across the cavern and asks herself how. She admits the truth. She is simply not swift enough yet. Then a voice calls her name, cutting through her frustration. Locke appears with a bright grin, pointing straight at her and shouting that he is right behind her. He tells Chalice she has this, and the shock of seeing him turns into the push she needed. Chalice smiles, then calls out to the spirits. She launches forward in a burst of speed, asking them to come to her, while Locke and the others watch from the cavern path, far too late to pretend he was not involved. The vampire sneers, but Celis accelerates. Swift, then even swifter, spirit power answers her call, and she drives straight at the horned vampire with a blade full of resolve. The vampire's confidence shatters. Celis's sword cleaves through her with shocking precision, tearing away half her body in one brutal strike before the enemy can even understand what happened. The last bats scatter as the vampire desperately tries to survive. Celis, breathing hard but steady, follows the fragments with her eyes while the enemy chokes out a curse. Celis's focus hardens. She orders the remains to burn away, and a surge of spirit flame erupts across the scattered bats, incinerating the vampire lord's last escape route. The battle ends in stunned silence. Lucilla and the rescued adventurer watch as Celis stands amid the flames, then immediately reverts to her usual self, hopping around and yelping that it is hot. Shia can only smile, still the same old Celis. The defeated adventurers recover, relieved that the charm on their party has completely vanished. They thank the girls, but the man in charge admits Shia probably knew exactly what his teammate was doing, and that he may not have needed to step in at all. Still, he praises her nerve and tells her she will likely reach A rank in no time. Celis quickly insists she is satisfied with B rank for now, but then her eyes dart around the cavern. Where is Luck? Shia reminds her they decided not to tell him, and what she saw earlier was only an illusion. Celis deflates, meaning Locke did not even see her being cool. Lucilla softens the disappointment, saying it was still not bad for a first try. Celis lights up, and the mood instantly collapses into chaos as she hugs Shia and begs for more compliments while Nia dryly denies supporting this behavior. The adventurer leader watches the girls with a baffled expression, while Lucilla quietly notes that Celis used magic she did not fully recognize. Still, she is certain of one thing. Someday, that girl will become an F-rank adventurer known far and wide. Meanwhile, Locke stands with Gerberga and the wolf-like companion, staring blankly at the group as they return in a massively damaged state. When he asks what happened, everyone answers with innocent smiles. Just a little errand. Celis cheerfully declares they should head back to the capital, looking far too energetic after supposedly getting no sleep. Locke presses for the truth, but Lucilla only calls it a little mishap, and Celis adds that next time trouble breaks out, he can count on her. Locke finally accepts the explanation with a simple, "I see," though the wind through the mountains suggests he understands more than they think. Leaves scatter across the quiet landscape as the hot spring detour comes to an end. Snow begins to fall. As the 12th month draws to a close, the kingdom of Mendilibar is covered in a white blanket, its capital settling into winter after the chaos of dragons, vampires, and hidden war. Far south of Mendilibar, the focus shifts to a different power. At the center of the continent lies a country sovereign over many vassal states, the Holy Empire of Arknest. The empire is no ordinary nation. With 10,000 valiant Sky Dragon Knights at its command, it was the only land that did not yield a single inch of territory to the invading demons during the war 10 years ago. But on the 10th day of the first month, terrible news reaches the emperor. An army of monsters has overrun and conquered a border town. In the imperial court, tension grips nobles, clergy, and heirs alike as the report lands like a death sentence. The monsters themselves are a nightmare. Towering, chained, many-eyed beasts trample through the ruined town while humans flee in terror. Above them, a winged figure stands atop a grotesque monster, commanding the invasion from the center of the swarm. The story races forward with the beating of wings and the tearing of wind. Somewhere beyond the empire, a young survivor runs breathlessly, driven by fear and desperation. 1 week later, the lone prince staggers through a snowy forest, his cloak torn and stained. He runs until his lungs burn, fleeing from the catastrophe that swallowed Arknest. But the pursuit catches up. A sudden strike slices through the forest path, and the exhausted prince is hit with enough force to throw him off the trail. He tumbles over a cliff and crashes through brush before splashing into water below. Around him, monstrous faces loom from the vegetation, their eyes watching as he sinks. The prince drifts downward, blood mixing into the water as bubbles rise around him. Below the surface, an enormous underwater structure glows faintly, like a hidden palace waiting in the deep. That day, the lone prince brings news of Arknest's total collapse to the home of the water dragons, beneath the ocean. Dragons gather near the shrine as someone calls out to Princess Leah. Chapter 35 begins, The Water Dragon Village. A young woman floats underwater, wondering if she is submerged, or simply floating. Before she can make sense of the shrine, the darkness opens into the shape of a gigantic dragon's head, growling straight toward her. A young noblewoman jolts awake in bed, eyes wide and breath caught in her throat. Around her, birds chirp innocently, but the look on her face says her morning began with something far stranger than a normal dream. The servants greet her politely. asking how her first night back was after being away so long. Still half dazed, she answers that she had the weirdest dream, and the staff immediately overreacts. Apparently a strange dream is enough to demand a brand new pillow. At breakfast, she asks where her father is. The answer is already worrying. A messenger from the guild arrived for him early that morning, and the matter seemed urgent enough to pull him away before the day even began. The urgency points east of the capital. Roughly 30 kilometers away, high in the White Rabbit mountain range, there lies a remote settlement perched 2,000 meters above sea level. Hidden among cliffs, waterfalls, bridges, and tree-built homes, there exists a village of beastkin, a secretive mountain community far removed from the capital's polished halls. At the heart of that village sits Wind Tribe Chief Danton Wolcott, a stern beastkin leader with wolf-like features and the bearing of someone used to command. Whatever report has reached him, he is treating it with deadly seriousness. A kneeling warrior confirms the report is accurate, already checked with the Forest Tribe Chief. Danton's expression hardens as he hears that the Forest Tribe has dispatched many warriors to that distant land. Then Danton calls for Sia. A young beastkin woman answers, kneeling before him as her father gives her the mission, "Deliver this message to King Eric posthaste." Sia stares at the sealed scroll, startled that such a secret message would be entrusted to her. Danton explains the king will likely receive a report soon anyway, but this one is different. It is a first-hand account. Back in the royal capital, the information is already pulling powerful people into motion. Cloaked figures stride through the castle corridors, and the tension in the air turns every footstep into a warning. The message reaches King Eric's side, and the reaction is immediate. One man blurts out the name Arknest in disbelief, while Eric's face turns razor-sharp. He orders every report gathered at once. At Adventurer Guild headquarters, Golan sits behind his desk as reports pile up in front of him. The grim-faced guild staff and Eric's party members stand ready, because whatever happened in Arknest is big enough to shake the entire continent. Golan activates the communication bracelet and calls Eric and Golan's old ally group into the conversation, asking if now is a good time. The answer comes quickly. Perfect timing. They were just about to contact him too. Eric addresses Locke directly. Sia has brought a message meant for him, and Eric asks if Locke can come to them. Locke answers without hesitation, right away. Sia grips the scroll, nerves burning in her eyes, while outside the guild the response comes through clearly. Locke is on his way. No delays, no hesitation. Outside the castle, wolf-like companions howl under the winter sky as children run through the snow. Inside, Eric receives the written report, and the distant sound of movement makes the entire capital feel like it is holding its breath. The truth inside the report is devastating. The Holy Empire of Arknest has been razed to the ground by an army of Darklings, its great city burning beneath clouds of smoke and circling carrion birds. The horror gets worse. The imperial family is missing, and every other major figure has been publicly beheaded. Locke, Eric, and the others stare at the report in stunned silence, forced to absorb the scale of the massacre. Refugees now flood the border, while the guild confirms that all major roadways have been blocked. Arknest was no minor nation, and the fact that a country of that size could fall leaves even the legends shaken. Then Eric reaches the most critical line in the Beastkin report. The Darklings are being led by a vampire known as the True Ancestor. The words land like a curse. The report paints the enemy as an almost divine nightmare, a winged vampire standing above hordes of monsters and Darklings. The name True Ancestor is not just a title. It is the name of the progenitor of all vampires. Locke and the others have never heard of him, but that only makes it worse. Sia explains that the True Ancestor is spoken of in whispers even among hunters, a being tied to the roots of every vampire bloodline. According to the old tales, vampires trace their lineage to 4 great houses, and each house is said to have sprung from a shadow of the True Ancestor. Even hunters barely speak the name aloud. Golan realizes the implication. If the 4 great houses were already legendary, then this enemy sits even above them. The report adds another chilling title. The True Ancestor is also called the Genesis Slayer, an enemy of the gods since antiquity. Levi searches her knowledge of scripture, but there is no direct mention of the True Ancestor. The text only speak of those who received the dark god's anathema, while Sia adds that even her village elders refuse to say his cursed name. Locke understands why the name would be absent from Holy Scripture, but the strategy still matters. If this so-called top boss is personally crushing countries, then he must be after something worth bringing an empire to ruin. The answer points to the World Gate. 10 years ago, demons had no way to open it, and even now Locke can tell it has not opened yet. But the question remains, have they found another method? Before they can settle on an answer, shouting rises outside. Locke turns toward the window, sensing movement. while a bird-like silhouette crosses the sky above the capital. A dragon streaks overhead. Down below, a young noblewoman runs into the street, staring up in shock as the winged figure cuts across the winter sky. Eric recognizes the arrival at once. Lord Dorgo, the former Wind Dragon King, has come in person, and the room immediately shifts from tense strategy to urgent reception. Dorgo formally greets King Eric, thanking him again for help renewing the Holy Barrier. Eric, Locke, Levi, and Golan welcome him, relieved to see him well, but Dorgo has not come for courtesy. Locke asks what brings him by, and Dorgo admits it involves Katha, who has not been around lately. More importantly, he carries a request concerning another clan of great dragons, the Water Dragon tribe. The moment the Water Dragon tribe's mentioned, the young noblewoman bursts into the room out of breath. Everyone turns, and Dorgo politely scolds Cecilis, not to simply stand there when the king himself is present. Celis panics, drops into a stiff apology, and explains that if she is not mistaken, someone just mentioned the Water Dragon tribe. Golan starts to yell about what that has to do with anything, but Dorgo cuts straight to the point. What does that phrase mean to her? Celis stammers through her answer, admitting it may have something to do with her dream. When Dorgo asks if she received word from the water spirits, she blurts out that she thinks so, leaving Locke silently, judging how strange this conversation has become. Dorgo asks if Celis has only recently been able to use spirit magic. Golan demands an explanation from Locke, but Locke can only snap back that he is not the one who needs explaining. Without the full story, even he is piecing this together. Golan freezes when he hears Celis use spirit magic on their last quest. His fatherly shock explodes instantly. Why did she not tell her poor old pa? Celis mutters that if she told him, he would tell her mother, and her dream of adventuring would be in even deeper trouble. Celis admits her mother is already against her becoming an adventurer. Levi tries to reassure her in the most dangerous way possible. Margaret only values strength, so Celis just needs to become strong enough that her mother cannot worry. Golan nearly collapses at the casual mention that Margaret considered him practically unkillable. Locke drags the conversation back on track. Dorgo confirms the connection. There are 4 great dragon tribes: wind, fire, water, and earth, just like the 4 types of nature spirits. If water spirits reached Celis, then something major is happening with the water dragons. Dorgo admits he never expected the water spirits to contact a young lady like Celis, but the situation leaves little room for doubt. Then Kathy's distant cry interrupts everything, dramatic, loud, and unmistakably her, forcing Dorgo to apologize before returning to the urgent matter. Locke must come with him at once to the Water Dragon village, where darklings are already hammering against its barrier. Dorgo studies the raging underwater vortex and immediately recognizes the technique. That magic resembles the Wind Dragon's own storm breath. And if Locke reproduced it, then it must be through his terrifying skill, learning. Katha tries to defend him, insisting he used it perfectly. But Dorgo's face says this is not a casual matter. The immense water tornado churns through the battlefield as Dorgo decides to postpone the scolding. Even if Locke did use learning, water is nothing like air. Creating a storm of that scale underwater should be impossible even for dragons. And yet Locke stands calmly among the crushed darklings, making everyone wonder if anything is truly beyond him. Inside the Water Dragon village, a small horned girl rushes up in delight, calling him Saint Luck with a title so long even Locke is caught off guard. He awkwardly asks who she is, wondering if his legendary name somehow gained extra words while he was not paying attention. A nearby water dragon reminds the girl to show manners. She quickly recovers, then formally introduces herself as Leah Inundacio, Princess of the Water Dragons, bowing with 2 enormous dragons behind her like living royal banners. Kathy comes hurrying in after Locke, and Leah immediately thanks him for saving them. She explains the darklings had been attacking day and night, wave after wave, while the exhausted water dragons endured behind their barrier. Then Dorgo realizes he has skipped explanations, and Locke asks the obvious question, why were the darklings attacking this place at all? Dorgo admits King Eric must hear this too. At the mention of a royal connection, Eric and Levi are contacted, and the atmosphere sharpens instantly. The truth is grave. The Prince of Arknest has been safely hidden here in the Water Dragon village. Chapter 36 begins. Arknest. Far south of the capital, beyond the vast forest of Khazal and near the border of the Fallen Empire, lies Lake Sobria, a remote lake hiding a secret humans have not known for 1,000 years. At the bottom of that lake, the great dragons of the Water Dragon tribe built their home. Their village gleams beneath the water like a submerged palace, vast, luminous, and protected from the world above. Eric and Levi arrive with regal dignity, while Leah straightens herself into formal poise. The childlike princess becomes every bit a royal as she prepares to receive the king and queen. Leah welcomes hero King Eric and Queen Leffy Leonor, and Eric thanks her for the invitation. The introductions continue as the group is presented. Guildmaster Golan Morton, his daughter Chellis, and the vampire hunter Sia Wolcott. Leah immediately notices the spirits surrounding Chellis. She says, powerful spirits guard her and that her skill at communing with them must already be famous far and wide. Chellis can only gape in panic, because until recently, she barely understood it herself. Celis blurts out that all of it was real, and Golan grumbles beside Locke, clearly struggling with the revelation. Locke tells him to let it rest. His daughter is growing up, and for once Golan should just smile for her. Eric quietly admits he understands those parental worries all too well. Eric speaks from experience. Great power brings great responsibility, and responsibility always means less freedom. For Chellis, that is the heart of Golan's fear. If the world expects too much from her, will she still be happy? Locke looks away and says that is something parents need to think about. The mention of Margaret hangs in the air too, because Celis's mother will have her own say. Before the family tension can deepen, a horned man steps forward, bowing with polished grace as Minister and Grand Chamberlain Maurice. Eric thanks Maurice for taking in the Prince of Arknest as a refugee, saying it is his duty as a neighboring king to ensure the prince's safety. But the water dragons refuse to hide behind gratitude. Maurice admits the Darklings are a shared enemy, and they do not regret sheltering the prince. Eric notes that the great dragons clearly do not see themselves as separate from human conflicts. Maurice confirms the matter is not unrelated, though from a human perspective that suspicion is natural. Then, without warning, he invites them to follow, and the floor begins to move. The sudden transport makes Locke shout that they need a warning next time before someone starts an international incident. Maurice stays perfectly composed, and Eric explains that if they are forming a united front, these talks cannot wait. Locke asks why Kathy was not included in the political discussion, but Eric explains he acted quickly because the Wind Dragons had more pressing priorities. Meanwhile, Kathy proudly stomps along, asking if they are going to visit the Prince of Arknest, only for Dorgo to remind her, painfully, that she needs to become a proper monarch already. They move through a vast underwater palace. Its halls so enormous that Golan jokes about the echo. Locke realizes it feels just like Katha's sky palace. Leah explains that the royal family can take human form, but there are also smaller rooms, and outside water dragons patrol beneath the lake. Maurice explains why everyone can breathe here. Water dragons can live underwater naturally, but other dragon clans cannot, so the air in the palace is filled with water spirits for guests' comfort. When Eric asks if Maurice is royalty, Maurice calmly confirms he is Leah's uncle. Then he stops before a door. The prince is inside, and Sia and Chellis must wait outside. Maurice knocks and announces that King Eric of Mendilibar and his entourage have arrived. Inside, a young boy sits alone by the glowing underwater windows, surrounded by silence and the drifting shadows of fish. The prince rises to meet them. Eric greets him by name Prince Charles, and says he is glad to see him safe. Charles answers with a faint smile, calling the reunion unexpected but joyful. Before the heavy discussion begins, Eric introduces his companions. Charles recognizes Queen Leffy, then Eric presents Guildmaster Golan Morton. Finally, he turns toward Locke, and before the introduction can finish, Charles' eyes go wide. The prince suddenly shouts the title that makes the whole room freeze, the true ancestor. In a single instant, fear replaces courtesy, and even Locke is left staring in stunned silence. Charles lunges with his sword, crying that the strike is for his father. Eric and Levi react in shock, but Locke moves faster than panic. Queen Leffy steps in, catching the prince and stopping the attack before it can become tragedy. Levi calmly tells Charles to think. If the true ancestor were truly invading, would he be accompanied by the Hero King and the newly crowned Wind Dragon King? The prince trembles under the weight of his own mistake, forced to face the fear controlling him. The room settles. Charles lowers his weapon and apologizes for his outburst, while Levi gently praises his courage. But Charles rejects the comfort. That was not courage, he says. It was losing himself to a grudge. Then he turns to Locke and asks for his name. Locke answers simply, Locke Franzen. The name hits Charles like a revelation. Before the prince can process it, Keithy explodes into praise, loudly announcing that this is the great sage himself, savior of the world, the sorcerer above all sorcerers, the one who just drove away the Darklings attacking the village. Charles immediately bows in shame, begging Saint Luck to forgive his ignorance. Locke frantically insists it is fine, but Eric cuts in, addressing the prince by name. Levi quietly tells Locke they need to discuss this later, leaving the great sage with yet another awkward secret exposed. Eric asks Charles what became of Arknest. The boy's face hardens with purpose. He says the very reason he still lives is to deliver that message, and Maurice offers to move everyone to a proper meeting room rather than continue standing in the corridor. Seated around a formal chamber, Charles begins from the first reports half a month earlier. A Darkling army had invaded and destroyed a border town, and without hesitation, the Emperor dispatched 1,000 Sky Dragon Knights to intercept them and rout the enemy. Under the moonlit sky, Charles recalls being called by Commander Wilfried. The commander says they are almost ready to set out, his calm confidence hiding the scale of the threat. Wilfried Schweiger is no ordinary commander. He leads the entire company of 10,000 holy knights, a warrior said to stand on par with hero King Eric himself. 10 years ago, he slew armies of demons while defending the World Gate, becoming a living legend in his own right. Back then, Charles asks if Wilfried is worried. Wilfried smiles, impressed by the prince's insight. Charles understands this is not like the invasion from the space between worlds 10 years ago. This is a direct assault, and Wilfried suspects the enemy is after the World Gate once again. Wilfried explains that because the enemy is invading from the border, they likely cannot deploy their full army from the space between worlds. Even so, their amassed force is enormous. The Sky Dragon Knights number 10,000, and he vows they can hold for months if needed. Wilfried embraces the young prince and tells him everyone is counting on him. With a promise to meet again, he departs into battle. And 5 days later, the nightmare returns with him. Wilfried comes back drenched in darkness, no longer himself. The commander who once defended the World Gate has fallen under the true ancestor's thrall. Eric recoils in horror at the thought. Charles confirms the nightmare only gets worse. Every single soldier who faced the true ancestor became a victim of his charm. The enemy's power was absolute. The border attack had been bait, meant to draw Arknest's troops away so the castle would be exposed. Not every Sky Dragon Knight had left, but only 1,000 or so remained behind, and the enemy's strategy was already beyond what they were prepared for. Even with 10,000 troops, only 3,000 made it back to defend the capital. The rest had either fallen, been turned, or been used against their own kingdom. Charles' report makes one thing painfully clear. Arknest did not collapse from brute force alone. It was dismantled from within. Charles' testimony turns even darker. The true ancestor did not need an army to break the heart of Arknest. He stormed the castle alone, cloaked in black power and flanked by monstrous shadows. Eric can barely believe it. One man took the castle by himself? Charles corrects him with a hot answer, no. The true ancestor carries 10,000 minions hidden inside his own shadow, an entire nightmare army waiting beneath his feet. The room goes grim as the implication sinks in. If someone like that gets inside a castle, the battle is already lost. Charles' voice trembles as he asks about the Emperor, and the memory answers in blood. His father was cut down by Wilfried, the loyal commander now reduced to a puppet on the true ancestor's strings. Eric lowers his eyes and calls it a terrible shame, but Golan presses the part that matters now. How did Charles escape alive? The prince says it was no miracle of his own. The Imperial Guards protected him and his brother with their lives, and one person in particular made survival possible. A woman stood before the true ancestor. In a single flash, half of his forces crumbled away, and while the chaos tore open around them, she teleported Charles and his brother to safety. Locke goes still. Golan snaps in disbelief, asking who this could possibly be, a court mage. Charles says she gave him her name, but even he had never heard it before. Whoever she was, she had the power to stand against the monster who destroyed an empire. Then the name lands like a blade. It was Alraun, the Black Witch appears in Charles' memory, calm and smiling with a dark-clad swordsman behind her. Exactly the woman Locke feared, hated, and once loved like family. Locke's expression cracks. Eric watches him carefully, while Golan pinches the bridge of his nose and Levi quietly sips tea, as if everyone has just understood that this is somehow connected to Locke again. Charles notices the reaction and asks what is wrong. Eric tries to brush it aside, but Charles continues. Alraun said it would be safer if the brothers hid separately, and she would take the other prince away herself. She also left a message to pass along. Charles admits that was all she told him. Then Locke, pale with realization, says yes because he has met her pupil. The room snaps toward him, and Levi states the truth out loud. Luck is the only person Alraun calls her pupil. The prince can only stare. Charles' eyes sparkle as the pieces connect. Alraun tutored the great sage himself. No wonder she was so powerful. Locke, desperate to escape the praise spiral, rubs his face and asks for the actual message. The message is simple and devastating. In Locke's mind, Alraun leans close and says she will be waiting back home. The word strikes so hard that the air around him seems to split. Memories flood in. A younger Luck once called Alraun Mom, reaching for her hand without hesitation, and she smiled back, inviting him along like a real mother leading her child home. That place becomes Chapter 37, Holy Knight Wilfried. A bright hill birdsong and a quiet little house. Locke remembers it as the place where he spent his childhood. Alraun's face in those memories is gentle, almost warm. Locke remembers her full name, Alraun Loventhal, and how she raised him on one of her many whims, teaching him while he followed her through a world that once felt safe. To Locke, that place was home. Now back in the snowy royal capital, he grips the railing in silence, the past and present crashing together with one terrible conclusion. He thinks through Alraun's invitation. She said she would take the other prince and wait for him there. For a moment, Locke wonders if it is a trap, then rejects it. If Alraun truly wanted to kill him, she would not need bait. That is what terrifies him. If she ever stopped playing games and truly tried, Locke believes he would not have a hope of beating her. The Black Witch is not just dangerous because of power. She is dangerous because he knows how far beyond him she once stood. Eric calls out to Locke from the balcony, pulling him back to the present. Golan and Eric arrive ready to talk strategy, and Eric apologizes for the wait, saying Levi's barrier is already active and the area is clear enough for discussion. Locke agrees, but Kathy is still nearby, dramatically munching away in the snow. Then the question becomes unavoidable. How many countries can they count on to help retake Arknest? Eric's answer is bleak. Not many. Most will see the fallen empire as a chance to dominate Arknest, not save it. Eric explains the likely political nightmare. The surrounding nations will form a coalition and march into Arknest soon, rallying their people under the perfect excuse of wiping out Darklings. The combined vassal armies alone could reach 500,000 soldiers. Golan calls it what it is. Charging into battle without knowing what the enemy can do is pure foolishness. Eric suspects the coalition may still move within 2 weeks, hoping their own greed turns into caution before it is too late. But Locke sees the deeper danger. Retaking Arknest matters, but the World Gate matters more. The Darklings' real goal is to open it, and if they succeed, the entire war changes. When asked what happens if the gate opens, the answer chills everyone. This world and the world of the gods will connect. The laws of nature will collapse into meaninglessness, and the dark gods will manifest. Charles adds the full horror. Darklings blessed by the anathema will gain supreme power, and they will drain all life from the planet, people, plants, animals, until nothing remains but a wasteland of bones and dust. Golan raises the practical question. Is this world gate different from the parallel dimension they fought through before? The answer is yes. That so-called parallel dimension was really a space between worlds, but the world gate connects directly to a higher plane of existence. The Darklings' old struggle was only the first gate. Charles confirms it. The world gate is the castle itself, the true target. Eric explains that this is why the old heroes and the great dragons focused entirely on preventing demon forces from invading the land, no matter what. Maurice confirms the ancient duty of the great dragons. Their covenant with the old gods commands them to protect the world gate above choosing sides between humans and demons. Eric then asks the question he knows may be forbidden. How exactly does one open it? Everyone falls silent. Charles sits under the weight of the answer, then decides there is no reason to hide it anymore. He will tell them. Because the secret itself is now the thing putting lives at risk. The key to the world gate rests with the lives of the two princes. By ancient covenant, the blood of two legitimate heirs to the emperor's throne must be used to open the gate. Charles explains the bitter irony. The first emperor made this pact to shut the gate's power away from foreign nations and make his bloodline absolute, never expecting anyone would actually need to open it. Now that same bloodline is the only reason the remnants of the royal family are still alive. Eric's expression hardens. Whatever the old pact was meant to do, they now know exactly what must be protected. Prince Charles' life is no longer just political. It is the lock on the apocalypse. Golan points out the other half of the disaster. The other prince is still out there, and if Alraun has him, taking him back will be anything but easy. Locke answers with the first priority, protect Prince Charles. But they must also be ready if the true ancestor appears. Levi turns the pressure back onto Locke. She asks what he knows about the true ancestor, because she saw how he reacted when the name first came up, and because Charles mistook Locke for him. The resemblance, or whatever lies behind it, can no longer be ignored. Locke admits he does not know why the true ancestor would resemble him, but the title itself is familiar. Alraun once spoke of him when Locke was still a child. In Locke's memory, Alraun told him it was his destiny to face the true ancestor someday, or so she claimed. Golan immediately questions whether she had planned Locke's revival that far in advance, then catches himself wondering just how many steps ahead that woman truly is. A memory of Alraun's voice lingers over Locke. That boy is where her plans lie, at least for now. Katha declares that when Locke goes to meet Alraun, she is coming too. But Locke bluntly says he never said he was going. She snaps back that he had better tell her when he does. Far from the capital, Alraun stands alone among floating fragments and drifting leaves. She softly says Luck's name, as if watching him from across distance and time, while the land around her trembles with hidden power. Her voice carries over the mountains. She knows for a fact that he will find his way back. Somewhere beyond the snowy forests, a great fissure splits the earth, and the path home begins to look less like memory and more like a wound in the world. Then the focus shifts to a dark fortress swallowed by snow and shadow. A report reaches a skeletal throne, and a woman approaches at the call of father. The ruler thanks the messenger, then announces that Queen Alraun has betrayed them. For the first time, the enemy side names her not as ally but as traitor. Inside the enemy fortress, Alraun's betrayal sends shock through the dark ranks. While the true ancestor conquered Arknest, she spirited away the two princes who serve as the key to the world gate. The skeletal ruler cannot explain why his most ardent champion would do it, but the answer is clear enough. This demands direct confrontation. A subordinate reports the Castaigne family's entire force consists of only 2 fighters. The skull-faced ruler accepts that without concern, declaring they will suffice. The winged woman, however, dryly notes he simply wanted to be dramatic before ordering the 2 out at once. The winged woman launches into the snowstorm, followed by the 2 masked warriors. Below them, the fortress vanishes into the white haze as they fly out to hunt Alraun. High above the frozen mountains, the winged woman glances down at the land below. Far away, silhouettes cut through the snow-heavy sky, and another sinister presence observes their movement through a glowing orb. A small vampire girl lounges in a huge clawed hand, annoyed that she is being used to spy. Beside her, an older vampire noble insists the 4 great houses must serve as examples for all their kin, not act on every whim. The girl, called Yasha, brushes off the lecture with a sly smile, telling Mosger there is no need to be so stiff. He snaps back that the Castaigne family's standing is long gone, and that she is still judging herself by human standards, a weakness he calls corruption. Their bickering is interrupted when a long-haired man arrives late, carrying a birdcage. The girl scolds him with a lazy, yeah, while Mosger announces the meeting will begin and orders Vadevoice to take his seat. Vadevoice barely reacts, claiming he was simply caught up talking with an old friend. Yasha grins at the excuse, but Mosgor tries to impose order, only for her to question why he is bossing everyone around. Mosger declares himself in charge, but Yasha immediately challenges the idea, pointing out there is no hierarchy among the noble houses. When he says he cannot leave the duty to her, she erupts, shouting across the table. The meeting turns into chaos almost instantly. Yasha snaps that she only just arrived, then whacks Vadevoice awake when he starts dozing off. He apologizes, saying he has been asleep for the past century, and she dryly tells him the rest of them have too. Yasha slumps back, openly admitting she does not care about the world gate. Expanding territory, creating more vampire lords, summoning the dark gods. She calls all of it a hassle, infuriating Mosger and bewildering Vadevoice. Before she can finish mocking the true ancestor's ambitions, something rips through the meeting chamber. A massive raw beating organ crashes into Yasha's lap, blood spraying as every vampire in the room freezes. The organ pulses grotesquely in her hands. Yasha's eyes widen, Mosger stiffens, and the entire room feels the same impossible truth. This is no ordinary message. The flesh convulses, forcing out a sound and twisting under some overwhelming will. Yasha stares, sweating, as the thing speaks through the gore. She exhales in disbelief. Mosger and Vadevoice recognize it too. The true ancestor's complete form has just reached them. But the message it carries is even worse. Your life is in my hands. Vadevoice nearly envies Lord Castan for having no body to threaten, while Mosger turns back to business and addresses Yasha as Lady Duro. The winged woman races across the snow, asking one sharp question. Alraun was adopted, wasn't she? From the sky, they spot movement below. A human army is gathering toward Arknest's capital, and Duro orders everyone to land, warning that letting the Sky Dragon Knights see them would be inconvenient. Far away, the news reaches another command post. Dored is spearheading the coalition invasion of Arknest with 100,000 troops, and the speed of their march shocks even those who expected political opportunism. In a library, Locke receives the emergency call. He reacts with disbelief that the invasion has already begun, while his allies ask what to do. Locke says they need eyes on the situation, and since Dorgo is there, they have a way to respond immediately. At Arknest's western border, east of the Chitra Plains, banners whip violently in the wind. A vast army advances across the snow, led by a mounted commander whose confidence is written all over his face. A map confirms the coalition's scale. Vassal states to Arknest have joined Dorod's army, reinforced by remnants of the Sky Dragon Knights, swelling the invasion force to 100,000 soldiers. At the front rides Dorod's general and third prince, Dunik, relieved to see the Sky Dragons on their side for once. The soldiers flatter Dunik, telling him that if they retake Arknest, the throne will fall to him. Someone compares him to King Eric of Mendilibar, and Dunik roars with laughter, until a lone figure and dragon appear ahead of the entire army. The figure stands in black, facing the coalition alone. His presence cuts through the field like a blade, and when the soldiers call to their captain, Dunik realizes with a start that the man may be Holy Knight Wilfried. The black-cloaked knight declares the land belongs to his king, the king above all kings. He warns that their arrogance will be paid for with their lives, while Duro watches from cover and recognizes the danger in that man. Dunik finally understands the truth. The figure is Holy Knight Wilfried, now shrouded in an ominous aura. His own men urge him to stay back, realizing too late that this is not a battlefield speech. It is an execution notice. Wilfried draws his blade, and the world splits open with light. A wall of slashes tears across the army, carving through ranks of soldiers in an instant, as even Duro recognizes the blade's terrible power. The name detonates across the battlefield, Godslayer Blade Quadran. Wilfried's strike erupts with enough force to engulf the plains, and the general's face disappears into the blast. A colossal explosion blooms across the snowy plain, swallowing men, mounts, banners, and the coalition's pride beneath a blinding shockwave. The blast fades into a towering column of smoke and debris. What was moments ago an army of 100,000 becomes a blackened wound in the earth. Wilfried rides away on his dragon, cloak fluttering in the rain of ash. Duro watches in silence, her expression sharpened by fear and calculation, while the battlefield continues to rumble behind him. Far above, Dorgo and Locke arrive to survey the damage. Locke finds only charred remnants in his hand, and says what everyone already knows: this is awful. The devastation is total. Every soldier is annihilated, and Locke doubts there is anyone left who witnessed the attack. Then a faint groan cuts through the rain, and he rushes toward it, calling out to the survivor. Locke finds Duro lying battered in the mud, barely conscious. Her body is torn and bloodied, but she is alive, and the moment he sees her, he realizes this may be the only clue to what happened. Back underwater at the Water Dragon village, Leah and the others watch the strange surface disturbance with concern. The barriers above make the lake bottom feel nothing like being underwater, with light pouring down through a cylindrical outer shell. Leah explains that the underwater raiments let them speak by vibrating the water spirits like air. But before she can continue, Maurice's message arrives. It is time. The countries bordering Arknest have begun their invasion. The Water Dragon girls stare in alarm as the rumble from above continues. Then another report reaches them. Saint Luck is apparently on his way to investigate, leaving the village to wait beneath the lake while the crisis unfolds on land. Locke stands over the unconscious vampiress with Dorgo at his side, weighing the problem. If she is here, she likely saw at least part of what happened. But he doubts she will willingly explain anything. Locke studies the skull ornament at her chest, thinking hard. After a moment, he decides to take her with them for now. Whatever happens, he says he will take responsibility. The rain falls over a small, lonely hut as Duro lies inside, unconscious and mud-streaked. Outside, Dorgo prepares to make another sweep for survivors, while Locke agrees to wait and think through their next step. Locke hesitates, then chooses a strange but practical method. Instead of smelling salts, he pricks his finger and lets a drop of blood fall toward the vampiress's lips, hoping one taste will wake her, even if that choice may come with consequences. The moment Locke's blood touches the vampiress, she snaps awake like a starving beast. She chomps down on his finger and drinks hard while Locke howls in pain, instantly regretting this extremely direct wake-up method. The vampiress shoves him back with her foot, licking her lips like she has just tasted the finest medicine in the world. She purrs that his blood is an elixir overflowing with power, and Locke angrily warns her that helping does not mean he is joining whatever schemes she has planned. Locke demands her name, and she answers with pride, Duro Castaigne. Then in a flash the air around her twists with dark energy as she reminds him to listen well. He is standing before the head of one of the 4 great houses. Duro's eyes spiral with hypnotic power. She unleashes high charm and orders Locke to become her thrall, expecting instant obedience. Instead, Locke simply flicks away the spell and stares at her like she just tried the most obvious trick in the book. Duro freezes, stunned that her charm failed. Locke snaps back that she already forgot it does not work on him, and the proud vampire's confidence collapses into flustered disbelief. Locke asks if she knows him, and that question makes Duro explode with outrage. How could he forget defeating her? She starts ranting about punishment, only for a deeper voice outside to welcome Locke back. Dorgo has returned, amused by the absurd interrogation already underway. Duro is unceremoniously trapped under a massive container, while Dorgo reports his findings. She is the only survivor. The battlefield crater measures roughly 500 meters across and the shockwave spread 10 kilometers, destroying everything within range. Dorgo turns to Locke with one terrifying question. What kind of magic could do that? Duro answers before Locke can, that devastation was no magic. Her face darkens as she names the real source, divine wrath itself, the wrath of the gods. Back at Locke's estate, the explanation lands in silence. The gathered allies stare blankly, and someone mutters that Locke always finds new ways to surprise them. But bringing home a vampire may be the most outrageous one yet. Duro stands beside Locke with a magic restraint glittering around her wrist. And the obvious question finally comes out. Why did he bring a vampire home? Locke answers plainly, because she was the only surviving eyewitness to the massacre, and apparently vampires carry enough life force to survive what no one else could. Duro bristles, insisting she has a name, then laughs that her noble aura must be too much for lowly humans to comprehend. That arrogance lasts about one breath before the beastfolk girls snap back, reminding her she is a prisoner, and only alive because of Locke's mercy. Duro's expression twists into predatory fury. She calls them barking dogs, and dark power erupts around her, turning the room tense in an instant while the others watch with wary eyes. Duro unleashes high charm across the estate, gloating that they will regret inviting her into their home. The spell floods the mansion, then nothing happens. Duro crashes face first in shock. Locke calmly explains that her charm will not work on anyone here, thanks to Philly's amulets being mass-produced for the household. Even the smallest child resists it, leaving the vampire shaking with humiliation. Locke tells her to relax, but Duro is nearly crying from the insult. The others confirm the amulets are no joke. If they can resist even Alround's charm, then Duro's spell never stood a chance. The mention of Alround instantly changes Duro's mood. She turns her back asking exactly how they know that name. Locke's expression tightens as he admits the truth. He is tied to Alround whether he likes it or not. Duro quietly accepts the answer. Her smile fades into something more serious, and she says he may ask whatever questions he has. The interrogation finally begins properly. Locke starts with the basics. Vampires are weak during the day, right? Outside the estate, the night gives way to morning as the question hangs there, turning a monster into a source of painfully practical information. Inside the library, Duro answers while Celis listens with bright curiosity. Duro notes that sitting backward on a chair is hardly ladylike, then explains that all ranks up to archvampires are weakened in daylight. But anything beyond a vampire lord can brush that off. Celis, fascinated, asks if vampires eat anything besides blood. Duro says it depends on how one is turned, but most can devour any sort of food. Celis reacts with innocent wonder, while the beastfolk girl nearby visibly boils over at how casually she is treating a vampire. The beastfolk girl finally snaps, yelling that vampires see people as prey, not friends. Duro, perfectly composed, tells her to calm down. She would rather perish than drink canine blood. That insult only makes the beastfolk girl's rage worse. Celis nervously suggests Duro might not seem evil, but the beastfolk girl reminds her that Duro tried charming every single person in the house. Duro, still reading like none of this matters, adds that with Locke's barrier in place, she cannot leave the tower anyway, so all that panic is a waste of time. Duro's attention shifts to Celis. She stares at her, then asks if Celis commands spirit magic, saying the spirits seem rather fond of her. Celis hesitantly confirms it, only for the beastfolk girl to shout in disbelief. Duro can actually see spirits too? Duro lifts her hand as faint spirits shimmer around her fingers. A vampire who can commune with spirits is something she claims she has never even heard of. And the room suddenly realizes, Celis may be stranger than anyone thought. Duro asks where Locke went, and someone explains he took the basement teleporter to the Water Dragon village. The beastfolk girl can only stare in stunned confusion, overwhelmed by how casually everyone handles things that should be impossible. Snow falls around the estate's tower as voices call after Celis. In the quiet upper corridor, Locke stands face to face with Prince Charles, the mood far heavier than the chaos downstairs. Locke gently tells Charles the painful truth. Wilfried demolished the forces rallying around Dorad's army to the last man. Charles accepts the concern with a strained smile, but the grief behind his eyes is impossible to hide. Locke states what neither of them wants to say. Wilfried is no longer the man Charles once knew. The prince stands with his back to the light, forced to confront that the hero of his empire is now an enemy. Charles' thoughts drift to the people still caught in the disaster, his lost brother, Princess Leia, and the ruin of Arknest. The silence says more than any strategy meeting could. A brutal memory flashes back. Wilfried, transformed and drenched in darkness, cuts down Imperial defenders in an instant, while Charles clutches a child and watches blood spray across the palace. Charles trembles at the memory, asking what he just heard and begging, in his heart, for it not to be true. Wilfried's monstrous form stands before him like a nightmare wearing the face of a trusted knight. Wilfried's dark cloak unfurls as he laughs, standing alone on a rocky cliff above the water. His presence distorts the air, a fallen holy knight turned into something that feels closer to a calamity. Back in the present, Wilfried drops through a magic formation, then slams into the barrier with terrifying force. The impact thunders through the water dragon village defenses. Locke and Charles feel the palace shudder. Locke instantly contacts Eric and Golan, warning them that the enemy has arrived and that they must use the teleporter in his basement now. The water dragon village is under attack. Princess Leia reports that the first barrier has already been breached, and great dark dragons are approaching. Locke points toward the defense line and declares he will stop them, ordering everyone else to reinforce the palace once they arrive. Outside, the great dark dragon towers over the village barrier, massive enough to dwarf the other dragons around it. The defenders stare in horror as its presence alone rattles the protective magic. The monster opens its jaws and unleashes a devastating blast. The beam tears across the water and hammers the village defenses, detonating in a violent bloom of light and debris. Locke launches himself through the chaos, racing straight toward the attacking dragons. As they roar behind the glowing barrier, a warning cry calls his name. Locke throws up a spell and cages the great dark dragon in a lattice of shining magical bars. With ancient words, he declares that reality will become its cage and heaven and earth its seal. The dragon thrashes violently, its toxic blood splashing against the restraints. Locke grits his teeth and orders the enchantments to purify it, but the sheer power output is absurd. The cage holds for now, but with a monster this huge, he knows he has almost no room for error. Back in Locke's estate, Golan reluctantly admits the truth. Chalice is already far beyond an ordinary B-rank adventurer. If she is allowed to join the crisis, she will be a powerful asset, but the warning is strict. She must not leave his sight. Duro adds one chilling lesson before Celis goes. Spirit magic ultimately depends on imagination. Its strength is what the wielder can will into being. With that advice burned into her mind, Celis hurries toward the teleporter. The magic circle roars to life, and Celis is suddenly plunged through water and light. Bubbles burst around her as the transfer drags her toward the water dragon village. Inside the underwater palace, Leia faces the trembling barrier with guilt written across her face. She apologizes, saying her very presence endangers everyone here. Leia reminds herself and the others that the water dragons swore an ancient oath to guard the world gate. But before she can finish, Prince Charles reaches out toward a dark figure beyond the barrier. The shadowed knight steps closer, swallowing the light around him. Charles stares up in disbelief, and the dreadful truth takes shape. This is Wilfried. Leia screams. Charles' name as the corrupted knight breaks through and seizes the prince. The barrier shatters behind him, and the one person they had to protect is suddenly in enemy hands. Charles looks into the masked face and whispers Wilfried's name, desperate to know if his loyal knight is still there. Wilfried answers with twisted courtesy, calling him my prince and saying he has come to gather him. Charles clings to hope and asks whether what Wilfried said before was really true. But before the corrupted knight can take him away, steel flashes through the air. King Eric arrives like a blade through fate itself, driving Wilfried back with sword drawn. Leia gasps his name and Eric locks eyes with the fallen knight he once knew. Elsewhere in the estate, Duro sits calmly with her book while the beastfolk girl confronts her. The question is sharp and furious. What exactly is she playing at? The beastfolk girl accuses Duro of advising Kellis, an enemy, and even encouraging her spirit magic. Duro barely flinches, treating the accusation like a minor misunderstanding. Duro answers that she simply encouraged a promising spirit magic wielder. The beastfolk girl explodes, asking how a vampire could possibly commune with spirits at all. But Duro reveals the key point she missed. Spirits do not care about right or wrong. The beastfolk girl rejects it outright. To her, spirits have always been stalwart guides of the righteous. Duro snaps her book shut and poses a colder question. Who decides what righteous even means? Duro presses the logic further. If two spirit magic users clash, do the spirits choose which one is correct? Do they abandon one side? The beastfolk girl falters, and Duro's smile makes the question feel like a trap. The beastfolk girl insists the fight against darklings is clear good and evil. Duro calls that nothing but word games, then cuts deeper. If it is so clear, is the girl claiming she is unquestionably in the right? Duro dismisses that certainty as arrogance, and the beastfolk girl's patience finally snaps. Spirit power swells around her as she growls that she has had enough of Duro's smart mouth. The spirit energy erupts in the library, swirling around the beastfolk girl like a living storm. Duro recognizes it instantly. A furious spirit, the spirit of the warrior wolf. Duro studies the entire group gathered around Locke's side. Eric, Golan, the dragon sovereigns, Philly's charm nullifying alchemy, Chalice's rising spirit magic, and now one blessed by the warrior wolf. Every extraordinary piece seems to orbit one man. Duro's thoughts narrow on that black-haired adventurer. His importance is obvious, yet even his name feels slippery in her memory. Lock, Luck, Luke, Lup? The uncertainty bothers her more than she wants to admit. When she asks his name, a small dragon shouts the answer without hesitation. Saint Luck. Far away, Locke stands surrounded by countless magic eyes as another attack forms around him. Locke fires a dark ray straight into the enemy dragons. The blast punches down into the battlefield, and the attacking monsters roar as the spell crashes into them. The dark ray rips through the dragon horde in a huge explosion of water and debris. Locke grins and tells them to calm down, because they are up next. Then he freezes. An incredible magic force surges from the palace, and not just any force. The pressure of something dark and overwhelming, something aimed directly at the heart of the defense. Inside the palace, Eric clashes with Wilfried as the fallen knight unleashes the presence of a darkling. Their blades meet in a violent burst, and the air itself seems to scream. Wilfried's corruption coils around him like a living curse, while Eric braces with his sword. Even before the next strike lands, Eric understands the danger. That weapon may look nothing like a normal sword, but one clean hit will kill all the same. The cursed power thickens around Wilfried's blade. Eric recognizes it for what it is. A god-slaying curse, the same terrifying force that once made Wilfried his equal. Wilfried speaks to Eric as an old rival, remembering when their blades clashed evenly. But that was long ago, and the gap between them has changed. With a twisted grin, Wilfried claims the exchange has already told him everything he needs to know. Defeating Eric, he says, will now be child's play. Wilfried gathers the cursed energy to end it. Eric sees the attack building and lunges, refusing to let him fire it off. Eric slams into Wilfried head-on, stopping the strike with shocking strength. Wilfried's eye widens. Eric blocks his blade with one hand. Wilfried mocks the shame of it, boasting that he can hold Eric's sword with one hand and unleash his own attack with the other. The curse roars to life, ready to detonate at point-blank range. A shout cuts through the battle. Charles cries Wilfried's name, and the fallen knight actually pauses, his blade lowered for a heartbeat as the prince steps into view. Charles stands between monsters and heroes, declaring that he owes the villagers his life and will not allow them to be harmed. The prince's resolve stops Wilfried cold. Wilfried yields to the prince's command with eerie obedience. He tells Eric very well, then lowers his blade and accepts Charles' wish as law. But the obedience comes with a deadly condition. Wilfried is surprised that Charles still holds on to himself even under the true ancestor's thrall. Yet he decides Eric cannot be allowed to keep the prince from him. So he will slay Eric here. Eric senses movement too late. Wilfried blurs past him and slams his cursed weapon down, the clash exploding across the palace floor. Eric realizes his enchanted cloak has been damaged as the impact blasts stone and glass apart. Wilfried rises through the wreckage, already preparing another strike. Eric clenches his teeth as the cursed energy gathers again. He blocks, parries, and forces the attack away, but the pressure is immense. Every exchange throws him closer to the edge. The blast finally detonates overhead, shaking the palace. Golan demands to know if Eric is still alive, but Eric immediately orders him to ignore that and protect the prince. The battle is not about survival anymore. It is about keeping Charles out of Wilfried's hands. Outside the water dragon village, Leah's breath buys them precious seconds, blasting the dark dragon back in a roaring surge. She calls to her father, urging him to move while her attack keeps the monster away. And Golan tightens his grip around Charles, protecting the prince with his own body. Wilfried glides across the water-swept battlefield, cloak trailing like torn darkness. He lands before Eric and the others with his cursed blade ready, while the dragon behind them braces for the next assault. The defenders regroup around Charles, with a dragon looming at their back and Eric standing at the front. Wilfried growls in frustration, asking why they keep resisting him, his warped eyes packed with rage and confusion. Eric raises his sword, light gathering along the blade as he steps into Wilfried's path. Beside him, Leah watches tensely, realizing the weapon Eric is drawing is no ordinary sword. Leah recognizes the blade and whispers to her father. Golan answers grimly, "This is Bram, the Blade of Kings, revealed in its true form with all 4 limiters released." Eric surges forward, saying he has only seen Bram like this once before. The decisive moment arrives, one opening, one strike, and everything will be decided. Eric and Wilfried collide in a blur of steel, blinding arcs tear across the water, their blades crossing and separating faster than the eye can follow. Eric drives in close and lands the strike. Bram punches through Wilfried's guard, and black blood erupts as the cursed knight's face twists in shock. Golan shouts that Eric got him, and Leah's face lights with desperate hope. Charles stares in stunned silence as both men hold still, the result of that one exchange hanging in the air. A water dragon turns toward Leah with urgent concern, announcing a request for her. But Wilfried is still standing, and a black spiderweb-like curse spreads across Eric's back as the wound begins to take hold. Eric coughs blood and clutches his chest while Leah screams his name. The truth becomes horrifyingly clear. Quadran, the Godslayer blade, is a curse made manifest as a sword. It does not need to cut deep to seize its victim, and with the covenant on Eric, the pain must be unbearable. Wilfried staggers, his own chest split open and black blood spilling down his armor. Yet he still turns toward Charles with eerie politeness, apologizing for the delay and asking, "My prince, shall we be off?" Golan understands at once, this is not over. Chalice steps forward, asking if they need a hand. Her eyes sharpen as she gathers the few fire spirits that can even exist in the land of water spirits, pleading for them to answer her. Celis summons a firewall and flame explodes between Wilfried and the prince. The blazing barrier crashes down, forcing the fallen knight back for just a breath. Wilfried cuts through the flames and lunges again, appearing at Golan's side before anyone can fully react. He sneers that they really thought the same trick would work twice. But Locke and Golan were waiting for exactly that. Locke appears at Wilfried's flank with a grin, while Golan braces with Bramd, admitting that yes, they kind of did expect him to bite. Golan's blade flashes. Wilfried dodges by a hair, but Locke is already moving, smirking that he got him anyway. The Demon King's blade tears through Wilfried with a vicious splurt of black blood. Locke explains the trick plainly. This weapon drains energy like a package deal, and Wilfried is not walking it off. Then Wilfried realizes something even worse. The dark dragons are gone. Locke smiles and confirms it. Every last dark dragon has been wiped out, their bodies drifting in pieces through the water while the surviving dragons stare at the destruction around them. Wilfried decides it is time to leave, and this time, he will take the prince with him. Before anyone can stop him, a hidden teleportation circle erupts beneath Charles, swallowing the boy in a burst of ancient magic. Locke lunges for Charles, shouting "Prince!" as the boy vanishes into the light. Their hands almost meet, but the portal closes before Locke can grab him. The teleportation finishes with a dull thud. Leah gasps that the prince has disappeared, while Locke curses himself for letting his guard down. Golan notices something else. Their guest has fled too. The traces of the spell reveal the method. A hidden door, an ancient teleportation spell. Locke realizes Wilfried is one of the true ancestors' servants, so he should have expected something like this, and he blames himself for failing to stop it. Dorgo calls out as Eric stumbles under the curse. Golan supports him, saying they will need Leffy's help to deal with Quadran's corruption, but Eric refuses to let Locke shoulder all the blame. Wilfried got the better of him too. The others rush in asking if everyone is all right. The battlefield falls silent, and Eric lowers his head with bitter honesty. The prince has been taken. Forgive us. Leah quietly admits that if Charles could be stolen even with Saint Luck here, they had little hope of guarding him by force alone. Still, Golan states the brutal reality. One of the world gate keys is now in the enemy's hands. Only the second key remains, and Eric says they must defend it with their lives. Locke's expression hardens as he sees the whole attack for what it was, coordinated from the start. Locke grits his teeth, realizing this was orchestrated to pull them apart and force their hand. Then his staff scrapes against the ground, and he makes the decision. They have to go now. A quiet musical note cuts through the tension, and Locke's thoughts turn toward the one person at the center of this maze. Far away, a long-haired dark elf woman stands on a hill overlooking a strange floating landscape. Locke's conclusion becomes unavoidable. They have to go to Alraun. The memory opens under falling snow. Chapter 40 begins. Mother. Locke remembers that snow had been falling since before sunrise, and that 3 days after escaping a slave trader's carriage, he collapsed in the forest, lost, starving, and injured. As a child, he lay half buried in the snow, certain he had no luck at all. He thought he had been foolish to run, and now the last face he would see before dying would be the ugly face of the slaver chasing him. Even then, he still gripped a blade, determined to get in one last hit if he could. But instead of the slaver, a beautiful elf woman bent down over him and gently held his face, asking if they had taken his eye. The boy nodded, stunned. In that moment, he honestly thought an angel had come to take him to the afterlife. He had never seen an elf before, and then she asked him something that changed everything. "Do you want to come with me?" His frozen legs suddenly moved like new machinery, and he followed after her through the snow. Even as a child, he admits he was precocious enough to realize he had never seen anyone so beautiful in the living world. Moments later, the impossible truth revealed itself. The forest blanketed in snow was no ordinary place. It was an isolated space, a pocket world he would not even remember once he left. To Alraun, perhaps it was nothing more than a passing whim, but to the dying boy she saved, that whim became life itself. After she healed him and gave him somewhere to stay, he tried to make himself useful by doing chores around her house. She offered little explanation, little affection, and often left him alone, yet even that silence felt safer than the world he had escaped. One day he tried copying the magic he had seen her use, and to everyone's surprise, he was shockingly good at it. From then on, Alround began teaching him the fundamentals of magic, dedicating more and more time to his training. In the end, he was simply happy she noticed him. For 6 years he lived as Alround Lovental's son, Luck Lovental, until spring came when he turned 10, and he left to set out on his own. Leah listens in stunned silence as the truth about Alround settles over the group. The witch has not merely crossed their path. She practically invited herself into Luck's journey, guiding him from the shadows while pretending to offer only small support. A memory of battle sharpens the point. Alround stands beside Luck while he faces a monstrous enemy, using support magic and little else, yet clearly steering him forward. To anyone watching, their bond looked less like allies and more like parent and child. And yet, she betrayed him. Leah's face hardens beneath her hood. No matter what, she wants to know why Alround did it, because somehow she feels as if she may be the only one who can understand the reason. The group reaches the edge of Alround's hidden territory, where snow blankets the forest. Luck warns everyone they must go on foot from here, or her barrier will block them. Leah explains the barrier is unusual because it also functions as a trap, and the small horned dragon princess eagerly takes the lead. That enthusiasm does not last long. The party's quiet approach turns into noisy bickering almost immediately, and Luck snaps, demanding to know what on earth is going on behind him. 2 days earlier, Levi storms into the room insisting she is coming too, reminding Luck that he promised. A nearby caption places the flashback at his estate, and Luck's blank stare says he does not remember making any such promise. Luck tries to argue that Eric still needs care, but Levi shuts him down at once. She has already uncursed him, and all Eric needs now is time, rest, and more strength, not another excuse to keep her from confronting Alround. Luck insists Eric will be fine because he left plenty of potions, but Levi points out the real concern is Luck going to see Alround. Her glare makes it clear. She knows this is not just a mission for him. Then Duro suddenly offers to tag along as well. Smiling like this is the most natural thing in the world. Luck's expression goes dead, because the last thing he expected was the vampire prisoner volunteering for a family visit. Duro objects to being called this lady, demanding to be addressed as Lady Duro Castaigne. Luck loses patience immediately, saying there is absolutely no way he is bringing her, while Celis quietly recognizes the name. Luck demands an explanation, but Duro fires back that she has her own reasons to call on Alround. Their argument spirals until Luck turns to Golan, pointing out the obvious. Golan is the one who brought this chaos into their custody in the first place. Luck complains that Duro is their prisoner, but she coldly says she seems like an ordinary highborn noble from where she stands. Then a booming voice cuts in, apologizing for his daughter's impudence, and everyone freezes. Duro's father speaks through the skull at her chest, calling out her inflated pride and apologizing for raising her poorly. Duro panics, begging him not to be so loud, then tries to drown him out before he can say anything worse. Luck casually mentions he has heard the voice before, including the memorable time a grown woman was reduced to tears after a spanking. The words hit Duro like a critical strike, and she bursts into mortified sobs. Duro hides her face, wailing that she has never been so humiliated. Levi scolds Luck for lacking sensitivity while the others stand there in awkward silence, watching the proud vampire crumble into a crying mess. At last, Luck gives in with a sigh. From outside the tower, his voice carries the decision. Fine, he will take Duro with them. The mission roster grows more ridiculous by the minute. The next demand comes from the wolf-eared girl, who insists that if Luck is taking vampires, he has to take her as backup. Luck accepts, admitting a vampire hunter watching his back cannot hurt, then asks Keitha to fly them to the location he specifies. Duro huffs that she has wings of her own and hates the idea of riding a dragon like some helpless passenger. Luck answers by tying her up with a rope, making it clear he is not letting a darkling fly freely. Duro rages at the leash, but Luck explains the obvious precaution. If she flies on her own, she might escape. He also keeps hold of her father's skull ornament, promising to give it back only if she behaves. With Duro still protesting that she is being dragged like a dog, Luck finally starts moving. The younger onlookers note how rare it is to see him this irritated, while Levi watches from the window as the expedition leaves. Inside, the girls discuss the tension. Someone asks whether Luck is going to see his estranged family, and another wonders if he and Alround fought. The black-haired girl says it feels like he has been dwelling on this for as long as she has known him. The others answer softly that they are family, hoping Luck and Alround can somehow make up. Levi smiles faintly and says they should keep them in their prayers, but her eyes still carry worry. Levi remembers Alraun from the Sky Palace, the woman who had once been like a mother to Luck. Only later did Levi learn the title that truly defined her, the legendary Black Witch, someone even Luck could not defeat. Levi clasps her hands and prays, asking that Luck be kept safe. Golan grips his own hand tight and warns Luck to stay sharp because he is going to face you-know-who. Luck answers with a steady smile. He understands. Outside, the expedition divides. Luck leads the Alraun expedition team with the wolf-eared vampire hunter, bound Duro and Levi, while Golan remains with the water dragon defense team, backed by beastkin and dragon allies. Golan tells Luck to contact them with the communication bracelet if anything happens. Luck confirms that if they need support, they can return to the water dragon village with the teleportation device. At the village, Leah reveals a key entrusted to her by Prince Charles. Luck realizes what it is just as Golan lifts it for a closer look. Another key tied to the world gate. A memory reveals Charles giving the key to Leah, begging her to protect it. He explains that it unlocks one part of the world gate's lock, just as his life does, meaning the enemy now needs both the prince and this key. Luck warns that the water dragon village will likely face more conflict before long. Leah says they are prepared, and Golan vows to do everything in his power to help protect that key. With that settled, the expedition pushes through the snowy forest toward Alraun's hidden home. Luck's goal is clear. See the second Prince Alraun took to safety, and defend the remaining key no matter what. On the path, a hooded boy appears and addresses Luck by name, asking whether he is the so-called Great Sage. Luck confirms it, and the boy asks to speak with him privately, saying he has a favor to beg. The boy's request is shocking. He says Duro is not his true daughter. She was once human, Arkness, priestess of light, and if Duro ever desires it, he wants Luck to restore her humanity. Luck recoils at the revelation. The priestess of light should have been on the level of Galzan's high saintess, so how could someone like her become a vampire? The skull answers only that it is a long story. Duro was used for political gain, abused, and cast aside. 100 years of tragedy hangs over the confession, until Duro bumps straight into Luck and snaps at him to watch where he is walking. When he asks what is wrong, she blushes and claims it is nothing. Luck cuts the awkwardness short and tells everyone to keep moving. The snow thickens through the trees as the party trudges deeper, while Kathy and the others scan the silent forest for the path ahead. They reach a stairway hidden in the snow. Luck kneels to touch the step, then leads the others forward through a dark, overgrown passage, with Duro still tied behind him, and the wolf-eared girl following closely. The path suddenly bursts open with rushing light and wind, throwing the party through Alraun's barrier. When they emerge, the forest is gone, replaced by a bright road overlooking a wide lake and distant hills. The wolf-eared girl stares in awe, and Levi realizes what this place is, the home where Luck grew up. A quiet road stretches down the hill, surrounded by flowers, wind, and birdsong. A familiar-looking boy appears ahead of them and says Alraun has been waiting. He turns and tells them to follow, and Luck's expression tightens as the others watch him walk toward his past. The boy leads them up the hill toward a small house near the crest. Wind surges across the path, petals scatter through the air, and Luck steps into the place he once called home, only to find Alraun waiting before the old house. She smiles and welcomes him back by name, Luck. Inside the old house, Luck's anger slips out before he can stop it. When he asks how Alraun ended up like this, she answers without shame, blame her upbringing, and the person who raised her. Then she turns the blade right back on him, because if he keeps walking his current path, she warns, it will not be long before the Demon King takes control. Luck demands to know why they are really here, and Alraun points to the twisted mass sealed within the house itself. That, she says, is the Demon King's body. Luck insists he defeated the Demon King 10 years ago, but Alraun corrects him with a merciless truth. He did win after 6 years of fighting between dimensions. Then comes the part he never knew. Alraun says Luck spent the next 4 years regenerating, because the battle with the Demon King did not end in victory at all. It ended in a draw and in Luck's death. The explanation grows more horrifying. After dying, Luck regenerated his current form using the Demon King's core, creating what Alraun calls a duplicate. Behind the image of a naked, newly formed body, the Demon King's monstrous shape looms like the origin of a nightmare. Luck tries to laugh it off, but even he cannot find the joke funny. Alraun's eyes narrow as she points out another uncomfortable fact. The Demon King's hexblade rests in his hand as naturally as if he has wielded it his entire life. The shock hits Luck hard. As his mind reels, Alraun calmly explains that the Demon King's marionette technique continued even after his death, puppeting the regeneration process. In the memory, a newly formed Luck crawls from the remains with no idea what has happened to him. The realization breaks through him. If his body was rebuilt from the Demon King's core, then is this body even his? The monstrous face of the Demon King flashes before him, and Luck's heart pounds as the question becomes impossible to ignore. Back in the quiet room, Luck whispers that he is not really himself. Alraun corrects him more precisely. It is still his will that moves the Demon King's body. The body may be born from a monster, but the one commanding it is Luck. That answer does not comfort him. In the void of his memory, his regenerated body stands alone, and he asks whether he is still truly himself. Alraun only replies, "Who can say?" Then she presses further. There is a reason he had no choice but to regenerate from the Demon King's core. The real blow lands. After Luck's battle, someone stole his original body. Before he could regrow his own flesh, the body that should have been his was taken away. The story shifts into blood-red memory. Atop a mountain of demon corpses, mana hangs in the air so thick it is like miasma. There Luck fought, truly fought, with the Demon King. The new chapter names the threat, the true ancestor's nature. In that hellish battlefield, Luck clashes with the Demon King under blazing magic circles. His eyes filled with raw resolve as the monster towers before him. Back in the present, Luck can barely process it. The true ancestor stole his body, Alraun confirms, before his own flesh could regenerate. When Luck asks why, Alraun gives the answer in terms far worse than any simple possession. The true ancestor, she says, is not truly a person. It is more like an idea, an entity without form. A vision shows that idea wearing a vessel, a humanoid shape marked with ominous patterns. The true ancestor needs a physical body to manifest in this reality and wield its overwhelming power. Luck asks the obvious question, why him, why his body? Alraun's answer is brutally simple. At that point in time, Luck was the strongest man alive. He laughs bitterly, but there is nothing funny about being chosen as the shell for a godlike horror. Alraun reminds him how much he grew in the space between worlds. For 6 years, he fought demons and their generals without stopping, and his magic became 3 to 4 times stronger during that endless war. By the time Luck bested the Demon King, his power had grown tenfold. Against that kind of strength, even the true ancestor would have seen his body as the perfect vessel. Alraun stabs at his pride with a cruel little joke, saying that compared to how he was then, he is practically a newborn now. Then she pantomimes offering mommy's milk, and Luck instantly snaps, yelling at her not to talk as if she had been watching him. Alraun's answer lands like a trapdoor opening. She says she was watching through his right eye. Luck goes still. Alraun smiles and asks if he forgot the eye he lost as a child was replaced with one of hers. A memory surfaces of young Luck with Alraun close beside him, both their right eyes covered. The truth has been in his face this entire time, and he only now understands what it meant. Luck realizes she had been tracking him all along. Alraun calls it a matter of perspective, explaining that she cannot use healing magic, so replacing his ruined eye with her own was the best she could manage. Then she adds, almost casually, that he should be grateful she did not give him a frog's eye instead. 4 years ago, through that eye, Alraun watched everything that happened to Luck in the space between dimensions. Every wound, every battle, every step toward becoming a legend. She saw it all. Luck tries to define what the true ancestor really is, and Alraun agrees with his half-formed guess. A concept. A manifestation. Something akin to a god. More specifically, she calls it a resentment of the gods that took form and gained awareness. In the abyssal vision, that resentment swirls into a godlike shape. Alraun says this is the true nature of what vampires revere as their king, then turns the question on Duro. Does a creature like that truly care for her or her future? Duro explodes in fury, accusing Alraun of mocking the supreme king. Alraun answers coldly that she has done nothing but state the truth. The accusation cuts even deeper. Duro calls her queen, saying she knew all this and still conspired against them. But Alraun rejects the title outright. She is their queen no longer. And she calls Duro a two-faced little snake. The skull at Duro's chest speaks with icy formality, addressing Alraun as Lamia Alraun Migrant, first queen of the ancient magic kingdom. Duro stumbles over that revelation, while Alraun turns the conversation back to Lord Castaigne and demands an answer. Duro asks what Alraun's ultimate goal is. Why aid the king's revival? Why hasten his return by nearly an entire century? Why revive him now in this era? The skull suddenly realizes the answer with horror. That mage. The skull understands it all at once. Alraun would pit that mage, Luck, against their king. And then Duro asks the question that exposes the whole design. Is that why Alraun brought about the true ancestor's return? Alraun answers yes. Her purpose was to raise the strongest mage to ever live. At the lakeside, Levi listens in silence, the weight of that confession tightening across her face. Levi asks what Alraun sees Luck's life as. Alraun answers from her own cold perspective. Without her aid, his life would have ended cold and alone in the snow. Levi concedes that may be true, but pushes back. Luck's desire to learn magic and become a mage was his own. Alround may have raised him, but she allowed him to choose that path himself. Alround's expression softens into something almost pitying. Poor Luck, she says, only for Levi to bristle, asking why Alround feels sorry for him after everything. Then Alround twists the knife, accusing Levi of choosing a pretty face instead of supporting Luck. Levi nearly chokes on the insult, shouting that Eric is much more than just a pretty face, while Alround dryly asks if he is. Alround judges Eric with open contempt, saying that from what she has seen, he is simply a child who spouts shallow platitudes. Even Golan, the musclehead, would have been a better choice. Levi tries to defend herself, but Alround smirks that Luck likes strong women. Levi falls silent, cheeks puffed in wounded irritation. Alround keeps going, amused that Levi of all people would make that argument, then reminds her who she is, the strongest witch in recorded history, and Luck's mother. Levi asks if Alround is serious, and the answer leaves her stunned. She realizes the possibility never even crossed her mind. Alround slams both fists down and screams that this is absolutely not why she raised Luck. For one awkward second, the room goes silent. Then she clears her throat, trying to recover her dignity while Luck stares, caught between horror, confusion, and the strangest family argument of his life. High above the mountains, Sia and the hooded beastkin face each other on a wind-scoured cliff. He grins like he's been waiting for this, and asks if she came here to throw down with him. Sia lets out a tired laugh, then shuts her eyes and answers plainly. No, she does not want to fight him, not even once. But the hooded beastkin only bares his fangs wider, asking if she cheats him, asking where her pride in her people is gone. Sia refuses to take the bait. What she feels now is frustration. Frustration with her own inexperience, and that is separate from any hatred she holds for him. Her calm answer only makes him snap harder, calling her a coward, and insisting beastkin should never compromise, only press forward with all their might. Sia quietly points out the contradiction. Does he not detest the beastkin tribes? The hooded beastkin freezes, then growls that they were the ones forced to press forward for the tribe's sake. He survived for one reason only, to take revenge on the Wolfen tribe, even if he had to sell his very soul to do it. The hatred finally boils over. He swears he will not rest until the blood of all 12 chiefs wets his blades, then lunges straight at Sia. She barely has time to react before his twin swords flash toward her. Steel collides in a blur. Luck cuts in at the last second, catching the attack and forcing the hooded beastkin back. Sia cries out Luck's name, while her attacker clicks his tongue at the interruption. Luck holds his ground between them, warning that this madness was not part of Alround's orders. Then he tightens the rope in his hand and snaps that the hooded beastkin is like a mad dog without a leash. When Sia asks if she is really his enemy, the answer comes sharp and ugly. Every wolf and beastkin is his enemy. Then Luck reveals Alround prepared for exactly this. She sent along a message for him, and the hooded beastkin's rage falters as a memory rises. In that memory, Alround calmly assigns Luck homework. Have Diego guide him around the mountain. When Luck wonders who Diego is, she explains with typical bluntness, the beastkin, the one he knows. Back in the present, Diego clicks his tongue and starts walking, telling them to follow. Luck stares at Alround as she explains the homework may be his only hope of reclaiming his original body. The words hit harder than any spell. Reclaiming his body, something he had barely dared to imagine, is suddenly on the table. Luck asks if that is even possible. Alround answers that, in theory, yes. That is why it is homework. Then she tells him to see for himself, and Luck remembers what they actually came for, finding the prince. Luck calls to Diego and demands to know where the prince is. Diego is still irritated, sniffing the air while the others silently compare him to a dog. When Luck keeps pushing, Diego snaps that questions will not help, then points toward the mountain and says the prince is that way, with Katha. Meanwhile, Kathy stands in dragon form, wondering where everyone could have gone. She thinks it would be faster to search from the sky, but the skies above Alround's domain feel frightening. The young prince, perched nearby, eagerly asks for a ride on her back because he has always wanted to fly. Katha refuses at once, insisting she does not let just anyone ride on her back. The boy tries a new angle. Would she allow it if he becomes emperor? Katha jolts, suddenly realizing she may have forgotten something very important. A strange storm begins to churn over the mountain. Far away, a dark-haired woman addresses Alround as queen and admits their purposes now run contrary. The skull at Duro's chest erupts in panic, accusing Alround of inviting him into her domain despite knowing exactly where it would lead. Duro reels, confused by her father's alarm, while the storm continues to grow across the sky. Alround's expression remains calm. She says the storm descends and everyone feels the pressure shift. Luck, Sia, Duro, and Levi all look up, understanding that something enormous has arrived. The sky opens with a vast, unnatural rupture. In another place within the domain, A witch-hatted girl and a long-haired man stand beneath the disturbance, waiting as the air tears apart above the mountains. A white-haired figure appears from the storm wrapped in black and white power, wings of light and darkness unfurling around him. The chapter announces its threat with terrifying clarity. The four noble houses. The new arrival is not alone. Alraun watches from below as Duro's skull announces the impossible. The true ancestor has discovered them. Duro panics, asking why Alraun invited her inside the barrier if it would alert him, but Alraun answers that this place would have been exposed eventually. His vessel remembers it far too well. From the ridge, Luck and the others peer toward the blast site and see figures gathering in the distance. Duro curses under her breath. It is the four noble houses. She has never seen them before, but she knows enough to recognize the scale of the threat. Two enemies introduce themselves with suffocating presence. Fieldmaster Vadevois of Spacetime, and Wild Speed Yasha of Regeneration. Behind them, the white-haired true ancestor descends with an aura that warps the air around his body. Diego points ahead and says they are behind them. Luck's gaze sharpens as the white-haired figure comes fully into view. The answer is unmistakable. The true ancestor. Sia stares in disbelief, and even Diego falters. That is the true ancestor? The creature looks almost divine, nothing like a simple monster, and the air around him shimmers with overwhelming power. Before anyone can react, the enemy slips away from where he stood. Sia cries out, asking where they went, and Diego immediately realizes the worst. They found the prince. He orders Luck to follow. Luck halts him. If Diego keeps antagonizing Sia, Luck warns, he has no reason to keep fighting beside him. Sia backs the warning without hesitation, asking whose side Diego is really on. For her sake, Luck is ready to draw his sword against their own guide. Diego yields with a grim very well, and the group moves out. Sia smiles, telling Luck that is enough for now, and he asks if she is sure. The tension eases for one breath, only one before they rush after the prince. Keithy watches the enemy approach from the open sky. Yasha grins at the sight of a great dragon, while Vadevois identifies her as a wind dragon and gauges her power. They offer a simple demand. Hand over the prince, and stopping them will only make things harder. The prince finally realizes what Keithy is. When she asks if he is a prince, he proudly announces himself as Nemeth Arknest, second prince of the Holy Empire of Arknest. The enemies immediately connect the dots. Their whole mission is to capture both princes and open the world gate. Keitha stiffens as the duty lands on her all at once. If the boy is truly a prince, then she must protect him. Yasha laughs at how impossible that sounds, while Vadevois calmly judges the dragon and her charge as far beyond any ordinary magical device. Under these special circumstances, Katha changes her answer. She lowers herself and permits Prince Nemeth onto her back, while the enemy laughs, accusing her of thinking about running. Keithy launches with a roar, tearing through the air and carrying Nemeth away. The battlefield blurs beneath them as she chooses survival over pride. The wind dragon races across the sky with Nemeth clinging to her back. Katha knows fleeing to fight another day is the wiser option, and for the moment she has distance. Yasha will not allow it. She rockets after them with a feral grin, shouting that it is not as if she would ever let them escape. Vadevois bonks her on the head before she can overdo it, reminding her they are here for the prince, not to obliterate him. Keith shudders as the implication hits her. She nearly would have been erased along with the boy. But the chase is not over. Yasha springs from the dragon's head with blades drawn, deciding that if she cannot destroy the prince, she will simply take Keitha's head instead. Yasha and Diego crash together in midair, blade against blade. He throws himself between her and the dragon, snarling that she will not take Sia's head, or anyone else's, before he takes hers first. The clash explodes apart. Diego is thrown back, and Yasha laughs, delighted that the dog she thought was finished still has bite left. She vows to crush him into paste for that. As the enemies regroup in the air, Yasha starts counting the opponents and realizes their formation barely makes sense. Below her, a magic circle begins to unfurl beneath the battlefield. Vadevois moves with silent precision. A space-time spell forms under Yasha, and in an instant she is slammed downward, blood bursting from the impact. Luck watches from afar, eyes wide, understanding just how dangerous this enemy truly is. Vadevois recognizes the true ancestor with grim certainty, but Luck smiles from the dragon's side. He praises Ket for her work, then opens a swirling dark portal and declares he will take it from here. As Luck reaches for darker power, the warning hits him from every side. Sia gasps, asking what he is doing, while Diego realizes he is sinking too deeply into dark magic. Alraun's old lesson echoes in Luck's mind. Dark magic powerful spot because it belongs to demons, and if he relies on it now, the demon king inside him will rise and seize control. But the enemies before him are not the kind he can toy with. The darkness boils around the true ancestor and the two vampire nobles, and Luck clenches down on the fear. Against foes like this, hesitation could cost them everything. Far across the mountains, Alraun and Leah feel the pressure rolling through the sky. Leah trembles at the sheer presence and asks what it is, and Alraun names it without flinching, the true ancestor. Then, with chilling calm, she says she will be going now. Leah asks the question no one wants answered, can they win? Alraun smiles as if Leah's fear is almost quaint, then admits the truth. If an opponent this simple to defeat existed, none of them would be in this predicament to begin with. Thunder splits the storm above the mountain. Alraun does not offer false comfort. She estimates their chance at around 0.1%. And in the distance, battle erupts with a violent boom. Luck meets Yasha head-on, his blade flashing again and again against her feral assault. Behind the chaos, the true ancestor stands with eerie stillness, watching as his allies test the great sage's limits. Luck drives a focused blast straight into Yasha, the impact carving through her defense and sending blood and darkness scattering. The white-haired true ancestor reacts only by shifting his attention, as if even this violence is merely data to observe. The true ancestor retaliates with terrifying ease. Yasha clicks her tongue while another attack tears through the battlefield, and the force of it sends shockwaves ripping past Luck's position. Kathy and the others remain behind the protective magic as Luck curses under his breath. Even without using Dark Ray or the Demon King's Hexblade, the vampires have enough power to bring them down. Worse, a voice inside him tempts him to stop holding back, to drain them dry before they can regenerate. Dark power detonates around Luck. For a heartbeat, the battlefield disappears behind a black flare, and he stands at the center of it with the Demon King's blade hanging from his hand. The true ancestor watches without fear. Vadevois and Yasha look on as well, while Kathy shields Sia and the prince below, all of them sensing the same thing. Luck is drawing closer to a line he may not be able to step back from. Alraun appears beside Luck and stops him cold. She tells him he has hit his limit, and Luck jolts in confusion only for her to call him a fool. If he keeps going, she asks, is he really that eager to hand his body over to the Demon King? Luck apologizes, shaken by how close his consciousness came to drowning. He admits that, as he is now, he cannot keep the Demon King in check, and if he lets that presence in, the consequences will be catastrophic. A nightmare image answers what that catastrophe looks like. The Demon King's form towering over the fallen battlefield, weapon blazing while everyone lies broken around him. Alraun warns that if this happens, there will be only one option left. Luck understands the price before she finishes. If the Demon King takes him over, Alraun would need to kill Luck along with him. But Alraun refuses that gamble, because if the Demon King outlives Luck's will by even a single microsecond, his revival is assured. And there is one more brutal truth. If Luck dies here, who will defeat the true ancestor? Alraun steps forward between Luck and the enemy, declaring that Mom will take care of things now. Her words pull Luck back to childhood. He remembers himself as a small boy standing in the long shadow of the Black Witch, realizing with painful clarity that he has always been protected by her overwhelming presence. Yasha snarls that the traitor thinks she can simply walk in and take over. But the true ancestor's attention shifts to Sluck, and Alraun quietly asks him for a promise. Alraun smiles, warm and terrifying all at once, and tells Luck to promise he will do his homework, and do it properly. Then she turns her back on him and orders him to go. Luck launches away in frustration, realizing the request sounds like a final order. His face tightens as the thought hits him. This sounds like a last request. Yasha tries to chase him down, raging that she will not let him run. But a massive pattern cube drops from above like a divine trap. She looks up in disbelief, demanding to know what the hell it is. The cube slams shut around Yasha, cutting off her charge in a lattice of magical restraints. She howls at the insult, calling Alraun a contemptible fool and thrashing against the prison. Alraun stands calmly beside the towering construct, and tells Yasha not to flail thoughtlessly. She identifies it as Magic Construct Mark Dry, a wizard killer, with automatic defenses, enhanced attack, and enhanced speed, then tells the trapped vampire to sit still like a good child. With Yasha contained, Alraun turns her attention to the remaining threat. Another enemy seems to have followed Luck, but she decides that one can be left to him. Then she steps toward the true ancestor and invites him to indulge her. The true ancestor answers with a faint, unsettling smile. Behind him, dark beasts of shadow gather like hounds of disaster, while Alraun faces him alone with her staff lowered and her robe unmoving in the storm. The true ancestor's smile deepens, and at that exact moment, Luck and Diego race through the forest path far away. Luck senses something and turns, realizing they are not alone. Diego calls out, "Over here," drawing Luck's attention as both of them stop on a slope overlooking the land. Something strange stretches below them, and Luck can only stare, saying, "This is The view opens into an enormous magic formula carved across the landscape itself. Luck recognizes it at once as ancient magic. Yet the pattern is unfamiliar, and even as the Beastkin boy catches up, Luck understands he has never seen anything like this before. Luck finally understands Alraun's so-called homework. She placed her hand on this formula because deciphering it may be the only hope he has of reclaiming his original body. The realization makes him snap. She was telling him to decode this while a battle for the world is happening. Below, the distant fighting flashes through the sky. Luck looks up and grits his teeth, wondering how long this is supposed to take when every second may decide whether Alraun survives. Shia, Diego, and the prince react as an impact crashes down nearby, and a massive bird-like shadow rises from the blast. The ground shakes under another thunderous arrival. Diego clicks his tongue. One of the four nobles has followed them. The long-haired noble descends through the air, with a clawed, monstrous bird construct tearing into the ground below. Luck shouts for it to stop, but the bird scrapes its talons across the massive formula, threatening the very clue he needs. Its tail and claws drag through the sacred pattern, while Luck realizes the enemy understands exactly what matters. The vampire noble smirks, reading Luck's reaction perfectly. If Luck needs this formula, he says, then the answer is simple: destroy it. The bird crashes again, and Luck charges to stop the damage. Luck cries out in panic, "Damn it, no." Then a hand reaches into the field of magic, and a familiar voice calls Duro's name as a new figure enters the fight. A giant bird construct is captured in mid-air. Duro stands with a sharp glare beside Lord Castaigne, who declares they will take it from here. The battle shifts at once. If the enemy has taken that form, then the Castaignes are finally stepping in. Lord Castaigne and Duro appear in full, refined and dangerous, cutting across the battlefield like reinforcements from a different age. Their name rings out with authority: Castaigne. The focus shifts to Philly, who stands before a classroom chalkboard and wonders aloud why she began studying alchemy in the first place. A student suggests that a woman of her stature must have had some specific interest that sparked it. Philly admits she was only a child, so she does not remember exactly. She believes it began with a private tutor her father hired. When the listener asks if the tutor taught sorcery, Philly quickly denies it, saying it was just ordinary studies. But she also admits the woman was an amazing teacher. That teacher taught her science, history, linguistics, and even the ancient tongue, calling it the language of power. Philly loved reading so much, she strained her eyes, until one day she found one particular tome in the ancient magic language, an alchemy grimoire. Back in the present, she feels a memory almost within reach, but not quite. Alraun raises her staff, and the sky itself twists into a towering spiral. With a single calm motion, she tears open the battlefield around the true ancestor, surrounding him with a storm no ordinary creature could survive. The true ancestor sends shadowy beast shapes surging in, but Alraun sweeps them aside with brutal precision. One vortex swallows a wolf-like minion whole, another grinds through the battlefield, and she stands between the black maws as if she is conducting a lesson. Her magic coils around the enemy's summons, cutting off their movement and shutting down their escape. Then Alraun looks straight at the true ancestor and says the cruel part aloud. His dear minions are now beyond his call. The true ancestor studies the massive barrier in front of him and realizes what she has done. That wall is not merely defending her. It is sealing his shadow, locking away the very power he should have been able to command. He understands the pattern now. Alraun has not landed one true attack on him. She has only sealed his abilities, one after another, as if she has no intention of hurting him at all. And that makes the question even more unsettling. What is her real game? Far away, the ground erupts again, and the ancient formula is almost torn apart under the impact. Leafy shouts for the destruction to stop, furious that the battlefield keeps carving up the very clues they need. Lord Castaigne steps in with his cane and tells the great sage not to worry. The ground, he says, is already under the effect of his rule, and the damaged magic formula is frozen in place before it can be ruined further. Castaigne spreads his wings and rises, telling Luck to leave this to him. His title hangs over the battlefield like a verdict. Closer, Castaigne of suspension. Luck scratches his head, embarrassed to admit he never expected to be bailed out by a vampire. Then he snaps back into focus. Since Castaigne is buying him time, he cannot waste this chance. Luck thrusts both hands forward and activates learning. His eyes sharpen as he tries to read the spell, but Leffy immediately warns him that learning only works on magic that is currently active. This ancient formula is different, so he will need to record it another way. The enormous spell structure spreads across the sky and the ground like a second world drawn in runes. Luck begins copying it down in his mind, knowing this is not something he can rely on a simple analysis spell to solve. But Vadevoice is not willing to let him finish. He reaches toward the suspended formula, only for Castaigne to intercept him. A clash erupts in midair, and Castaigne calmly apologizes, saying Vadevoice must deal with him first. Vadevoice recognizes him with cold familiarity. Castaigne. Castaigne answers by calling him an old friend, but there is no warmth in it. Vadevoice cannot understand why he would defy the will of the true ancestor, and Castaigne replies that he cannot see their place in the future the true ancestor seeks. Vadevoice mocks the rebellion as futile and demands to know why Castaigne would drag Lady Duro into it. Castaigne's answer is simple. Duro may live however she chooses, and that choice belongs to her alone. That is when Duro herself enters the fight, blade raised and fangs bared. She roars for Donzanoff Boyansky to wake up, calling the sleeping dingbats into action. At her command, monstrous bat-like familiars burst forward, skeletal faces snapping open as they swarm the battlefield. Duro stands over them with fierce pride and orders them to take the enemies down. Luck takes full advantage of the opening, the ancient spell blazing across his palms as he gathers every detail he can. His luck turns almost absurd. The entire formula is literally in the palms of his hands. He turns to leave, saying he can decrypt it later, but Diego stops him at once. Taking the prince to safety comes first, because the true ancestor is after him. The small dragon gives a tense thumbs up, and the group realizes their priority cannot be Alraun right now. Luck hesitates, thinking of Alraun still facing the true ancestor alone. But Diego challenges him directly. Does he really think he can face the true ancestor and win? And besides, is the witch not supposed to be his enemy? Luck admits there were times when she was. He looks toward the storm with a troubled expression, then answers the part that matters more. Even through all of it, she never stopped being his mom. Back in the battlefield, Alraun faces the true ancestor as an infinity-shaped light forms before her. The spell blooms into a brilliant seal, and the name of the technique appears like a sentence. Dimensional prison. Yasha stares in disbelief. Alraun has cleaved through space-time itself, all the way to the sixth dimension. Even one dimension should take a year to break through, yet Alraun has carved far beyond that in a moment. The prison expands into a massive vortex overhead, sealing the true ancestor inside. But Alraun watches closely as a crack forms from within, realizing with chilling calm that he may simply break through from the outside. Inside the dimensional prison, the true ancestor strains against the layered space, his body pressing through the distortion. The seal groans and fractures as he forces himself toward freedom. Yasha trembles at the sight. The power pressing against the prison is overwhelming, so vast that even Alraun appears tiny by comparison. For a moment the battlefield feels like it belongs to a god. Alraun's thoughts turn inward. Luck's voice, calling her mom, echoes in her heart, and her expression softens for the first time in the middle of this impossible fight. Memories and present overlap. Alraun standing alone with wings of light and shadow behind her, Luck's voice repeating that one word, Mom. The title she denied, the bond she twisted, the truth she could not erase. Then the true ancestor appears beside her, asking if she is Luck too. Alraun reaches up to his face and answers, right prison, but her fingers slide toward the eye she once gave Luck. In one brutal motion, Alraun tears the eye from the true ancestor's face. Blood scatters as she declares she is taking it back, the eye that once connected her to Luck. The true ancestor screams, and the word Mom warps into a monstrous roar around him. His godlike body convulses as the stolen eye is ripped away from the vessel. Sensing something, Luck and the others turn to flee. Then Luck freezes mid-stride, alarm flashing across his face as something reaches for him from beyond the battlefield. Luck feels it clearly now. Something is reaching him. Diego and Leffy turn back in confusion, calling his name as he stands apart from them, pulled toward a connection only he can hear. Above them, a gigantic eye forms in the storm, rumbling over the forest like the gaze of a god. Leafy looks up in terror and asks what it is, while Alraun's silhouette watches from below. The answer comes with her name. Leffy hears it from the wind and Alraun appears before her, thanking her and saying she is glad they had this final chance to meet. The air begins to empty around Leafy, leaving her stunned as Alraun's presence slips away. She can only whisper, "What?" while the farewell gathers speed. Luck is drawn into a white space where Alraun stands behind him like a memory made flesh. She calls his name and he turns, realizing he is no longer on the battlefield. Alraun tells him she wished she could see everything through to the end, but she can go no further. Fighting the true ancestor has made the truth clear to her, and Luck's face tightens as he asks what she means. She explains the horror plainly. The true ancestor's power exists beyond understanding. He destroys more than the body and mind. He erases existence itself. If he strikes her down, she will vanish even from the memories of everyone who knew her, and Luck will soon forget she ever existed. Luck rejects it instantly, shouting that it is impossible. She is the Black Witch. She is invincible. But Alraun only smiles gently and says there are rules that govern even this world. Behind her words, the image of a divine winged being appears. Alraun tells him the only thing that can so much as scratch a god is the power of a god, then pauses, because even that truth has one painful exception waiting behind it. Luck stands frozen beneath the vast swirling sky, staring up at the place where Alraun and the true ancestor were locked in battle. High above, two figures hang in the center of the vortex, one already crumbling, one holding her close. Alraun's body breaks apart in the true ancestor's arms. Blood spills from both of them, cracks spread across her face, and the black witch who seemed untouchable begins to dissolve before Luck's eyes. A broken sound escapes Luck's throat. Then the truth hits him all at once, and he screams the only word that matters, Mom. The light bursts outward. In the quiet room of Alraun's hidden home, her chair sits empty before the window, as if the person who belonged there was never there at all. The memory collapses backward into childhood. Snow falls through the forest as young Luck stands beside Alraun, then turns to find only empty trees and drifting white where she had been. Her face appears one last time in memory, smiling softly as she calls his name, Luck. Then the sky goes dark with warped noise, and someone nearby looks up, startled by something they can no longer place. The vortex over the mountains fades into a shower of vanishing light. Luck drops to his knees beneath it, his sword hanging at his side, staring at the sky where Alraun has just disappeared. A tear falls before he even understands why. Luck lifts a shaking hand to his face, confused by the grief pouring out of him, and whispers the impossible question, why is he crying? He stands in the clearing with the others behind him, hollow-eyed and lost. Something has happened, something terrible, but the memory has already been ripped away. Leah asks if something is wrong, and Luck tries to dismiss it, only to stop himself. He knows something is missing, something important, but no matter how hard he reaches for it, the shape of that loss will not return. Then another fear cuts through them. Where did the true ancestor go? A tiny figure in an enormous witch hat suddenly stirs beside Luck, and Leah notices her at once. The child mumbles under the brim, and Luck turns in confusion, unsure where this strange girl came from. The girl looks up and reveals she expected this outcome. She had left precautions in peace, and when asked whether she knows Luck's foster mother, she says no, because that memory no longer exists. Then she decides she has no choice but to explain from the beginning. With a bright, almost theatrical smile, the little witch introduces herself as Alraun Beta, a clone of the Black Witch. Alraun Beta explains the horror plainly. The true ancestor erases his victims' very existence, stripping their memory from everyone who knew them. But the original Alraun had prepared countermeasures, and one of those countermeasures is standing right in front of them. Alraun Beta herself. Luck falls silent, while Leah and the Beastfolk boy look shaken. When Luck asks what those countermeasures actually mean, Beta insists the original Alraun was not afraid of being erased. Her real fear was something else. Beta looks up at Luck and says it clearly. Alraun's only fear was losing him. Every countermeasure she left behind exists to help Luck fight the true ancestor. Beta points to the glowing formula still held in Luck's hand. That, too, is something Alraun left for him, the sole method she derived that can best the true ancestor. But there is one brutal problem. Alraun was too slow. The formula is not complete. Alraun Beta smiles with the same terrifying confidence as the original and delivers the assignment. Finishing the formula is Luck's homework. At that moment, Luck's right eye crackles with light, and another memory begins to force its way back. A blurred image of Alraun returns, faint, damaged, and almost impossible to hold. Beta explains that Alraun gave Luck her right eye, and that eye may allow him to see beyond the material world. Luck grits his teeth as the pain and memory collide. Luck clutches at the gap in his heart, furious and terrified. Why can he not remember someone who was clearly so important to him? Leah and the Beastfolk boy flinch as his anguish breaks loose, but then Beta's voice cuts in with a promise. It will be all right. Philly's voice suddenly comes through the communication bracelet, desperate and clear. She remembers her. Luck jolts, recognizing Philly's voice, while at the Water Dragon village, Philly and Golan speak through the bracelet under urgent pressure. Philly explains that long ago, Alraun was her tutor. The memory remains in her, and that means Alraun has not disappeared completely. She can remember Alraun in Luck's stead. Luck absorbs that single fragile miracle. The sky churns overhead, and with a quiet, exhausted breath, he finally understands. Someone still holds the missing piece. A new distortion gathers in the heavens, swallowing the sky into a grinding spiral. Below it, a woman with a third eye opens her gaze, and the pressure of the returning calamity settles over the mountains. The black sphere expands like a hole punched through the world. Nasha rushes through the air toward it, while Lord Castan looks on in alarm and calls out to the true ancestor. Lord Castan recognizes that the contest is over for now. He tells the true ancestor it is good to see his power has not withered, then opens a dark gate and withdraws with the bearing of an old friend leaving the field. Duro answers her father with a furious yes, still perched on a monstrous bat-like familiar. Castan asks if she is unharmed, and the battlefield below shows the remains of the creature they have defeated, despite its maddening resistance. Castan says they should leave as well, uneasy about what comes next. Duro answers with a confident grin, but the gravity of his warning is unmistakable. They may soon need every ability they possess. High above, the black dimensional mass continues to churn, swallowing light and space as it grows. The battlefield has changed from a duel into a countdown. Yasha dives toward the distortion, dragging a dark eye-patterned cloak of power behind her. The winged woman asks if the true ancestor is inside, only for Yasha to wave it off. He suddenly shut himself in there, and none of them know why. Yasha admits she was definitely watching, yet cannot remember anything about what happened. Then she checks her remaining revivals and realizes 3 are gone. Someone killed her 3 times, and that someone has been erased by the true ancestor. The terrifying implication settles over them. The only one who could know the erased person's identity would have to be the true ancestor himself. But even the nobles have no clue. Whoever it was has vanished from memory almost completely. For one final heartbeat, the erased truth appears. Alraun's wings enfold the true ancestor inside a nightmare of divine flesh and bone, shielding Luck from a fate worse than death. Then even that image begins to crumble. Alraun's face breaks apart into fragments, her hand dissolving into light as the last traces of her existence slip through the cracks. The true ancestor emerges from the aftershock, his eye torn out and his body scarred by the battle. The godlike vessel that seemed untouchable now carries a wound that cannot be ignored. Yasha and the winged woman react in horror as the black sphere convulses. The true ancestor's rage shakes the sealed space, cracking the world around the vortex. The vortex lashes outward, tearing through rock and air. From below, Luck and Leah stare up in shock as the narration makes it clear. The true ancestor is raging. Duro appears in her restored adult form, smiling as if the timing amuses her. Luck recognizes both her and her father, while the skull warns that the true ancestor's current body contains too much energy to be worthwhile. If released, he could reduce this entire land to nothingness. The black dimensional mass keeps eating the isolated space, dragging chunks of earth and sky into its pull. At the current pace, the whole pocket world will be consumed by another dimension in mere minutes. At Water Dragon Village, Golan's voice blasts through the bracelet, ordering Luck to get the prince out immediately. Philly and the others listen in panic, as Golan identifies himself and reminds Luck of the stakes. This is the place Luck grew up. Luck turns his back to the others, dark power rumbling off him in waves. He grips the hex blade and makes his choice, clear he is not about to let the true ancestor do whatever he wants in this place. A huge teleportation circle opens beneath the group, light flooding the forest floor. Luck tells them that if things get too dangerous, they should use the teleporter and escape, then adds the part no one wants to hear. Do not worry about him. Duro immediately refuses to be left behind, declaring that she will accompany him. Luck launches away with magic circles underfoot, while Duro rushes after him, and the tiny Alraun Beta clings to Luck's shoulder yelling for her father. Behind them, the black dimensional wound devours the sky, ripping the pocket world apart as it goes. Kathy and the others watch the 2 figures disappear into danger, and the only thing left to say is that they are gone. Kathy admits she is worried for him. She has never seen Luck this furious before, and the fear is not just that he might lose a fight, it is that he might lose himself. Diego tries to calm her, pointing out that the little Alraun Beta tagged along too. Luck, already sprinting through the air, looks less than thrilled when Beta smugly perches on his shoulder and asks what exactly he is planning. Beta says she is doing nothing strange, only fretting over her boy like any mother would. Luck snaps back, demanding to know whose boy she means and why she is so tiny, but Beta fires right back. Only memories copied over to her, not power, so if he expects her to fight, she could die. Luck explodes, calling her dead weight and insisting she is not his mom. Beta scolds him for talking to his own mother that way, while the others at Water Dragon Village react through the communication link, realizing his temper has at least shifted away from blind rage. Golan says Luck has cooled his head, kind of. Philly understands why. Luck draws his greatest strength from protecting others, and Beta has forced him to protect something again. Even if that something is a powerless clone of the person he lost. Philly clenches her fist and asks Golan for a favor. Meanwhile, Luck and Beta ride the teleportation magic toward the collapsing battlefield, and back at the village, someone notices something with a startled, "Huh?" A massive black orb churns overhead like a sealed eclipse. At its center, the true ancestor floats above an arcane platform, wings spread, while Luck and his enemy lock eyes across the distance. Inside the warped space, a pale hand reaches towards Luck. The true ancestor speaks in a strange, distorted tongue, and Luck understands enough to answer with open disgust. "You false god." The true ancestor's remaining eye flares. He has been angered, and Beta immediately recognizes the danger. The skull ornament warns that he is coming, while Luck calmly admits he already figured that much out. A storm of dark blades erupts around Luck from every direction. He barely has time to brace before the barrage closes in, and the entire sealed space flashes with impact. The true ancestor watches from above, cold and almost bored, while Luck rushes in through the rain of attacks. Their gazes cross, and the distance between human and god vanishes in a breath. Luck thrusts the hex blade straight at the true ancestor, forcing his way through the dark spears. The attack reaches him, but the true ancestor raises one hand, staring as if the strike is more question than threat. Luck realizes the worst part immediately. He can hit him. The true ancestor asks why he is here, and Luck's dark power answers before he can. The demon king inside him rises laughing from the depths. The voice demands surrender, calling itself the conqueror of the dark world. Luck understands the trap. Every word the demon king speaks drags that buried consciousness closer to the surface, and he starts to panic. Beta suddenly chomps down on Luck's ear. The shock snaps him out of it instantly, and while the true ancestor looks on in silence, Beta yells that Luck walked straight into the trap. Beta explains what Luck has survived by sheer providence. The demon king is sleeping inside the sage himself. Then she scolds him for being reckless, because fighting the true ancestor at close range is exactly how the darkness inside him gains influence. Luck tightens his grip on the hexblade anyway. He sees no other path. If he wants to defeat the true ancestor, all he can do is channel magic through that dangerous blade and force his way forward. Back below, the others watch the sky rumble as Luck's fight tears through the air. Keitha hopes he returns quickly, but Prince Nemeth innocently questions her confidence, asking if dragons are weak. Keitha bristles at once, declaring herself the crowned wind dragon. Nemeth asks the obvious question: if she is that strong, why did she run from the vampires? The beastfolk girl jumps in, explaining that the prince's safety was their first priority. Nemeth accepts that answer with childish logic, telling Keitha she will win next time. Keitha puffs herself up and vows not to lose once she brings her full might to bear, only for the rumbling vortex to prove the danger is far from over. Yasha reappears with a gleeful grin, riding the storm as if it were a playground. She greets them like old friends and, thrilled that fate has brought them together again. The chapter title lands over the roaring battlefield, Divine Dragon Fist. Yasha stands grinning below the collapsing sky, while Keitha and the others realize another of the four nobles has come for them. The beastfolk girl demands to know what the four nobles are doing here. Yasha casually explains that the true ancestor is eager to wreck this place, so she figured she would snatch the prince before that happened. Then turns a mocking smile on Keitha's earlier claim about her full might. Yasha lunges with monstrous speed, begging Keitha to show her that full power. Keitha vanishes before the blow lands, and the others stare in shock as the wind dragon abandons her massive dragon form. Yasha whips around, stunned that Keitha is gone. But the answer is already in the sky. Keitha has shifted into human mode, trading size for speed as she streaks away from the strike. Nemeth peeks from the bushes and immediately gets blasted by the sight of Keitha in human form. Keitha, flustered but determined, insists she had no choice and throws on an outfit in a rush. Keitha lands with a glare, while the others rustle out of hiding. Nemeth, still red-faced and covering his eyes, stammers that she is a dragon, and Keitha snaps that she will only need a moment. Now properly armored in human form, Keitha declares she will face Yasha like this. Yasha is unimpressed by the wardrobe change, but Beta's tiny offhand warning says it all. Luck would be outraged otherwise. Keitha explains with perfect seriousness that appearing before others undressed is shameful human etiquette, or so she has been told. Yasha pauses, processes that, and chooses silence over argument. Yasha cracks her monstrous fingers, eager to crush Keitha whether she is big or small. Keith's face hardens. The jokes are over. If she hesitates now, the prince behind her is finished. Keitha trembles, asking what she is supposed to do. Yasha answers by summoning a massive shadowy fist overhead and screaming for her to die, forcing the wind dragon into her first real test. A memory of Luck cuts through the fear. He once told Keitha that what she lacked was not power but experience. Experience with combat, injury, and bloodshed. The word alone terrified her. Keitha admitted she could not bear pain, and Luck warned that fear of getting hurt would haunt any fight she faced. But the beastfolk girl cheerfully interrupted with the opposite view. She likes pain because it makes her feel alive, leaving Luck to file her away as an exception. Luck's lesson continues in her mind. Kathy is crowned now, which means she must protect those under her care. She cannot avoid conflict forever. Sometimes a leader must fake bravery until it becomes real. Luck even gave her the blunt reassurance only he could give. She is a great dragon with nearly impenetrable defenses, so anything that cannot kill her is basically just a scratch. Facing the giant fists, Kit repeats it like a vow. She will not fear, she will not falter, for she is the Wind Dragon crowned. Katha roars forward, smashing through the incoming blow with all the force of her title, and the battlefield answers with a thunderous crash. Yasha's body twists back together from almost nothing, flesh and shadow crawling into place in an instant. Katha reels, realizing the monster really did regenerate, while the explanation lands like a curse. This is wild speed, Yasha. If even one scrap remains, she comes back whole in less than a second. Before anyone can recover, another presence arrives. A long-haired vampire appears through a dark spatial distortion, and the air temperature drops instantly. Katha senses it at once. This pressure is beyond even a High Lord's force. The next of the four nobles has stepped in, Fieldmaster Vadevoy. Diego strikes first, slashing Vadevoy's with both blades in a clean crosscut. For one breath, it looks like he got him, and Kathy shouts in relief, but Diego's horrified face says the attack did not land the way it should have. Vadevoy is already behind him. Diego coughs blood as the vampire's hand tears through him from the rear, and Vadevoy calmly warns him to watch his back. Then he begins to cast Regen. A soft light gathers around Diego's wound. Kathy stares in shock as the spell closes his injuries instead of finishing him, and Vadevoy completes the chant with cold precision. Kathy unleashes her counterattack, calling on the spirits of wind to make Diego's blades as swift as squalls. Divine Thundergale wraps him in roaring currents, launching him into a speed that can finally challenge the vampire's space-time tricks. Diego surges forward, slicing through Vadevoy again and again, each slash cutting through the battlefield with blinding force. This time Vadevoy is driven back, forced to grunt under the pressure of Diego's wind-boosted assault. Yasha watches with a wicked grin, amused by the chaos. Then Duro arrives, light blazing in her hand, and Vadevoy turns on her with disbelief. Duro Castaigne too would oppose the Lord True Ancestor. Vadevoy snarls that siding with humans is foolish for a vampire. Duro answers with a sharp distinction. She has no intention of taking up arms with humanity. However, she finds it hard to believe the True Ancestor truly has the vampire's best interests in mind. Vadevoy insists it makes no difference, because all vampires are the True Ancestor's children and their future rests in his hands. Far below, the collapsing pocket world rumbles like a verdict over that loyalty. The clash explodes outward in a blinding flash. Vadevoy and Diego trade strikes inside a storm of wind and space, blades ringing again and again as neither side gives ground. Diego drives in with another burst, but Vadevoy twists the battlefield against him. Space folds like a mirror, redirecting the attack, and Diego curses as he realizes his own momentum is being turned aside. Tiny all-round Beta suddenly notices something terrifying. The enemy remembers the spell's name. Before Luck can process that warning, she leans in and kisses him, shocking him speechless. The kiss ends, and an ornate formula floods into Luck's awareness. Beta calls it a little gift from his mother and demands gratitude, while Luck explodes that she should not kiss him. Beta snaps back that it was not a kiss. She copied the structure of the magical formula directly into his brain. The copied formula manifests around Luck in massive eye-marked patterns and phantom hands circling him like a divine machine. Whatever all-round left behind is no longer just a clue. Now it is inside him. Something enormous starts forming above. Beta tells Luck to use Mirror, and when Luck protests that he cannot copy it with learning, she calmly reminds him that she already put the formula in his head for exactly this reason. Luck hesitates only for a second. The skull at Duro's chest urges him to act, and Beta tells him to give it a try. He thrusts out both hands just as the incoming force tears across the mountains. The blast races over the landscape like a line of judgment. Luck and Kathy stand braced as the attack carves through the sky, while floating debris and fractured terrain show just how little of this world remains stable. The black vortex tightens again, then a pale hand plucks a small ring of darkness from the air. The True Ancestor's power condenses with delicate, terrifying ease. Luck lifts his hand, stunned, and realizes he did it. Beta, perched on his shoulder, cheerfully praises him and explains that a mother's love and devotion are eternal. While Luck glares that calling a kiss devotion changes nothing, then a massive hand closes around Luck, trapping him in its palm. The True Ancestor's voice becomes childish and possessive, demanding one thing over and over. Give me. The True Ancestor's fist swings, and Luck barely keeps ahead of it on a magic platform. Even he is unsettled now. The enemy has suddenly become almost childlike, yet his power is still monstrous enough to crush everything around him. Luck reads the attack just in time. He calls out that it is coming from the front, shocking the skull voice. Because for a single instant, Luck has predicted the true ancestor's move. The hand freezes. Luck understands the limit at once. With the full breadth of this new rule, he can stop it for only one instant. But that instant is enough to hear the true ancestor roar, "Give her back." The true ancestor erupts with rage, screaming for his mom as divine wings flare behind him. Luck looks down and realizes the space below is breaking apart. Not good, this whole place is eroding. The ground and sky dissolve into a vast collapsing maw. The space itself is being eaten away, and while Kathy fights off reaching hands near Diego, the cratered world below crumbles into another dimension. Kathy is overwhelmed by grasping shadow hands, clawing at her from every direction. She screams as she is dragged down, and then her body vanishes into the eroding space. With a flash of wings, Sia snatches Prince Nemeth out of danger and flies above the grasping shadows. Below them, the collapsing land swallows everything in a roaring fall, and Sia's scream cuts through the chaos. Yasha and Vaidvois look on as the battlefield empties. It seems the others have been swallowed up, leaving only Sia and the prince visible in the air. Nemeth clings to her, shaken but alive. A splash erupts in a strange void-like sea, and Diego awakens in darkness, asking where he is. Through a narrow slit of perception, a childhood memory returns, Sia warning him to run. The memory sharpens. Young Sia trembles beside Diego, telling him to hurry and warn the village, while Diego remembers it clearly now. This is from his childhood, the day his mother died. He recalls the cause. His mother had been fending off vampire lords, and the place in the memory is where she fell. The face of a long-haired vampire lord looms over the nightmare like a scar that never healed. Sia orders young Diego to take another child with him and run quickly. The terrified children stare at her, and somewhere in Diego's buried memory, the command echoes like the start of everything he forgot. A realization strikes him. He knew Diego. He knew him from back then. His eyes snap open and the adult Diego finally wakes, face bruised and pressed close to Sia's. The reunion is immediate and violent. Sia headbutts him hard enough to send stars flying, and both of them clutch their foreheads in pain. Then she looks over and confirms it. This is definitely Diego. Diego and Katha stare up at a warped sky, realizing they are no longer in the normal world. Katha guesses they are in a space between dimensions, but then notices someone else has been dragged in too. Duro sits apart, battered and tearful, and Katha demands to know if a vampire knows how to escape. Duro snaps back that vampires do not know everything, then denies, crying even as tears stream down her face. The awkward argument softens when Duro admits the truth. Those were forgotten memories from when she was human. She dreamed of the mother she had lost. Keth quietly answers that she did too, and Sia, turned away, says she remembered her mother as well. Diego processes the implication with a grim stare. If Sia and Duro remembered their mothers here, then did Diego remember too? Katha lowers her eyes, then forces herself back to the crisis. They have no hope unless they find a way out. Duro corrects Kathy's guess. This is not simply a space between dimensions. It is inside the true ancestor's shadow, the place where his host of minions reside. Around them, grotesque monsters rise from the darkness, and the truth becomes unavoidable. They are surrounded with no clear escape. Inside the true ancestor's shadow, the horror becomes measurable. The monsters surrounding them number over 10,000. And yet even against that impossible swarm, Kathy refuses to give up, because Luck fought this same kind of battle for 10 entire years. The memory of Luck cutting through demonic hordes burns like proof. If he endured this alone, then Kaith has no excuse to collapse here. Watching her resolve sharpen, Yasha's face lights up with dangerous delight. Yasha agrees with a grin, and Kathy answers with action. She draws power into her fist, charges straight into the horde, and unleashes Dragon Fist with everything she has. The blow detonates through the shadow realm. Monsters are blasted apart in every direction, the ground churns like a whirlpool, and Kathy's strike carves open space in the middle of the endless swarm. The blast keeps rolling, flattening wave after wave of creatures. Katha stares wide-eyed at the destruction she caused, while Sia and Diego recognize a new presence entering the fight, Queen Leffy. Levi steps through the rubble, calm and radiant, carrying a rooster-like sacred creature in her arms. She raises a crystalline fist and declares that darkness is their specialties, then calls on exalted Gerberga to burn it away. Elsewhere, Luck faces the true ancestor's warped form as the enemy suddenly stops moving. The godlike vessel hangs in place, wings of light and darkness spreading around him, and Luck realizes something has changed. Across the collapsing terrain, eruptions tear through the true ancestor shadow from within. Vaidvois and Yasha stare toward the blasts, and Yasha demands to know why his shadow is exploding right now. Vaidvois can only guess. Someone inside is attacking it. Back inside the shadow, Levi drives her shining fist into the darkness again. Kathy watches in disbelief, asking who could possibly do something like this, as Levi launches another dragon fist into the surrounding monsters. The holy shockwave tears through the horde, scattering monsters like leaves in a storm. The entire shadow realm trembles under repeated impacts, each one blasting open more breathing room. Sia and Diego stare in awe as Levi keeps crushing the enemies with absurd ease. Kathy proudly explains that Levi was part of the hero's party, and not just that. She is Queen Leffy Leaner, also known as the Divine Dragon Fist Nun. Levi continues her assault, holy power blazing around her fist. The legend around her is almost unbelievable. A holy woman so powerful that people say the great sage might have returned from the war against the demons if she had stood beside him in the final battle. Duro stares, stunned by the words holy woman. The sight hits her strangely, but Levi is already rushing through the battlefield, smashing apart monsters with the same direct fury that made her famous. For one awkward second, the title Holy Woman collides with Levi's ferocious expression. Duro's flat reaction says everything. This is not exactly the saintly image she had in mind. Still, the results are undeniable. Levi and Gerberga clear the area in a single sweeping burst, leaving space around the group, and Levi casually congratulates her sacred companion for a job well done. But the monsters do not stop coming. They crowd the horizon in grotesque masses. Giants, beasts, winged shapes, and twisted things with too many mouths, while the holy light races across the ground toward them. Levi releases a massive radiant boundary that expands like a sun inside the shadow realm. Thousands upon thousands of monsters are swallowed by light, and the darkness buckles under the pressure. Duro braces herself as the shockwave reaches her. The light rips away the darkness clinging to this place, tearing open the black space that had trapped them. Diego and Key begin to understand the mechanism. The true ancestor's shadow exists as a space between worlds, so those who dwell here are beings of that space, and Gerberga's boundary-drawing cry forces those beings to stop existing in front of it. Sia clutches Prince Nemeth while the holy wave purifies the corrupted space around them. Vadevoy screams in denial as the very dimension beneath him is cleansed and stripped away. The purification drags everyone upward through the collapsing darkness. Vadevoy snarls as he is pulled free, and below him, the shadow realm breaks apart in a spiraling explosion. Levi raises Gerberga high like a sacred banner, while Kathy and Diego reappear behind her unharmed. Relief flashes across their faces as the impossible prison finally gives way. Sia appears safely with Nemeth, and Katha cries out in relief that they are unhurt. The prince calls her name, and for a brief breath, survival matters more than the battlefield around them. The true ancestor turns his rage on the woman responsible, but Duro corrects him with a sharp glare. It was not Levi alone, it was the Seraphowl. Even the true ancestor pauses as Gerberga flutters innocently in Levi's arms. Vadevoy's expression twists into calculation. The Seraphowl's blood, he says, would make a fine offering for the Lord True Ancestor. Levi's answer is instant and brutal. Idiot. Did he really think she would let him do that? Vadevoy scoffs, insisting that one holy woman cannot possibly stop them. Levi answers with a confident little smile. If one is not enough, then what about two? A second woman steps into view, calm, luminous, and unmistakably connected to Duro. The vampires freeze, and Lord Castaigne's voice breaks with shock as he asks what has become of Duro. Duro stands reborn in a radiant priestess form, explaining that thanks to Gerberga's cry, she has resumed a shape she never imagined she would wear again. The dormant holy power inside her has awakened after a century. The power answers her like a forgotten inheritance. A seraphic spirit spreads its wings above her hand, and Duro warns the enemies not to avert their eyes as a holy pillar descends around her. Luck looks toward the towering light in disbelief. At first he thinks it might be Levi, but then the truth lands harder. No, that holy pillar came from a priestess of light. Luck keeps fighting through the black mist, wondering if Duro's awakening is why the true ancestor's shadow is vanishing. Lord Castaigne admits he does not know, but the true ancestor is clearly agitated, and in the thick mist, Luck still cannot pinpoint him. Inside the true ancestor's consciousness, the divine vessel falters. The winged figure calls the situation incomprehensible, surrounded by shadows that should have obeyed him. His thoughts turn to Luck's original body. The human vessel he claims is already his. Yet the body still lets Luck exist, still resists him, and the true ancestor cannot understand why. Then the answer crawls up from inside the stolen body. Human memories. Faces from Luck's past, bonds carved into his very being. Thoughts and feelings so deeply engraved that even a godlike invader cannot fully overwrite them. The true ancestor smiles through the realization, calling it a miscalculation. While Luck and Alround Beta watch tensely, the dark mass beneath him begins to gather again. The black mist vanishes, and the true ancestor's form hangs openly in the air, power swelling violently around him. Luck understands the danger immediately. The shadow is gone, but the enemy is not weakened. He is concentrating. The true ancestor lowers his head, asking what is going on now as if the world itself has annoyed him. Around Beta's expression tightens. She has a bad feeling, because all that enormous power is no longer spreading everywhere. The energy that had been raging across dimensions has focused into a single point. The blast gathers into one blinding center, and the implication is terrifying. The true ancestor is aiming all of it at Luck. Around Beta says it outright. His animosity is directed at Luck. Luck bares his teeth and accepts the challenge. If the true ancestor wants to go, then he will go. Luck raises mirror, unfolding an enormous lattice of magic circles in front of him. A colossal reflective barrier takes shape between him and the concentrated blast, and the final collision begins. Luck realizes ordinary dimensional magic will only be nullified, so he changes tactics completely. If finesse will not work, he will answer with pure mass, summoning fragments of a dark planet and letting them fall like hammers through a sea of stars. The meteors slam into the collapsing space with catastrophic force. Across the battlefield, the true ancestor stands amid the devastation, watching the impact carve through rock and sky as if the world itself has become ammunition. The entire pocket domain rumbles under the strike. Below Cathay, Nemeth, Sia, Diego, and the others look up as the meteors detonate overhead. Then a glittering cube-like barrier appears, sealing them safely inside before the shockwave can swallow them. The mountains continue to groan and split apart, but Luck keeps his eyes fixed on the enemy. His allies remain suspended on a magic platform nearby, while the true ancestor stands alone on the shattered ground, utterly unfazed by a blow that would erase anyone else. Luck snarls for him to go to hell. The true ancestor only smiles back, fascinated by the body he stole, as if Luck's rage is nothing more than another interesting reaction in an experiment. Luck draws the line clearly across the ruined battlefield. He wants his body back. But the true ancestor flexes the stolen hand with a pleased smirk, saying he is only just getting accustomed to it. Luck adds the demand that hurts even more. He wants back the memories of his mom. The true ancestor begins to retreat, deciding to leave the place as it is, because the body itself demands that much. Then a vision cuts in, an elegant woman framed by flowers, addressed as Alraun and called a fine goddess. Luck's face tightens as a buried memory flickers, fragile but unmistakable. A memory of Alraun walking with a tiny Luck resurfaces, her voice calling his name. Luck stares as the image pulls at the emptiness inside him, then notices a strange vertical distortion forming in the sky and asks what the enemy is doing. The true ancestor vanishes, leaving only a fading whirl of power behind. Leah asks if he ran, but Luck understands it differently. He simply lost interest in them. Luck reflects that, one way or another, the true ancestor is taking on more and more human qualities. Leah then catches the earlier words, and asks what Luck meant by give back your body. Luck clenches his hand and promises to explain everything once they return. His body, and what they do next. And then comes the part he can barely say. A memory of Alraun holding him as a child blooms through flowers and light, and Luck admits there is something else he must explain too. His mom. Elsewhere, broken bodies and armored figures lie across a ravaged battlefield. Someone whispers that their memories came back, which can only mean one thing: Alraun is dead. The realization lands heavily amid the ruins. A group of robed and armored followers stands over the destruction, accepting what Alraun planned. If her death restored their memories, then it is time to find Master Luck. After the storm, life slows down. Luck sits on a wall beside a large dog, quietly drinking as the wind passes over him, trying to reclaim a normal breath after everything that was lost. From the wall, Luck looks toward a distant castle, and the story shifts to a military hall, where commanders discuss the campaign to retake Arknest. Their army has made contact with the Wind Dragons north of the border, and now they march south. The plan is laid out with cold precision. 30,000 noble troops and 20,000 knights from the 2nd Corps will retake the towns around the capital, while the 3rd and 4th Corps surround the capital itself and wait for the main force, plus 5,000 soldiers from Lingane, all by royal order. The smiling officer knows that order must have been a bitter pill for Marquis Godolph to swallow. Sure enough, the Marquis erupts in fury, smashing his desk and cursing the demand for military support as another one of that brat's schemes. His advisor urges restraint, warning that other nations are already lending aid and they cannot afford to stay out. But the Marquis keeps raging, until Diego appears, only to be shouted at for disappearing, ignoring orders, and leaving his superiors stranded. Diego coolly reminds him that the boss he has been looking for is standing right there. A dark-winged woman with a third eye materializes with a wicked smiles, and the room freezes as a far more dangerous guest makes herself known. The woman floats above the terrified nobles and introduces herself personally, Yasha of the Four Noble Houses, the top of the vampiric food chain. The humans can only stammer in horror at the name. Duro's trap unfolds. The nobles bow as Yasha strains against glowing holy bindings, snarling that she has been caught. Duro calmly explains the plan. They will let the spy think he is free until a new vampire reaches out to him. Yasha grumbles that at least she is cut off from Lord True Ancestor now, though he will probably smoke her if he ever finds her again. Still, she smirks and accepts her temporary usefulness, because for now Duro can move her however she likes. A tiny all-round beta deadpans that she can hear everything Yasha is thinking and will report it. Yasha instantly snaps, only to get smacked down like a misbehaving child while Duro wonders where the cursed shrew ran off to. Duro walks away with her attendants, the title Priestess of Light hanging in the air. Her expression is distant and unreadable, but the weight of the role she reclaimed is impossible to miss. Duro asks if the Beastfolk girl is meant to be her shadow. Sia answers carefully that it is hard to trust Duro completely for now. After all, Duro was a vampire until just last month, but she has no intention of deceiving her. Duro refuses to debase herself for having once been a vampire. She declares herself a priestess of light, and her goal is to bring humans and vampires to an understanding. Sia reacts fiercely, insisting that will never happen, but Duro does not care whether anyone believes it is possible. Duro says a merciful God would forgive such an aim, especially from someone born into both lives. Her first step is clear: liberate the land that once betrayed her, and walk toward Arknest not as a monster, but as a priestess. Back with Luck, the quiet break ends as the communication bracelet suddenly rings. Golan asks if he is ready to head back, but Luck instead hears Philly calling, right on schedule for their regular call. Philly checks in from the field, apologizing for leaving so suddenly and missing proper farewells. Luck reassures her she is on an important mission, while she reports that everyone is doing well, and that witness reports suggest their target has been active in many different places. Luck asks her to stay careful, and Philly answers with absolute confidence. Alraun invested in their strength for the fight against the True Ancestor, so he does not need to worry. Even the dog seems to offer its own quiet encouragement. Luck admits he wants to see the students again, and another small voice promises to bring his dear pupils home safe and sound. But then his expression softens, because what he really wants most is to see Philly again. Philly blushes on the other end of the call. Luck says there is so much he wants to talk about, while the wind carries leaves across the wall where he and the dog sit alone beneath the distant castle skyline. Back in the forest, Philly's companions immediately notice her reaction and ask what Luck said. Philly panics so hard she can barely answer, insisting there was nothing in particular, then quickly changes the subject to the missing pair, Celis and another companion. Those two have gone to investigate something nearby. The forest grows quiet as they follow a troubling scent through the trees, and one of them identifies it with alarm: the stench of blood. They push through the foliage and find the source. The spirits are agitated for a reason. A massive hydra lies dead ahead, its huge body sprawled across the ravaged ground. Standing beside the corpse, they realize this was no ordinary hunt. Hydra blood is a deadly poison, and even one of these monsters should be terrifying in person, but this one was killed by a fatal blow in a single strike. The distant roar echoes across the borderlands, and the absurdity hits them. A hydra, right on the edge of Arknest. What in the world is happening there? One companion immediately wonders if they can collect some blood to take back, only to get yelled at for not listening to the warning. Still, the thought lingers. Maybe that dangerous sample would make Nia very happy. Meanwhile, at the Water Dragon Castle, a small Beastkin girl sneezes hard, and insists she is fine because Beastkin do not catch colds. Leah checks on her with concern, while Prince Nemeth is treated with careful hospitality, though the boy protests that with war coming to his empire he should be out leading the charge. At Water Dragon Castle, Prince Nemeth tries to sound every bit like an emperor, declaring that if his siblings are gone, the throne falls to him. Leah praises his spirit with a smile, but then her tone turns terrifyingly gentle. He is welcome to treat their home as his own, she says, as long as he stays hidden and never even thinks about leaving. Nemeth immediately shrinks under that pressure, answering with a frightened, obedient okay. Leah beams as if nothing happened, thanking him for understanding like the proper heir to Arknest's throne, while the tiny Beastkin girl nearby notices exactly how smoothly her sister hooked him, line and sinker. 1 week earlier, Luck had made the request that led to this. He asked the Water Dragon side to safeguard the second prince, explaining that the World Gate had to be protected, and Nemeth kept out of the enemy's hands. After losing Prince Charles, they reached out to the Beastkin as well, making absolutely sure the child would stay safe. Leah agrees on one condition. If she does them this favor, everyone present must give her their autograph. The proud water dragons swarm forward with papers in hand, and Luck can only stare in exhausted disbelief as even one of the dragons asks for a signature of his own. Luck's patience drains away while the autograph chaos continues, and the report wraps up with almost insulting casualness. Margaret's account is complete, leaving him with the grim conclusion that there is still no proof the Lingane royal family itself is involved. Back in the meeting room, Golan reasons that the ambassador may be acting alone, but either way, the group needs to keep watching. Luck shifts the topic to Philly, and a formal note identifies Margaret Morton Schmidt as the current Lingane Mendirival ambassador plenipotentiary. Another linked party reachable through the communication bracelet. Luck says Philly sounded close to finding them. Golan grumbles that he still does not know how to feel about her running off on that search. Then Philly herself bursts into the conversation, asking permission to leave on a short excursion. Golan nearly explodes at the request, but Philly explains that Alround had prepared Luck's apprentices to take over once she passed. They do not know where to find Luck, so Philly insists she has to retrieve them immediately, and then runs off so fast the others barely have time to react. Golan admits he at least arranged escorts for her on short notice, but she did not even wait for everyone to return before leaving. Behind him, the hurried group of escorts stands ready, including young adventurers and a dog, all swept along by Philly's sudden determination. Golan reads Luck instantly. All that eager energy is for Philly, he says, and Luck's face gives him away. He warns Luck not to do anything stupid because he remembers the exact kicked puppy look Luck had when he came back and heard Philly was gone. Luck denies everything a little too hard. Alround Beta quietly sips from a mug, then asks if he has a thing for Philly. Luck blushes, insisting he only wants to talk to her because she remembers so much about Alround. Beta points out the obvious. If Luck wants answers about his mother, she is standing right there. Luck snaps that Beta is always too cryptic to say anything important, but she only smiles and promises to explain everything once all the relevant people are gathered, and that means waiting for Philly to bring back the missing pieces. As the conversation turns outward, a distant explosion erupts near a fortified city, proof that Philly's trail is already leading into trouble. A monstrous mountain golem rumbles through the streets, chained and towering over the town like a walking fortress. Its massive limbs smash buildings apart, and the impact shakes the city block by block. Philly's escorts recoil in shock, identifying the thing as a mountain golem, and a massive one at that. The beastkin girl urges them to move quickly, but before they can form a plan, panic breaks through the group. The fox-eared escort tries to push the white-haired swordswoman forward, shouting that foes powered by darkness are her specialty. But the swordswoman refuses in tears, repeatedly saying no and admitting she cannot do anything against that beast while the golem looms over them. The golem swings down with crushing force, and both girls scream in pure terror as its huge hand tears through the street. Their earlier confidence collapses under the shadow of something far beyond a normal monster. Then the golem is hit. A violent blast tears into its body, sending debris and dark fragments spraying across the ruined city, while the two girls freeze mid-scream. Another explosion punches through the creature, and a huge section of the mountain golem bursts apart. Its body begins to collapse in chunks, raining blackened rubble over the streets. The girls stare in disbelief as the golem crumbles, only for a new figure to descend through the falling debris. A tall, armored swordswoman lands among the wreckage, calm and imposing, her cape and braid whipping in the aftermath. The armored woman drops straight in front of them, and one of the girls realizes from the voice that their rescuer is a girl. But the relief lasts only a second. More enemies are already coming, and the new arrival tells Yumiel to clear out the riffraff while she finishes the big ones. Above the battlefield, a fierce spellcaster with a staff gathers ornate magic circles around him. With a sharp grin and a single word, "Bye," he opens a swirling spell over the clustered monsters below. The spell detonates across the city like a rain of bullets. Philly recognizes the magic and can barely believe it, while the blasts hammer the monsters from above in a devastating barrage. The mountain golems still endure, their broken bodies steaming and dripping darkness as they rise through the attack. The fox-eared girl gasps that they are still alive, just as another impact slams into the ground nearby. The armored swordswoman faces the towering survivors without hesitation. The ruined giants loom in front of her, half melted and still monstrous, but she tightens her grip on her sword and prepares to engage them head-on. Elsewhere in the devastated street, explosions continue raining down as the spellcaster keeps firing. The chapter title arrives over the chaos. Disciples, Part 2, and the battlefield makes it clear these are not ordinary students. The barrage intensifies into a full bullet rain, blast after blast slamming into the monsters while the spellcaster stands untouched amid the magic circles. The city trembles under the repeated impacts. Smoke and debris whirl around the armored swordswoman as she smiles with fierce confidence. Nearby, the two rescued girls can only call it incredible while more monsters pour into the street ahead. A monster lunges, but a magic barrier flashes into existence, stopping the attack cold. The fox-eared girl realizes the swordswoman can use magic too, and the armored fighter's glowing eye locks onto the next threat. The armored swordswoman answers with a sweeping strike. Her blade carves a vortex through the monster ranks, shredding the dark creatures apart and scattering their remains across the ruined avenue. She lands in the center of the cleared street, steady and composed, while the wind from her attack circles around her. In the distance, the castle still rumbles, hinting that the real source of the disaster lies deeper inside the city. The spellcaster points toward the dark castle and says the boss must be there. The fox-eared girl calls him weird for saying it that way, but he only grins and asks the ladies if they want to come see the boss with him. The two girls stare back, weighing the offer. The fox-eared one declares that of course the brave priestesses came to liberate the town, and the spellcaster laughs at the big talk before warning them that joining is at their own risk. When he asks if his big sister is sure, the armored swordswoman answers that these two are no ordinary travelers. They look capable of handling themselves, so the group moves on through the broken streets together. They follow the trail of destruction deeper into the town, passing shattered buildings, dead monsters, and abandoned carriages. The castle looms ahead, while the aftermath of the disciples' battle smokes behind them. Seeing the devastation, the escorts realize this must have been done by Locke's disciples. One of the girls awkwardly wonders whether she still has the right to call herself his disciple too, but another companion cheerfully insists she is strong, and still his #1 disciple. Before they can leave, armored knights block the road. The white-haired swordswoman recognizes them as Mendarival knights, and their captain warns that although the group does not look like monsters, what they say next will determine how they are handled. Philly steps forward and calmly asks them to wait. She explains that they are only passing through in search of a few people, and that is all they want. The captain listens, but his grip on his weapon tightens as he asks who anyone could be looking for in this god-forsaken hellhole. Before tension can snap, another soldier calls out that someone slew the beast. Philly answers that those people are exactly who she is searching for, and the captain's suspicion shifts into reluctant attention as she asks him to tell them everything he knows. The group reaches the massive castle gate, its dark towers rising above the ruined city. As wind and ash sweep past them, the fox-eared girl looks up with a nervous stare, knowing the answers they came for are waiting somewhere beyond those walls. Inside the castle, the search party pushes through a grinding door and steps into a nightmare. The hall beyond is filled with hanging corpses and half-drained bodies, all suspended inside a web of warped space, while the armored disciples advance with weapons ready. The truth is uglier up close. These victims were not soldiers in a glorious battle. They were stragglers left behind and fed on by vampires. Sia's anger boils over as she calls them blood-sucking monsters, and Duro's dream of peaceful coexistence suddenly looks painfully distant. A sound tears through the chamber. Sia and Duro snap toward it as a malformed vampire stirs among the corpses, its face twisted, its tongue hanging loose, and its empty eyes locking onto the intruders. The creature snarls at the trespassers, demanding to know who dares disturb its chambers. The smaller disciple immediately identifies it as a High Lord, but the calm swordswoman only clicks her tongue. They are not here for some shrimp. They are hunting the big catch. The High Lord lunges, furious at being mocked by a human. It drops from above like a blade of rotting flesh, but the disciples shift without panic, ready to intercept the attack before it reaches the others. The vampire tries to test Sia's speed, taunting her as a quick little thing. Then it releases its pressure, an oppressive curse that slams into the space itself, twisting senses and threatening to reduce its prey to helpless mice. The curse crashes down, and Sia is driven to her knees by the invisible force. The High Lord explains that its pressure poisons the surrounding space, leaving victims confused and weak. But Sia's eyes sharpen as she realizes something. The High Lord's confidence cracks. Somehow Sia still moves. She twists through the curse and closes the gap, while the vampire shrieks in disbelief, unable to understand why its spatial pressure failed to pin her down. Sia cuts straight through it. The High Lord's head and body rupture under her strike, and she calmly judges its pressure as nothing compared to what the 4 noble houses can unleash. With her blade lowered, Sia delivers the verdict. A vampire lord's head only needs to be split into 6 pieces to eliminate it. So now she asks the real question, how many pieces will this one take? Duro quietly raises a finger, gathering a bright spark of holy power. While the others brace themselves, she exhales with almost weary restraint, preparing to end the vampire her way. Holy sublimation floods the hall in brilliant light. The vampire's remains are swallowed by purification, its body burning away into dust, until only a fading scream and scattered particles remain. Shia says she already had it handled, accusing Duro of unnecessary torture. Duro answers by pointing to the hanging dead. This is what vampires do, this is how they live, and she cannot pretend to have much love for humans either. Shia snaps back that Duro has no right to lecture her, not when Sia has actually been put to death by human hands. The two glare at each other, priestess and beastkin both carrying wounds too deep for easy peace. A helmeted knight awkwardly tries to stop the argument, reminding everyone that the boss is probably this way. The smaller disciple smirks, sensing a true big shot ahead, someone who answers directly to the true ancestor. Shia and Duro fall silent, but the tension between them remains sharp. Whatever waits deeper in the castle is dangerous enough that even their personal clash has to be postponed. They move on and find another black stain of corruption smeared across the wall, then reach a grand staircase leading to a dark doorway. The armored disciple takes the lead and slams a hand against the sealed entrance. The door bursts open into a vast ruined hall. Across the broken chamber, two figures wait near the throne area, while the intruders stride forward into a space heavy with rot, power, and royal betrayal. A pale man lounging with a veiled woman notices them and looks down with bored contempt. He demands to know why commoners are intruding on the emperor and empress's chambers, ordering them to begone. The smaller disciple bares his teeth and calls him out by name, Wilfried, the traitor who killed his own lord and usurped the throne. Wilfried answers with arrogant calm, claiming legitimacy because he has taken Empress Charmelia as his wife. That name hits Sia like a shock. She blurts out in disbelief, and then the veiled woman reveals herself. Empress Charmelia standing alive before them, while another young royal, Prince Charles, also appears nearby. Sia cannot understand it. Charmelia greets her gently, and Sia asks why. Why is she here? Why was she not kidnapped? Charmelia denies it with a soft smile and declares that she is Emperor Wilfried's wife. Sia panics, asking if this is brainwashing, but Duro studies Charmelia closely and rejects that answer. She detects no compulsion. Charmelia is fully in her right mind, which makes the truth even worse. Wilfried embraces Charmelia like a trophy, and declares that her choice is her true desire. The disciples recoil, arguing that nobody gets to decide that for her. But the smaller one cuts through the hesitation. If she is siding with the enemy, then she can go down with them too. Sia immediately objects, because killing Prince Charles would help the enemy open the world gate. The smaller disciple insists they are making as much noise as possible so their master can find them, while the knight begs everyone to calm down for just one moment. Duro steps between the hotheads with a sharp clap. With a smile that does not reach eyes, she tells everyone to excuse them, then unleashes a teleportation spell beneath the group. Wilfried's face hardens as the light flares. Charmelia looks up at him anxiously, and in the center of the hall, a glowing magic circle swallows the intruders before the confrontation can explode. Wilfried swears to Charmelia that he will give his very life to defend her if he must. Then the teleport completes, in the throne room behind while the disciples are yanked out of the castle in a flash. The group reappears outside the city walls in a pillar of light. The smaller disciple screams in frustration that they were right there, while behind him one of the others simply calls Sia's name. On the ruined ramparts, Sia turns and finds familiar faces. Philly and Celis arrive with the search party, calling out to her in relief, while Duro lightly explains that they came looking for Luck's disciples. What a funny coincidence indeed. The smaller disciple is stunned. Duro asks if the master they hope to find is Luck, and when she says everyone here knows him for a fact, his shock only gets worse. Their missing master is not nearly as hard to find as they thought. The disciples react like Luck is a celebrity, but Philly clarifies the truth with awkward calm. It is less that he is famous here, and more that every person present happens to be personally connected to him. A Mendarival knight steps in, suspicion returning as he asks whether these people really defeated the monsters in town. From his perspective, the whole situation is already far too dubious to ignore. The smaller disciple challenges him, and the knight introduces himself as Baron Burningall, part of the Second Corps scouting force. With soldiers forming up behind him, he declares that the group is a risk to the main force's siege effort and will be taken into custody. The disciple waves the arrest off and says they are leaving, but the escorts panic. The knight refuses to let shady characters walk free, and the situation tilts toward another fight. Philly steps forward to stop it, insisting these women are people of interest to the crown and powerful allies against the forces of darkness. When the disciple asks how she could know that after only just meeting them, Philly answers with the one name that changes everything. She was also tutored by Miss Alroun. The armored disciple erupts with joy, practically dancing as he realizes Philly remembers their mother. Introductions tumble out. Philly, Kalika, Chellis, Lucira, while the group begins connecting the scattered pieces of Alroun's legacy. Baron Burningall tries to reassert control, placing everyone under arrest despite the increasingly crowded lineup of powerful allies. The escorts behind rubble sweat bullets, realizing this was absolutely not in the job description, but they still start preparing shields and cover fire. A young fighter steals himself, then flinches as the confrontation escalates. But before anyone chooses death over surrender, Philly stops them with a simple correction. No, their ride has arrived. A massive wind dragon descends over the city, wings carving through the sky and sending knights into panic. Kathy apologizes to Philly for the delay, casually greets the dragon form, and asks if she found the troublemakers, while the terrified soldiers realize they were seconds away from impeding the wind dragon crowned herself. The story settles over a hidden village, wrapped in waterfalls and forest wind, where Alroun's funeral has already been held. Inside the wooden hall, Luck thanks the villagers for honoring St. Luck's own mother, and the sheer fact that they accepted such a ceremony still feels astonishing. The village leader can hardly believe the truth. The rookie called Locke was really the great sage the whole time. Luck bows deeply and apologizes for using a false name, explaining that hiding things made it easier for him to act, while the Beastkin leader says being included among his trusted circle is the highest honor. But the leader immediately understands what that means for the war. If Luck no longer needs to conceal his identity, then their strategy is changing. Luck confirms it and asks for somewhere private enough to confer with King Eric and the Wind Dragon crowned. The Beastkin leader offers the hidden village freely, including its sacred grounds. Soon dragons descend toward the mountain sanctuary. A woman waves them in with a cheerful call, and the enormous winged bodies glide over the strange sacred tree as the gathering place fills with allies. On the patterned sacred ground, Luck checks on Leffy after her clash with the true ancestor. She insists she is perfectly fine, but Luck and Golan are not buying it. Luck points out she pushed herself too hard with those dragon fists, while Golan bluntly notes she is no spring chicken anymore. Leffy snaps that she merely needed to recover after colliding with the true ancestor. Golan then asks where the other holy woman is, the former vampire. The answer is immediate and awkward. Duro will not be participating for now, leaving Golan staring in confusion. Away from the group, Duro walks with quiet resolve. If joining the humans means siding with them in the war, she refuses outright. Humanity, she says, can make do without her. She makes it even clearer. She will not repeat herself. Sia watches her go with a troubled expression, caught between suspicion, anger, and the complicated truth of what Duro has become. Back with the others, Sia admits Duro will not be joining them. Before the mood can settle, someone screams Luck's name from nearby, and the calm strategy meeting instantly breaks. The source is pure chaos. A tiny girl clings to a massive armored figure, rubbing against her and crying that her mommy is adorable, while the poor knight begs to be released. Luck warns Yumil to let go before she crushes her, but the armored girl pleads to keep the cute little witch anyway. Kalika snaps that the armored thing is not their mother. Yumil, still hugging the girl, calls her big sis, and insists she cannot contain herself because of how adorable she is. Kalika loses patience completely and cracks her own fingers, furious that her sister is getting obsessed over literal leftovers. Kalika turns her anger on Luck, demanding that he do something about his mouthy little disciple. Luck freezes, baffled that this has somehow become his responsibility, while Kalika mutters that whoever taught Yumil after him must be the one who ruined her attitude. Then Kalika points straight at Luck and calls him a phony. To her, this young-looking man cannot possibly be her master, and she declares he is no master of hers at all. The accusation lands in front of a very unimpressed audience. Kalika calls Luck a fraud and challenges him to a fight, promising to expose him as a fake, while Golan quietly warns Luck he has a rowdy one on his hands. The older allies watch the outburst, but one of them suggests a practical angle. It would be wise to gauge the twins' combat ability. Harsh or not, they need to know how capable these disciples really are, especially if Sia's report is accurate. Luck exhales, then accepts the challenge with a grin. If they want to test him, he will play along, both of them at once. Kalika's eyes flare with fierce excitement, while Yumiel stands like an iron wall behind her. The twins are ready to prove whether their old teacher is real, or just another imposter wearing his name. Luck calls over to Darugo, asking if he can put up a barrier to prevent any real injuries if things get out of hand. Darugo admits he does not know if a barrier could contain St. Luck's spells, but the tiny witch shouts for them to start already. Luck only smiles and promises not to use anything too big. These two, he says, should not take too much effort. That careless confidence lights the fuse. Kalika grinds her teeth, power stirring around her like a storm, and her face twists into a savage grin as she prepares to make him regret every word. Kalika unleashes a raging spell, wind and force spiraling out around her while she dares Luck to eat his words. The pressure screams across the sacred ground before anyone can blink. Golan and the others recoil in shock. Kalika has thrown out a level 5 spell without even chanting an incantation. Luck, meanwhile, just sighs internally. Kalika has always been a hothead, and apparently that has not changed. Luck remembers finding the twins 13 years ago. 2 orphan girls he taught the basics of magic so they would have a chance to survive. He only spent a single year with them, but that year clearly left a mark. Then the memory turns to fire. 12 years ago, someone attacked, taking the twins home and lives in the same cruel blaze. That is all Luck can remember, only the ruins, the smoke, and himself collapsed in front of the ashes. Back in the present, Kalika hurls the spell with a scream. Luck raises a finger to his eye and activates Mirror, the distortion blooming like a black spiral as the incoming power bends. Kalika realizes the spell is being reflected back and yells in shock. She barely dodges as the redirected attack whips past, and Luck watches her movement with calm focus. Yumiel charges from the side, blade flashing. Luck catches the assault and immediately corrects her form. She has superior reach, so she should use it instead of rushing all the way in. Luck pushes her back with a compact burst, sending the armored girl tumbling across the ground while the tiny witch and the young woman nearby cheer and squeal. The moment Yumiel's blade clatters away, Luck's expression turns cold and instructional. A heavy spell booms across the barrier, and Kalika thinks she has him. But Luck's voice cuts through the smoke with a lesson. Do not use spells that hide your enemy. That only does the enemy's work for them. Before Kalika can react, Luck is already behind her, the flat of his weapon tapping her head with a sharp bonk. He warns her that once she is in it, her first instinct should be to counter, not talk smack. Luck levels his sword at Kalika and states the score with brutal clarity. That makes the 3rd time he could have killed her. He tells her the way she fights will only overcome high lords at best, because not every foe will fold under brute force, no matter how overwhelming that force is. Kalika trembles with tears in her eyes, then erupts. She knows that already, she screams, because that is how they were taught. They do not think, they just follow orders. Luck is startled by the raw pain behind the words. Alround Beta cuts in with the cold explanation. The twins were prepared as weapons for Luck to command. Kalika protests that this is exactly the impression she has been getting, while Beta adds that Alround deliberately avoided making them too smart, because strong children with grand ambitions would become dangerous. The reason becomes painfully simple. Alround wanted them eager to find Luck. Kalika snaps back that Beta has it wrong, but the contradiction already hangs in the air. Their reunion was never just sentimental, it was engineered. Kalika vents the real grievance. Luck should be around 40, not a teenager. Matmak's concept of an older Luck practically hangs over the conversation, while Luck protests that his current appearance should not even matter. Someone points out that Alround never seemed to age either, and Kalika grudgingly admits that made sense, because Alround was an elf. Luck asks if still doubts who he is, but Golan says the power makes his identity clear enough. Kalika continues sputtering about how wrong he looks, and Yumiel quietly concludes that Big Sis has a thing for older men. Luck and Philly freeze at that completely unexpected verdict. Kalika pouts, saying she had been ready for a heartfelt reunion only to get this letdown. The whole group falls into an awkward pause, the tension briefly collapsing into confusion rather than battle. Below the sacred ground, flames crackle in braziers as Alround Beta finally explains the deeper reason. Alround prepared backup for Luck in the battle against the true ancestor, Kalika and Yumiel, the twin disciples he took in 13 years ago. When asked why Alround staged their disappearance in the fire, Beta gives 2 reasons. First, Alround believed caring for them would hinder Luck's growth and keep him from reaching his true potential. The second reason ties back to Philly. 10 years ago, Alround became Philly's tutor and spent 3 years guiding her into alchemy, the same pattern, the same hidden preparation, another seed planted long before the true ancestor's return. Philly asks the question that matters. Why do she, Kalika, and Yumiel still remember Alround? Beta answers plainly. Alround knew the true ancestor might erase every memory of her, so she cut her own ties to selected people in advance, making them seeds left behind after everyone else forgot. Alround Beta drops the word like a bomb. Clone. Luck stares, stunned, as she explains that Alround did not rely on just one copy of herself. Across the ages, she used countless clones to steer history from the shadows. Powerful enough to cause damage and sometimes independent enough to become their own person, Beta gives them the example everyone knows, the Red Week of the Ebon Dragons. That calamity killed Galzen's king and countless others, and according to her, it began when one of Alraun's clones went rogue. Luck reels at the implication, while the veteran allies go stone-faced as the old disaster suddenly gets a new culprit. The answer is grimly simple. Yes, that clone still lives somewhere, and in the darkness of a ruined palace, a winged man arrives before the hidden woman and declares that, by his master's command, he has come to retrieve her. The clone herself rises from the bath with a smile that is far too amused for someone being hunted. She says it is a good thing, because she was starting to get bored. Back at the hot spring, the mood takes a strange turn. Yumiel is still bathing in full armor, and when someone gently tells her she can take it off, the answer is bizarre. She cannot. A curse has kept her stuck inside that armor for an entire decade. Celis assumes Queen Leffy could break a curse like that easily, but the explanation is more complicated. Item-bound curses are precise and intricate, and undoing them carelessly can cause terrible magical backlash. Even the thought of dismantling this thing piece by piece makes everyone hesitate. Then the problem solves itself with an absurd plunk. A small black-haired girl appears in the bath and cheerfully explains that the armor is actually comfortable, not stuffy at all, and that Alraun said it would automatically deactivate once its purpose was fulfilled. Everyone freezes. That armor was Alraun's handiwork, a gift from when Yumiel was little, and it even grew with her as she got bigger. The armor was not just protection. It was another long-term Alraun mechanism finally reaching its endpoint. Under the stars, the bath settles into awkward calm. Someone remarks that Alraun must have been quite the character, and Luck can only answer with a small, dazed agreement. Nearby, old companions sink into the water together, quietly remembering how long it has been since they shared anything this normal. The memories turn embarrassingly specific. Luck recalls that when Leffy first joined them, she had no sense of bathing privacy, and would strip down in camp to wipe herself off. The men desperately try to erase the image, but Golan makes it worse by mentioning that these days she walks around the palace naked. A long silence follows. Then one of the old comrades says what hurts most. Luck has not changed at all. Golan apologizes, insisting he was never suspicious, but the awkward truth lingers. After everything done to Luck's body, his friends are still searching for the same person inside. Earlier, Luck had told his former party the full truth. The true ancestor stole his real body, and this current body was grown from the Demon King's core over 4 years. Alraun suspected that terrible possibility, and meeting Luck in person confirmed it. The revelation left them speechless. Luck stands beside Alraun Beta, while the image of Alraun's back fades through drifting petals. Another reminder that even now, her plans continue moving after her erasure. Luck apologizes for worrying them, but Leffy cuts straight through the gloom. She slams into the bath and declares that he is still him. Whatever body he is piloting, he came back to them, and that is what matters. Golan explodes when Leffy barges into the men's bath, but she only laughs that she wanted to make the most of them all being together again. The others scramble, blush, and yell, while Luck is left awkwardly smiling at the chaos of the friends he fought so hard to return to. For a moment, that smile says everything. Then the group returns to the sacred platform, where a glowing transfer circle hums to life, and everyone gathers to head back from the hidden village. At the destination, Gerberga greets them first, carried by a young attendant who welcomes them back. Luck steps out of the magic circle with Golan and the others, returning from the hidden sanctuary into familiar halls. Luck asks Gerberga if anything happened while they were gone, but the attendant cheerfully says it was nice and quiet for once. The older allies decide to return to the palace, while someone asks Celis to lend a hand. Philly turns at the call, smiling with Gerberga nearby. Luck asks if he can borrow her for a minute, and although she looks surprised, she agrees. Soon, Luck brings Philly to a private tower room. Spread across the table is Alraun's enormous magical formula, the so-called homework left behind for him, and Philly recognizes it immediately. Philly is shaken by the density of the formula, saying even one tiny section is as packed as an entire grimoire. She cannot tell its purpose at a glance, and Luck admits the truth. This is supposed to be his only hope of getting his body back from the true ancestor. In the quiet that follows, Golan's earlier warning echoes in Luck's mind. He has to tell Philly everything about the true ancestor stealing his body. Not for romance, not for teasing, because she may be the best support he has where the others cannot help. Golan makes the point brutally clear. Alraun planned every detail like clockwork. If she set Philly up to help, then Luck would be a fool to ignore that support. So Luck finally asks the question he has been carrying. What was his mom like? Philly answers gently, remembering Alraun as a patient tutor who taught her ancient language, history, math, science, and above all, as a very kind soul. Then Philly adds one important caveat. Her other lessons were not nearly so gentle. The memory hits like thunder, as little Philly trembles, and Alraun's terrifying teaching voice roars over a failed magic formula. In the memory, Alraun scolds Philly for mishandling the Tumlug formula, reminding her that Tumlugs spent 40 years developing it. The punishment is merciless study, smacks included, and poor Philly cries and apologizes until the lesson finally ends. Philly admits she could cry all she wanted in that soundproofed room, but Alraun never stopped until she was satisfied. As strict as any teacher could be, she drilled magical education into Philly with absolute intensity. Luck, hearing this, suddenly remembers why even he never gave up on Alraun's lessons. Then Philly recalls the promise that kept her going. If she stayed diligent, then 10 years later the strongest mage on the planet would come to rescue her. And Alraun said his name would be Luck. Luck and Philly stare at each other, both realizing how directly Alraun connected their lives. Beta quietly retreats with a laugh, leaving the two of them alone, and declaring she leaves the rest to them, while Luck panics at how obviously he has been thrown into his own feelings. Luck tries to gather himself, but even the dog seems to apologize for dragging him through so much. Philly turns away with a soft smile and admits that for a while now she has ached terribly, caught by feelings she cannot stop. Alone in bed later, Philly finally names the truth to herself. She wonders why she fell for Luck so completely, then understands. These feelings have been in her heart for 10 years. Back in the tower library, Philly steadies herself and tells Luck not to worry. Whatever he has to confess, she will be there for him, and she will hear him out. Luck can only say her name, overwhelmed by the kindness waiting in front of him. Meanwhile, the Adventurers Guild continues its ordinary rhythm below a wide sky. Adventurers chatter and move through the hall, as if the world has not just been pulled into a war between ancient powers. At the counter, Ario and Ginny receive their E-rank licenses, beaming with pride. Golan immediately starts teasing, crowing that they are finally on his level, while the taller knight in black armor clatters nearby. Golan tries to force himself into their next quest, insisting they need to team up for D-rank work. But Ario, Ginny, and the guild clerk calmly ignore him once, then twice, leaving him yelling in disbelief while they discuss goblin extermination instead. Even when Golan argues that gathering quests still matter, the younger adventurers keep moving. He proudly offers himself as a big tough tank, and when Ario and Ginny mention needing one, Golan's face lights up like a man who just won the lottery. Celis steps in, promising she has their backs for a goblin hunt. Golan crumples into theatrical despair while someone quietly whispers Ario and Ginny's names, and after a brief confused exchange, the group heads out together. Out on the open plains, Golan is still shocked that Celis remains F-rank. Celis smiles weakly, saying she will get there eventually, while Golan jokes that he expected her to use connections to climb the ranks. She answers with bright determination. Not her. She is aiming to become the strongest F-rank out there. That confidence is interrupted by a grotesque roar from the dark. A massive goblin face bursts into view, far beyond an ordinary goblin, and the peaceful training quest instantly turns into a fight. A hobgoblin lunges into the battlefield, towering over them with brutal muscle and a club in hand. Golan screams in shock, reminding everyone that hobgoblins are D-rank, while Celis faces the monster head-on as it slams the ground hard enough to shake the plains. The D-rank threat instantly stops being a threat. Celis cuts the goblin lord down in one clean strike, leaving the others gaping as the monster crashes at her feet. Golan can only stammer that goblin lords are B-rank, while the rookie adventurers stare at the so-called F-rank girl who just flattened one like it was nothing. Celis plants her sword in the corpse and introduces herself with absolute pride. Celis Morton, Locke's #1 disciple, and the strongest F-rank in the business. The stunned boys do not even know how to respond to that kind of confidence backed by that kind of power. Night falls over the royal castle, and the focus shifts back to strategy. Inside, Golan asks for the status of the Arknest operation after the War Council, but the answer is grim. Sia has unsettled nearly everyone there. Wilfried is waiting for them, and after he wiped out 50,000 men, the army can no longer charge in blindly. Far from the calm halls of the castle, the enemy stronghold crawls with winged shapes. The plan will require dirty hands now. Inside the gloomy fortress, Wilfried sits in contempt, calling the place drab, until footsteps approach and he demands to know who has come before him. The answer arrives with a terrifying smile. A horned, third-eyed woman steps forward with a dragon looming behind her, and names herself Alraun, the true queen. She asks whether Wilfried has heard from the true ancestor, as if command of the battlefield were already hers to claim. Wilfried has no answer, and that only amuses her. Alraun calls the local chain of command a disaster, then calmly decides she will fix it herself. In her mind, that is what a queen should do. She points at Wilfried as if he were nothing more than a game piece. He owes his life to the true ancestor, she says, and she intends to make full use of him. Wilfried's eyes harden, but the balance of power in the room has already shifted. The narration pulls back to the Holy Empire of Arknest, the largest empire on the continent, 1,000-year power, and the center of Quphilinism, its influence spreading through satellite nations and faith alike. But the empire's history hides a cruel secret. Emperor Gelazad IV, at 50 years old, finally gained an heir, only for that child to be born a daughter. Her name, Charmelia, was changed to Charles, and the emperor forced everyone who knew the truth into silence while raising her as a prince. For a time, that deception might have had purpose. If the child had been cherished and prepared as crown prince, perhaps the lie could have become a path to power. But that future never came. 5 years later, the first consort bore the emperor a son. From that day, Charmelia's position collapsed. Her true gender was an open secret. Her mother had only been the second consort, and the palace gave her little ground to hold influence. Day by day, her presence faded while the new prince received smiles and attention. In a quiet garden, Wilfried finds the young Charmelia alone among the flowers and asks what she is doing. She admits she is picking them, then panics when he calls it too feminine for a commander to see. She explains that Nemeth is sick in bed, unable to go close outside, so she wanted to bring a little of the outside world to him. Wilfried is struck by her kindness, but he does not let sentiment soften the harsh court reality. He says he understands her gentle heart, yet tells her this behavior is unbecoming of an heir to the throne. By all rights, Nemeth should wear the crown, and that simple truth hangs between them. Charmelia accepts it with a painful calm. She only wants to support Nemeth as his sister, as his family, if the palace even allows her that much. Wilfried is shaken by how young she is and how much resignation she already carries. He nearly cries for her, but Charmelia tells him not to. If this is what she was born for, then it is a duty she will fulfill. And despite everything stolen from her, she says she still has pride in that, if nothing else. That resolve breaks something open in Wilfried. He kneels before her, lowers his sword, and declares that as commander of the knights, his flesh is sworn to his majesty, but his soul belongs to her alone. Even if his body crumbles to dust, he vows his soul will remain to protect her. Charmelia clasps her hands and thanks him, her face soft with relief. That day becomes a memory Wilfried can never escape. Years later, Wilfried does return to keep his promise, but by then his body is already dead. Nothing more than a corpse dragged forward by a will too stubborn to vanish. Charmelia remembers the terrible truth. He kept his promise, but that promise became a curse. Her own weakness, her own sin, transformed Wilfried into a monster, an oath so absolute it twisted him beyond death. Even so, she remains by his side. Whatever waits ahead, even if it is nothing but tragedy, Charmelia has resolved to stay with Wilfried until the very end. Elsewhere, armored soldiers look out toward the distant castle, after 2 full weeks of standing by. Nothing notable has happened. No surrounding units have reported in, and the silence is starting to feel wrong. A small noblewoman answers the obvious question before anyone can dismiss it. The reason is the dark dragons. The soldiers turn, suddenly recognizing her from that strange group they met before, while she dryly wonders if that is really how they remember her. The soldiers demand to know why she is here, muttering that a delicate lady has no place on a battlefield. She calmly says she is from this region, more or less, so it is home to her. When they suddenly start treating her like royalty, she teases them for changing their attitude so quickly. The commander apologizes for his previous rudeness, explaining he had no idea she was acquainted with King Eric. She barely cares, but he presses on, asking what she meant by dark dragons appearing. She pauses, wondering if they are not a widely known species of dragon after all, and silently blames Luck and his group for wrecking her sense of normal. Her explanation comes with a nightmare vision. Dark dragons descend over shattered land, ancient monsters with gaping jaws and a third eye, powerful enough to turn a battlefield into ruin. She describes them as relics from the age of myth and legend. 10 dark dragons alone once held enough destructive power to raise the entire world for a century, and now creatures like that are bolstering the enemy. The soldiers begin to murmur in panic. The commander asks whether those monsters are truly strengthening the enemy, and the noblewoman answers without sugarcoating it. They are. If they ever face one, their only hope is to run. Then she makes the tactical choice. Let their monsters deal with our monsters. The commander realizes she means the 2 strange children from before, and another soldier admits those kids have potential. But the defenders are not just facing dragons. Mendarival is home to far greater monsters, the kind of people whose power makes the word monster feel almost too polite. Inside a palace chamber, A holy sword stirs beneath a radiant spiral of magic. A woman asks if she was summoned, and the answer is ominous. The movement of the holy sword is a bad omen, most likely tied to developments in Arknest. The order comes immediately: rally the troops, send the word out. As the woman turns to obey, the one giving orders looks grimly satisfied. Finally, it seems, the time has come. Back on the training field, Yumiel clashes blades with the older fighter, steel ringing again and again. She swings hard, but he meets every strike, parries cleanly, and drives her across the open ground with controlled force. Yumiel tries to flip the momentum, vaulting and striking from above, but the older fighter tracks her with ease. The angle changes, the exchange tightens, and he forces her into another block before she can reset. He suddenly vanishes from her line of sight. Yumiel's sword hangs in the air as she realizes he is gone, and the match turns from a power contest into a lesson in reading movement. The older fighter appears behind her and calmly notes that she switched her stance. Interesting technique, he says, but she created her own blind spot. Before she can answer, he slips through that opening and strikes. Yumiel freezes as he lands right behind her, blade perfectly placed. He tells her the first lesson: do not leave blind spots, just keep pushing. Then he punctuates it with a blunt bonk. The hit sends Yumiel tumbling head over heels with a panicked shriek. Nearby, the others are stunned. One of the young adventurers shouts that the old man took Yumiel out with one hand, while the fighter simply stands ready, completely unfazed. Luck, watching as their instructor, cuts through the noise and tells the students to focus. He warns them they are letting the crystal cloud up, but the smaller spellcaster protests that delicate work is not her specialty and asks what good this exercise even does. The crystal answers with a bonk to her head as her concentration fails. Luck stays firm, forget the complaints, focus on the task. The shimmering orb before them demands control, not speed, and that makes the lesson even more frustrating. The smaller disciple fumes that delicate work is not her speed, while Luck watches without sympathy. If they want to survive enemies like dark dragons, raw power will not be enough. Control is the next wall they have to break. Luck keeps hammering the lesson into Kalika. Her spellcasting is too crude, and every overside spell burns through mana far too quickly. She cannot afford to waste even a single drop. Kalika tries to answer with pure stubbornness, only to get bonked again and again, until she yells at him to stop making her dumber. Luck raises the stakes without mercy. By the end of the day, he wants at least 10 5th-level magic domes from her, or she gets no dinner. Kalika's scream echoes all the way outside the tower, while elsewhere, Philly keeps quietly working over the massive formula spread across the table. Philly studies the pages from above, surrounded by books, notes, and a chalkboard full of complex diagrams. When Luck arrives with a clatter, he apologizes for the delay. Philly smiles and says Kalika seems to be struggling, but Luck bluntly explains the problem. She is a meathead. Over tea, Luck asks whether Kalika always had that much mana. Philly answers that she did not. She used to have less than her little sister. That means Kalika must have trained desperately hard, and Luck realizes her training was likely every bit as strict as his own, if not worse. Philly remembers Alraun with a soft smile. When Alraun saw promise in someone, she pushed them straight to their absolute limit. Her eye for talent was terrifyingly accurate, even if that did not make life any easier for the people she trained. A crack rings through the room. Another magic dome shatters. Kalika's frustrated shout proves she is still failing outside, and Luck quietly decides to lower the requirement from 10 domes to 5. Philly catches that softer side of him and lets out a gentle little laugh. Outside, Kalika fumes while Yumiel stands by her in armor, bluntly pointing out that her big sister is terrible at delicate work. Philly admits she has only deciphered maybe 30% of Alraun's formula, more than Luck but still not enough. She has hit a wall, with too little reference material to compare against. Philly can at least confirm one thing: Luck's hypothesis was correct. The formula definitely relates to time in some way. Luck immediately looks up to Alraun Beta for help, but Beta shuts that hope down. Alraun wrote this after creating her, so even the clone has no direct answer. Still, Beta notices something at the edge of the formula. She recognizes the ancient script there, though Philly cannot read it at all and says it is neither annotation nor magical language. Beta reads it aloud: Ravo Fugal, the name of an ancient city. Philly has never heard of the place, and even Luck cannot recall seeing the name in any text. Then he catches the trick. Ravo Fugal is an anagram. Lovagarufoa, meaning lost city. Beta confirms it. Of all the cities scattered by the ancient magic kingdom, only one bears that kind of title. Luck's expression sharpens as the answer forms, and Philly realizes the clue is pointing somewhere infamous. The name lands like a trapdoor opening beneath them. The underground labyrinth of Arastro. A colossal vision of the ancient labyrinth appears, a vast buried city spiraling around an impossible tower deep below the earth. Philly repeats the name in shock. Luck concludes the city must hold some clue connected to the formula, but finding it is another problem entirely. Philly grimly says this is the worst possible place it could be, then asks the key question, where exactly is Arostro? The answer shifts to the enemy-held capital. Arostro lies directly underneath Arknest's imperial capital, where dark dragons circle the castle and the horned, third-eyed Alraun clone smiles as if the whole nightmare is going exactly as planned. The dark dragon beside her lowers its enormous head, telling her to begin whenever she is ready. She answers with playful malice, saying she is more than happy to play with luck. The war has just gained another monster waiting for him. A new chapter opens in the kingdom of Lingane, warriors gather. In the throne room, a stern envoy stands before the royal family, and Lingane's court formally turns its attention toward the crisis consuming Arknest. The Lingane rulers acknowledge King Eric's request for aid. Arknest's calamity threatens the entire world, and they agree it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Queen Catherine III states the conclusion with a smile. To that end, the envoy is expected to assist Eric on the battlefield to the best of her ability. The woman kneels with rigid discipline as she is named, Marquess Margaret Schmidt. Her expression is sharp, loyal, and ready for deployment. Elsewhere, Margaret meets with a tall, stern elf-like man waiting outside. He says he is sorry for the delay, and she answers that they shall be off. The exchange is calm, but both of them move like people used to dangerous missions. A massive feathered dragon launches from Lingane, wings hammering the sky. From the castle window, Queen Catherine and the king watch it leave. The queen remarks that a witch who can even bring the wind dragon crown to heel is a frightening friend indeed, while the king corrects her dryly. Former crowned. Queen Catherine laughs behind her fan and lets the thought drift. Eric has his old party, the wind dragons and the water dragons among his allies, but the balance of power is shifting too quickly toward Mendarival. Their only consolation is the reputation Luck earned in his battle all those years ago. The queen's smile narrows with measured hope. If nothing else, they must trust that St. Luck's old legend still means something. Behind her, a court official chuckles softly, while the royal group withdraws down the corridor. Up in the air, Margaret asks whether they are going straight to Arknest. The dragon rider says he wants to scout first. When Margaret asks if he is sure, he reminds her with an easy smile that they will pass right over his daughter. At the guild, Celis proudly turns in proof from the hunt, a stone from a goblin lord and another from a hobgoblin. The staff and adventurers erupt into whispers. These really are E and F rank adventurers, yet they brought back loot from monsters far beyond their level. The reward bag hits the counter with a heavy thump, and the boys nearly fall over at the amount. Celis protests that it is way too much and suggests splitting it 5 ways, but Golan argues that she was the one who actually defeated the goblin lord and hobgoblin, while the rest of them were just trailing behind. Celis insists everyone did their part, but Golan mutters that the reward still needs to be split properly. When the boys call him surprisingly responsible for an old man, he snaps that he is only 26. Celis gently suggests he can make up for it by volunteering for smaller jobs. With a bright wink, Celis tells him that is something only he can do. The boys stare at her sincerity, stunned by how easily she turns the awkward moment into encouragement. Before they can respond, a fox-eared woman rushes over shouting for Lady Celis. She brings urgent news. King Eric wants to see them immediately, and for now they will be joining his royal guards on the march into Arknest. Celis freezes at the idea of being personally summoned, but the younger adventurers cheer her on. Golan and the others grin, proud and amused, while Celis hesitantly points to herself, still not quite believing she is being pulled into something this big. Her companions make the encouragement impossible to ignore. They tell her she is one step closer to becoming the strongest F-rank adventurer around, and even Golan admits she is cut out for it. Celis's eyes brighten, and she answers the sky with determination. Right, she is on it. Above the mountains, the wind dragon speeds onward. Someone says Celis will be just fine, and the rider adds that he will probably see her before long. With that, they choose the mountain route and keep flying toward Arknest. Margaret contacts Eric, reporting that they are crossing into Arknest, and will begin by investigating the area where dark dragons were spotted. Eric answers with utmost caution, then turns back to the war room, where every available hand is being deployed. Luck hears that phrase and immediately asks about Goran. Eric explains that Goran is already recruiting every A-rank adventurer capable of answering the call, only those who can resist a vampire lord's charm at minimum. The Beastkin are also being contacted, with word already sent to Sir Danton. Eric understands Luck's meaning at once. The Beastkin will be needed to settle things with Wilfried. The name hangs heavy. Then the story cuts to an arena, where blades clash before a watching crowd, and Wilfried himself moves like the Empire's finest weapon. Wilfried trades blows with a long-haired challenger in front of stunned nobles and soldiers. The crowd can barely believe it. Someone is matching the one and only Wilfried. Every strike crashes like steel thunder, and even hardened onlookers lean forward in disbelief. The watchers demand to know who the challenger is, but Luck only clicks his tongue beside a confident beastkin man. To Luck, the whole thing feels like a joke, a farce. Eric must be playing some political game by making them attend this tournament. The beastkin man tells Luck to hush, reminding him that Arkness still holds some measure of power over Menderival, so it would be foolish to reveal all their strength too openly. Luck grumbles and asks why they are even here, and the answer is simple enough: diplomacy. The duel ends with Wilfried's opponent yielding. The crowd erupts, praising Wilfried as the finest blade in the Empire, while Luck looks thoroughly unimpressed and the beastkin man smirks at the spectacle. Wilfried approaches his defeated opponent with a measured expression and asks what the meaning of this is. From the stands, he says the other man was clearly holding back, but the challenger answers casually, asking what he could possibly mean. The long-haired challenger admits victory was never his primary goal. He is royalty, yes, but for the time being he claims to be nothing more than a simple adventurer, one chosen by the Holy Sword. Wilfried sees through the pretty words at once and cuts to the heart of it. He is refusing to make his own choice. Wilfried gives the Holy Sword chosen prince one final mercy: choose, this is his life, no one else. And after a long, steady silence, the prince answers without hesitation, of course. Back in the present, Eric recalls that the prince had intended to settle matters with Wilfried from the start. If Wilfried has chosen this path for himself, then the consequences belong to him too. Eric decides to move earlier than planned. Goran and the others are set to leave in 3 days, but Eric has another stop to make first: the ruins. He wants to reclaim them before anyone gets hurt, rather than relying on the hidden passage home. Luck walks alone through the quiet palace corridor, his expression sharpening as he prepares for what comes next. Behind him, officials pass by without noticing the danger moving right past them. With a single spell, Luck shuts their senses down. Obstruct perception washes over the corridor, and the officials turn away like he was never there at all. The spell works perfectly. Luck slips past the palace staff unseen, leaving them confused only by the faintest unease as he heads into the bright passage beyond. Back at the tower, Alraun Beta explains the labyrinth of Arostro, the one city of the ancient magic kingdom that sealed itself away. It is not just a ruin, it is a lost city hidden from history itself. Beta admits even the original Alraun could not find it. Philly asks if Beta should at least remember where it is, but Beta says something happened to the entrance afterward. Since the imperial capital is 1,000 years old, Luck starts wondering if anyone besides Alraun could have survived long enough to know. The answer takes them straight to the Lingane embassy. Inside, Yasha reacts with instant outrage, burrito in hand, when Luck appears asking for help. Her answer is not just no. It is a furious demand that he go to hell. Luck clarifies that he only needs directions, not her cooperation, but that only enrages Yasha further. She screams that she is not some mindless dog to follow a trail, and threatens to kill him 9 separate times for treating her like a guide. Her holy bindings immediately punish the murderous intent, shocking her until she shrieks. Luck calmly asks whether the binding reacts to her words, but Alraun Beta corrects him, only to wicked intent. After nearly losing a revive from the pain, Yasha collapses into trembling exhaustion. Luck asks again where she is going anyway, and when she demands he just tell her what he wants, he gives the answer plainly: Arostro. Yasha repeats the name over and over, blank-eyed like the ancient word has to crawl through 1,000 years of memory before it clicks. Then it finally does: the labyrinth. Luck asks if she knows the place, and Yasha snaps that he should try living for 1,000 years before judging her memory. Then, after taking far too long to remember, she proudly confirms it. Yes, she knows Arostro. Yasha laughs that of course she knows it, because the 4 noble houses were the ones who sealed it. The reason was simple greed control, to stop humans from breaking in and plundering the ancient magic kingdom's treasures. But even Yasha admits humans eventually found the general location and built a city right on top of it. Still, she gloats that the seal itself remains intact, until Luck quietly grabs her hand and starts pulling her along. Yasha explodes, demanding to be released, but Luck smiles and asks her to help out since she is not doing anything else. That one casual jab pushes her temper from furious to homicidal. Then she suddenly stops herself. If there is an artifact inside the labyrinth capable of freeing her from Duro's infernal holy bonds, this trip could benefit her. Worst case, she thinks, she can still give Luck the slip along the way. So Yasha switches from rage to wicked delight and declares she will guide them personally. Luck immediately drags Diego into the mess too, while Yasha cackles that the instant she breaks free, their souls are hers to devour. The threat earns her another brutal shock from the binding. Luck watches unimpressed and concludes that wicked intent is basically all they will get from her, so he asks Beta to keep an eye on Yasha while she writhes on the floor. The deal is set. Yasha owes him, and when asked when they leave, Luck answers simply, tomorrow. The vampire guide lies face down, twitching and bleeding slightly, already trapped in the expedition she tried to refuse. Elsewhere in a rain-soaked cave, Duro sits alone when the skull at her chest speaks. Yasha is on the move, heading for Arknest, and Duro's old friend immediately suspects nothing good will come of that. The skull wonders what Yasha could be after in the play where the true ancestor's influence is strongest. Duro considers whether she might clash with Mosgor, and the answer seems likely. Yet Duro only says they will have to wait and see her vision through. Duro laughs bitterly. All she wants is a quiet life, but the bell her daughter placed on her still guides her fate. She wonders if freedom from the true ancestor can truly lead to happiness, and admits they are old enough now to leave the nest. As the rain lets up, Duro prepares for travel. The skull teases her rare day trip mode, and Duro answers practically, if they must walk among human villages, avoiding conflict is best. She can only hope Yasha has the same good sense. The next morning, Yasha appears in a transformed adult guise, holding a tiny bird labeled Gerberga with visible irritation. Luck immediately asks what happened to her, while she snaps that this is her day trip mode. Idiot. Yasha insists she chose a form that would not draw suspicion. Luck points out the obvious problem. She is an adult now. She fires back that she is 1,000 years old, so of course she would be an adult if she were human, only for Luck to note that, if she were human, she would be dust. Philly finds the mature disguise oddly impressive, calling it refined and cool, which only feeds Yasha's smugness. Then Yasha leans close, offering Philly a special reward, a charm meant to turn the mood in her favor. Yasha laughs, certain her charm will bring Philly to heel. But Philly only smiles with a clean, cheerful clunk of emotional immunity, and the spell goes absolutely nowhere. Yasha freezes. Even her charm fails, and Gerberga chirps from her head as if mocking her. Luck explains the reason with brutal calm. The dog could resist Alround's charm if he knew it was coming, and nobody here is susceptible to whatever Yasha tries. The group sets out through the mountains, but Yasha immediately asks if they are really walking all the way to Arknest. Luck says of course not. It would take weeks on foot. He calls for Kalika as the party moves toward their prepared route. Luck explains that while handling business in Arknest, they set up teleporters around several towns. The closest one to the capital sits in a nearby village, only about 2 days' walk from their real destination. Luck takes the lead with the whole odd party behind him and makes the objective clear. They have to settle this before the assault on the capital begins. No more delays. They move. 2 days later, Goran raises his arm and roars for the forces to ride. His army is already on the march toward Arknest from the border. Goran leads a force of 90 A-rank adventurers and 82 beastkin warriors, wagons and horses rolling beneath the cliffs. Meanwhile, within Mendarival's palace, another force prepares to set out as well. At Mendarival, Eric asks the Wind Dragon crown to handle the next step, and the dragon answers with steady confidence, "Leave it to me." As allies gather, he turns back to Catherine and the children with a quiet farewell, "Stay safe." Catherine smiles back through the worry and tells Eric the same. Above the castle, dragons cross the sky while the children watch from the window, knowing the adults are heading into danger. Flying over the land, the princess asks if Luck and the others went ahead somewhere specific. Her companion answers that they apparently went to challenge an incredibly dangerous dungeon. The princess brightens at once. That makes sense. With Luck's entire strange squad assembled, Yasha, Beta, Diego, Kalika, Philly, the dog and the rest, she cannot imagine that group having trouble. Deep in the forest, the group arrives at an old magic circle overgrown with weeds and stones. Yasha confirms the entrance is right here, and Luck stares down at the sealed teleportation gate that should lead into Orostro. The moment they reach the sealed gate, everything goes wrong. The horned Alround clone is already there, and in the span of a countdown she punches through Yumiel's armor, tests the party's reactions, and closes the gap like a predator measuring prey. Luck barely reacts in time. He reverses the last 3 seconds, snapping Yumiel out of a fatal hit, and leaving the armored girl tumbling harmlessly into the grass instead of getting skewered. The clone stares at him, unsettled for the first time, and asks what he just did. Luck grins through the sweat and admits it plainly. He turned back time. Only 3 seconds, but even that is a level 10 spell. Luck calls Yumiel's attention to the trick, but Kalika immediately rejects the woman in front of them. That is not their mother, she says. That thing is a phony. The clone calmly insists she is Alraun, the genuine article, but even she admits one thing: she is not their mother. Luck presses the accusation harder. Time reversal magic was an original invention of the real Alraun, not something a fake should be able to imitate. The clone's face tightens, and then her fury erupts. She screams for the insolent girl to watch her tongue. Mana explodes around the clone as she rises into the air, summoning blazing spheres one after another. Luck instantly calls Yumiel forward, but the situation turns horrifying fast. Every single orb is a level 7 fireball, and one alone could erase an entire palace. Luck's mana reserve is almost gone from the time reversal, leaving him with barely anything to work with. Yumiel admits she cannot block all of them at once and asks Kalika if they have any hope. Kalika studies the clone's smirk and answers that it depends on their master, because this enemy is daring Luck to solve the impossible. Luck steps out and asks what the clone hoped to gain by splitting them up. The white-haired vampire guide, still grinning nearby, reveals the trap. She personally filled the labyrinth halls with deadly mechanisms. If the party rushes in blind, they will die eventually. Yasha laughs even harder. Her bindings stop her from attacking them directly, but a preset labyrinth of traps is fair game. Then she gives one final piece of advice. An overwhelming barrier suppresses the flow of mana inside the labyrinth, meaning no one can cast spells there. Luck tests it, forming a tiny spell above his hand, only for the magic to sputter out. Yasha was telling the truth. The labyrinth itself cuts off spellcasting, and the clone uses that opening to vanish with a parting wave. Yasha immediately tries to flee, only to drop straight into her own pit trap. A spear-lined hole opens under her feet, and while Luck watches in dry silence, she barely saves herself by burning another life with Levita. The trap costs her dearly. Yasha claws her way back up, panting and furious that one of her lives was wasted, then bolts down the hall and tells them to enjoy the preview of what awaits. Behind her, more traps slam and burst in a brutal chain reaction. By the time the chaos ends, Yasha is shaking like a leaf. She admits the worst possible truth: she has forgotten where every single trap is. Luck, Philly, and the others can only stare while Gerberga perches on her head, and the ancient vampire confesses she cannot walk anywhere. Luck calls her an old crone, and Yasha snaps not to call her that. He offers one condition: he will take her through the labyrinth if she helps. She flares up at the idea of obeying him. But when the alternative is going alone, the question becomes unavoidable. What are her terms? Before any deal can settle, the clone attacks again. A blast tears through the forest near the entrance. Yumiel braces with her massive shield, and the Alraun clone drifts above the trees with battle already resuming. Yumiel absorbs the impact, but the explosions keep coming. Rocks and debris smash against her armor as she admits she is reaching her limit. Kalika stands behind her, watching the storm of magic with a spellcaster's grim focus. Kalika shouts for Yumiel to focus. Their enemy is not truly their mother. Just pretend she is training with her. That strange advice flips a switch, and Yumiel suddenly launches herself straight at the clone. Yumiel's eyes turn bright and flowery with pure delight. She has seen Mother, or close enough, and she charges like a child finally allowed to play, slamming into the clone before the enemy can fully react. The exchange becomes a violent blur. The clone parries with a blade. Yumiel's shield and sword crash against her again and again, and the air fills with ringing steel as the armored girl forces a close-quarters fight. The clone snarls, but Yumiel keeps pressing. A dark attack tears through the air, steel flashes, and Yumiel's blade cuts so close that the fake Alraun's composure finally starts to crack. Yumiel's next swing hammers in with enough force to split the ground. The clone jerks away, eyes wide with rage, and for the first time the distance between them feels like something Yumiel can actually close. The clone regains her footing, but Yumiel is laughing inside her armor. To her, this is not a death match anymore. It is fun. Too much fun. Luck can only mutter that she is getting way too into it while the battlefield rings with endless clanging blows. They square off again across the cratered ground. Kalika notices the problem at once. Yumiel can pressure her, but she cannot seal the deal. Then the clone's eyes sharpen, and Kalika screams a warning. Yumiel, look out! A dark dragon descends and unleashes a massive breath attack. The blast floods the forest with a level 8 breath, and only a last-second escape keeps Yumiel and Kalika from being swallowed whole. Kalika gasps that it was too close, while the dragon hangs in the smoke like a nightmare. The clone stands beside the enormous dark dragon and calls it one dangerous customer. The beast's presence alone changes the battlefield, forcing Luck to reassess everything as torn leaves and magic residue drift through the air. Kalika spots a chance and shouts for Yumiel to move. The clone, thinking they are trying to run, attacks again. But the twins drop toward the reactivated teleportation point, vanishing just before the next wave crashes down. Yumiel disappears with a final grin, telling the faker she will see her later. Then the area erupts in a towering column of light, the teleportation gate flaring as the party escapes beneath the enemy's nose. The blast leaves a shining dome over the forest, rumbling loud enough for the distant army camps to see. Soldiers stare up in alarm, asking whether they should send scouts, until their commander realizes this may be one of the dark dragons the priestess warned them about and orders them to stay out of its path. Even the allied commanders can only watch and pray that the people they were told about can handle it. Near the blast site, the clone notices the escape with a cold hum. They teleported at the last moment. The dark dragon growls beside her, but the clone gently tells it not to blame itself. Its rider may mock the dragon as a simpleton, but her narrowed eye says the enemy's escape still bothers her. Inside the labyrinth, Kalika fumes as she clings to Yumiel's armor, promising revenge on those brats. Luck, however, is relieved. They made it. Yumiel asks how Kalika knew the teleporter would reactivate, and Kalika blushes, admitting she simply believed their master would not leave them behind. Philly exhales in relief, saying the tremors had worried everyone. Luck looks up at the strange interior tower and asks what happened outside. Then another realization hits him. They can enter the labyrinth now because of Mom's clone. Luck's expression darkens. The clone did not seem to know anything about them, and Alround Beta agrees that this is bad. Even if that clone lacks the original's full power, she is still a major threat, and she was probably searching the entrance to Orostro herself. Luck asks Kalika if she fought the clone directly. Kalika confirms it, rubbing her neck and grimacing that the enemy went straight for the throat, eyes, and every vital point. Worse, the clone even brought an ultra-super dark dragon for cleanup. Frankly, they had little chance. Yasha sits impatiently nearby, demanding that they get moving already. Whoever this Alround is, she says, they only need to stay one step ahead and keep moving. Kalika immediately calls her a backstabbing little demon, while Luck can only sweat at the chaos in his own party. Luck takes command again. Diego is ordered to sniff out and disable the physical traps, and the beastskin guide's ears snap forward with razor focus. The party falls into formation behind him, ready to navigate the ancient halls without magic. Diego creeps ahead, senses locked on every tiny sound and scent. Behind him, Luck, Philly, Yumiel, Kalika, Yasha and the others wait tensely, while Yasha clutches herself with a suspiciously unsettled expression. Diego locates something with a sharp knock, then darts forward, tapping his way through the corridor. His movements are quick and precise, turning the labyrinth's invisible danger into a path the others can follow. He advances step by step, reading the walls, floors, and seams like a hunter reading tracks. The party remains behind him, trusting his instincts as the ancient ruin stretches deeper ahead. With Diego leading and the others following in tight formation, they finally move into Orostro. Every footstep could trigger death, every turn could lead to the clone or the dragon, but Luck's group has no choice now except to press forward. Inside Orostro, the labyrinth immediately proves it is not just stone corridors and old traps. Invisible circles snap beneath their feet, and while one ally squeaks in panic, Diego carefully marks the floor. One wrong step could scatter them all. Diego pushes himself hard, breathing raggedly as he works the ropes and keeps the path together. The party applauds his effort, but Philly looks overwhelmed, admitting she is not sure she can keep going like this. Luck does not let her fall behind. He catches Philly and carries her close, calm, and steady, while the rest of the group continues across the dangerous floor. The team swings across a dark gap one after another, as if the labyrinth is trying to peel them off by force. Luck's eyes sharpen, and beyond the crossing a long stairway opens downward, the walls covered in dense ancient patterns. The deeper they go, the stranger the air becomes. Luck presses a hand to the wall and says it feels different somehow, while Yasha explains that this is where the labyrinth truly begins. Beyond this point lies territory even she never entered. Yasha admits she once meant to chart it out, but the task was too difficult and she simply gave up halfway. Luck asks what the ancient magic kingdom could have been desperate enough to hide, and Yasha shrugs that there are plenty of guesses. The possibilities loom like treasure and danger at once. An ancient secret formula, or a treasure powerful enough to overturn their entire understanding of magic. Yasha grins and says she will tell them once she finds out herself, if they are still alive. Luck catches himself smiling, and Yasha immediately asks what he is grinning about. Philly guesses it is simple excitement over uncovering magical secrets, while the others dryly note that their master has always been obsessed with this kind of thing. Luck reins the mood back in. Excitement or not, they cannot get careless. He names Beta, Kalika, Yumiel, and Diego, quietly preparing the party for whatever comes next. The labyrinth opens into something impossible, an entire forest complete with mist, trees, and drifting light. Luck touches the bark and confirms the trees are real. This is no illusion. Then the trap springs. Fog swallows the area, and Luck realizes too late that the party has been separated. He calls for Gerberga, Diego, Kalika, Yumiel, and Philly, but the mist answers only with silence. Philly and Yumiel find themselves alone in a barren, windswept place. Philly panics that everyone is gone, while Yumiel can only stare around and ask the obvious question, where are they now? Elsewhere, Kalika, Diego, Beta, and Gerberga appear among maze-like walls. Kalika curses the trap, realizing they walked straight into it, and Beta calmly concludes they were split up before anyone could even notice. The backup plan is clear. If separated, do exactly what Luck discussed with them. The goal rises in the distance, a central tower towering over the labyrinth, and they decide to make for it. Philly tries to stay cheerful and agrees to meet everyone at the tower, but her smile fades into quiet resolve. Luck told Yumiel to protect her if anything happened, and Yumiel accepts the job with fierce devotion. Philly remembers Alraun's careful planning, and the way it led all of them here. If Alraun placed her in this labyrinth, then there must be a reason. Philly clenches her courage and swears she will find some way to help Luck. That thought leads her straight to the one clue she still carries, Alraun. Philly turns with a hopeful smile, only to find a horned, third-eyed woman standing behind her with a wicked grin. The rogue Alraun clone smiles sweetly and says she found her. Philly's eye widens in horror. The trap has delivered her to the worst possible person. Philly stammers as the clone approaches, but the mood shifts again when Luck appears elsewhere with Yasha. He realizes the trap was not a single teleporter gate after all. Yasha corrects him. There was one more. Yasha explains that any one of the 4 noble houses can open the teleporter gates, and then Luck and Yasha come face to face with a massive vampire noble. Yasha names him Mozgor. Mozgor towers over them, furious that Yasha has come here at all, and even more insulted that she brought a human. He orders her to cease her impudent behavior at once, but Yasha snaps back that she has her reasons. The argument immediately turns petty and savage. Mozgor claims Yasha shames the title she bears and commands her to leave, while Yasha mocks the 4 noble houses as lords without followers, nobodies who sleep for a century and expect influence to appear. Mozgor cannot take the insult. He roars that they are the 4 nobles, the top of the vampiric hierarchy, and refuses to accept being dismissed by one of his own. Yasha casually slips behind Luck and asks him to do something about Mozgor. Mozgor recoils in outrage, accusing her of being inappropriately entangled with Luck, while Luck desperately tries not to get dragged into vampire family politics. Yasha makes it worse on purpose, teasing that Mozgor will have to deal with Luck either way. Luck cuts through the nonsense and asks the question that matters. Did Yasha come here? Because she brought Alraun with her. Mozgor's expression changes instantly. He raises a clawed hand and asks if Luck knows the name of his queen. Luck understands at once, this is bad, and they do not have a single moment to waste. Meanwhile, the horned clone smiles at Philly and Yumiel with the same haunting words, found you. Yumiel steps in front of Philly and warns the girl there will be no more running. Philly points at her and blurts the truth without hesitation. She is the Al-Rafani. The clone's smile twitches, then explodes into rage. Calling her fake hits exactly the nerve Philly hoped it would. Yumiel and Philly brace themselves as the clone reveals the worst possible rule of this battlefield. Magic does not work here. With that cruel advantage, she declares it all comes down to strength, and drives a brutal blow into Yumiel. Yumiel blocks, but the clone's force rattles her armor. Philly can only watch as the dark dragon looms behind the woman, and the clone reminds them not to forget her little pet. The dragon slams against Yumiel's guard again and again, metal screaming under the pressure. Philly sees a section of the labyrinth shift with a low rumble, realizing the environment itself is moving while the battle rages. The dark dragon rears up before Yumiel, and Philly shouts her name in panic. The ground and walls grind apart, separating the two as the labyrinth rearranges around them. Yumiel is walled off, Philly is stranded, and the maze continues to transform. Philly screams Yumiel's name, but the shifting corridors swallow the sound and leave her alone among towering patterned walls. Philly calls out and hears Yumiel answering from somewhere far away. They are stuck in the middle of the labyrinth, and though Philly tells her to look for an exit carefully, even she cannot hide the doubt in her voice. Philly senses something worse than a simple trap. It feels as if someone's will is operating the labyrinth itself. Across the corridor, the Alraun clone stands in silence, watching her from the other side of the maze. Back in the foggy forest section, Kalika's group realizes they are going in circles. Someone notes they have already been this way, and Beta suspects a tone outside audible range is scrambling their sense of direction. Beta's analysis earns irritation instead of thanks. With magic sealed, she admits thinking is all she can do, while Kalika snaps at her not to overheat her tiny brain. The group needs an exit fast. Diego takes charge again. He tells the dog to pick up an unfamiliar scent and ties everyone together with a rope so nobody gets lost. The beastskin man protests furiously that he is on a leash too, but Diego does not care. Kalika complains she is not a dog, while Diego dryly says he is a cat person anyway. The insult battle continues, but even Kalika has to admit the dogs deserve credit this time when their noses lead the way. The trail works. The group reaches a ghostly building hidden among dead trees, its open doorway gaping like a mouth. Diego smiles and calls it bingo. Luck snaps back with a desperate counter. If Mosger wants to play that game, then Luck throws out a demon-class technique of his own. Drain Touch, and drives it straight into the vampire noble. The spell detonates at point-blank range, ripping energy from Mosger in a violent surge. Mosger staggers, shaken that a mere human could force him back, while Luck coldly says that if he can endure this, he may even surpass the Demon King himself. The words land harder than the spell. Mosger freezes at the mention of the Demon King, and Luck uses that opening to push the pressure even higher, declaring it is time to turn up the heat. Luck pours power through his grip, the drain swallowing Mosger's strength in a roaring flood. The vampire noble screams as his body begins to crumble under the force. Mosger is reduced to dust in a single brutal exchange. Yasha strolls over, genuinely impressed that Luck actually dusted him, while Mosger's miniature bat-like form flaps above them, yelling that he has not lost yet. The tiny Mosger insists this is no more than a draw, but Yasha only yawns with Gerberga perched lazily on her head. She asks what that little spell was and Luck explains. Drain Touch, dark magic reserved for demon generals and beyond. Mosger is stunned. If Luck wields dark magic, then his true colors must be close to their own. He declares the contest void from the start, suddenly fascinated that some humans might be worthy of respect after all. Luck, thoroughly annoyed, tells him to drop the attitude and buzz off. Yasha watches Mosger flap away with a thoughtful look. Then Luck cuts the distraction short. They need to hurry and link up with the others. Mosger, however, assumes Luck has come to see their queen, and Luck immediately denies it. Meanwhile, Philly stands alone before a towering structure inside the labyrinth. The horned Alround clone looms nearby, and Philly stiffens under the pressure, trying to stay calm when escape no longer looks simple. The clone turns to Philly with an unsettling question. May she follow her? Philly has no good answer, and when the clone starts walking away, Philly clings to the one reassuring thought she can find. At least the woman is not attacking her. Philly looks up and realizes the dark dragon circling overhead may actually be useful. If the dragon keeps flying around the maze, it could guide them from above. Her fear flips into strategy. This might be the correct way out. The dragon glides over the labyrinth walls, clacking across the air, and Philly watches with growing confidence. They now have their very own aerial guide, and if Yumiel notices it too, she may be able to reunite with them. Elsewhere, Yumiel hurries across the maze with heavy steps, carrying her massive sword and armor through the ruins. Far away, two armed figures pause in the darkness, sensing something wrong. Outside Arastro, allied forces come under threat from winged enemies. A beastskin commander shouts for Sia to run and take Diego with her, but his face twists with frustration as the memory of this battlefield hits too hard. The past surges back. Beastkin and villagers flee under attack, winged monsters closing in from behind, and the commander remembers this nightmare happening once before. In that old battle, the tribe chief's wife, Sia's mother, died defending the village. The commander sees her fallen in the grass, blood pooling beneath her, and the memory leaves him speechless with horror. The tragedy did not end there. Sia's father was blamed and banished to live among humans, only for a human epidemic to take him 1 year later. Left with nothing but grief, the survivor admits all he could do was resent the beastkin for his father's death. That resentment became the only thing he could cling to. And even now, as Sia runs ahead, he laughs bitterly. Because after all that, she does not even remember him. Back inside the labyrinth, Killik awakes in darkness, separated and disoriented. She calls for the dog, only for a hand to reach out and guide her with a simple word. Here. Luck's voice cuts through the darkness, telling Kalika to come this way. She rushes to him, panicked over the separation from Yumiel and Philly, but he reassures her that everyone is being drawn toward the same place. Then she narrows her eyes and asks the dangerous question. This person is not her master, is he? The illusion answers with a familiar face, older and smoother than the Luck she knows. Kalika's suspicions melt instantly into a ridiculous blush, and the imagined master praises her as a good girl. Her weakness for the older version of Luck wins before her caution can fight back. A black-haired elf-eared girl watches from afar, with a flat, unimpressed stare, as if witnessing Kalika's complete collapse into love-struck obedience has answered more than enough about her priorities. In another illusion, two long-haired women stand by a peaceful lakeside, petals drifting through the air. The smaller one realizes the landscape is built from her own memories, and quietly concludes that conversation may not be very productive. A tiny Alround Beta appears before the image of the real Alround, and asks the question that matters most. Is Luck safe? The memory can only smile, and Beta panics because she knows an illusion can only tell her what she already knows. But the memory answers with a location so specific Beta never knew it. The magic formula Luck needs for the homework is on the 25th floor of the tower, Eastern Archive, Shelf 108B. Beta reels in shock. She did not know any of that. The illusion keeps speaking while wind tears through the memory space, and Beta realizes something impossible is happening. The woman before her is not just an illusion pulled from memory. With that calm smile and impossible knowledge, she may be the real Alround herself. Alround smiles gently, and Beta can only stare, stunned into silence. Then Beta finally snaps out of it, demanding to know what Alround is doing here, and telling her to go tell Luck all of this herself, because he would be thrilled to see her. Alround admits she would love to, but her expression hardens as the scene shifts back toward the Great Tower. Something prevents her from appearing before Luck directly, and Luck, elsewhere, reacts as if sensing the impossible. Before the tower, Luck stands opposite Yasha under the immense structure. He says it plainly. This should not be possible. The tower responds with a massive pulse of light. Rings of energy coil around the structure, and a glowing cube-like core floats at the center of a hidden chamber, as if Arostro's ancient systems are fully waking up. Philly and the horned Alround clone stand on a high platform inside the enormous mechanism. Below them, the core hums with motion, and the labyrinth's machinery begins identifying intruders by block. Ancient command text fills the air. Intruders detected, response in C block, with counts listed for C, D, and F blocks. The labyrinth is not just reacting, it is organizing a defense. The system deploys guardians. Mechanical shapes pour through the tower's vertical shaft, while a stern artificial girl-like figure stands before the glowing controls, overseeing the defense like the voice of the city itself. Beta wakes near the wolf and Gerberga, confused by what she just experienced. Then she looks up at the memory of Alround and asks the question burning through her. Why can Alround appear before her, but not before Luck? Alround explains that what Beta sees is only a memory, programmed to return to her once she entered Arostro. Plans may be meaningless now, but even if Luck finishes the homework she left him, his chances of beating the true ancestor are only 50% at best. Alround adds that those chances might improve with the accumulated knowledge stored here. Beta catches the meaning at once. Luck was sent to Arostro to gain the knowledge he needs. Alround smiles sadly. It is a shame she will not get to see Luck perfect his abilities herself, so she leaves the rest to Beta. Beta jolts back awake beside the others, only to find Kalika trapped in a blissful older Luck fantasy. As Kalika drools over her imagined master, Beta smacks her awake and shouts for her to get a grip. Back at the tower base, Luck and Yasha face each other in tense silence, until Mini Mosger crashes onto Luck's head, sobbing for his queen. Luck points straight at the horned woman and calls her the Alround clone, but she snaps at the labels, then recognizes him at last. She saw him through the eyes of a dark dragon 20 years ago, the one who delayed the demon invasion by 10 entire years. The reunion should be a relief, but Mini Mosger ruins it instantly by flapping around Luck and demanding to know if having more than one wife is truly wrong. Luck, already at his limit, swats at the bat and screams for him to shut up while the others awkwardly try to keep moving. Then the real threat takes off. The horned Alround clone mounts her dark dragon and launches away from the platform, leaving Luck staring after her with a curse as Mini Mosger cries out for his queen. The rest of the scattered party finally catches up. Beta, Kalika, Diego, Gerberga, and the others call out that they are okay, but the relief lasts only a heartbeat because the clone has already flown ahead. Beta immediately understands the danger. That was the Alround clone, and they cannot let her reach the tower first. If she gets ahead of them, she could steal everything waiting inside. Luck demands to know how Beta can be so sure, and her answer freezes him. The original Alround told her. Luck jolts at the words, but Beta refuses to stop and explain here. She grabs him forward and promises the full story on the way. Yumiel does not waste a second. She scoops up tiny Beta like a precious doll and declares they are flying, while Beta yelps in surprise. The chase begins at full speed. As the group races through the towering corridors, Beta explains that Alround embedded memories inside her. Memories set to unlock only after she reached Arostro. Philly asks what those memories revealed, and the answer points them straight to the tower. The target is exact. The text they need is on the 25th floor of that tower. But Beta adds the worst part. The clone is after it too, and no one can afford to arrive second. Beta reveals why the prize matters so much. Every scrap of the ancient Magic Kingdom's knowledge is stored here, Inside this labyrinth, its magic circuits holding enough information to fill something like 3 million grimoires. High above, the clone stares at the colossal tower with hunger in her eyes. If all that knowledge is stored here, then she wants every last piece of it. But the original entrance is sealed. The clone calmly decides she will simply make her own. Before she can force the way open, mechanical guardians rise in formation around the tower. The guardians descend in numbers, strange armored machines bristling with blades and lights. Luck's group looks up from below, surrounded before they can even understand what these things are. Kalika asks the obvious question, do they smash them? Beta shuts that down immediately. These are the guardians of the city, and with magic sealed, reckless moves will only get them killed. Everyone freezes, thinking instead of charging. Then Philly quietly steps forward, moving past Luck as if she has realized something no one else has. Philly gives the guardians a name, Lamia Alround Migrant. The ancient machines hover around her, as she invokes the one identity that might still hold power here. She explains that it was Alround who led them here, and if that name means anything to the city, she asks permission to enter. The others tense behind her, waiting to see whether the guardians will accept the appeal, or cut them down. The city answers with movement. A circular platform grinds open beneath the guardians, and the machines rumble aside, creating a path instead of attacking. A small artificial administrator appears and grants access. The route opens with a cold mechanical voice. This way. Luck and Philly can only stare as the ancient city recognizes them. The platform carries them inward, past circular walkways and glowing walls. The massive mechanism hums around them, and the group begins descending into the heart of Arastro. Luck asks Philly how she knew someone was controlling the whole mechanism. Philly admits she felt a will behind the attempts to divide and disorient them, then smiles and confesses it was basically just a hunch. The administrator identifies herself as Olvi, and Philly politely asks why she believed them. Olvi's expression remains unreadable, but the answer is sharper than any proof. Few know Queen Alround's true name. Luck is stunned by the word queen. Olvi confirms it without hesitation. Alround was the first queen of the ancient magic kingdom. She reigned briefly, then abdicated 1,232 years ago after only 10 years on the throne. Even though the kingdom fell into ruin centuries after her abdication, Alround's authority still remains here. Luck repeats the word authority, realizing the title is not symbolic at all. It is access power. Olvi explains that this authority grants access to the information recorded in the labyrinth. Luck looks up at the vast tower, and finally understands what he is standing before. The total sum of the Magic Kingdom's knowledge. Then Olvi transfers that authority to Luck. The system completes the handoff, and Luck stares in disbelief as the privilege that should belong to Queen Alround is placed in his hands. When he asks why he alone can unlock it, Olvi clarifies the key. The data repository is locked to the Queen's biometric information, and clone cells are deliberately ignored. That is why the clone cannot open it. The truth hits with brutal precision. The key is Luck's right eye. Beta blurts it out. His right eye was the original Alround's eye. A memory surfaces like a blade through the heart. Alround, gentle and close, offers Luck one final gift, pressing herself near him as if parting from him long before he could understand what it meant. Luck covers his eye, shaken. Philly trembles beside him, and Beta quietly confirms what he has finally remembered. This is his mother's right eye. The realization breaks Philly. She sobs so hard she can barely speak, telling Luck that Alround truly cared for him, so deeply that even her final preparations were made for his sake. Luck answers softly, accepting the grief and the love in the same breath. But Philly's tears turn toward the cruelty of it all. Alround was erased, and with her, every memory Luck had of her. Philly calls it justice at first, then chokes on the thought. Luck gently rejects that ending. No, they had only just begun to remember her. The moment shatters as something massive slams into the outer wall. Olvi reports the intent clearly. Something is forcing its way in, and Luck knows at once what it is, the dragon. The dark dragon unleashes its breath against the tower. Someone protests that magic should be impossible here, but Olvi explains the loophole with chilling calm. Dragon breath is not magic. It is internal combustion, stored energy released from within. Luck asks how long they have. Olvi gives the answer like a countdown to disaster. 600 seconds at best. With no other choice, Luck places his hands on the archive controls and orders the entire archive brought forth. He will use learning to take it all. Beta panics, warning that the knowledge is far too much for a human body and will literally fry his brain. Luck smiles grimly and answers the part no one wants to hear. He would fry in a human body, yes. Luck refuses to let the clone take even a single scrap of what his mother left him. Data loading begins, and as Philly calls his name in fear, he turns back with a dangerous smile. He is doing it. The archive pours into him. Luck grips the glowing device, his body jolting as the impossible volume of knowledge crashes through his mind. The flood becomes agony. Dense memories hammer into him like a downpour, blotting out his consciousness, tearing at his sense of self until he can barely hold on to who he is. Inside that storm of knowledge, something monstrous waits. A colossal demon king-like presence looms over Luck's mind, and as his consciousness sinks, the danger of his demon king core body finally takes shape. Inside the archive's crushing flood, Luck's body begins to break apart in a sea of knowledge. Someone warns that his consciousness may already be gone, but another voice refuses to surrender. Don't lose hope. The reason is simple but powerful. Luck was not some ordinary mage shaped by luck alone. He was personally raised under the Black Witch's unwavering care. Alround's training is still inside him. Luck feels his very existence being shredded, as if he could vanish at any second. Then the sensation drags up a memory from before. The feeling of being controlled like a puppet, marionette. He forces himself to focus. Gather your senses, gather yourself, reel it in. And behind him, the image of Alround seems to steady him, whispering what he needs most. Don't worry, you can do it. The monstrous power before him may belong to the Demon King core inside his body, but Luck reaches toward it anyway. If that power is his to claim, then he will take it without letting it devour him. The difference is will. Luck refuses to be dragged around like a puppet again. If there are strings on his body, his mind, or his fate, then he will be the one pulling them. Outside, the violent surge suddenly clears. Philly looks up in panic, thinking Luck has vanished, only to spot a lone figure standing calmly in the fading storm. Luck turns back with a small, confident smile and raises a hand like everything is fine. Philly cries out his name in relief, her fear breaking into joy. The party finally sees him, standing whole among the wreckage of Arastro's mechanisms. Rubble lies everywhere, the tower has been battered open, and everyone rushes toward Luck after surviving the impossible. Elsewhere, a new chapter opens far from the labyrinth. At the edge of a forest overlooking a distant shining structure, Celis Morton travels with King Eric, the Wind Dragon crowned, and others toward the Fairy King's domain. When Celis asks where they are going, Eric gives the answer plainly: the Fairy King's palace. The building in the distance is only a landmark raised by the elves. The true inner sanctuary sits high above, cresting the heavens. The obvious solution seems to be flying there, and the Wind Dragon even offers to carry them. But before anyone can act, armed elves step out and bar the way. Even the Wind Dragon crowned, they declare, must obey their laws. Celis and her beastkin companion react with simple awe. Elves. Eric, however, knows the guard by name. He greets Quaros after a long absence, and the elf answers with a sharp reminder. Eric has become king, yet still can't even manage his own castle. Quaros draws his spear and cuts straight to the insult. Eric is supposed to be heir to the Holy Blade of Kings, but if his peerless ability has dulled, then he has no right to bear that blade. The challenge erupts instantly. Spear and holy sword clash in a blur of steel, the forest ringing with sharp metallic strikes, as the elf guard tests Eric without holding back. Celis and the beastkin companion can barely follow the exchange. Quaros moves so fast that even Eric is forced onto the defensive, grinding his sword against the spear as sparks rip through the air. The duel accelerates. Quaros drives in, Eric pivots, and their blades scrape past each other with lethal precision. Every step is a test of whether the Holy Blade still accepts him. Quaros slips past Eric's guard in a flash, spear cutting through the air beside him. The clash cracks like thunder, and for a breath, the elf's accusation hangs heavier than the weapon itself. Then Quaros understands. The blade still recognizes Eric as its master. He lowers his weapon and agrees to guide them to the Fairy King, while Celis and her companion exhale in relief. The Wind Dragons remain behind, promising to await their return. As the group prepares to continue, Quaros' attention shifts to Celis. The spirits are gathered around her, favoring her far more than expected. The reason is revealed with a name and lineage: Celis Morton, Margaret's daughter. Even Golan quietly claims her as his daughter too, while Quaros grows silent and warns that danger follows her steps. Eric's expression turns serious. Be careful with her, he says. Celis, surrounded by glowing spirits and butterflies, innocently asks what that means, so the answer is softened to a simple warning: just watch where you step. As they climb through the strange sacred landscape, Celis asks if Eric has been here before. He answers yes, 18 years ago when the Holy Sword chose him. Eric explains the truth behind the so-called naming of the hero. The Holy Blade of Kings belongs to the Fairy King, but it chooses who will wield it. Over time, that tradition became misunderstood, even though neither the Fairy King nor the sword ever intended it that way. The blade, Eric says, simply lends power to those it favors, much like spirits do. Celis immediately connects the idea, and Eric confirms it. The Holy Blade could be considered a spirit of its own. At last they reach a circular platform where a woman stands at the center with the sword. Celis is openly impressed, calling Lady Celis incredible, while Chwaros reminds everyone that only royalty normally receives an audience with the Fairy King. The platform rises or shifts with a sudden rush. Celis stiffens as light floods the area, and the ancient mechanism carries them onward. A towering structure of floating rings and crystalline pillars opens above them. The group stands beneath a vast, sacred formation, realizing they have already arrived at the true sanctuary. Celis is stunned that they reached it so quickly. Chwaros simply tells them to follow, and the path ahead stretches across the sky, toward a palace floating above the clouds. The sight reminds Celis of Alraun's isolated space. Eric admits Celis is the only one among them who has been there, so he will take her word for the comparison as the massive palace doors open ahead. Inside, the party is carried into a brilliant crystal chamber. Chwaros kneels before the throne and addresses the Fairy King with reverence. It has been too long. The Fairy King answers through a sparkling crystal, and then with a question that catches Celis off guard. King of Mendarivel? Eric corrects the timeline. That was over 20 years ago, and he has since taken the throne. The true form of the Fairy King appears not as a grand monarch, but as a winged cat wearing a tiny crown. Celis immediately melts at the sight, while Chwaros frantically warns her not to disrespect the King of Fairies. The Fairy King orders Chwaros to stand down, and the proud elf obeys, sweating under the command. Meanwhile, Celis is already enchanted, as he can hold the fluffy little king, and the Fairy King permits it. Celis hugs the Fairy King with pure bliss, overwhelmed by how soft and fluffy he is. Chwaros can only stand there in pained silence as the sacred monarch purrs happily in her arms. Eric asks the obvious question. After calling Celis dangerous, how is this the result? Chwaros explains that the spirits are deeply taken with her, which means there is a very real chance she could be spirited away. But the danger is balanced by protection. The Fairy King favors her too, making him the greatest guardian she could possibly have. When asked the difference between fairies and spirits, Chwaros explains it bluntly. Fairies have living forms and can speak, while spirits are nebulous and barely communicate. The audience finally begins properly. Holding the Fairy King in her arms, Celis watches as he addresses Eric directly, and asks why the King of Mendarivel has come. Eric smiles through the absurd majesty of the moment. Eric lays out the crisis. The true Ancestors' army holds Arknest, allowing Darklings to run free, and the enemy's goal is to call a dark god into the world to destroy all order. They must prevent it at any cost. Eric bows and begs the Fairy King to lend his power once more. But the Fairy King questions the burden placed on the fairies, and when Eric insists the Holy Blade's strength is not enough to defeat even the true Ancestors' underlings, the Cat King bristles, because the blade carries a piece of his own power. Even so, Eric admits the terrifying truth. Only the power of a god can stand against the true ancestors. Eric's resolve hardens into a vow. If his own weakness is the reason he fails, then by his own word he will give up the Holy Blade of Kings at once. 7 days earlier, before the march to Arknest, that decision begins with a detour no one expected. Inside the castle, Eric admits the truth in front of his companions. He cannot see a better way to defeat Wilfried if they meet again. The power granted to Wilfried by the true ancestor is staggering. So if Eric wants to face both Wilfried and the true ancestor, he must draw even more strength from the Holy Blade of Kings. And then, the seated king answers the problem with one option. There is one way. That answer points straight to the Fairy King. The king explains that the Holy Sword Bramud's full might is still sealed, and the Fairy King is the one who placed that limit on whoever bears it. Eric can only unleash the blade up to the 4th layer. Everything beyond that is still locked away. But the warning is immediate. Using any more of the Holy Blade's power may place a real burden on Eric's body, and no one can predict what lies past the 4th layer. In the quiet of the palace, Catherine looks troubled, while the Holy Blade gleams like a beautiful answer wrapped around a dangerous price. Eric does not waver. Wilfried was once his friend, and putting him to rest is the final thing Eric believes he can do for him. His companions understand the cost, but the dice on the table say the same thing. No matter what path they choose, it will be tough. Golan clenches his fist and grins through the pressure. Taking impossible odds is what they do. Luck casually jokes that Eric will just have to roll nothing but 6s again, and the old party's fire reignites all at once. After so many years, it is time to go all out again. Catherine stays behind with quiet worry, while Eric and the others turn their focus back to the road. Luck confirms he will be delving into the labyrinth beneath Arknest because Alraun left a hint for his homework there, and he adds with a cocky grin that he might pick up a little ancient magic while he's in the area. He promises he will not be long. The confidence does not last. Back in Arostro, Luck is dazed after absorbing the archive, and Diego asks if his master is okay. The whole group stares in silence as Luck tries to answer, while even the dog nudges him anxiously. The artificial administrator explains the problem in cold numbers. Luck absorbed all of the data stored within the city, and his brain needs time to rest and process it. Between 1,000 and 1,400 hours, roughly 2 months. Philly is horrified, because the true ancestor will not wait that long, and the capital assault is already underway. With Luck out of action, the others must step forward. The little black-haired girl calls this their moment to shine and demands they prove they have a reason to exist. Armor and fists meet in a hard bump as they answer together, "Let's do it." Luck can only stare, stunned by the sudden resolve. Luck asks why they did that, and the answer is innocent enough to cut deep. It is the good luck fist bump, the one their mother always did with them at crunch time. The memory hits Luck square in the chest. A softer image rises in his mind. Alround standing with his old companions, their fists meeting in that same promise before danger. The little girl smiles and says, "Right, Mom." For Luck, that single gesture proves Alround was not just a lost memory. She was one of them. Luck looks up at the shattered tower and says what everyone is finally feeling. She was part of their party, wasn't she? The others agree warmly, until someone remembers another missing member of this chaos. The vampire lady. Where did Yasha get off to? The answer is absurd. Yasha has been tied up in holy bindings, gagged and furious, labeled like a punishment version 2. Mini Mozgor flutters nearby, immediately mocked for picking up a new hobby, while Yasha thrashes and growls that everyone is wrong. Mini Mozgor keeps up his strange vampire comedy routine until another presence steps in and calls it out. A refined vampire named Vatevoise appears, accompanied by a skull-faced companion called Castaigne, and notes that it has been some time since the 4 noble houses convened. Yasha meanwhile sulks, because somehow she is the only one here trying to look presentable. Even while bound, Yasha insists her situation is clearly different. Mini Mozgor, still in bat form, finally says something sensible. With everyone accounted for, they should discuss what comes next. Yasha is not pleased when Luck agrees with Mozgor for once, and even less pleased when someone says she was smaller and smarter like this. The focus shifts to the rogue horned Alround clone. She stands alone with the dark dragon, watching debris drift out around the tower as the creature lowers its massive head before her. The clone's expression tightens. A dragon egg rests nearby, and she places a hand on it with a quiet, possessive calm, as if the next piece of her plan has already been set in motion. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers past the Arkness border, the Allied march is already under attack. In the mountains, weapons clash, claws strike, and the vanguard is forced into yet another battle before they can even reach the capital. Goran charges into the fray, cutting through a massive beast's limb with a brutal slash. The line pushes forward around him, warriors and adventurers holding formation as monster after monster crashes down on their route. Then the battlefield changes. A griffon dives in from above, wings spread wide, talons ready to tear through the soldiers. Goran snaps into command mode and roars for everyone to leave it to him. The griffin is brought down, and the troops gather again amid the mountain road. A captain thanks Goran, but the commander grimly notes they still have 400 kilometers to go. They have seen battle after battle since crossing the border, yet Goran says they are right on time, because their ride has arrived at the rendezvous point. A massive flying mount roars overhead. A woman riding it calls down that they have already cleared the way, Goran. With that, the cast is assembled, and the army's path toward Arknest opens wider than before. Back inside a dark fortress, black stains crawl across walls, windows, and floors. The place feels hollow and corrupted, its silence heavy with the aftermath of darkling movement. Wilfried sits alone in the ruined chamber, face shadowed, hand to his eye. Reports come in that there has been no movement from the Darklings, and that they appear to be holding the ground they have taken in the forest. A commotion bursts into the room. A man named Wild is confronted, and before he can fully react, Wilfried's command turns lethal. One motion, one strike, and blood explodes across the chamber. Masked men with blades surround the room. Wilfried coldly asks who sent them and which king they serve, but then he calls them fools. With an enemy intent on wiping out humankind, this is hardly the time for humanity to be fighting itself. The surviving attackers freeze, as Wild is caught behind Wilfried. Blood spills from Wilfried's mouth, and the realization dawns too late. These men are not spies, and that means something far worse is happening. The truth lands like a blade. The Emperor is behind it. Wilfried stands pierced and bleeding, surrounded by weapons driven through him from every side. Blood pours from his mouth as his body finally gives way. He collapses hard, dark stains spreading beneath him while the killers close in with clinical precision. The masked leader sneers down at him, telling the traitor to know when he is beaten. He laughs that not even the undying Wilfried can shrug off decapitation, and then orders the men to move on. Now they only need to eliminate the Darklings. But Wilfried's consciousness does not vanish. He stands alone in a strange, patterned void, naked and isolated beneath a storm of staring shapes and spiraling darkness. A voice presses into him from the abyss. Does regret sting? Do you desire power? The questions tear through the void as Wilfried slowly turns toward the temptation. The offer becomes absolute, a power that will bend to no one. Wilfried's eye sharpens as the promise reaches the part of him that still refuses to die. His thoughts drift to Prince Charles. If such power could protect him, then Wilfried would accept the cost. Even if that cost meant becoming a demon. A monstrous form rises behind him, vast and shadowed, as if the darkness itself has accepted his answer. Wilfried faces it from below, small before the thing he is about to become. Back at the camp, soldiers call out in relief. Commander Wild has finally returned. By imperial decree, he confirms and immediately begins organizing the men, but then the air changes. A twisted figure steps into view, wrapped in dark power, and wearing the silhouette of the man they thought was gone. The surrounding soldiers stare in shock, as something that is no longer simply human approaches them. Wilfried's new form stands before them, cloaked in corrupted energy, transformed by the very darkness meant to destroy the world. His survival is no longer a miracle. It is a disaster waiting to spread. And with that, the battlefield gains a new nightmare. Wilfried, once an enemy empowered by the true ancestor, has crossed another line entirely, returning as something darker, stronger, and far harder to stop. Wilfried's severed death should have ended everything, yet the thing standing in his place grins through blackened power. The masked assassins recoil in disbelief. His head flew clean off, so how is he still moving? One of them finally understands the bargain. Wilfried has sunk low enough to sell his soul to the devil. A holy knight condemns him as pathetic, but Wilfried's corrupted body only keeps reforming with a savage growl. The knight raises his blade to put him down as a mercy, only for the darkness around Wilfried to surge like it has no intention of dying. Far away, the Emperor issues his command without a flicker of mercy. By imperial decree, Wilfried is to be executed as a traitor, because the Emperor refuses to let him spend even another moment near Charmelia. To him, his future wife must remain untainted. Back at the massacre, that order becomes horror. Wilfried's monstrous arm clamps around a man's face, crushing him as blades hack uselessly into the corrupted flesh. Then the body beneath the cloak twists, and the assassins realize the man they tried to kill has become something far worse. A commander finally shouts the truth. Wilfried has been possessed. Soldiers rush to surround him with spears, but Wilfried snarls through the encirclement and orders them out of his way. He roars that he will not stop until the Emperor lies dead at his feet. A wave of darkness erupts around him, blasting men aside before the commander can even finish giving the order to attack. Wilfried opens his mouth and releases the command like a curse as, "Rampage forth." The force launches from him in a screaming wave, swallowing the battlefield's horizon. The explosion detonates with city-shaking force. Dust and light bloom into a towering mushroom cloud, and the rumble rolls across the plains like the birth cry of a catastrophe. At the Imperial stronghold, panic breaks out. Voices shout of an intruder and call to defend the Emperor, but soldiers already lie dead in pools of blood as Wilfried steps through the slaughter, weapons soaked in black power. Inside, the Emperor curses Wild's incompetence while shielding the young Charmelia. But Wilfried has already arrived, walking over corpses and declaring that assassinating one's own commander is the greatest tactical blunder imaginable. Then he delivers judgment. The Emperor is unfit for the throne he occupies. The sentence is carried out in a single brutal swing. Blood sprays across the chamber, and Charmelia watches in frozen shock as the Emperor's head tumbles to the floor. Wilfried turns from the corpse, black blood dripping from his hand, and reaches toward the trembling girl. With the Emperor dead behind him, he calls to Charmelia and demands she come with him. But the perspective abruptly cuts away from blood and ruin to a quiet palace room. Charmelia sits unharmed, while a dark-haired, pointed-eared woman lounges in her bed and complains that the whole disaster was a fabulous waste of time. The woman wakes with a lazy sigh, then asks why the princess is in her room. When Charmelia stares back, the woman explains she had no choice. Every other room in the palace is an absolute mess, and she is not exaggerating. Blood stains the halls, bodies lie where they fell, and the palace has been torn apart by Wilfried's resentment. The woman points out the cruelest part. Every victim was Charmelia's family or soldiers, all people trying to protect her. Still, the woman admits she cannot dislike a human woman with resolve. Charmelia, however, recognizes the truth about herself. This is not courage or conviction. She is simply averting her gaze. Outside, the corrupted capital rumbles under a massive dome while Allied scouts observe from the distance. The battle has not paused. It has only shifted into something no one fully understands. At the Allied camp, General Schmidt and Baron Berningel exchange a formal status report. It has been 9 days with no confirmed movement in the capital, though a thunderous explosion struck to the east yesterday. They presume it was a dark dragon's handiwork, but Schmidt admits he has not seen one, only that the priestess told him so. That priestess appears immediately, introduced with dramatic confidence, as Arknest's very own priestess of light. She is small, sharp-eyed, and currently more interested in chewing food than looking holy, leaving the commander to ask what exactly he is looking at. Schmidt corrects him fast. That is Lady Duro. Duro snaps that a priestess of light demands respect, while the commander points out she is also eating the soldiers' rations. Duro answers without shame. She is flesh, not some immortal sage, and there is little else to eat here. The commander's manners get worse, so Duro coolly apologizes for his lack of education and says someone like him clearly cannot tell the difference between a priestess and a sage. Then the poised noblewoman nearby smiles sweetly and asks for an introduction. Since the two seem so close, Schmidt stiffly confirms that she may introduce herself as Margaret, and the conversation instantly turns dangerous. Margaret notes that her husband is a duke and even completed a master's program at Mendarival University as part of their union, then turns those polished words toward Duro. Margaret's smile sharpens into a weapon. She offers to further her husband's education with Duro's century-old understanding of etiquette, and everyone around her realizes the same thing. This woman is dangerous. Even Duro's next step carries pressure. Duro curtsies with flawless grace and introduces herself as Duro Castaigne. Margaret praises the impressive curtsy, while Schmidt looks like his soul just left his body. Duro answers with an old saying, "An old horse still remembers the path." Then the exchange turns openly vicious. Duro laughs that experience comes with age and calls youth fleeting. Margaret fires back that she would still prefer youth to abandoning her humanity and would die before becoming a vampire. Duro, smiling, mocks the idea that Margaret calls herself nobility at all. The verbal duel is about to explode into something physical when a warning cuts through the camp. Someone shouts that something is happening in the capital, and all eyes turn toward the distant city as dark power churns over it. Above the capital, a radiant winged figure rises against the blackened sky, holy light and darkness colliding around its body. Below, a corrupted figure kneels, hand glowing with forbidden power as if answering a call. A voice in the darkness orders the servant to prove his right arm is of use. Wilfried bows his scarred face and answers with absolute obedience. "Yes, my lord, I shall." A huge corpse lies sprawled in the wasteland, groaning as if drained dry. Nearby, Wilfried stands beside a pillar of rising energy, while a luminous female form begins to emerge from the ground like something being summoned into the world. The summoned figure opens her eyes, calm and bright, while Wilfried smiles with fascination. Then he unleashes himself into motion, declaring that the hunt has begun. Back in Arostro, chaos returns to comedy in a heartbeat. Yasha throws her arms up and celebrates freedom because her bindings have broken, while Mosgor, perched like an absurd bat noble, mumbles through his distress. Then he delivers the real news. Lord True Ancestor came and left. The group falls silent. Yasha snaps at them not to freak out, while the eye-patched vampire wonders why the True Ancestor would come here. Mosgor guesses the purpose, additional troops. And then someone feels it, an unbelievable volume of magic power. From the broken ruins, Luck steadies himself and notes that the mana outside is whipping up like a storm. The others stiffen, because even from here, the pressure is enough to make hardened vampires shudder. Luck's eyes sharpen as that distant power takes shape in his mind. Behind him, the demon king-like aura coils like a living shadow, towering over his body in a terrifying proof that the power inside him is awake. The eye-patched vampire asks what it is, but even he cannot hide his unease. Yasha leans close and whispers what everyone is afraid to say. It feels like another True Ancestor. Yasha immediately twists the terror into flirting, wrapping herself around Luck and proudly calling him her darling. Luck yanks her horn and denies everything, while the tiny witch-hatted beta fumes in the background. Even with world-ending mana outside, this group still finds time to be ridiculous. Luck tries to get the mission back on track and says they need to reach the surface and meet the others. But Arostro's system answers with brutal simplicity. There is no exit. All viable routes the vampires can see are blocked, until Mosgor desperately points out the obvious. Use the teleport gates. They gather around the ruined teleport gate, only for Mosgor to wail for his queen while Luck flatly explains the problem. Yasha's gate was destroyed by the Dark Dragon, smashed on the clone's way out. That leaves one option. The group is deposited outside in a forested area, relieved to be out but confused about where they have landed. Diego scans the surroundings and admits that being outside is a start, but it does not answer the important question. The answer appears across the valley. They are back in Mendarival. Luck recognizes the place immediately, and the absurdity lands when Yasha admits there was a gate to the labyrinth right here all along. She simply forgot. Before they can process that, familiar adventurers spot Luck and call out, shocked to find him here when they thought his group was already in the middle of the Arknest crisis. Back in Mendarival's forest, Luck asks Philly one last time if she is truly fine staying behind. Philly answers with a cheerful wave, admitting she would only get in the way in the battles ahead. But her faith does not waver for a second. As Luck turns away, Philly declares that no one is stronger than him right now. Philly smiles with absolute confidence. She believes in Luck, and more than that, she believes he will win. With that trust at his back, Luck runs toward the next battlefield. Chapter 58 begins in the sky where wind dragons slice across the mountains. Someone asks Luck if now is a good time and his answer is casual, until the message hits. Contact with Goran's group has been lost. Eric reports from Dragonback that Goran's group said they were heading for the capital 5 hours ago, but since then, all communication has gone dead. The young riders behind him tense immediately, one of them whispering for her parents as Eric urges the dragons to hurry. Luck freezes for a beat, staring into the trees while everyone waits for orders. Kalika asks what they should do since they have not even left Mendarival yet, and Yasha clings to him with a teasing darling that does absolutely nothing to help. Then Luck's brain locks up completely. He raises both hands in front of his face, dead-eyed, while someone groans that he has frozen again. Kalika, perched on Yumiel's armor, wonders how they are supposed to reach Arknest like this. At the front, the missing group is already in trouble. Goran and his soldiers stand in a mountain pass as the sky darkens with wings, and then the air erupts. Wind dragons and dark dragons collide above them in a storm of bodies and explosions. Goran barks the order to break for the capital while the wind dragons keep the dark dragons busy. But the enemy numbers are overwhelming. A wind dragon tears into one foe only for more dark dragons to swarm from every direction. The aerial battle crashes closer and closer. Dragons slam into each other, one plummets toward the forest, and a massive blast sweeps across the ground, sending Goran's squad running for their lives. Goran charges straight into the blast and braces himself, roaring through the pressure as energy floods around him. The troops stare in terror as their commander plants his feet and holds the line. The dust clears around Goran, battered but standing. His men look shaken, but he snaps them back to reality. They are in the fire now, and standing still will only get them burned. The army pushes onward into the ruined streets, following the blonde woman who calls for them to move. Rubble blocks the roads, walls are shattered, and Goran watches the broken city with grim focus. Then the trap reveals itself. A dark-winged, black-armored figure lands before them with a rumbling presence, taunting them for walking right into it. The figure snaps a hand outward, and shadowy beasts surge into existence, massive wolf-like monsters pouring forward as the soldiers shout to form up. Spells fire first. A mage launches magic bolt after magic bolt into the charging beasts, but the monsters roar through the explosions, and the fighters realize attack magic is not working. Goran tells the casters to switch to support spells while he handles them himself. Goran locks blades with one of the beasts, grinding his sword against its fangs while ordering the others to keep it occupied. Even with raw strength, the monster is brutally tough, forcing him into a close-range struggle. He shouts for everyone to take them down 3-on-1, and the men answer with a cheer. But the warning comes too late. A beast lunges from the side, and the blonde woman cries out for Goran to look out. Goran catches the attack head-on, driving his sword against a gaping maw before it can tear into him. Then the black-armored enemy recognizes him. One of Eric's men. Goran bares his teeth and gives the enemy his name, Goran. The enemy sneers that Eric would surely grieve his death, and Goran cuts the taunting short with steel, slamming into him and roaring for him to shut his mouth. The cursed weapon bites back. Goran realizes the freakish thing is chewing through his blade, and he cannot hold much longer. The enemy tells him to relent and let the blade's curse consume him, mocking that the rest of the hero's party is not here to save him. Goran grits his teeth under the crushing pressure. Then a new spell cuts through the chaos, Wind's Protection, wrapping him in a swirling barrier just before the enemy can finish the push. The wind barrier blows the enemy back, and the black-armored figure glances up in surprise. Goran turns as support arrives at his side, the protective wind still spinning around him. The blast throws across the city, with a booming shockwave, scattering debris between the buildings and announcing that the rescue has reached the battlefield. Duro stands among the defenders, calmly casting regeneration on Goran while he and the blonde woman catch their breath. The wounds close, but their expressions remain hard. The enemy has not gone down. The black beast hounds lie smoldering at the enemy's feet as another figure steps closer. Luck, now masked and cloaked in dark power, tells him to stop holding back while the wounded soldiers watch from the ground. But the dark figure silences him coldly. He says he does not answer to Luck. His target is only one thing, the life of that vexing right eye, and nothing more. The enemy's cursed blade thumps with a sick pulse as he declares they are all just killing time anyway. Then he lunges, and Goran meets him head-on with a furious swing. A violent wind funnel rips across the city, tearing through streets and rooftops as dragons continue fighting overhead. The dark dragons answer with a spiraling breath attack, turning the skyline into a battlefield of storms. The blast crashes into the city with a massive impact. Goran shields the blonde woman tightly, eyes wide as Duro raises her hand and prepares another spell through the flying debris. Duro's magic keeps the wounded standing, but Goran sees the problem immediately. The enemy is regenerating too fast. When he calls for Duro to seal him with the power of light, she snaps that she does not need him to command her, then admits the seal is not working. The black-armored enemy reforms in the middle of the attack, wounds knitting together under crackling dark energy. No matter how hard they strike, his regeneration overwhelms their efforts. The force of battle cracks through the street and the surrounding structures, warping the ground under their feet. The defenders look up in horror as something hidden inside the enemy begins to open. A cluster of unnatural eyes appears from the darkness, and Goran stares in alarm. The blonde caster instantly throws up Wind's shield, bracing herself and the others against the next surge. The shield takes the impact with a deafening boom, spreading the blast across the city. For one breath, Goran and the wounded soldiers are kept alive behind the barrier. The battlefield queets just long enough for the wider nightmare to show itself. Beyond the city and mountains, the sky rumbles with unnatural pressure. While in the forest, Luck's group is still delayed, companions exhausted, animals startled, and time slipping away. Luck stands with Yumiel, Kalika, Diego, Yasha, and the others, weighing the terrible math. Even running at full speed, they still need at least 2 days to reach Arknest, and they have been shedding party members non-stop. A skull-bearing girl points out that Luck did not exactly come alone, but Luck's focus turns to a hooded companion departing in the distance. He says the young wolf boy has taken his leave too, likely because he no longer needs to monitor the vampires. Then the boy's real stance is made clear. He was always aligned with Alraun, he is not their comrade, and his true goal has always been revenge against the beastkin. Luck watches him go in silence, while the others react with a mix of disappointment and teasing. The little girl slyly asks if her big sister has a new type, throwing the group into instant bickering, until Luck cuts the noise short and orders everyone to rest. Far away, the Dark Knight stalks through Arknest as smoke rises from the city. Back with Goran's group, Duro heals what she can, Goran shields the wounded, and the blonde caster readies another spell, all while the enemy's pressure keeps closing in. The wind dragons arrive at the battlefield at the perfect moment, whipping up a massive gale that nearly blasts the allies away with it. As the wounded are ordered out, one dragon promises to take human form and join the fight, while Goran grumbles that he trusted the others to keep that wind under control. Wilfried tears forward through the storm, black corruption lashing from his body as the gale crashes against him. On the ruined street, Goran, Duro, and the others brace themselves, staring down the nightmare that refuses to fall. Goran admits his blade is broken, but he can still keep Wilfried occupied. He tells the others to focus on attacking, and then 2 hooded holy knights step in, Boyan Skinov and Don Zunovsky of the Ultras Church, creepily polite, fully armed, and apparently able to talk. The Ultras Knights are overjoyed to stand in a capital under divine protection, and one immediately pledges himself to protect Lady Duro. Duro coldly reminds him he is a knight of Mendarival, not her personal fanatic, while Goran cuts through the nonsense. Enough screwing around. The enemy is coming. Wilfried lunges again, hurling a grotesque dark mass from his corrupted arm. Goran's eyes sharpen as the attack roars toward them, while the fighters around him prepare to answer with steel and spells. The counterattack begins in a blur. Blades flash, bodies dart through the ruins, and Wilfried is forced into a brutal exchange as the allied fighters try to pin down his monstrous regeneration through sheer pressure. Holy light bursts against the darkness, but Wilfried only snarls that he has more. Duro fires again, the fighters keep striking, and the battlefield becomes a storm of impacts, as everyone tries to keep the corrupted knight from breaking through. The hooded holy knights raise their blades together, and a new slash of sacred power crashes into Wilfried. For a breath he stands pierced beneath intersecting attacks, his black cloak and body shredded under the assault. But even after being cut apart, Wilfried keeps moving. A blonde wind-wielding woman darts in with her sword, striking from above as the damaged Dark Knight turns toward her through the smoke. Then the horror deepens. Wilfried catches or redirects the attack with a grotesque mass of flesh and eyes, stunning the fighters. Goran's face tightens in disbelief. And the blonde warrior suddenly realizes she has overcommitted. She is blasted backward, tumbling through the air, and Duro immediately begins a regeneration spell to save her. But Wilfried's corruption gathers again, countless eyes opening as he whispers the command to be gone. Before Duro can act freely, black miasma coils around her body. The dark strands bind her in place, sinking into her skin, while Wilfried grins and tells her to drink deep from the darkness. With the healer disabled, Wilfried declares their options gone. Goran grips his injured ally protectively while the Ultra's Knight panics and tries to tear the miasma off Duro, only to find it will not come loose. Just as the situation collapses, a sparkling purification spell rains down. A winged cat appears beside Duro and unleashes spirit purification, stripping away the dark miasma while everyone stares in shock at the absurd little savior. Duro recognizes him with stunned reverence. The Lord King of Spirits. The Fairy King casually wipes his face as if this is no great affair, then remarks that it has been quite a while. Though Duro corrects the scale from a year to a full 100 years. Meanwhile, he warns that her opponent is still behind her. The warning lands too late for Wilfried's pride. As he snarls, the Fairy King's power and the holy forces strike again, tearing into the corrupted mass and forcing the Dark Knight to recoil. Eric steps forward at last, his expression calm and severe. Facing Wilfried directly, he declares that it is time to settle this. The broken bell tower groans over the ruined capital as Eric speaks Wilfried's name. Across the rubble, the two former comrades stand opposite each other, the air heavy with everything left unsaid. Far away, Charmelia prays among blooming roses, whispering Wilfried's name as the bells continue to ring. Her prayer cuts through the battlefield like a fragile thread tied to the man inside the monster. Chapter 59 begins with the confrontation frozen under the tolling bell. Then the scene shifts to a brief reunion. Celis runs to her parents, and her mother pulls her into a tearful hug before noticing the wounds from the battle. Celis insists she is fine because Duro already healed her, but the warning remains. The surface wound is closed, yet cursed blade injuries take time to fully heal. She asks whether the Holy Sword can really match a weapon like Wilfried's, and the Fairy King coolly calls it a jujutsu from the Age of the Gods. The two warriors face each other in silence, debris drifting between them. Eric stands bright and composed, Wilfried dark and warped, while the onlookers tense as if the whole city is holding its breath. A powerful gust sweeps through the ruins, drawing everyone's attention. From the far end of the shattered street, two figures arrive with calm, overwhelming presence. The newcomers step into view, a black-haired elf woman and a young royal-looking figure carrying an ornate sword. Eric immediately recognizes the child and blurts out Prince Charles' name, only to be corrected. She now goes by Princess Charmelia. Charmelia smiles softly and says she is relieved to see Eric well, regardless. Then she turns toward the battlefield and makes her stance clear. Wilfried is both her retainer and her husband, and he would never harm her. She looks to the corrupted knight and asks, "Right, Will?" Wilfried answers through the darkness that everything he does for Charmelia. The sight leaves Eric and Goran grim, because the monster still obeys her voice. Charmelia then asks Eric to devote this battle to her. Her request is simple and devastating. Let this be a duel between knights. She wants to remember Wilfried properly, as a true knight wielding a true blade. The black-haired elf woman listens and quietly accepts the meaning behind the request. A blade crashes down into the ground between them, sealing the terms with force. Wilfried kneels before Charmelia and says that if this is what his princess desires, then he will obey. Charmelia commands him to fight in a way worthy of his title, and Wilfried accepts. Eric confirms he understands the request, and Charmelia asks King Eric whether he will allow it. Eric draws the holy sword, agreeing to keep its full might sealed. As the duel is accepted, Goran mutters that Prince Charles is a crafty one. By forcing a formal duel, Charmelia takes Wilfried's dark powers off the table, and by staying close, she prevents him from unleashing any massive spells without endangering her. Only now do the others turn to the newcomers. Celis asks who they are, and Chwaros introduces himself and the others as the Fairy King's guard. Celis quickly notices the pointed ears and asks if they are elves too. The black-haired woman, sitting with effortless confidence, admits she does not know the younger woman beside Charmelia, but precious few elder elves ever step into the human realm. Chwaros has already guessed the answer. There is only one elder elf with such magical might, Alraun. The name hits the group like lightning. Celis blurts that Alraun is Luck's mother, while the Fairy King explains that they hail from the realm of fairies and that the laws of this world do not apply to them. To him, even the true ancestors' power cannot scratch their heels. But the Fairy King adds one cutting conclusion. The woman facing them is likely nothing more than an imitation. Goran's eyes widen, and across the ruins the black-haired woman hears it. Her face cracks with fury. The insult reaches the wrong ears. The supposed imitation trembles with rage, while the others watch from a distance, suddenly realizing they may have just provoked someone extremely dangerous. Eric and Wilfried ready themselves at opposite ends of the ruined street. The duel is set, the terms are clear, and Eric steps forward with one calm warning. Here I come. Steel collides in a flash. Eric meets Wilfried's cursed blade head-on, the holy sword ringing under the impact while Wilfried smiles through the violence. Wilfried skids across the stone, then launches back in, forcing Eric into another close-range clash. Their blades lock inches apart, eyes narrowed, neither man giving ground. The exchange accelerates into a blur of cuts and counters. Eric slips past Wilfried's charge. Wilfried twists into another slash, and the ruined capital becomes the stage for a duel that may decide not only one man's fate, but the fate of the world watching him. Goran narrows his eyes at the floating white-haired boy and realizes the truth. That sorcerer looks exactly like him. The others stiffen behind him, and the boy answers with a cold little greeting, as if this nightmare is only just beginning. The boy drifts beside Wilfried, wrapped in dark sludge and broken wings. He tells Eric to stay out of his way, then reveals something even worse. The true ancestor inside him has very little patience left. Eric snaps at the words, true ancestor, but the boy does not back down. Eric says he will settle things with Wilfried no matter what stands in his way, and the childlike monster merely accepts it with a chilling calm. If they insist on interfering, he will simply kill them all. Then the boy drops a bare foot into the rippling darkness, and the ground erupts. A towering mass of corpses, skulls, limbs, and slime bursts upward beneath him, roaring into existence like a graveyard given flesh. Everyone recoils as the thing swells higher and higher. Charmelia and the dark-haired elf woman stare up from the broken ridge, while Goran's group freezes before a mountain of writhing dead. The monster is identified as a body-eater, a slime that feeds on darkling corpses and grows stronger from them. Even the dark-haired elf woman and Charmelia are shaken, and the others admit they have never seen one this massive before. The body-eater stretches out a gigantic arm, and Eric turns in horror. Wilfried watches with a grim smile as Eric demands to know what that boy has summoned. The answer cuts through the chaos. He is a piece of the true ancestor. Wilfried bares his teeth in triumph. If the boy is part of the true ancestor, then Eric's allies have no hope of victory. Eric roars back and charges, refusing to let that declaration become reality. Eric and Wilfried clash again, blade against blade, sacred steel against cursed darkness. Wilfried tries to crush his spirit, but Eric smiles back and answers with confidence. His allies are plenty strong. The body-eater slams down with a wet, crushing impact, forcing Goran and the others to dodge beneath its dripping shadow. Celis cries out for her parents as the enormous hand blocks out the sky. The slime bubbles and swells, preparing another blast, but the allied line does not break. A fiery weapon ignites, Margaret promises to handle support, and Goran grins up at the monster, ready to test just how strong their teamwork really is. Goran swings with all his strength, unleashing a blazing slash that tears across the street like a wave of fire. The attack roars straight into the body-eater, carving through its massive form while the others watch for an opening. But the monster only keeps moving, its surface crawling and closing as it looms over the ruins. A dragon-like ally bites in from the side, and the team uses every strike they have to rip into the regenerating slime. Wind and teeth tear through the corpse slime, and Goran shouts for them to rip it apart. Below, Celis and Margaret dodge through the chaos, as the battlefield becomes a storm of flying limbs, claws, and black sludge. The white-haired boy clicks his tongue in irritation as Goran notices him above the monster. Eric shouts the warning again. That boy is a piece of the true ancestor, and Goran needs to take him out. Goran's answer is a grin. He has already found his target. Goran launches himself upward, spiraling through wind as Duro answers his call and casts stance. With support beneath his feet, he rockets toward the floating boy like a living spear. The momentum carries him high over the body-eater, but the monster lashes back with writhing limbs. Goran twists mid-air, fighting through the reaching hands as the slime tries to drag him down before he can reach the real threat. Celis and the others slash away the incoming tendrils, clearing the path behind him. She yells for her dad to go, and the team locks into formation, determined to protect Goran's charge. Goran closes the distance and swings, but the boy barely flinches. With a flat stare, he calls the attack too weak, and the impact below proves it. His power still drowns the battlefield in explosive force. Goran crashes the boy down with a brutal blow, then plants his boot on him and asks what he was saying. For one satisfying instant, the monster child is beneath his heel, but Goran's eyes widen as the boy moves again. A massive white flash splits the battlefield, cracking through the air with a thunderous roar. The blast leaves a towering column of light and darkness tearing upward between the enemies. The Fairy King appears in his winged cat form, glowing with crackling power beside Goran. Below, the body eater burns and smokes where the purification strikes, and Celis cheers in delighted surprise while a tiny companion panics in her arms. The Fairy King addresses the white-haired boy with absolute contempt, calling him a thing that exists beyond the bounds of life. He orders him to be gone and not delay, yet the boy smiles through the judgment, whispering that it still is not enough. Then his grin widens. He says it is time to call for aid. Goran notices the shift too late, and a dark extension shoots from the boy like a spike, aiming not at the strongest fighter, but somewhere far more vulnerable. The dark-haired elf woman turns at the sound, and Charmelia lowers her gaze in confusion. A black tendril has punched straight into Charmelia's chest. Eric's eye goes wide as the horror lands. Wilfried stands frozen beside him, and Charmelia's body buckles, blood and darkness spreading through her white garment. She collapses hard onto the stone, the black wound tearing through her as her cloak flares around her body. The tendril has not just struck her, it has used her as the next doorway. Charmelia lies sprawled on the ruined street, blood and black corruption pooling beneath her, while the impact echoes across the battlefield. The duel, the monster, the true ancestor's fragment, everything stops around the sight of the princess fallen.